Before Nicktoons Network got its reputation as the graveyard where unsuccessful Nick shows go to die, the channel was originally dedicated to the mission of bringing kids 24 hours of cartoons a day, to the point where even the ad breaks were filled with animated shorts, like Astrology with Squidward, Schoolyard Safari, Spider and Fly, Doodles, The Presentators, Jerk Chicken and Fish Out of Water, Little Freaks, and Foul Facts. 2 series of shorts in particular were Tortellini Western, following the antics of a pasta-loving Italian immigrant living in the Wild West, and Leader Dog, about a dog who's mistaken for the leader of Earth and abducted by aliens.
Dang, man, I could get used to this.
Both of which were made in New York by a small animation company founded by a man named Larry Schwartz. Schwartz was a former child actor and stand-up comedian who, after attending law school, decided he wanted to do something more creative, and he founded Rumpus Toys in 1996, where he would design toys like Gus Guts, a plush you could pull the guts out of, Harry Hairball, a cat you could shove food into, Monster in My Closet, the friendly monster you would hang in your closet to scare off the bad ones, Cyclops, whose removable eye became a ball to play with, Puppet 4, the 4-in-1 puppet, plush versions of famous paintings called The Gallery Gang, Benny Blanket, the Blanket Buddy, and Wake Me Willie, the cuddly talking alarm clock. Finding distributors for these toys was difficult at first. A representative from Toys R Us even told Larry directly that he hated the toys, and the only major store that gave him a chance was FAO Schwartz. No relation. According to one anecdote, Larry would place the toys on the shelves of stores that weren't selling them just to see if anyone would try to buy them. But in 1997, Larry tried sending his toys to talk show hosts, and Kathy Lee praised Gus Guts on her show. Orders started pouring in, and soon Rumpus toys could be found in Toys R Us, as well as several online retailers like Amazon, which had only just begun to sell toys. Here's a young Jeff Bezos talking about Gus Guts with Jay Leno. "This is real. Rumpus was on its way up. Apparently, the Toys R Us representative who snubbed him earlier even ended up working for Rumpus, but Larry was growing tired of the toy industry, and inspired by a horoscope that said he would shock many people, he announced to the world that Rumpus toys would now only be available from their website, rumpus.com, and the company would now be shifting their focus to online media. This was during the burst of the dot-com bubble, where many online stores were closing down, but Larry was excited for his company to be the next Disney, and he cut ties with FAO Schwartz, Toys R Us, and Amazon. According to Amazon's general manager of toys and video games at the time, it's definitely bold. By the year 2000, the company was making approximately 3 4-minute animated shorts a week for their website that tied into the toy lines that they were selling, like Space Puppies. Science Freaks was a toy line and show that taught simple science experiments, and the Eggles cartoon tied in with the Eggle plush toy line. Every Eggle was a different color, but you wouldn't know what color it was until it hatched, and any kid who found one of the 5 golden Eggles would receive a $2,000 savings bond. The Gus and Harry Comedy Club was a stand-up comedy show, and Sally Satchel's Sing-Along was a karaoke show, and both shows asked kids to email requests for new jokes and music that would be performed in future episodes. They also had live-action programming like Rumpus Road Rocket, where they taught kids about cities, and Larry's Lab, where Larry Schwartz himself would sit down in front of a blue screen and teach kids how to design toys. To avoid having kids click off their site, Rumpus didn't want to run banner ads, instead opting to make their money through product placement in the cartoons. Their first 38-minute movie, Herschel Hopper New York Rabbit, had Herschel eating Krispy Kreme donuts and Jelly Belly jelly beans, bathing in Body Shop shampoo, and winding up on the front page of the New York Post, who, in exchange for appearing in the movie, would write an article about it in their paper. At one point, they had planned to charge viewers $3 to watch Herschel, but it was later made free. And of course, still being a toy company, they also made their money through tie-in toys, which could be ordered exclusively through their website. Their second movie, coming in at 40 to 45 minutes, was The Day I Saved America, starring Amanda Bynes at the height of her popularity as Harriet, a little girl who needs to save George Washington from the British who plan to kidnap him before his inauguration. According to this article, the movie contains 2 20-second animated ads at the start and end of the movies, and contains in-film ads for Nintendo and Kids Foot Locker. How they included product placement for Nintendo in a film set during the American Revolution is something I will forever be curious about. And tie-in toys were of course made for this one too. A third movie called The Red Bison was planned for a Christmas release that same year, but no toys, screenshots, or production art seemed to exist, and it was probably canceled. The only other information I was able to find on it is that it was going to star Frankie Muniz. On Halloween of 2000, they apparently released a 10-minute Monster in My Closet short which featured, and I quote, "online use of blacklight, something Rumpus is attempting to patent." Whatever that means. And apparently they were in talks with Heartbreak Films to make a TV show based on Monster in My Closet at some point. But then, in 2001, Rumpus teamed up with Sunbow Entertainment, the studio behind Transformers, G.I. Joe, and My Little Pony, to co-produce a different TV show, and in 2002, Nickelodeon's Noggins the End signed a co-development deal for that show. But plans for that fell through and Rumpus was suddenly shut down in 2002. According to an anonymous source that I talked to, it was because the toy half of the company couldn't make a profit, which seems about right. Drawing on his knowledge from creating these web cartoons, Larry founded the Animation Collective in 2003. In their early years, they would create shorts like The Incredible Crash Dummies for Foxbox, Princess Natasha, Kung Fu Academy, and Squad for AOL's Kids Online, and the previously mentioned Tortellini Western and Leader Dog for Nicktoons Network. And it would be on Nicktoons Network in 2006 that they would air their very first full-length series, Kappa Mikey. So, right about now, you're probably wondering why someone would make such an incredibly long, detailed video about such an obscure show. Well, back in the summer of 2007, I was sitting around bored with nothing good on TV. The cable guide said that there was some dumb show on Nicktoons Network called Kappa Mikey, and I had nothing better to do, so I changed to it. Figured at the very least this was something I could make fun of. The episode was so funny, it became my hyperfixation throughout all of high school, and over those few years, I accumulated a lot of useless trivia that I've just been carrying around locked up in my brain, and now it's time to unleash it into the world. I'm also making this because no one really remembers Kappa Mikey. Now, I know that that's a cliche thing to say in a Kappa Mikey retrospective, and objectively, it's not true. Many people remember Kappa Mikey, but it really is one of those shows where you either don't remember it, or you remember it as the show no one remembers. And even if you remember it, how much did you know about it to begin with? I thought I knew everything there was to know about this show, but in my research for this video, I came across things that were new even to me, like literally everything about Rumpus. So I guarantee you will learn something new from this video if you haven't already. This video is a little bit recap, a little bit opinions, and a whole lot of trivia. I guess you can kind of think of this as like a video version of a fan wiki, though hopefully better than the actual Kappa Mikey fan wiki. Let's see, characters. Mikey, Lily, Mitsuki, Gonard, Guano, Viacom. P-Head? P-Head is a fake character that does not appear on Kappa Mikey. I edited it as a joke. Thanks, Kappa Mikey fan wiki. But before we get too deep into trivia, let's start with the basics. What even is Kappa Mikey? Kappa Mikey is a 22-minute flash-animated show whose 52 episodes aired on Nicktoons Network from February 25th, 2006 to September 20th, 2008. The show is about Mikey Simon, a struggling American cartoon actor who wins a contest and gets the lead role on LilyMu, the most popular anime in Japan, which has recently been suffering from declining ratings. The audience loves Mikey and LilyMu's ratings skyrocket, but Mikey's incompetence causes problems for him and his co-stars. It would typically premiere new episodes as part of Nicktoons Network's Three-Headed Monster block.
Three-Headed Monster is our weekend block, packed with premieres, hits, and some of the weirdest stuff you've ever seen. Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays from 7 to midnight.
And side note, these interstitials were super weird. The idea for the show was conceived by Larry Schwartz, who said that it was partially inspired by Cartoon Network's successful daytime shows, but also by their successful nighttime Toonami block, which aired anime like Dragon Ball Z. Larry thought it would be fun to have the worlds cross together, and so Mikey is drawn with thick outlines, round eyes with black dots for pupils, 4 fingers, and simplified anatomy, which was the style in America at the time, while all the characters from Japan are anime, with thin outlines, big anime eyes, 5 fingers, more anatomy, etc. A recurring gag is that all the anime characters can do big, over-the-top anime expressions, while Mikey is always on model.
Show-offs.
But the cultural differences extend even past the art styles. Mikey's costume on LilyMu was inspired by the American idea of a superhero, with the mask, the cape, the emblem on the chest, the utility belt, underwear on the outside, while his anime co-stars all wear costumes more inspired by Japanese superheroes. I'm not 100% sure what they meant by this, but I'm guessing, the jumpsuits, the zippers, the buckles, and being as sexualized as they could get away with on Nickelodeon. A typical episode begins with them trying to perform an action scene for LilyMu, but something goes wrong, usually because of Mikey, and then we follow the actors dealing with some sort of problem in their personal lives, again, usually caused by Mikey, until they fix it and reshoot the scene.
We go through this every time, Mitsuki. You say I shouldn't do something, I do it anyway. Things go wrong, I try to fix it, it gets worse, we talk about our feelings, and everything's cool. So chillax already.
Sometimes the lesson they learned on their adventure helps them improve the LilyMu scene at the end when they reshoot it, but more often than not, and especially in the later episodes, the bloopers are something like, he misses a throw, so the next time they shoot the scene, he doesn't miss the throw. And by the end of the series, some episodes just omit the final LilyMu scene entirely. Which is fair because without it tying into the theme of the episode, it really feels like it's just there to fill time with reused animation if an episode runs short, sometimes going as far as replaying the whole minute-long action sequence just for a 2-second payoff of Mikey not messing it up. The show is mainly episodic, and while events from some episodes get referenced in others, it's a bit like The Simpsons in that it doesn't have a strict continuity. Some things carry over, but some things are just jokes and get dropped. I'm just saying this up front because I'm going to be complaining about plot holes, but this really isn't the kind of show that cares about that sort of thing. Earlier on in the series, they have quite a few Family Guy-style cutaway gags.
It'll be more embarrassing than the time we all wore the same outfit to work.
Awkward.
But they move away from this as the show goes on. One thing that remains consistent, though, is that every scene is flooded with sound effects.
Mikey Simon, you are grounded!
You can't ground me.
But I can electronically lock the door to your apartment when you get home tonight.
But, fine. Whoever.
Like, to the point where it sometimes drowns out their voices. But there are witty moments too, lots of character-driven comedy, and jokes that are just so stupid you can't help but laugh.
I'll always be honest with you.
Ozu, where do babies come from?
Internet.
Where does the Tooth Fairy live?
Inside a hurricane.
Can robots fall in love?
I wish, Mikey Simon, but sometimes robots only hate.
Which is what appealed to me about the show. The show is a fish-out-of-water comedy, although according to the marketing, it's a raw fish-out-of-water comedy. You get it? Like a sushi. But actually, this is where the title of the show comes from. Kappa Mikey is a pun on a cucumber roll called a Kappa Mikey, but there's actually another layer to this title. The reason Kappa is in the title at all is because it was meant to evoke the idea of a fish out of water. Larry explains this in almost every interview, and I assume that he got tired of it because in season 2 they explain it pretty concisely in an episode.
Kappa are spirits of the water, yet they live on land. You are an American, yet you live in Japan. Just like the Kappa, you are a fish out of water. That is why I named your character Kappa Mikey!
So it's a sushi pun, it's thematically relevant, but there's actually a third level that the title works on. It's just a cool name for a show. I mean, 30 seconds ago you didn't know any of what I just told you, and it's still a catchy and distinctive name for a show. Throughout the video, you're going to see that this show is very much a mixed bag with moments of brilliance, and this is one of those moments. Like, honestly, this is a 10 out of 10 title. Kappa Mikey was also marketed as the first ever anime made in America, which, for everyone's sake, I will not get into that claim. All I'll say is that the debate over whether or not Avatar: The Last Airbender counts as an anime is fierce, and that show came out a year before this one. But then again, Avatar's animation was outsourced to Korea, while Kappa Mikey was 100% made in America, so do with that what you will. Yeah, the show was animated in-house at Animation Collective's offices in New York, and the team was divided into two groups, the American side and the anime side, to help keep the styles distinct from each other. The show was animated in Flash, and the backgrounds were made using Maya, rendered out and then touched up in Photoshop. Here are a few examples I found in the portfolio of former employee Chris Leathers. Doing it this way allowed them to get the background from any angle they needed, speeding up the time it took to make them. There were also other 3D elements of the show that were done in Maya, like robots, cars, and other miscellaneous props. But now I'm going to acknowledge the thing that every Kappa Mikey retrospective mandates. The show looks... how do I put this positively? The show has moments where it looks alright, but overall, the art and the animation, it just doesn't look very good.
Try to sell your merchandise looking like that!
In the show's defense, it does get better over time, and I need to emphasize that from what I've seen, everyone who worked on the show is incredibly talented, and some have gone on to do amazing things at other companies. I'm sure that budgets, deadlines, and pipeline disorganization all play a role in why the show looks the way it does. And I also want to point out that the show is still watchable. Like, I have seen a lot worse. I won't lie and say that it's appealing all the time, but I will point out the positive moments when I see them, because a lot more goes into animation than most people think, and if you've ever worked in the industry, you know that it's a miracle that anything gets made. Also mandatory for any Kappa Mikey retrospective is to mention that the show has an absolutely amazing theme song by the Beat Crusaders. Seriously, go look up the full version of the theme song. It's fantastic. As for characters, of course we have Mikey. He's an egotistical narcissist whose pride often gets him and his friends into trouble. He's a terrible person, but that's what makes it fun to watch.
The world's gonna think we're a bunch of whiny, overprivileged celebrities.
But you are. That's what makes you good television.
They try to balance it out by making him a goofball, and his selfishness is usually a very childish sort of egotism where he doesn't often realize that he's hurting someone, and once he learns to look past himself and see how his actions are affecting other people, he does try to make it right, even if his incompetence tends to make it worse. My point being, he almost always learns his lesson, but it's a very delicate balance that varies from episode to episode, and I really don't blame people when they say that they hate him, because there are some episodes where even I can't stand him. Mikey has a few catchphrases that he says throughout the show. His most notable one is
Weber!
Don't weber me, Mikey Simon! And another thing, saying wever instead of whatever is the dumbest thing in the world.
Oops, did I accidentally leave in the part of the clip where Lily calls Wever the dumbest thing in the world? Silly me, I must improve my editing. Anywho, his other major catchphrase is chillax.
Chillax, chillax, chillax!
And these two catchphrases together should kind of paint a better picture of who Mikey is as a character. You know, he's the kind of guy who coasts through life and doesn't really worry about anything because everything always works out for him. Mikey has two parents that he sometimes calls whenever he faces a problem and needs guidance. But the gag is that he always gets their answering machine, and they have a different silly message every time.
Hi! You've reached the home of Mikey's mom, Mikey's dad, and the accordion-playing troll we rented Mikey's bedroom to.
Hey, don't say that. What if it's Mikey?
Oh, if it is Mikey, we haven't rented out your room.
Mikey is voiced by Michael Sinterniclas, who also voices Leonardo from the 2003 Ninja Turtles.
Master Splinter!
Dean Venture from Venture Brothers.
Do you even know how many baby angels you just killed by saying that?
Adult Chris Thorndike from Sonic X.
Hey, I know. Maybe if I increase the energy to the transport circuits.
And countless other characters from animes that would have been better to use than adult Chris Thorndike. He also founded a recording studio called NYAV Post, where Kappa Mikey's voice lines were recorded. Next, we have Lily, a Sailor Moon-looking parody who used to be the star of LilyMu before Mikey stole her spotlight. The character she plays on the show is very sweet and innocent.
Looks like this fight's gonna be old school.
But, as her official description puts it, when the director says cut, Lily has a mouth like a sailor and a temper to match.
That perfume makes me sneeze! And when I sneeze, I'm slightly less pretty. And when I'm slightly less pretty, everybody suffers!
She's a total diva. She's every bit as egotistical and prideful as Mikey and hates him for taking what's hers. Mikey, however, has a huge crush on her. But aside from being narcissistic and selfish, she's also superficial and shallow. Again, it's the flaws that make them funny. Lily has two catchphrases associated with her. The first is OMG.
OMG, it's perfect! OMG! OMG!
Which is so mid-2000s, it makes me LOL. The second is, well, okay, if you're from the UK, you might want to cover your ears, okay? Lily's second catchphrase is
Spazzes. Spaz?
which she often directs at Mikey.
I'm sorry you're such a spaz.
And according to an employee that I talked to, they actually did have her stop using that word in season 2 after they found out it was offensive in the UK. She's voiced by Heather Donahue, credited under the name Anise Moriarty. She also played Kiki on Mew Power.
We can't beat these beans! I think they're radishes. Whatever!
Peanut Hamper in Star Trek Lower Decks.
Sucks to be organic. Enjoy having all your guts flying out or whatever.
Lindsay on the FX show You're the Worst.
He called me stupid. Can you believe that?
What?
I know.
And was in Pitch Perfect for a brief moment.
Ladies, it's now or never.
Mitsuki is Lily's roommate, and she plays the tough action girl on LilyMu.
How's business, Gonard?
But off the set, she's actually the kind, level-headed one in the group. While Mikey and Lily are completely egotistical, narcissistic, and selfish, Mitsuki tends to be the more selfless one. Honestly, sometimes a little too selfless for her own good. A recurring gag is that because she's such a quiet pushover, characters often forget her name.
Mitsuki, I've been on the show for 5 years.
Yes, this stranger makes a good argument.
Mikey especially forgets her name, which is hard for her because Mitsuki is obsessively in love with Mikey. This forms the show's love triangle. Mitsuki loves Mikey, Mikey loves Lily, Lily hates Mikey, Mikey doesn't realize Mitsuki exists. If you don't like love triangles though, don't worry, there's good news. Only 2 episodes focus on it as a plot point, and one of those never got made. The rest of the time is just played for laughs, with Mikey either getting rejected or being oblivious to her advances.
You have a crush?
Yeah, I hope you have a chance to meet her sometime.
Oh.
However, Mikey and Mitsuki's relationship does develop over the course of the show, and whether or not they end up together is constantly teased. For years, I could never figure out what anime Mitsuki was supposed to be a parody of. I reached out to Andrew Kaiko, a layout artist on the show, and he says that most likely Mitsuki is supposed to resemble characters from Evangelion, which is funny because her voice actress, Carrie Karanen, credited under the name Evelyn Lanto, would later go on to voice Miss Misato in the Netflix dub of Evangelion.
After a long day of work, this is what makes it all worthwhile!
She also voiced Mami from Madoka.
It's true he'll grant whatever wish you can think of. But remember, death is part of that deal.
And, I don't know, the teacher from Toradora.
I'm sure she thought long and hard about her decision, and we should respect that. Okay?
What the? Hey!
Gonard plays the purple maniacal villain on LilyMu, who's always plotting to take over Tokyo.
You may have won this time, LilyMu, but I'll be back.
But off the show, he's a himbo with a love for sandwiches. He's very dumb, and often says things that only make sense in his own little world.
You got any ideas, Gonard?
Yes, but I need 40 stout men, a car made of chocolate, and all the pickled clams we can lay our hands on.
Okay.
The most frequent joke with Gonard is that he likes to eat, and sometimes he even eats things that aren't food. He and Mikey have a childish, almost brotherly dynamic, with Mikey being like the kid who's a bad influence on the mostly innocent Gonard.
Shouldn't we stay in the other room to hear a bunch of stupid rules? We're responsible. We don't need rules. Cool. A sword!
But while Gonard generally tries to keep out of trouble, he does have a tendency to become obsessed with things and take them too far. Gonard appears to be a parody of Goku and actually shares the same voice actor, Sean Schemmel.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Also, did you know this guy was Black Doom in Shadow the Hedgehog?
As you can see, the day of reckoning will soon be here.
Wild. Guano is the writer and director of LilyMu, but he also performs in it as a character. He's a parody of Pokemon, and like a Pokemon, his character on LilyMu can only say his own name.
Guano, guano!
Now, I know what you're probably thinking. Guano, isn't that Spanish for bat poop? And yes it is. And no, I don't know why he has a Spanish name. So on the show, he's the cute furry mascot character, but off the set, he's a completely neurotic and anxious guy who's constantly breaking down under all the pressure he's put under.
All right, listen up. Here's a schedule while Ozu's gone.
Not you!
One of the jokes being that Guano has many random phobias that he has to grapple with on top of the pressure of his job. Unlike Mikey and Lily, whose pride comes from their massive egos, Guano's pride comes from his work. So he, more than anyone else, is upset when something goes wrong with the show, or if somebody tries to tamper with his artistic vision. Another recurring gag is that whenever he faces being fired, he worries he'll have to go back to one of his several previous jobs.
I'll have to go back to shampoo commercials.
Itchy shampoo gives your hair great volume.
One thing the show flip-flops on with its loose continuity is whether or not this is a guy in a fursuit or an actual magical animal. Like, sometimes it's a suit that he can take off, with the joke being that we never see the person inside, but other times, he's just an actual magical creature with mysterious powers in his gem. The show leans into this inconsistency though with gags like X-ray machines not working on him. He's played by Gary Littman, credited under the name Gary Mack, who has done a few other voices, like Kuro in One Piece.
What I want, I will make certain that I get.
And White Monkey in Ape Escape 2.
So, you finally made it.
But just because Guano writes and directs the episodes doesn't mean that he's the boss. Ozu is the short-tempered executive producer of the show. He's kind of like a father figure to this group of kids, and Mikey is his favorite child. No matter how bad Mikey acts up, he almost never holds Mikey to account.
But Mikey did it!
Perhaps we should start holding Mikey responsible for his actions.
But there are a few occasions where Mikey will go too far and he'll be yelled at, or even fired. In fact, it's a recurring gag that he fires everyone almost every episode. He's voiced by Stephen Maverly, who was actually one of the lead animators for the show and was in charge of the character designs for the American-style characters. And helping Ozu is his Yes Man named Yes Man. His official description sums it up best. The Yes Man agrees with Ozu. Yes. Basically, whenever Ozu says anything, Yes Man will immediately back him up.
You don't like the things I give you?
Things buy happiness!
Something else has come up.
Change of plans! Roll with it!
His panic attack better not ruin my show!
Welcome to the panic room!
He's voiced by Jesse Adams, who I actually couldn't find much information about. And then of course there's P-Head, the fake character who does not appear on Kappa Mikey. And those are all the main characters, but I feel like I should mention their cameraman Yoshi, who was also voiced by Jesse Adams. Of all the minor characters on the show, this guy shows up the most often. He operates the camera. Okay, moving on. But actually, before we go any further, I want to give a few disclaimers. Number 1, I have never lived in, nor have I ever been to Japan, and if there's one thing worse than someone who thinks they know a lot about Japan because they watched a lot of anime, it's someone who thinks they know a lot about Japan because they watched a lot of Kappa Mikey, so just know that everything I say I researched to the best of my abilities, but if I got anything wrong, or if I missed any nuances, or if I just missed anything in general, please let me know in the comments. Number 2, I really haven't seen that much anime. I've seen quite a bit, but what I mean is I'm not really in that community, so while I did do a lot of research to find the more obscure references, I probably am going to miss a few of them, or I might pronounce some names wrong, so I'm sorry in advance. Number 3, Kappa Mikey is an American TV show from 2006 about Japan, so you have to go in knowing that some things haven't aged particularly well. Now, the show's attitude towards this is probably best summarized by this interview Michael Sinterniklaas gave with Studio Kaiju at the time.
And it makes as much fun of Japan and Japanese culture and stuff as it does the stupid American who's screwing everything up. So actually, I've heard in Japan they love the show, because they're like, yeah, you can make fun of us, but in the end, the American's the dumb guy.
But that doesn't mean that there aren't some things that some people might find objectionable. One example you may have already noticed is that Ozu and Yes Man, the only characters with Japanese accents, are voiced by non-Japanese actors doing the accent. I mean, not going full South Park or Mickey Rooney or anything, but I can see where somebody might be upset by this.
Last one to the car is Dishonored.
Now, that's not meant to be a call-out against the voice actors, by the way. This was pretty common at the time. I'm just acknowledging it because, honestly, it would be really weird to ignore that aspect of the show in a video of this length. I'll call out some of the more egregious moments as they happen, but this video is not going to be an in-depth analysis of Japanese representation and cultural appropriation in the 2000s, as interesting as that would be. But on that subject, I would briefly like to cover the culture at the time that shaped Kappa Mikey. In the mid to late 90s, there was an anime boom, and kids everywhere were watching shows like Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z, and Sailor Moon. I cannot emphasize enough that there wasn't a single kid on the playground who didn't watch at least one of these shows. In response to anime's growing popularity in the 2000s, American studios began to make their own shows that were heavily inspired by anime, notably Teen Titans from 2003. The finale was even set in Tokyo, and the theme song was written by a Japanese rock duo named Puffy Yami Yumi, who got their own show in 2004. That year also gave us Megas XLR and Super Monkey Robot Team Hyperforce Go. 2005 gave us Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is one of my all-time favorite shows. And please note that all of these examples predate the first anime made in America's 2006 premiere. But anyway, Kappa Mikey was definitely part of a trend, but like a lot of these shows, it was clearly made by people who genuinely liked anime. Even if some of the humor hasn't aged well.
So what's the deal with bowing? Am I right?
And last thing before we talk about each episode, just for fun, as we go through them, I'm going to be placing them on a tier list to see how they compare with each other, but just keep in mind that these rankings are my personal opinions. And with all that out of the way, let's talk about the pilot episode, The Lost Pilot. It needs to be noted that this episode didn't actually air until almost the end of Season 1, about a year into the show's 2.5-year lifespan, but it's the first chronologically, and it was the first one in production order, so we'll be talking about it first. Other than this one exception, all other episodes will be listed in order of air date, not production order. The episode begins with Lily, Mitsuki, and Guano chasing down the evil Gonard in their battle wagon. Gonard summons robots from cards, but Ozu stops the scene and complains that he's sick of every episode of every anime being about cards.
Card.
He tells them that LilyMu's ratings are plummeting and demands that they add a new character to spice up the show. They hold auditions, but everyone, even Astro Boy, is awful. Then Guano gets the idea to turn the whole thing into a contest with scratch-off cards.
I hate cards! But I do like contests.
One of the cards makes it all the way to America, where we see Mikey failing his own audition.
You can't act!
At his lowest point, he gets hit by the winning card and flies to Japan. So here we are at the airport scene, and there are a ton of references here. There's Chi from Chobits, Kakashi from Naruto, Mega Man, Ultraman, Chippo from Inuyasha, and I'm sure a lot more. That person's gotta be a reference, right? And I see a space cowboy. Mikey introduces himself to everyone, and Ozu approves of him becoming the next star of LilyMu.
My god.
The rest of the cast offer to show him around Tokyo in their limo, which is a parody of the Mach 5 from Speed Racer, even driven by a parody of Speed Racer himself, and during this montage, they all become friends. They get back 5 minutes before the big press conference, but Ozu doesn't think he's ready, so he does the same montage with Mikey and fast forward. They reveal Mikey to the public and he's an instant hit. And so we go from one montage to another and now straight into another montage where Mikey has to avoid fangirls chasing him in an homage to the Beatles' Hard Day's Night. He's even put on the yen and meets the Prime Minister. And actually, because this episode was pushed so late in the season, this guy wasn't even the Prime Minister anymore by the time it aired. All this fame goes to his head and he shows up on the first day of shooting tired from a night of partying without rehearsing or even having read the script. So of course, he messes up horribly. Lily tells him off, jeez, that owl neck. Lily tells him off for his unprofessional behavior, reminding him that he may be famous, but he's not a good actor.
You don't belong here because you can't act!
Echoing what the parody of Simon Cowell said at the beginning.
Yeah, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Mikey takes this to heart and we get another montage, this time of Mikey being sad. Then, at his lowest point, Gonard and Guano come by to remind him that everybody makes mistakes, but if he quits, that's the end of the show, and they need him to try again. Mikey comes back to the set and this time does the scene perfectly, and Ozu gives him a present.
Cards? Mikey Simon cards.
This can be between us.
The end. Alright, so the pilot episode is honestly probably C tier for me. Like, it's definitely worth watching just to see the origin story and for the handful of jokes that get a laugh, but aside from that, it's really not the funniest episode, and the characters' personalities don't really shine like they do in the other ones. This isn't a bad episode, but it's also not great. Like, honestly, it's a pretty good baseline for the rest of the series. Again, this was the 20th episode to air in a 26-episode season. According to the press kit, it looks like they had already planned for the pilot to air later than expected, but as the 8th episode rather than the 20th. These press kits also came with a DVD that included the first 2 episodes that would air, as well as a sizzle reel. Which is a quick 3-minute summary of what the show is, who the characters are, why kids might connect with it, and what kinds of things you might expect in a typical episode. So basically it's what you're watching right now, but 160 times shorter. Luckily for those of us not in the press, the sizzle reel was also available to watch on their official website, kappamikey.com. Extra lucky for us is that interspersed between interviews and behind-the-scenes footage, they play clips of the pilot, but these clips are very different from the final version that aired on TV, and I'll highlight some of the more interesting changes. The first difference we see is that Gonard doesn't use a card launcher to shoot cards. We also see clips of the LilyMu gang throwing cards at Gonard, which they don't do in the final. And actually, this key art of Mikey holding cards might be a holdover from that version of the pilot, because no other episode of LilyMu is about cards. When Ozu yells cut, the shot is a lot less dynamic. There's less chaos, there's no falling cards, and a much less dynamic Ozu placement. We can also see that Gonard now has his card launcher, there are different designs for the robots, and Lily doesn't wear gloves. Although, this is actually a very common mistake on the show, and she does seem to wear gloves in all the rest of the clips, so I think it was just a mistake in this one scene. And speaking of mistakes, that guy is overlaid on top of the camera. The final version of this scene gives Ozu a more intense expression with each syllable. And obviously the backgrounds are very different. That's actually the key difference between the sizzle version and the final version. The backgrounds in the sizzle tend to be more simplistic and have a stylized color palette with gradients. A part of me almost kinda wishes that they kept these stylized colors because they're kinda cool. Not that there's anything wrong with the naturalistic color scheme that they decided to go with in the final show. I do find that the old backgrounds don't feel as cluttered, but they do lack a lot of the detail that the finals do, and sometimes I think maybe they were a little too barren. I just think it's really interesting to compare and think about what might have been. Next, the sizzle version has individual reactions from each character about getting cancelled. Guano uses the same drawing, but I'm really glad that Lily, Mitsuki, and Gonard got redrawn. Here's a big difference, with Guano being way more on model in the final version. Then in the reverse shot, they added an additional pose before Ozu gets into his main pose, which is a simple but effective animation detail that helps establish that Ozu is pushing into Guano's space. In this shot, we can see that instead of holding up a picture of a smelly cat, Yes Man is holding up an actual smelly cat. Here the characters are chibi and more expressive. Guano in the sizzle does not care. And here we can see that it's not just the 3D rendered anime backgrounds that got more detail. At Mikey's audition, we can see that the wall now has a poster, reminding us what he's auditioning for, and there are little details like this ladder. They've also changed the background outlines to be colored outlines rather than black, which I assume is to help the characters with black outlines pop out against the backgrounds more. Also, the puddles are reflective in the final, but solid blue shapes in the sizzle. Mikey is a lot less animated in these shots, just kinda taking the splashes without even flinching. When Mikey screams yes, the final has him jump for joy, whereas the sizzle version has him mostly stationary. Then he gets his picture taken for his passport, and in the Sizzle, the background is a dark purple blob, while in the final, it's a light pink blob. But in the theme song, it's an American flag and he walks alongside it. The airport scene is where we see some of the biggest differences. The final version has way more people and way less purple. And here we have a change with how the scene is shot.
I told you this was a mistake. Look how weird he looks.
I think it's a cute kind of weird.
Lily's poses are much more dynamic, and if you look closely, Mikey was given luggage. Then we have a separate insert of Mitsuki, really emphasizing her crush on Mikey instead of it all being done in one shot. And here's a rare case where I actually think that what we got in the final was a downgrade from the Sizzle. In the final version, we see a bigger crowd, sure, but the shot in the Sizzle makes it feel as if we're waiting in line with these people, which I just think is a little more cool. Here in the limo, the walls were given way more detail, and Mitsuki was redrawn to be more on model. The shot of Mikey forgetting her name is also changed. Also, it looks like they realized the background panning in perspective wasn't working, so there's just a TV there now. Mitsuki was also added into this shot, and into this one, which is hilarious. Also, look at Lily's scarf. This was fixed in the final. Here's a big change. The anime characters are all chibi in the final instead of being on model, and rather than awkwardly running from the foreground to the background, they just run flat against the camera. You know, sometimes something simple that works is better than something complicated that doesn't. The arcade screens are also glowing, which is a nice touch and helps the world feel more alive. I wish that made it into the final. Actually, it did. In the theme song. Also, if you look closely at Lily in the Sizzle version, she's wearing her LilyMu costume recolored to look like her regular clothes. You can see the zipper and the shorts instead of the skirt. And her walk cycle is just hilarious. Both her and Mitsuki's walk cycles look like they were animated for an action sequence and then just reused here, and they look so out of place. Inside the booth, the strangest difference is that Gonard has yellow and green eyes, close to what he has on LilyMu, but not really because those eyes are red. And for some reason, his teeth are yellow. And in the next picture, he has his evil monster nails from the LilyMu segments, which are trimmed in the final, although the thumb still has the sharp nail, and the shadow on the thumb is purple, which implies to me that Gonard was originally going to always be purple and beastly, but they changed it at some point during this episode's production. And there's more evidence of that coming up. Guano also had his expression changed, for the better in my opinion. Lily's eyes have no whites in either photo, and in the second photo, Mikey has a blue dot on his nose. These were all fixed in the final version, although strangely, while the fixes do carry over to the theme song, this blue dot still remains. That's the kind of hard-hitting information you're here for, right? Blue dots? No? Well, how about this? Within the show Kappa Mikey, there's in-universe promotion material for the show within the show LilyMu, like these posters. Let's get the obvious thing out of the way first. In the final version of the episode, it makes no sense that they reveal Mikey to the press, but Mikey is already on a banner behind them. There's no point where he could have taken those pictures during the two montages. Ding, hope someone got fired for that blunder, etc., etc. But more interestingly, the big joke with Lily and Mitsuki is that off-screen Mitsuki is a kind-hearted person, while on the show she's a tough-as-nails action star.
She's just a really good person, unlike the person that she plays on the LilyMu show, which she's really tough and badass.
Meanwhile, Lily is the sweet and innocent character on the show, yet off-screen she's a horribly mean diva.
Her roommate, Lily, on the other hand, who plays the real sweet, innocent girl on the show, doesn't like the fact that this goofball from America is being brought into her show.
What I find interesting is that in the Sizzle version, the promotional posters really emphasize this joke, with Mitsuki looking tough and Lily looking sweet, while the posters in the final version don't really do that. In fact, Lily's pose is more dynamic than Mitsuki's. Here's a change I do like though. After the reporters all want a piece of Mikey, we have these hands grabbing for him, which is much better visual storytelling than him being happy about whatever's happening off screen. And when Ozu whisks him away, first of all, Ozu has better running poses instead of this awkward shuffle and, wait, Mikey has pockets? Here's one where they changed a lot. In the final, Mikey comes out of a limo to emphasize his celebrity partying instead of just walking alone on a street. I do love the lighting in the Sizzle version though. The fact that the interior is lit is a really nice touch. And then the acting choice that he makes when he goes inside is different in the Sizzle.
Hey, I thought we were rehearsing. Hey, I thought we were rehearsing.
Here's a neat one. The camera is looking up at Gonard from Mikey's perspective, rather than it being flat on. And here again is a more dynamic camera. We're looking down at Mikey. Then we cut here, and instead of having the characters in profile view, they're shown at a 3/4 angle, which is a much more appealing angle in animation. And Gonard is given more poses. He does some hand gestures when he's asking a question, and he doesn't have the photos at the ready. He has to actually reach into his pocket to take them out. Again, this isn't like beautiful Walt Disney animation or anything, but it is an improvement and I want to point that out. The last interesting clip is this one of Mikey, Lily, and Mitsuki reacting to something. And the reason that it's interesting is because it doesn't appear in the final episode. It looks like it would have gone in the Becoming Friends montage, but the only part in the final that comes close to it is the cherry blossom bit. And those are all the interesting differences in the sizzle reel. According to the Tumblr of Andrew Kaiko, a layout artist and animator on the show, this episode was delayed a year and had 10 months of production because the studio wanted to keep working on it to bring it up to the same level of animation as the rest of the series. As a result, it had a mesh of animation styles from the first team and the later team. I reached out to another person who worked on the show who wishes to remain anonymous, and when I asked if any episode was particularly challenging to work on, they told me this episode was rough, and there's a reason it aired so late in the season. It was the first episode they made, and they were trying to figure out the pipeline as they made it, building the plane in midair, as they put it. The version of the episode we see in the sizzle was apparently fully boarded and mostly laid out, but they never actually finished animating it because there were some structural problems with the plot and the pacing that their animation pipeline was not equipped to deal with. The whole thing apparently had to get worked and reworked over and over to make anything out of it, and according to my source, morale was low, and they lost a lot of crew between seasons 1 and 2, which lines up with Andrew's statements about an old team and a new team. So, yeah, because it had to be redone, even though the first version was never finished, there basically were 2 pilots made for this show. Except that's actually a lie because there were 3.
Your reign of terror is over!
No! The LilyMu Squares Adventure Squad! And Guano!
Before the show was on Nicktoons, it was originally going to be on MTV. For a long time, the MTV Pilot was known to exist, but in 2017, a rough cut of the pilot was uploaded to YouTube by Sergei Aniskov, the director of every episode of Kappa Mikey. The differences are insane, so let's talk about it. It starts with a LilyMu action sequence like the final show will, with Mikey and Mitsuki fighting against Gonard and his giant robot to rescue Lily. It's also surreal to see these more adult jokes like Lily's panty shot, especially when the next joke is something that literally could have come from the final show, with robots who transform into other robots. And then it goes right back to being for adults.
I mean, didn't you ever play with these kinds of things when you were kids? The whole point is that they transform into something more badass.
Lily asks Guano why they even need Mikey, and Ozu gives the exposition. It's funny because this ratings board actually makes it into the final show, but with a cutout for Yes Man's head instead of it being a screen. They make a joke about the LilyMu video game, which actually makes it into the final show, but again, this version was intended for adults.
I did it! I beat the game!
Forgive my weakness!
Mitsuki comforts a homesick Mikey, and then there's a joke about people buying Mikey's used underwear in a vending machine. Honestly, the funniest part of this pilot is that the version we have is a rough cut with temp audio, so 1 minute they have professional voice acting.
You're different, but basically the same robots. Don't scare me, Gonard! Yeah!
And the next minute they sound like this.
What's the matter, Mikey? That's great news that the show is going so well. I know, Mitsuki, but I miss America. It's so different here in Japan.
And then, rather predictably of course, Mikey goes to the home of an evil soul-sucking vampire doing a Christopher Walken impression who's very excited that Mikey may be the one with the ruby hair of whom the prophecy foretold. He reveals to him that everyone in Japan has flying cars and takes him to Planet Hollywood.
Yeah.
The rest of the gang are concerned about Mikey's disappearance, and then we get the best joke in the pilot.
If Mikey Simon is gone, we are shutting down the LilyMu show! Forever! Unless we can find another American who looks sort of like him.
They take their flying car to find Mikey, but Gonard couldn't get a babysitter for his kids, Pepe and Ling Ling, so they tag along. Actually, I have to say, making Gonard a dad is something that I kinda wish they kept for the series. Like, just imagine this big idiot having the responsibility of kids. Like, they could have thrown a wrench into some plans, Mikey could have been like an irresponsible uncle to them. I don't know, I think it could have been a fun dynamic. They arrive at the vampire's private island and fight through his army of robots, but it turns out they're not robots, they're just guys in suits.
Mr. Yashimoto pays us to wear cool robot suits.
Die, robot!
The vampire's limo driver from earlier tries to stop them, but runs out of magic, so they walk in and find Mikey boiling in a cup of ramen. The Christopher Walken vampire, his name is Mr. Yashimoto by the way, but I'm just gonna call him Christopher Walken vampire.
Guests can't leave before the ceremony.
Grabs Mikey and he's about to kill him, but the limo driver magic guard person, named Bob, reveals that they love him, and that they have ruby hair, and that they are a woman. Christopher Walken vampire is very happy and love fills the room. Mikey rejects Mitsuki's advances, but I can't tell if he's knowingly rejecting her or is just oblivious like he is in the final show. It's kinda hard to tell. They have this segue,
Superpower, delicious, ramen noodle.
which looks like it would evolve into the dancing sushi transitions that the show is known for. And then they end up outside overlooking the corpses from their battle. Mikey compares it to World War II, and all the Japanese characters have no idea what he's talking about. The end. Needless to say, this is very different. I think the most interesting thing about the MTV Pilot is how it makes me view the Nicktoons Pilot, since they were written for different demographics. In the Sizzle reel, Larry Schwartz says,
I think that any kid that has had to make new friends, move to a new town, go to a new school, will be able to really relate to exactly what Mikey Simon is going through.
A few plots of the early episodes stem from the central idea of fitting in. Mikey needs a new apartment, but he doesn't fit in with his new roommates. The gang need to drive somewhere, but Mikey doesn't fit in, physically into their car, but also he doesn't fit in with their already established relationships and routines. And in the pilot, Mikey's insecurity about not fitting in as a real actor makes him want to leave for America. The final pilot is also just a more complete story overall. Mikey is told he can't act, becomes a celebrity, messes up, is told he can't act, and then learns a lesson about not giving up. This one's about fighting robots and vampires. Not that that's bad, it's just interesting to compare the differences. Though, I'll be honest, when I first watched this pilot, I thought the version we got was missing some scenes. I watched it assuming that in a final version, things like the abrupt cut from Mikey being homesick to Mikey visiting a vampire's apartment would have had a scene or two in between to help explain what's going on, or that there'd be a scene that explains how the cast knew about the vampire and how they knew to go to his island mansion instead of his city apartment, which is where he was meeting him, but no, apparently this pilot was always supposed to be 14 minutes, and this is it. This is the whole plot. So if the first version of the Nicktoons pilot was anything like this, then I'm starting to see what those pacing issues might have been. Oh, and of course, the designs are very different here. Mikey wears an absolutely hideous shade of green and kind of a reddish purple. I don't even know what to call these colors. Dark chartreuse and plum. I'll compare the rest of the differences in his costume when we see the other early Mikey designs, so until then, Guano has a— wait, no, I'm sorry, I can't move on. Just look at these colors. It looks like baby diarrhea and cranberry sauce. Okay, I'm sorry, okay. Guano has a different body shape, a shorter tail, a different gem, markings on the face, and large anime eyes instead of dot eyes. Mitsuki has a different haircut with pink in it, and she has more cleavage. Lily's outfit looks like what would become her final street clothes, but interestingly, we never see the anime characters change into their normal clothes in this pilot. Mikey is the only one who ever changes outfits here, which means that Gonard is always purple and beastly, which again might have been something they were planning to do in the final show, and could explain the strangeness we see in the Sizzle pilot. Gonard also has a much more squashed face, different hair, and his armor resembles Saiyan armor much more, although not nearly as much as it did in the MTV Sizzle. I had no idea what this was when I first saw it. It was found on a Nicktoons DVD, so my initial thought was that it came after the MTV pilot, but that didn't make sense because the animation is even rougher and all their designs are even further from their final versions. Mikey isn't even voiced by Michael Sinterniklaas, though, to be fair, even in the MTV pilot, he was only half voiced by him. There was also this Rumpus logo at the end, which implies that it came before the MTV pilot, and my anonymous source confirmed that this was a very loose, flash-animated premise trailer that accompanied a pitch book as a sizzle to pitch the project to MTV and see if they were interested in funding a full pilot. In this 3-minute short, Mitsuki, Lily, and Guano land in the streets of Tokyo. An army of Eva Unit 2s comes at them and they fight until Gonard, wearing Saiyan armor, reveals himself. And I don't mean a parody of Eva Unit 2 or an homage to Saiyan armor, I mean literally just those things, they traced over them. But to be fair, this was meant to sell an idea to a studio, it wasn't intended for public viewing. In this pilot, there are 2 Ozus.
I don't get it. How could there be 2 Ozus?
And they're both upset by the ratings that Yes Man is holding. Hey look, there it is again. Wow, the evolution of a joke. Anyway, the producers want someone new to spice up the show, and I mentioned that this show had some things that didn't age well, but that was a 2006 show that went through Nickelodeon standards and practices. When we go back to the 2004 MTV pilot, you probably noticed that we got more edgy and stereotypical. But here in this unfiltered pitch to MTV, yeah. Anyway, they see an American superhero called the Postal Avenger and call the actor Mikey, who demands more money before he zooms out to reveal he's in the unemployment line. And here's something I wish there was more of in the final show. We see so few American characters, and especially American locations in the final show, and I wish we had more of the 2 worlds colliding. Anyway, Mikey busts out on set, rocking out to Kid Rock's Ba-Diddy-Ba, messes up the scene by headbutting Gonard through the set, and he gets told off by a third Ozu character.
Maybe one's a ghost, and one's a mirror.
Ozu 3 demands that Mikey uses Kung Fu, and apparently this version of Mikey was going to be the difficult-to-work-with artist type because he asks for his character's relationship to the Kung Fu, which, and I might be wrong about this, but I thought Kung Fu was Chinese and that Japan had karate. Everyone complains about how difficult he's being, and Mikey acts kinda racist at them.
And I have a job to do here, and I'm not gonna run around yelling and screaming in some foreign language because I don't have my sushi.
Then the taglines play out and Mikey asks for fries with his sushi, which is a joke I'm surprised didn't make it into the final since it really sums up the whole premise in one sentence. Also, if you notice, this animation would later be reused for the proto-sushi transitions in the MTV Pilot, which explains why the chef is confused and looking in a random direction. And that's the fourth pilot, or MTV Sizzle, or whatever. Again, this was made back in the Rumpus days, and I asked my anonymous source if there was any pilot made when Rumpus teamed up with Sunbow, but it sounds like there wasn't. It may have just been a partnership to get funding for a pilot, and the partnership didn't last into the Nicktoons version of the show. And this is just speculation from me, but it might have been creative differences that split them up. It's just a little bit weird that in your article announcing your partnership, you're already admitting to having creative differences. But regardless, this is the last pilotish thing I have to show you. But it's funny. I remember seeing this image pop up a lot when I would Google Kappa Mikey back in the day, and I always thought it was just some weird fan art or something. But it turns out it was just this old design. And speaking of old designs that pop up in Google search results, this image has haunted me for quite a while. For example, it's currently the image Wikipedia uses for the show, but it's wrong. It's using an old design for Mikey that appeared in the Nicktoons Sizzle version of the pilot, although ironically not in any of the shots we can actually see. Even this poster behind Larry Schwartz cuts off right before we see Mikey, but my anonymous source confirmed that this design was used in the Sizzle version of the pilot. It has the final red and blue color scheme, thankfully ditching those MTV colors, but the most telling difference between this and the final is that Mikey's M is red instead of dark blue. Also, just like the MTV Pilot and MTV Sizzle, Mikey's mask swoops down around his uncovered nose instead of having sharp corners and a covered nose. The final design also has a little widow's peak cut out in the mask, whereas the other designs have one smooth, unbroken line. Strangely, the MTV Sizzle version does another weird swoop down, and his ears are popping out of the mask. And in that version, his cape was more Batman than it was Superman. In the Nicktoons Sizzle and final show, they removed Mikey's knees and streamlined his legs into noodly tubes, and I'm glad that they did because it helps him stand out against the more anatomical anime characters. His boots and gloves were given some details in the final version that don't exist in the other versions, and in the final version he has shoulder pads and a utility belt, giving him a little splash of yellow, which I think looks nice. And the utility belt really helps sell the American superhero idea that they're going for. It's disappointing that the Sizzle never shows us this design in action, but in an old studio demo reel there are 2 clips, possibly from the Sizzle reel, though it could be from an animation test, but it uses Mikey's red M design as well as the Sizzle reel's robot design. Interestingly, in the final show, LilyMu is always tinted blue, but here it's tinted red. Anyway, getting rid of the red M design was pretty obviously a last-minute change because it actually does make it into the final show on several occasions. For example, the Mikey Simon cards Ozu gives him at the end have this design on it, so I'll be sure to point out every time we see red M Mikey. Also, this image has an older version of Guano too, where he appears to be rounder with smaller ears, thicker legs, and a square gem on his chest. But this version of Guano only appears in this one image and doesn't even appear in this other version of it. And so now that we're done talking about the first episodes that were made, it's time to talk about the first episode people actually got to watch. The Switch, which aired on Nicktoons Network February 25th, 2006, nearly a full year before the pilot would finally air. It begins with the gang racing to track down Gonard, who sits atop a brick tower. During the sequence, we can actually see Red and Mikey's mask design for like a second. Gonard fires lasers down at them and Mikey leaps into the air to fight him, but accidentally knocks down the prop tower, collapsing it into cardboard boxes. Mikey asks to borrow some of these boxes to help him move out of the discount hotel he's staying at, and that's actually a reference to real-life Japanese capsule hotels. The gang talk about what their apartments at LilyMu Towers are like, and we learn that Lily and Mitsuki are roommates, Gonard lives with his mom, and like Mikey's parents, we only ever hear her voice. Guano never reveals where his apartment is, and Ozu lives in the penthouse. Mikey asks Ozu if he can hook him up with an apartment there, but Ozu says every room is full. But since he always gives Mikey everything he wants, Ozu decides that Mikey will be roommates with Lily and Mitsuki.
Problem solved!
The subplot, meanwhile, is about Guano reassembling the box tower Mikey knocked over, but things keep knocking it down. Finally, he has a nervous breakdown, so Gonard handcuffs Guano to him to stop him from running all over the place, but he loses the key. They try everything to break the handcuffs, but finally they see that the key was stuck to Gonard's butt the whole time. Mikey, meanwhile, is being the absolute worst roommate.
I wanted to show you guys what a great roommate I can be, so I made you this quilt. Each piece represents a different special memory we've shared. Lily, this is from when I broke your grandma's vase. Mitsuki, this is from when I cut up some of your clothes to make a quilt.
Also, Mitsuki's shrine to Mikey uses the red M design, as does Lily's. Also, for some reason, Mikey's pants have pockets. Finally, things come to a head and they complain to Ozu, who decides Mikey gets the apartment, and Lily and Mitsuki are moved to the worst apartment in the building. Which, if this apartment was available, aside from that guy, then why doesn't Mikey just get this place? Well, either I'm a genius or this show was written for kids, because that's exactly what happens. Mikey feels bad, so he arranges to switch rooms with them. Lily and Mitsuki are happy back in their room, and Mikey is happy in his own apartment. We never see this man again, and I assume he's either dead or he still lives there, but he's always just off screen. The LilyMu scene plays out again, but this time Mikey makes the jump by working together with Lily and Mitsuki. One really nice touch is that Gonard got a welding mask stuck on his face after trying to melt the handcuff chains.
It's hard to breathe!
And it's still on his face during the reshoot of the scene. I just think it's a funny detail. The behind the scenes for the pilot was a mess, so it couldn't air as the first one, but I actually think this episode is stronger and not a bad one to start with. The plot still focuses on Mikey being new to Japan without it overtly being about him, literally getting off the plane and being taken on a tour of Tokyo. All the characters and their personalities really shine in this one, and there are gags in both plots that just crack me up. Even if the resolution to the main plot is a bit incomprehensible. I said it was Mikey's idea to switch rooms as an apology for what he's done, but I'm only 50% sure that that's the correct read. Okay, so Mikey feels bad, and then he makes a big display of how much he loves their new room and offers to switch with them. Lily refuses on principle because she doesn't want him to take yet another thing away from them, and Mikey responds by saying,
"Fine, I don't even want this wonderful room that I love."
So obviously Mikey is playing this up to get them to take the hint, right? Mikey is too prideful to apologize to them directly, but he still wants to set things right. I think it's obvious that that's what he's doing, but I guess it's not, because after Mitsuki sarcastically says how great it will be that Mikey lives in the girly room that's too big for him while they live in the stinky cramped room that only he loves, both Lily and Mikey have a revelation. So, was this not Mikey's plan the whole time? Did he legitimately come over with no intention of setting things right, decide to ask for their room, and then throw a genuine tantrum when he didn't get what he wanted? I just don't know if I buy that. Everything else in this episode is making it pretty clear that he's playing this up so that they take a hint, but it resolves when he takes the hint. And that's not even getting into the fact that several characters mention several times that there are no open rooms in LilyMu Towers, and yet this room exists, and the guy that lives here just isn't a problem? I guess we can handwave that away and just assume that they took Yes Man's advice.
This won't be easy. We'll have to
evict some more people!
Improvise.
But still, I think that the ending would have worked better if this was a storage room or a janitor's closet that got renovated. So, with all these really harsh complaints about the ending, you're probably wondering why it's an A tier. And it's honestly just because the jokes are very funny in this one. Way better than anything that's in the pilot. The pilot certainly has a better ending and overall structure.
Every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one.
It has a stronger skeleton, but the meat's kind of flimsy, and the meat's the part that I eat, so I'd rather eat this episode and use the pilot for a nice soup. Or, however metaphors work. In the portfolio of former Animation Collective animator Natalia Alina, I found the full version of this episode with the scratch track audio. All the dialogue is the same, but the music hasn't been composed yet, so we can hear the temporary stand-in music. For example, during the montage where Mikey is feeling alone, they play Gilbert O'Sullivan's Alone Again Naturally.
Hi, you've reached the Simon residence.
And when Ozu showers Mikey with gifts, they play will.i.am's Go, which was replaced with this song in the final. We also get to hear the original version of the LilyMu theme song, which can also be heard in the Sizzle reel.
Gonard, where did he go?
The only animation difference that I noticed is this one scene where Lily and Mitsuki react to Mikey, but aside from that, the episode is identical. And I'm kinda disappointed that there weren't any huge animation changes or deleted scenes or anything, but it's still pretty cool. You can also really appreciate the voice acting now that it's not drowned in sound effects.
Here, why don't you take this too? too. And this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and take this!
But it also makes you appreciate how important sound effects are to the energy of the show.
Feet to the left. How can I? There's no time. The show. We gotta tape. I can't.
Again, this was the first episode to air, but on the same day it was followed up by Mikey Impossible, which starts with Gonard holding Lily hostage in a helicopter. He throws down a mechanical acorn, which is a dud until Guano sneezes on it, and it grows into a mechanical bonsai tree, which seems to be phasing in and out of reality. Looks like some kind of rendering glitch with the 3D animation, but anyway, it shoots poison needles at our heroes. Mikey starts bullfighting with them, and the needles hit the camera, ruining the scene.
Mikey, that's the third cameraman in 5 minutes.
I actually found the storyboards for this particular sequence boarded by Travis Kousel, so let's compare. It starts with Gonard's helicopter taking off as the team just misses him. We cut to a close-up of Lily crying for help before Gonard sticks a band-aid over her mouth to silence her. The final version begins with the helicopter already in motion, and Lily is never silenced. Gonard laughs maniacally and circles his helicopter up a giant bonsai tree, which is omitted from the final episode entirely, and he pushes her out of the helicopter. And just look at these drawings. Holy cow, these poses, the perspective, the foreshortening, the breakdown of the actions, really amazing stuff here. I love this. She lands in the tree, and Gonard tells the rest of Team LilyMu to save her, but the tree is covered in poison needles. Guano and Mikey tell him that they aren't afraid, and dang, these drawings are just great. They're so expressive. Also, please note that this is the old Red M Mikey design. Since they aren't afraid of the tree, Gonard lobs 2 acorns at them, which again are duds. Mikey says the line,
"Looks like you forgot to water your acorns, Gonard!"
before Guano sniffs them curiously and sneezes. In the final, he just sneezes, there's no sniffing. Then, instead of turning into a tree with poison needles, they turn into steel bonsai mechanical assault monsters, who would move like Phantom Menace droidicas. We zoom into their eye as they lock onto target and begin spinning and shooting their needles. There's a split screen like in the final, but Guano hops from screen to screen, which is interesting because I could never tell if Mikey's arm crossing into Mitsuki's split screen was an animation mistake or an extremely subtle meta joke about how Mikey doesn't fit in with the anime show. And the fact that they were originally going to play with the split screen honestly just raises further questions. But like, if this was a joke, you'd think there'd be a punchline like he bumps into Mitsuki by accident. Also, Mikey doesn't have this problem with any other split screen on the show, so animation mistake it is. Mikey grabs a manhole cover and defends Guano with it. Then it goes into a Matrix parody, because it was the mid-2000s, and if you weren't doing an homage to this scene from the Matrix, then you were dragged out onto the street and shot. In an homage to this scene from the Matrix. Mikey throws away the manhole, crushing Guano, and does his bullfight routine. The camera gets hit by needles, not in first person this time, and 2 crew members pop their head into frame. The end. It's really cool to see the original idea boarded like this. I imagine that it was cut down for time constraints, since it simplifies Lily from being held captive in a helicopter and then in a tree to just being held captive in a helicopter. And I'm sure production costs and deadlines played a big part in the changes too. You know, why spend the time designing, modeling, and animating a giant poison spike tree that basically does nothing, and then 2 poison spike robots that do all the work, when you could just make 1 poison spike robot tree that does everything? But enough behind the scenes stuff. So, Ozu calls the cast to his apartment to announce his plans to go on vacation, and he appoints Lily the boss while he's away. During the meeting, Mikey and Gonard sneak off into the other room and play with a samurai sword, accidentally destroying Ozu's 500-year-old bonsai tree. Ozu leaves for vacation, and Mikey asks everyone, except Lily, to help replace the tree. Lily works them all like dogs, but they concoct a plan to buy a new bonsai tree online and break into Ozu's apartment to switch them. And because of that, I always mix up this one's title with the last one. Oh, The Switch? That's the one where they need to switch the bonsais, right? No, wait, that's the one where Mikey's their roommate and they switch rooms at the end. Anyway, Ozu calls to reveal that he'll be back in 15 minutes.
But I thought you were still on vacation.
I am. I'm vacationing at the airport.
Yes, very efficient.
And this is the funniest thing I've seen in my life.
Yes, wow!
Also, if you notice, the airport uses the backgrounds from the original version of the pilot instead of the updated version. They all go to Gonard's room to discuss the plan, and then they break into Ozu's apartment, doing all sorts of spy-related gags to get past the security system until Mikey finally switches the bonsai. But in his gloating, he destroys the replacement tree too. He tries to reassemble the tree with glue, but Ozu catches him and fires everyone. Miraculously, though, the bonsai tree begins to grow. But like, isn't that the replacement tree? Either way, Mikey is forgiven and the cast are hired back. The closing LilyMu sequence has Mikey cut the poison needles off the tree with the orb and blow them off with a leaf blower thing. Lily falls out of the helicopter like the storyboards, though it's significantly less dynamic, and Gonard swears he'll return. Personally, for this ending, I would have liked to have seen Mikey use a samurai sword to cut the needles, implying that they're using their real-life experiences to improve the show, but I also get that that's more animation than they probably had time for. It's a lot easier to animate an orb cutting off needles than it is to have a guy with a samurai sword doing it. Also, something else I always noticed about this episode, there are some really awkward transitions between locations in this one. Like, they start talking about the problem in Mikey's room, and then this happens.
He has had that tree a long time.
Yeah, almost as long as you've had that pizza.
It's starting to really stink. Let's go to my room.
Okay.
Then they continue talking about the problem in Mitsuki's living room as if nothing happened. And just to be clear, I don't mean that the sushi transition was weird. Like, that's a standard transition for the show. In fact, it's pretty tame compared to the others. No. I mean that it's weird that the writers wanted the characters to be in Lily's room so that Lily could be a threat to their plans, and the way that they wrote this was not to have Lily barge in on them and drag them away to do chores. Instead, the excuse that they wrote was stinky pizza. Then after the commercial break, they're suddenly and very briefly in Gonard's room for basically no reason, before they go to Ozu's room for the heist. I don't know, it just always felt to me like they were trying to use every single location in this episode or something. Not that that's bad necessarily, it's just something that I noticed as a kid, and I've always wondered why it was like that, because I might even go so far as to say that a more economic version of the story that takes place entirely in LilyMu Studios while they film an episode of LilyMu would have made for a stronger story, since Lily being the boss and breathing down their necks would mean more if they were like, at their place of work, stuck in the same room as her. Again, it's not a big deal, I like the episode as it is, and there's something cozy about it being in their apartment building, but it's just something I think about a lot. One other thing about this episode that confused me when I was younger is Yoshi's eyes. At the beginning, we see Yoshi poisoned and his eyes look like this, which is how they normally look. But in this episode, when he's calm, his eyes are dots. And I've always wondered why that was, because at no other point in the series are his eyes ever dots like this. When I was younger, I thought that they originally intended for Yoshi to have these dot eyes, but liked how he looked when he was poisoned and gave him those eyes for the rest of the show. But that theory doesn't hold up given that the episode before this one, he has his normal eyes. So I'm probably overthinking it, and these dot eyes are just a silly expression he had for one episode, but I don't know, it always confused me. Anyway, I'm putting this episode in A tier. While it does have some of the awkwardness you can expect from an early episode of any show, this is the one where you can start to catch glimpses of what makes Kappa Mikey special. And I stand by that these two episodes make for a much better introduction to the series than the pilot does, even if both endings are extremely difficult to follow Deus Ex Machinas, which is a problem it kinda shares with the next one, Ship of Fools. The episode begins with an action sequence where Gonard splits himself into 3 different elemental versions of himself: fire, ice, and sunshine. Then they recombine into Super Gonard, and I've always questioned the math on this. Like, Gonard split into 3, or actually I guess there are 4 of them now, so each Gonard would be 1/4, right? But then they recombine to be like 20 times taller? Mikey throws the orb to defeat him, but accidentally cuts the ropes that tie down the inflatable prop, setting it loose into the real Tokyo. Ozu tells them that they need to attend the promotional event for the new LilyMu video game, which Mikey is hyped for. And it's strange to see Mikey doing this smoke out of the ears cartoon thing. This is the only time in the whole show where he does anything cartoony like this, and I kinda wish that they leaned more into these American cartoon tropes. The anime characters all do the sweat drops and the forehead veins and all the other anime cliches, but besides this moment, Mikey doesn't really do any of the American cartoon cliches. My guess is that they wanted to restrain Mikey's animation so that the anime expressions would seem bigger. Anyway, some quick facts about the game. Everybody in the episode calls it The Game, or The LilyMu Video Game, but the official title appears to be LilyMu Mikey Madness. The game itself is a Donkey Kong clone for the Moo Boy, and it has an E rating. Clearly that's a non-copyright infringing parody of the ESRB's E for Everyone, but we're in Japan, so if we look at Japan's SERO rating system, they have A for all ages, B for 12 and older, C for 15 and older, D for 17 and older, and Z for 18 and older. So while there's no E rating, we can see that theoretically it would be worse than a D rating. Like, what could possibly happen in this game? It's also hard to tell because the show only ever goes up to 480p, even on official releases, but I believe the video game is using the Red M Mikey design. You can't see the M color, and it's hard to confirm whether or not the nose is bare, but the boots and gloves don't have the detail, and he has no shoulder pads or utility belt. At the event, oh look, Red M Mikey on a billboard too. Anyway, at the event he decides to open the doors early, but it causes a mob, trampling him and leaving him gameless. He can't ask Ozu for another copy because he forgot that a few months ago Ozu gave him a special preview copy that he broke, so he needs to get his own. There's a montage set to a Benny Hill sound-alike where Mikey tries everything to get the game, with a recurring gag being that this dog keeps stealing his copies, and there's one part of this montage that I want to talk about for way too long. During this scene where he tries to steal it from Yo from Shaman King, his plan is to, put a coat over a puddle for him, but then the dog from earlier steals it. I'm really confused about how that would get him the... Oh wait, okay, so that's supposed to be a hole that he dug, and he's hiding it with the coat so the guy will fall in. But can you really blame me for thinking that this is a puddle? Like, first of all, it's blue. Second of all, there's no dirt or shovels nearby to indicate that he did any digging. And lastly, just listen to the sound effect they play when he puts down the coat. Like, that has to be a hole, right? Like, it being a hole is the only thing that makes this scene make sense, but even as I say that, I'm honestly only 50% confident that this is a hole. Also, when the dog pops out of the coat to steal the game, the camera pans to the right, but the background isn't big enough to cover the screen after the pan, so we get this large bar of blue void. There are also some red outlines on the dog for a few frames, and most interestingly, this scene's backgrounds, and particularly the colors, are stylized similar to how the Sizzle Reels version of the pilot was stylized. Which probably means that this scene was made very early in production. I mean, just compare this background with the scene 30 seconds prior. Anyway, after everyone, including Chun-Li, won't give him a copy of their game, Gonard suggests buying a pirated copy from some pirates. Here we meet a reoccurring character on the show, King Pirate. Mikey doesn't read the standard pirate contract King Pirate gives him, and it turns out he traded Gonard for the game. And with that, it's time to introduce the Kappa kidnap counter. Every time someone gets kidnapped, the counter goes up, but just note that I'm not going to be counting any of the kidnappings that happen on the LilyMu show, only the plot-important kidnappings that happen in the actors' lives. See, whenever this show can't figure out how to raise the stakes, they'll just have one of the characters get kidnapped. Sometimes it works, sometimes it's whatever, and sometimes it's completely out of nowhere. But collectively, you do start to notice that it is a bit of a trend on this show. Anyway, Gonard is kidnapped by pirates and they set off to save him, but they get shipwrecked in a parody of Castaway. Meanwhile, in the subplot, Lily and Mitsuki bumped into a mysterious guy at the promotion who they mistake for Mikey. He's not given a name, but in the description he's known as Suave Mikey.
Why are you wearing sunglasses?
Because your beauty is blinding.
Most of this subplot is jokes where Suave Mikey and Real Mikey are never in the same place at the same time, but always just barely miss each other, confusing the girls. He takes them on a romantic boat ride, but then to everyone's confusion, the Real Mikey and Guano show up.
And who are you?
Yes. Interesting story.
And we never see Suave Mikey again. The gang confront the pirates to get Gonard back, and we can see that one member of the crew was a parody of Usopp from One Piece. Ozu shows up in a helicopter to rescue them, but they couldn't save Gonard, until Mikey gets the idea to use the Super Gonard balloon to scare the pirates. He saves Gonard, and Ozu gives him a copy of the game, which is our kind of Deus Ex Machina ending. I say kind of because the situation evolved from getting the game to saving Gonard from pirates, and his rescue actually does use elements that were properly set up back in Act 1 and then called back to in Act 2. So this Deus Ex Machina is really only being used to handwave away the loose threads that got us to this point, unlike the last episode where it solves the main conflict. And even then you could argue that the idea of asking Ozu for a copy does get mentioned, so it's not completely out of nowhere. I think the reason that it feels so weird is that 2/3 of this episode were focused on getting the game, so the fact that Ozu just resolves it with little fanfare is a bit weird. And also, Mikey already has a copy of the game at this point. I mean, it's a pirated copy, but still, he has one, so I guess now he just has two. Anyway, the action sequence at the end has Mikey knock down Super Gonard without cutting the ropes. This episode is honestly kind of forgettable. Like, nothing about it really makes me dislike it, but I don't really want to go and watch it again. Although Suave Mikey is pretty funny. So, C tier it is. But it's a pretty low C tier, unlike our next episode, Saving Face, which is also C tier, but stronger in my opinion. The episode begins with the team fighting old lady robots, but Mikey messes up the scene when he runs backwards to avoid having an embarrassing pimple on camera.
I've always had perfect skin! How could this possibly have happened?
Ozu takes him to a plastic surgeon named Dr. Takashi Katashi, who's a parody of Kakashi from Naruto. On his wall of celebrity clients, we can see Blackjack, Chobits, and some other third guy. Also, Yoshi was one of his clients, which just fueled my childhood Yoshi Eye conspiracy theory.
2 glass eyes coming up.
It's real, I tell ya. Katashi mistakenly performs an enlargement on the pimple, and the paparazzi get a picture. So Mikey chases him down to an office where Scoop Suzuki, a parody of James Jonah Jameson and publisher for the Daily Scoop, tricks him into spilling a bunch of embarrassing LilyMu secrets. This especially hurts Lily, whose subplot has been about doing PR to win a spot on the Tokyo Trend's top 50 most beautiful people list after she was replaced as a spokesperson for Hitoshi Beauty Cream by a sock puppet named Saki. Also, I can't be sure, but I swear Saki's name must be a pun of sake, the alcoholic rice beverage. Like, why else would they have it be a sock puppet, right? Like, am I overthinking this? Is this just meant to be silly?
Oh, baby. Stay sake.
Look, he even pronounces his name Sake. It's real, I tell ya. Mikey demands Scoop give him an apology and his embarrassing photo back, which Scoop agrees to. But then he takes an even worse picture and blackmails him again. Now he wants Mikey to take embarrassing photos of his castmates, which Mikey doesn't want to do at first, but he breaks down and takes them to save his own skin. When the newspaper comes out, the rest of the cast are upset, but they can't figure out who could have taken these photos. The guilt finally eats away at him, so Mikey confesses, causing everyone to be mad and never want to speak to him again. To make up for it, Mikey holds a press conference and reveals his pimple to the world, declaring that he and his friends have nothing to be embarrassed about.
We don't care what you say about us. We don't care if you print pictures of us. We don't care if you watch our show or buy our products.
And then everyone claps and forgives Mikey, except Lily, who had the most on the line with her PR. But Mikey tells her to watch the TV for one last piece of gossip he leaked, because it turns out Saki was also one of Dr. Katashi's patients, and used to be a dork. So Lily ends up beating him on the list. For the ending LilyMu sequence, instead of fighting old lady robots, the gang fight paparazzi bots, another example of them tying in their personal lives with the show, which I like and I wish that they would do more of. And then they defeat the robots with pimple missiles. So yeah, it's a pretty okay episode, but I bet there are some of you out there thinking, wow, Mikey is a total jerk. Why are they cheering for him? He belongs in prison. The Fugi-Kid. This title and the plot of the episode are a parody of the TV show and movie The Fugitive, about a man being framed for the murder of his wife and running away from the police as he tries to find the one-armed man who really did it. Now personally, I would have named this one The Fugitive, and I would have involved Mount Fuji in the plot somehow, but maybe that's just me. The episode starts with Gonard using an invisibility coat to get away from Team LilyMu. Mikey tries to shoot him, but he can't see and ends up destroying the whole set. Ozu tells them to be careful because it's a top secret coat that they're borrowing from the government and it has to go back later that day. Mikey is intrigued by the idea of turning invisible, but everyone tells him to just let it go. But Mikey, being Mikey, decides to do it anyway.
I think I know what Ozu meant by don't use the coat.
No rules for Mikey! Everybody, go wild!
While his friends are off at lunch, he goes around Tokyo causing all kinds of mischief with the coat, like giving Gonard and Guano wedgies, eating people's food, and, sexually harassing this woman. Yeah, 2006 was a different time. Even SpongeBob was doing it. He gets it back without anyone noticing he borrowed it, but a one-armed man steals it right before Agent Yoshida, a parody of Commander Amaro from Fooly Cooly, arrives to pick it up, leading everyone to believe that Mikey stole it. He's put on trial and found guilty. Also, there's this joke here.
But isn't it true that you once went by the name Denim Boy?
I plead the fifth!
But pleading the fifth is an American thing. Japan's constitution has something similar, but that's Article 38. But more importantly, it's a quick throwaway joke written for an American audience of children, so like, whatever. Outside the courthouse, his fans demand his freedom before being distracted by an ice cream truck. And if you look carefully at these signs, you can see a reference to Che Guevara, a major figure in Cuba's communist revolution. Also, employees at the Kappa Mikey Comic-Con booth wore t-shirts with this design on it. And if somebody could please tell me what this Mikey surrounded by a spiral of barbed wire is a reference to, I'd really appreciate that. So anyway, Mikey escapes and hides out with Gonard, and for some reason Gonard's mom has a different voice than before.
Gonard! Have you seen my Sunday dress?
Gonard! Did you clean your room?
It's a pigsty in here.
Mom!
They convince Ozu to distract the police while they set up a trap for the one-armed man by baiting him with Ozu's giant diamond.
I'm not done with you, one-armed man!
One-armed man?
What are you? Some kind of two-armed man?
Mikey tries to catch him, but the gun he's using is just a prop, which... Didn't he just destroy the whole set with that thing? Like, literally earlier this episode? There was even a joke about Yes Man getting hurt by it. Oh well, anyway, he catches the cat burglar but destroys the coat in the process. All is forgiven though because they broadcasted the whole thing live, proving Mikey's innocence to all of Tokyo. In the final LilyMu segment, Gonard doesn't have the coat and instead gets away via helicopter. Mikey shoots and doesn't miss, saving the day. Okay, I actually really like this one. I think the two-armed man joke is really clever, and there are just a ton of funny moments in this one. This is also the first episode that starts to shake off the awkward pacing that the early episodes have, as the writers, actors, and editors all find the show's voice, culminating in the next episode, Mikey Likes It. This title is a reference to the famous 1972 Life cereal commercial.
He likes it! Hey, Mikey!
The episode is also sometimes called Mikey Likes It (garbage). And going in, let me just say that this might be my favorite episode of the whole show. Not to oversell it or anything. The episode begins with Gonard freezing things with his ice blaster, but he slips. Mikey grabs the blaster and runs across the street to finish him off, but he also slips and accidentally shoots the fountain, crushing Gonard under a tower of ice and messing up the scene. Mitsuki takes a photo, explaining that she loves to keep an album of all their memories, and one of those memories is Mikey being bad at sports, which he tries to disprove by making a long shot into the garbage can, only to get a fine for putting it in the wrong recycling bin. Mikey's confused, so Mitsuki and Guano take him home and explain Japan's recycling system through song.
Mikey, don't you look so sad? 44 categories, it's so bad.
Now, the 44 categories thing may sound like a cartoonish exaggeration, but it's actually based on the town of Kemakatsu, which does in fact have 44 different categories of recyclables. Now, Japan's recycling system actually varies from city to city, and the characters all live in Tokyo, which doesn't have the 44 category system, but regardless of the city, it's all based on the fact that recycling in Japan is actually a lot more complicated and efficient than it is in America. And just so you know, the facts in this song are, to my surprise, actually partially true. Like, while researching all this, I found out that aluminum and steel are separate categories, and that PET plastic bottles do have a separate category from the other plastics, but I thought for sure most of the song was nonsense. Like, while most cities in Japan do have certain days where you can throw away clothes and you're expected to separate the torn and soiled ones, I thought they were just being silly when they sang about having to separate a sock that doesn't have a pair. But eventually I stumbled across this 2005 New York Times article by Norimitsu Onishi, and it says that in the city of Yokohama, single socks are burnable garbage, but pairs of socks go in the clothing bin. This article is also very clearly where they got all their facts for the song, and I say this not just because of the date, but because in the same paragraph as the socks, they also mention neckties.
A necktie or some socks. Put them in the clothing box.
And in the paragraph above that, they mention lipstick tubes.
Lipstick tubes go in there.
This article also doesn't say PET bottle like every other article that I read, instead referring to them as clear plastic bottles, which is how the song also refers to them.
Plastic bottles if they are clear.
And while it's not in this article, even the part where they sing
Do it right and win a prize
is partially true. In Kamakatsu, you can earn recycling points and then exchange those points for prizes. Now, the reason that I say all these facts are partially true is because, again, recycling systems in Japan vary from city to city, and the article is specifically describing Yokohama's recycling system and its 10 categories, and then the article also makes reference to Kamakatsu and its 44 categories, and so the system described in Kappa Mikey is an amalgamation of the two, which is not the system that Tokyo was using at the time. But it's funny, because when I think of jokes about Japan in the 2000s, it's usually stuff like, chopsticks are hard, Pokemon, Godzilla, seizures, tentacles, whatever the heck this was. But then you have this episode and it's just like, hey kids, have you ever noticed how complicated the Japanese recycling system is? And it's just like, no Kappa Mikey, no one in your target demographic has ever noticed that. Also, please note that when Mitsuki sings 44 categories, she holds up 4 fingers on each hand, and Mikey matches her, but needs to use every finger on his hand to do so. Mikey ends up loving sorting things into different categories.
Mikey likes it!
But he takes it too far when he starts throwing away things that aren't garbage, like Mitsuki's photo album. He dives into the trash to get the album back for her, but after being distracted by something shiny, all the photos are sucked out of the album and into a vent. So he spends the rest of the day hanging out with her, secretly trying to recreate and replace every photo based on the captions that she wrote underneath each one.
You remember anything about your last trip to the ocean?
Oh, man, I got the worst sunburn.
Interesting.
You know what we should do? Play ping pong.
Ping pong?
Meanwhile, in the subplot, Ozu sets Gonard and Lily up on a date as a publicity stunt, and they have to pretend to be a couple, which neither of them are into. They start getting along after Gonard scares the paparazzi off for her.
Thanks, Gonard. I guess you're not such a bad boyfriend.
But to generate even more publicity, Ozu throws Guano into the mix as a love triangle.
Yes! Scandal!
They end up getting into a real fight over who Lily would like more if they really were dating, and they duel for her honor. Back at the main plot, Mitsuki enjoyed spending the whole day with Mikey until the news announces that they found embarrassing photos of her at the recycling center. Mikey defends himself, explaining that he was trying to fix it and that's the whole reason he was hanging out with her all day, but that just hurts her feelings even more. Mikey tries to apologize by sealing all the recycling chutes, but Mitsuki tells him that the problem goes deeper than him destroying her stuff and embarrassing her on TV. Their fun day together was a lie just to save his own skin, and he doesn't actually care about her.
I bet you didn't listen to one thing I said all day!
Eventually, Mikey sends the recycling robot to give the album to Mitsuki with an apology letter attached. She looks at all the photos of the fun day that they had together, and taped to one of the pages is a ping pong paddle, which is Mikey's way of showing her that he did listen and he does care. The episode actually ends with such a sincere energy.
Hey, wanna play?
You know, I'm still mad at you.
Yeah, I figured.
Thanks for the pictures.
They're yours.
Unlike the pimple episode, for example, where Mikey does like 100 bad things and then one kinda good gesture and then is instantly forgiven and everyone claps and cheers for him because he's just so awesome. This episode ends with Mikey making a sincere effort to show that he does care about her, and while Mitsuki hasn't forgiven him 100%, it implies that they will be okay after some time has passed. It's just nice, it's believable, and the voice acting really sells it. Gonard, Guano, and Lily arrive admitting that no one won the duel, and they end the fake dating thing once and for all.
You never know.
They all play ping pong together, and one of the balls lands in a recycling bin, tying up the whole plot in a nice, neat little bow. Then we get the end LilyMu segment where Mikey doesn't slip on the ice, the end. Okay, I love this episode so much. I'm trying to limit the amount of clips that I use, but for this one, it was especially hard not to include every little joke that I love. Like, I love Mikey's apology letter, I love Mikey's attempts to explain himself, I love Mikey and Guano hiding the empty album from Mitsuki, I love Mitsuki's skiing stories, I love this moment where the plot and subplot briefly intersect, but if I played every clip that I liked, I'd just be playing the whole episode. And I love the range of emotions we get from everyone in this one, especially from Mitsuki. She just runs the whole gamut from happy to sad to angry and embarrassed at the same time to love and hate, the whole thing. And then Mikey goes from insecurity masked by overconfidence to unhinged panic to desperately playing defense to sincere apology. And this is like all on top of funny jokes, so if you're interested in watching any episode for yourself, this is one that I highly recommend. Again, this one's my personal favorite. And now just for a random bit of trivia that I couldn't incorporate into the summary. Back in Ship of Fools, King Pirate and his crew made a man walk the plank.
Tell my wife I love her.
Hey, Janet! Vito loves you!
Whatever.
He says whatever!
And in this episode at the fancy restaurant, King Pirate is now on a date with that guy's wife. Now, I know that this show has selective continuity, so not everything carries over, but in this instance, I like to imagine that it did because it tells quite the story. Also, not to ruin the ending, but there are some animation errors, like this background having a black void and Mikey and Mitsuki being cut in the wrong spots for the split screen. Also, one last weird thing, for some reason in the scene where Guano and Mitsuki are teaching Mikey how to recycle, Lily is there for exactly one shot and then isn't in the rest of the scene. Also, Mitsuki would have to be standing in the floor to be at this height. Sorry, I've seen this episode too many times. Let's move on.
Kappa Mikey will be right back. If you need him, just have your people call his people.
Okay, we are making good progress, but now I want to take a quick commercial break to talk about Rady Shady Legends, the leading provider of over 10,000 audiobooks with pre-proportioned ingredients shipped directly to your door. Okay, no, I don't actually have sponsors. I meant let's talk about the commercials for the show. First, there are the Guano suit commercials. This was part of the We Really Get Into Character series of commercials on Nicktoons Network, where Nick employees would be dressed as their favorite characters and it would cause problems around the office when they can't perform basic tasks.
I got your notes on that last scene, but they're just a bunch of asterisks and W's again.
Oh, sorry, Pete. I'll get them right back to you.
For Guano's commercials, there was one where Brian Minsky, dressed as his favorite character Guano, is stuck in his cubicle.
You coming to the 4 o'clock meeting? Almost forgot. Yeah, let's go. All right. Here we go. Okay. Yeah.
Nicktoons Network. We really get into character.
Yeah. Yep. There it is.
One where Brian attends a meeting.
Nicktoons Network means we're going to look
Brian,
into
could you slide over a bit?
to our annual totals. Now, this hasn't happened yet, so you can see there are different amounts here, but we don't know what the numbers will be.
Nicktoons Network. We really get into character.
Than this black and gray pie down here.
One where he farts in an elevator.
Oh, man. I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone else was in there.
Nicktoons Network. We really get into character.
It just slipped out.
Dude!
And another one in that same elevator.
Sorry, guys. I got this thing about tight spaces.
Nicktoons Network. We really get into character.
Feeling better now, though.
This guano suit was also used to promote the show at conventions where people could get their picture taken with them. It also made an appearance at the 2006 Halloween celebration at the Museum of Natural History in New York. You know, the museum that Ben Stiller became the night guard of. I couldn't find any images of this event, but apparently Guano had his own section of the museum, and humorously, the museum thought that his name was Kappa Mikey. Note that it specifies Digit from Cyberchase, but not Guano from Kappa Mikey. Or who knows, maybe they just didn't want the name Guano on an event for kids. In the lead up to the show's premiere, there were a series of commercials involving Mikey being interviewed, where he would talk about various aspects of the show.
Hey, I'm Mikey Simon, and I'm here to tell you all about my new show, Kappa Mikey.
In this first one, he talks about the culture shock of moving to Japan.
Luckily, I'm awesome at adapting to new situations, so I felt right at home.
Interestingly, we can see the airport scene, but it's not the version in the Sizzle, and it's not the version that aired on TV. It's somewhere in between, keeping some of the old art, but then changing the background. It's also more crowded than in the final, and this next shot is more crowded but less animated. Oh, and look, Ultraman has glasses on. I don't know, I just think that's kind of funny. This is also, I believe, the first appearance of Mikey's catchphrase,
Whoever.
The second one is Mikey giving an overview of the series concept.
That's why I'm in charge. I mean, Ozu's in charge. Not.
I'm not going to play you all of these in their entirety because that would take too long and they're mostly just montages, but look, there's more footage of the unreleased version of the pilot. Oh, I think I can see why they changed that pose. In the third one, Mikey talks about his friend Gonard.
But the most important thing about Gonard is he's got a good head on his shoulders.
Gonard to mission control. I've got the Milky Way surrounded.
Anyway, watch Kappa Mikey.
In the fourth one, Mikey talks about his friend Guano.
He'll be okay.
Then the fifth one lumps Lily and Mitsuki together, explaining that Mitsuki is an action girl on the show, but just one of the guys off camera.
I'm like a brother to her.
Oh, Mikey, your hair is so nice today.
Then Mikey says that Lily's his girlfriend before that dream is shattered.
Hey, here she is. Lily. How ya? She must not have recognized me.
Hey, Mikey Spazman.
Interestingly, I don't believe these shots of Mitsuki are used in the final show, which is a shame because of how nice they look. And then the final one talks about how the anime characters can go chibi, but Mikey can't.
Seriously, how do they do that?
Mikey, what are you doing in my chair?
Living large? See what I mean?
Kappa Mikey, Saturdays at 8 p.m.
There was also this commercial where a Detective Conan-looking kid gives a lecture on anime.
When characters show emotion, their heads swell, pupils disappear, and they look altogether freaky.
Like, what was Nick thinking with this one? Nobody wants to watch some nerd lecture about Kappa Mikey.
If you like anime shows made in America about an anime show made in Japan, you'll love Nicktoons Network's new original comedy, Kappa Mikey.
What are you talking about?
And actually, that confusion at the end about it being an anime made in America about Japan making an anime starring an American was played up a lot in commercials.
Mikey Simon is an American actor playing hero Kappa Mikey on the Japanese action series LilyMu in a brand new episode of the American TV show Kappa Mikey. I love TV.
We've been getting some questions about the Nicktoons Network original series, Kappa Mikey. Here's a quick recap. Mikey, who's from America, won a sweepstakes to be on the LilyMu show in Japan, run by this guy. His name is Ozu, who, by the way, always seems to be yelling.
Enough of your ideas!
There are 4 stars already on the show: Lily, Gonard, Mitsuki, and Guano. Guano directs the show and acts in it as well, but all he really says is,
Guano, Guano!
Mitsuki has a crush on Mikey. Mikey has no clue. Lily can't stand Mikey, but once pretended to date Gonard. Gonard says ridiculous things.
Bigger than the great tuna melt of San Cristobal!
Oh, and did we mention the LilyMu show is a show within a show? Did you get all that? Just watch. Catch Kappa Mikey Saturdays at 8 and 3 h.m. on Nicktoons Network.
And then there was this commercial, which was the most common one to see, or at least I remember seeing it a lot.
Nicktoons Network presents the cast of Kappa Mikey. They may not be the cleanest, or the smartest, or the most tasteful, or the most graceful. They may not be well-mannered. That's my food.
And it is delicious!
Or the best actors. Or the most prepared.
If only we had brought mayonnaise!
But you know what? They're big-time TV stars, and that's enough for us.
Hooray!
Watch Kappa Mikey and the whole LilyMu crew. Weekdays at 8:30. Not just cartoons, Nicktoons.
Interestingly, it doesn't get into the whole anime versus American cartoon thing, and instead just focuses on the fact that they're all dysfunctional actors. The word anime doesn't even come up, which is really interesting to think about. Like, the premise of American cartoon meets anime is so vague it can be done in a million different ways, so it's interesting to see that if you strip that gimmick away, the show still has a solid underlying premise. The main Nickelodeon channel also had some promos for Kappa Mikey. For a while, they had a series of Nicktoons close-up segments where you would have to guess what character it was from the close-up.
Do you recognize this Nicktoon close-up? Find out who it is after the break.
And Mikey was one of those characters.
Did you guess the Nicktoon? It's Kappa Mikey. Now back to the show.
And let's not forget about Nickelodeon Magazine. There was this ad for Nicktoons Network, and we can see Kappa Mikey alongside SpongeBob, Zim, and Cornel and Bernie. There was also this full-page ad for the show's premiere on the main Nickelodeon channel, August 20th at 11 a.m. Although this issue was from September, so kinda missed it. In the same issue, though, we have this What's New on Nick blurb saying to catch Kappa Mikey and Shuriken School Sunday mornings on Nick. But it's next month's October 2006 issue that's the most interesting because Mikey appears on the cover. In small text while Mr. Meaty gets top billing, but still. This issue wasn't archived anywhere online, so I went out and bought a copy on eBay just in case there was an article, and there was. First of all, I love that Mr. Meaty is taking up 2/3 of the layout with its incredibly basic character summaries, while the actual behind-the-scenes look at Kappa Mikey is squeezed to the side. And please note that it says, check out the show on Friday, September 22nd at 8:30 p.m. Again, kinda late given that this is the October issue, but yeah, Mr. Meaty gets a check out the show in big font within the article, while Kappa Mikey gets some fine print that says, it airs Sundays at 11, subject to change. Anyway, there's a photo of Jesse Adams and Sean Schemmel recording voices in the, quote, tiny studio. They also talk about how the backgrounds in Kappa Mikey are based on real streets in Tokyo, and there's an example provided. Larry Schwartz also explains the whole Kappa thing, Kappa Mikey, Kappa Mackie, Kappa fish out of water, etc. He also explains that Mikey was named after someone who was a lot like the character, thinks he's pretty cool, but is actually a bit of a goofball. On Twitter, Larry specifies that it's specifically his last name Simon that was named after that person. But then he explains that Ozu is named after a famous Japanese film director, and I assume that he's referring to Yasujiro Ozu. Also, I joked earlier, but Mikey does in fact appear on the cover of one variation of the December 2007 issue of Nickelodeon Magazine. According to fan forums, there was also a 3-minute ad on Comcast's on-demand service that apparently makes it very clear that it's a show within a show. If I had to guess, this is probably the Sizzle reel, since the post mentions that it included some scenes from the pilot, which at this point in time hasn't aired yet. And those are all the commercials and print ads I could find, but let's not discount this promotional standee. The best thing that ever happened to American TV was when he went to Japan. I love the ironic sense of humor going on here. Like, it's an endorsement of the show, but it's also a jab at the main character. It's so good.
Now back to Kappa Mikey, TV superhero by day, total buffoon by night.
So, I didn't actually start watching Kappa Mikey until season 2, but according to my research, and by research I mean reading complaints from angry fans in old live journals, after Mikey Likes It, there was a 2-month hiatus where they would just play the same 6 episodes over and over before finally playing the next episode, Easy Come, Easy Gonard. The episode starts with Team LilyMu captured by Gonard. Mikey duels him with a lightsaber while he fights back with a regular katana. It doesn't make much sense to me, but okay. Then the scene is interrupted by Ozu because it's payday, and he hands Mikey his first paycheck. The gang celebrate with a little shopping spree at the Tatami Megastore, but when Mitsuki buys her fan a Mitsuki action figure, Mikey gets jealous and starts bribing kids with Kappa Mikey action figures so he'll be their favorite. Wait, why are the dolls in the background not in their uniform? I mean, I've seen Star-Lord toys, and I've seen Owen from Jurassic World toys, heck, I've even seen Andy Dwyer toys, but I've never seen a Chris Pratt toy. And why would they even have a doll of Ozu? Who's selling toys of executive producers? Anyway, when the bill comes due, Mikey doesn't have enough to cover the 20 million yen he spent, which based on the 2006 yen to dollar conversion rates was $170,000. Adjusted for inflation, in today's money that's $250,000. Mr. Tatami, owner of the Tatami Megastore, gives Mikey 24 hours to pay back the money or he'll go to the mall's jail, humorously called the Tatami Room. A countdown clock begins, which is the parody of the TV show 24, which was popular at the time. I think. I don't know, I never watched it. I did see the Simpsons parody, though. Mikey tries a series of things to make money, like gambling and begging his parents, before going with Gonard's idea to sell lemonade.
This is embarrassing, Gonard. Only kids sell lemonade.
Not true. Those kids over there are selling particle accelerators.
Frankly, I'm embarrassed for you.
This is never gonna work, Gonard.
This actually does work, but at the last second their egos get the better of them and they fight over who should be the face of their new lemonade franchise. Mikey once again tries to bribe kids to be their favorite, and as a result they both end up going to Mr. Tatami's jail. I just want to point out that we're only 7 episodes in, and Mikey's already been arrested twice. Chris Leather's portfolio actually has some of the storyboards for this episode that he used to lay out the 3D backgrounds. I just think it's really cool to see all this stuff. I like that the Tatami Megastore's mascot thing is more readable than it is in the final, and while it will look better in a future episode, it's tough because they clearly added more buildings to make it make sense as a city street, but doing this got rid of the negative space that helped it to stand out. It's also a shame that the particle accelerator stand doesn't have the cliched backwards letter, but accelerator is spelled wrong. I also like seeing how this artist draws Mikey and Gonard. It's funny because Mikey has so much more detail than the show would ever call for, like all these shirt wrinkles, but it appears to just be how the artist is comfortable drawing, and I think that's neat. Also, this is just a random thing I want to point out, but I really like the shots in these early episodes where they exaggerate the size difference between Mikey and Gonard. I mean, it's very inconsistent and honestly is probably just an animation error, and it's something that the later episodes abandoned in favor of keeping everyone to scale, but it just brings me inexplicable joy to see the contrast of this hulking, gentle giant and this Weasley little troublemaker. Plus, they got the whole blue and orange complementary palette thing going on. It's just fun. While in jail, Mikey gets one phone call and he calls Guano, but Guano is also in mall jail. You see, his subplot started back when they were shopping. Mr. Tatami's sons, Yip and Pip, thought that Guano was a doll and kept trying to play with him. Lily and Mitsuki save him but are accused of shoplifting, so now everyone's in jail.
Not a doll!
That's exactly what our dolls are programmed to say.
I'm not a doll! I'm not a doll! I'm not a doll!
Gonard has the idea to send a letter to Ozu via bird, but then also puts the bird in a bottle and throws it out the window. Their only hope for escape is for Mikey and Gonard to work together to lift a grate to the sewer, so Mitsuki reminds them of what good friends they are. The two of them make up and they all manage to get out. Mr. Tatami and his twin sons chase them until Ozu shows up to reveal that he bought the whole mall, clearing Mikey of his debts.
Ozu, how did you know where to find us?
A little birdie told me. Plus, you left for the toy store 3 days ago and never came back.
The ending LilyMu sequence has them redoing their fight, and Gonard almost falls off the building, but Mikey saves him in an act of compassion. Gonard tosses him off the roof, but Mikey had the LilyMu jet waiting like Back to the Future 2, and it ends with a freeze frame of them getting back into the fight. Also, if you look closely, the mask is the Red M Mikey mask. Anyway though, this episode is definitely a good one, and I think the ending is a nice example of the LilyMu scenes tying in with the theme of their life adventure. Like, we've already seen a few episodes that don't even attempt to tie in the lesson they learned at all, so it feels kinda pointless to watch. And then there are episodes where they take a literal element from the story and put it into the show, and like, that's cute and all, I like that too, but I really like stuff like this. The beginning is just a fight scene, but then they go on an adventure and remember what good friends they are, and they incorporate that bond into the fight. You also may have noticed that this is another episode where Ozu shows up at the end to fix all the problems, but let's see what happens when Ozu causes the problems in LilyMeow. The episode begins with Gonard stealing a magnetic potion and then using it to trap Team LilyMu. Mikey and Gonard fight for it, but the shot is interrupted by a stray cat named Kello the Kitten, a parody of Hello Kitty. The press go absolutely crazy over seeing Mikey with an adorable kitten, so he decides to keep it, but as the day goes on, the press becomes more and more interested in the cat than in Mikey, and he realizes that the cat is using him. Ozu even loves the cat so much he gives him a role on the show, but no one believes that he's evil because he keeps being adorable whenever people are looking. Meanwhile, in the subplot, a LilyMu-themed store is opening, and Mitsuki is thrilled that her mannequin is at the front of the store, but Lily is furious that her mannequin is in the back.
That's never happened to me before.
Lily has them swap positions, which hurts Mitsuki a lot. She loses it and decides that if Lily wants people to see her mannequin so bad, she'll move it to a spot everyone can see it, in the middle of the street. Lily and Mitsuki argue on their way back to the store until they find that it was replaced with a Kello the Kitten themed store instead. The only products with their names on it anymore are a Mitsuki Pooper Scooper and a Lily Pooper Scooper video game. Once again, this game is available for the Moo Boy and is rated E, which, again, doesn't exist in Japan, but if it did, then I don't even want to know what happens in this apparently really intense poop-themed game. They call a truce to get revenge on the cat. Back at the soundstage, Kello attempts to kill Mikey and Gonard by dropping things off the catwalk.
Ah, the catwalk! Lady Irony can be so cruel!
Until he falls and hurts himself. The girls arrive and the four of them laugh until Ozu walks in just in time to see them laughing at a hurt kitten. So he fires them and plans to rework the show to center around Kello.
and the show will be called LilyMeow, or Kitten Moo, or maybe Neon Kitten Dance Hall Fusion. I haven't decided yet.
This is when Guano begins to become suspicious, but Keller remains too cute to be mad at. The gang decide to retaliate and hire the cat burglar from the Fugi-Kid to make the cat disappear. But he takes the whole thing way too far. The cat burglar attempts to eat Kello at the store's grand opening, but the gang stops him. Lily and Mitsuki even destroy their own mannequins in the process, which ties up their subplot. This heroic act makes the public go nuts for them, and Kello, no longer able to get attention, decides to murder the whole cast, but Guano finally overcomes Kello's cuteness and stops him. As punishment, Ozu casts Kello in a Teletubbies parody instead, and the ending LilyMu segment has Gonard swallow the magnetic potion and get stuck to the wall. I do actually like this episode, and normally it would go in B tier, but, well, remember when I said that some things haven't aged well? Yeah, well, while I was writing a section of this video about the trivia game, I wrote, in isolation from any plot, that the cat burglar's favorite food is cats. And I'm embarrassed to admit that it took 20 years, but it suddenly clicked in that moment that that is probably a racist joke based on the stereotype that Asian people eat cats and dogs. And it's really easy to imagine the writers in the writer room being like, hey, what's a popular Japanese thing we can do? How about Hello Kitty? Oh, well, what if Hello Kitty was a psychopathic murderer who tries to kill the cast? Well, you know what else they do to cats in Asia, don't ya? And, like, don't get me wrong, I love a good adult joke in a kid's show. The Choky Chicken, Meat Beat Mania, Sokka getting laid. But this is like, I just feel like, this is a little different. To be fair, though, I honestly kind of forgot that this character was even supposed to be Japanese, or that the setting was Japan, and all the other characters are horrified by this, so like while you're watching it, it doesn't feel like the show is saying Asian people be eating cats. It's just this one crazy guy in the last 5 minutes of this one episode. Or is it? Because, as it turns out, there are 4 separate cat-eating jokes in 4 separate episodes. This is the only one that focuses on it as a plot point, but yeah, it's just, I felt like this is something I should bring up.
Gonna eat me a cat, gonna swallow a kitten.
Now, I still find the characters' reactions to the situation hilarious.
What was that? What's he gonna do?
I'm eating the cat.
I knew it!
Like, they all share one brain cell in this episode, and that's so funny, but now I just can't unsee it.
What are you gonna do with him, Ozu?
Fire him! Deport him!
May I suggest a stir fry?
Yikes. Sometimes it really is unfortunate to revisit your childhood. This episode really does showcase the good aspects of the show, the bad aspects of the show, and the ugly aspects of the show. And now for our next episode, The Good, The Bad, and The Mikey. This title is obviously a pun on the Western The Good, The Bad, and The Ugly. And it begins with the gang performing a dramatic slow motion scene as Gonard is about to kill Guano with an electric hand, but Mikey doesn't do the slow motion because he's in a rush. His favorite actor and childhood hero, Lawrence von Martenhaus, is in Japan doing a new show at the Tatami Megastore, and he desperately wants to meet him. When they get to the mall, though, there isn't a crowd, and the show he's doing is called The Dum Dum Show, where he prances around on stage farting and smelling his own butt. Oh wow, look, it's an accurate depiction of me showing Kappa Mikey to my friends.
That was great, Mikey.
Yeah, great. We'll be by the toys.
Mikey asks Lawrence why he's doing this show when he used to play Captain Impressive on TV, and Lawrence tells him that audiences want more bad boy superheroes, so they fired him and replaced him with the Atomic Bad Boy. So, anti-heroes have been popular for a long, long time, and I mean, they come and go in phases, but in the mid-2000s, well, I just find it funny that at the time this episode aired, this was the trailer for the last Sonic game. Mikey freaks out over his image and decides that he's going to start being a bad boy to keep up with the trends. During the shoot of a new LilyMu episode where Gonard uses a giant snake to destroy Tokyo, Mikey acts like a rebellious punk and starts using his new catchphrase, Wever. Natalia Elena also had an early version of this scene in an old demo reel.
Sorry, sellout. I don't play by your rules.
Guano?
Mikey! Don't you think you should use your orb? It says in the script.
Wever.
Excuse me?
I said Wever.
Don't Wever me, Mikey Simon.
None of the post-process effects are there, and the shading hasn't been added to the anime characters yet, but other than that, it's basically identical, right up until this point where there's a shocked expression before she's angry. Her face also turns red, which it doesn't do in the final. Guano was originally going to be scared of Lily, but in the final he's mad at Mikey. And I actually think it was a good call to have Lily be the only one going chibi in this scene. It really helps to emphasize that she's the one displaying an extreme level of anger. Finally, for some reason, Guano's teeth and eyes were yellow. Anyway though, Mikey keeps saying Wever, becoming a bad role model for kids, and soon children are rioting in the streets, all chanting Wever. Also, among the kids, there's this parody of Krillin. Twice. Mikey realizes how important it is to be a good role model and gets Lawrence to reprise his role as Captain Impressive so they can fake a fight in front of the kids where Mikey's bad boy attitude loses out to Captain Impressive's positive heroism. Chris Leather's portfolio also includes storyboards of this sequence that he used to lay out the backgrounds. Again, I just think it's really cool to see this stuff, and we can see an early impression of what Captain Impressive might have looked like. Also, the music that plays during this fight is a sound-alike of Michael Jackson's Beat It.
Yeah? Let's see it!
It's hero time!
Which is funny because, wouldn't it make more sense if it was a sound-alike of Michael Jackson's Bad? Anyway, the kids love Captain Impressive and decide to be good again.
Good is the new bad.
I'm going to perform works of community service.
Not if I do it first.
And Ozu decides to give Lawrence a job. But it turns out to be an extension of the Dum Dum Show.
Yes, that makes me laugh.
The subplot to this one is that Mitsuki bought perfume that has chamomile in it, which Lily is allergic to. She's about to throw it away, but on his way out the door, Mikey comments that he likes whatever that mysterious smell is. She starts wearing it to get his attention, but Lily is mad until Mitsuki admits that she's doing it for a guy. This scene also appears in Natalia Olena's old reel, but there aren't any real differences worth mentioning. Lily offers to help her get this mystery man, and even though Mitsuki is really bad at everything she tries to teach her, Lily keeps encouraging her until, in desperation to find out who her crush is, she reads her diary and is disgusted by the idea that she likes Mikey.
Stay calm. Maybe Mikey and Mitsuki would be a good couple after all. Who knows? Maybe they're perfect for each other. Maybe they'll get married and have kids.
Hey, Lily!
Okay, the implications here. So, it can't be confirmed, but it appears that whether or not you're a cartoon character or an anime character is down to one gene, so you're either one or the other. Now personally, and I know that this show was made before these examples, but I would have made their children something along the lines of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, with the thick outlines but also the big anime eyes, or Steven Universe, very anime-inspired designs, but still very Western. I just think that mixing the art styles together could have been really interesting. Instead, what we get is Mikey scaled down with Mitsuki's hair, and Mitsuki scaled down with Mikey's hair. But these monstrosities are pretty good for what they need to be. They needed something that would disturb Lily, and boy, does this succeed in being disturbing. She turns on Mitsuki, telling her that she's not good at flirting and shouldn't go after this guy, which obviously hurts her, so Lily makes it up to her by buying more of the perfume and telling her that she can have any guy she wants. The final LilyMu segment is actually a redo of the snake scene, not the slow motion scene from the beginning. Mikey hits Gonard with the orb and he gets eaten by the giant snake. The end. I like this episode a lot, but one thing that bothers me is Mikey's catchphrase. Yeah, it's kinda cringy, but more importantly, this episode clearly associates Wever with Mikey's bad boy attitude, and the episode is all about the consequences of the Wever mentality. So it's really weird that this episode would be so anti-Wever, but then in future episodes, it's just a normal thing people say. And not just Mikey.
Wever.
Weber.
Wever.
Weber, Mom.
Yeah, Wever.
Stop trying to make
Wever
happen. It's not going to happen.
I mean, it's fine. Not every episode of Kappa Mikey is a moral lesson, and they don't need to be. It's just that this one was, so it's kind of weird that the only thing that the series remembers from this episode is the opposite of what it was trying to teach. But speaking of moral lessons, the next episode, The Sumo of All Fears, has one too. This title is a pun on the 2002 spy movie, The Sum of All Fears. Huh, that's weird. On Wikipedia, why is this one writer guy's name clickable? Who the heck is Colin Jost?
Disabled chicken who survived weasel attack, learning to walk thanks to custom wheelchair. Guys, just eat the chicken.
Oh, I guess he's this guy from Saturday Night Live. That's so funny. That's the only segment of the show I've ever actually watched. Apparently before he went to SNL, he worked on the first season of Kappa Mikey, writing this episode and then co-writing Mikey Impossible, Ship of Fools, The Fugi-Kid, Splashomon, Big Trouble in Little Tokyo, and Big Brozu. Oh dang, look right here. Hired as a writer for a short-lived Nickelodeon animated show Kappa Mikey. That's hysterical. So, what have you got for me, Colin? The episode starts with a parody of the climax of the 2001 Spider-Man movie. Gonard drops Lily in a bus from a bridge and Mikey tries to save both, but the prop bus is too heavy for him. Everyone demonstrates to Mikey how easy it is to lift the prop, and Mikey decides he needs to get into shape. Ozu likes this idea and tells everyone to exercise today. Mikey and Guano go to a gym full of sumo wrestlers, and Mikey accidentally challenges the highest ranked sumo, the Yokozuna, to a wrestling match.
Take this, LilyMu loser!
Mikey ends up winning the match though by tickling the Yokozuna out of the ring, making Mikey the new Yokozuna. This isn't actually how the title works in real life. There can be more than one Yokozuna, and it involves a vote from a council based not only on your win-lose ratio, but also on skill and grace, neither of which Mikey has, but let's just put reality aside and focus on the show's logic where beating the Yokozuna makes you the Yokozuna, and now everyone in Tokyo wants to fight him to take the title. Mikey calls Ozu, who reminds him that brains beats bronze, and it gives him an idea that he needs Gonard, Mitsuki, and Lily's help with. Their subplot up to this point has been about playing tennis to get into shape, but Gonard is pummeled by the ball machine. He lies to Lily and Mitsuki, claiming that a big tough guy beat him up, and they offer to take care of him until he's feeling better.
Thank you, kind strangers. I will never forget you.
Unfortunately, Gonard takes advantage of their kindness, and after it's clear he wasn't really hurt that badly to begin with, they get their revenge by having Yoshi pretend to be a doctor, and then they do this.
Feeling better, Gonard? Need anything, Gonard? Time for your shots, Gonard.
Gonard confesses and apologizes, and then Mikey comes in asking for their help. He needs them to dress as Mexican wrestlers and pretend to fight him for the title, but Gonard, being an idiot, requests a steel cage match, which... how would that even work in sumo wrestling where the goal is to push the other guy out of the circle? Okay, I guess there's a rule where you can win by having your opponent touch the floor with any part of their body other than the bottoms of their feet. Okay, I didn't know that. The masked versions win by pinning down the unmasked versions, which definitely isn't how sumo wrestling works, and they change back into their normal clothes, meaning that the mysterious masked men are now the Yokozuna but can't be found. We end with Mikey saving Lily while the LilyMu jet saves the bus. I like that the lesson about strength being less important than clever thinking and teamwork carries over into the LilyMu episode, but I'm sorry, Mr. Jost. This episode's honestly pretty forgettable for me. Mikey Impossible and Splashomon are really good, though. Huh, I wonder what other writers I can click on. Who's Ryan Coe? He is now the co-executive producer on The Simpsons, dang. Who else? Who's Len Wein? He is the co-creator of Wolverine from the X-Men? What the heck? And finally, Jerry Dugan is someone who worked on numerous Marvel comics and also co-wrote our next episode, Lost in Transportation. This title is a pun on Lost in Translation, a 2003 movie starring Bill Murray. Well, that's interesting. The title cards are usually orange, but the earliest few episodes have red ones with stars. One interesting quirk of these red title card episodes is that there's a slightly different art direction. The most obvious difference being that there's no city outside LilyMu Studios' windows, or any of the windows for that matter, but there's also a difference on how the red title card episodes handled the chibi expressions of the anime characters versus how the rest of the series handles them. According to my anonymous source, this is because the first few episodes were done in a batch, and later batches had updates to those elements as the look of the show got refined, which was apparently a symptom of the rushed pre-production that the show had. We've been in the orange title card episodes ever since Fugi-Kid, but suddenly we have a red title card episode? And look, the windows have nothing outside of them. So, what's going on? Well, this episode was actually episode 5 in production order, but it was delayed and became the first episode to air on Nickelodeon. If you had Nicktoons Network growing up, you probably saw Kappa Mikey all the time, but on Nickelodeon, Kappa Mikey had one half-hour time slot, Sundays at 11 a.m., later moved to 11:30. This episode was the first one to air, premiering on August 20th, 2006, and unless this archive is incomplete, episodes would air once a week until January 21st, 2007. For context, the last time Kappa Mikey aired on Nickelodeon was the same night the Treehouse episode of Drake and Josh premiered. Anyway, Kappa Mikey was only on Nickelodeon for 5 months, and during this run, there was one Kappa Mikey marathon, October 8th, 2006, where 4 episodes were played in a row. A handful of Kappa Mikey episodes even premiered on Nickelodeon instead of on Nicktoons, including Splashomon, Big Trouble in Little Tokyo, Cage Aux Mikey, A Christmas Mikey, and of course, this one. So, what's it about? It starts with a LilyMu segment in which everyone has to get into the battle wagon to chase down Gonard, who stole the orb. Mikey is supposed to use his action wheels, but insists on trying to fit into the wagon too, messing up the scene. Ozu informs everyone that Timmy Stereo, the son of LilyMu's biggest sponsor, Mr. Stereo, is having a birthday party at Yoyogi Park, and their attendance is mandatory. Mr. Stereo is a parody of the popular commercials from the 70s and 80s starring Crazy Eddie.
Call me crazy, but if you don't find the lowest prices at my Crazy Stereo warehouse, I'll eat garbage! Crazy Eddie, his prices are insane!
And incidentally, while I was trying to look up exactly who this guy was a parody of, I found out that Mr. Stereo doesn't actually have an article on the Kappa Mikey fan wiki. But you know who does? Beloved fan favorite character, Sterling Stork. Sterling the Stork is Kappa Mikey, the movie is Stork Old is our bird, our American city is. Easily the best character on the show. Honestly, right up there with P-Head. Mikey feels like he doesn't fit in when he doesn't have a chair to sit in, and when his friends reminisce over an old photo album, and when they get a 4-person bike sent by Mikey's parents, but the last straw is when he doesn't fit into Lily's car. He says that he can get to Yoyogi Park by himself, and Lily is more than happy to ditch him. The rest of the cast arrive at the party just fine, but Mikey gets lost in Tokyo. He finds a motorcycle gang of other outcasts called the Chums. And he befriends them. I believe that their leader, Beef, is meant to be a parody of Astro Boy, not necessarily one-to-one with the character, but just the general Osamu Tezuka vintage anime sort of style. Also, if anyone knows if these other chums are a reference to anything, please let me know. Like, what the heck is this guy's deal? Mr. Stereo's son is furious that Mikey isn't at his party, so Lily and Gonard distract him while Guano and Mitsuki search for Mikey. They eventually find him, but Mikey doesn't want to go back to where he doesn't fit in. They remind him that he does fit in, and he decides to go to the party after all. But he brings the bikers with him, to the delight of Mr. Stereo and his son. The chums give him a motorcycle and a special whistle to blow if he ever needs their help.
Do that again and I'm taking back the whistle.
And the end sequence has Mikey use his new motorcycle to get the orb back from Gonard. Not only was this the first episode to premiere on Nickelodeon, but it was also the basis for a DVD that released September 18th, 2007, basically a year after this episode came out. The DVD had 3 episodes, Lost in Transportation, Easy Come Easy Gonard, and a bonus episode, The Man Who Would Be Mikey, which we'll get to later. But what makes this a bonus episode, you might ask? I don't know. The DVD also comes with extras. There's a music video of a song from Battle of the Bands, which is basically a montage of clips from Season 1, but for some reason it begins with an only slightly abridged 33-second version of the LilyMu segment from the beginning of Big Brozu, and then it just goes into the song right after, and it's like, what was that about? I know music videos sometimes have a bit of preamble before the song, but that was so weird. Like, if I wanted to watch the opening of Big Brozu, I'll just put on Big Brozu. Like, give me the song. Also on the DVD, there's the LilyMu Squares game, which we'll talk about later when we discuss all the Flash games that were made for this show, but what's important to note here is that you can't actually play the game on the DVD itself. You need to put the DVD in your computer and then copy the game to your hard drive. But while you have the DVD in your computer, there's a How to Draw Mikey PDF and some wallpapers for your desktop, like Mikey throwing a barrage of orbs, Lily and Mitsuki posing by the battle wagon, Mikey and Gonard dueling in a lightning storm, the gang all cheering for you, the gang all laughing at you, and then Mikey being pulled by a 4-person bike on his action wheels. And finally, for bonus features, you could watch ads for Wow Wow Wubsy, Phonics for Babies, Eloise Goes to School, and Thomas and Friends. So, yeah, this DVD is rather lacking, but it's especially bad when you realize that this was the only DVD release Kappa Mikey received in America. In 2008, Animation Collective announced a proper Season 1 DVD that would contain every episode from Season 1, plus bonus features like behind the scenes and bloopers. Unfortunately, nothing ever came of this. Australia actually got a 2-volume collection for Season 1, which I'm lucky enough to own both volumes of. The first volume even came with some sweet temporary tattoos. America would be able to purchase both seasons of Kappa Mikey on iTunes, but it has since been removed. Look, I still own all the episodes, I just can't download and watch them anymore. I paid $100 for these, how unfair is that? Oh yeah, but going back to the episode, it's fine. It has some of that awkward pacing a lot of the red title card episodes have, maybe more so than the other ones. And there's this one scene,
Fine, we'll keep the stupid battle wagon,
where I think Mikey's animation rig explodes or something, but there are a couple of good jokes. As far as other miscellaneous pop culture references go, we have Mikey doing the Pee Wee Herman dance set to a non-copyright infringing sound-alike of Tequila, and this mime is a reference to Osamatsu. One missed opportunity, though, is that for a show that makes constant references to anime and has a main character who frequently rides a motorcycle, they never once do the Akira bike thing. This in particular would have been a great spot for it. Again, this episode's fine, but I just find the trivia and history of it a lot more interesting than the episode itself. This next episode is interesting though, and is another one of my favorites, Splashomon. This title and the plot of the episode are a parody of the 1950 movie Rashomon, where the death of a samurai is told from 4 different points of view. You may also recognize this plot from the other cinematic masterpiece, Hoodwinked.
We've got 4 suspects, and that means 4 stories. Someone spill the beans. Beans?
The episode follows the same basic formula, with each character telling their story about what they were doing at Ozu's party when his rare jade tigerfish was stolen. Although in the iTunes and press kit description, it says it was the death of his beloved goldfish. Guano exaggerates how suave and sophisticated he was as he prepared lobsters for the party, and the last thing he remembers before the lights went out was Gonard with a fishtail in his mouth, so he accuses Gonard of eating the fish. Gonard imagines himself in a western as he duels the dreaded El Lobster, which explains the fishtail that Guano saw. The last thing he remembers seeing was Lily knocking over the fish tank, so he blames Lily. In Lily's story, she claims that rich and handsome men were fighting over her, and the reason she knocked over the tank was because Mikey bumped into her as he ran off to the bathroom, so she accuses him of flushing the fish. Mikey tells his story where he was invited to Ozu's apartment as a special order from the president.
Japan doesn't have a president, Mikey. We have a prime minister.
So he hits a home run and blows up some aliens while doing a Miami Vice parody. You get the idea. He's completely detached from reality, leading to, my favorite joke in the series.
Everything seemed to be going okay. Maybe I wouldn't need my laser blaster tonight. Or my nuclear submarine.
He claims that he was protecting the fish from a giant mutant ninja lobster and went to the bathroom to clean up after the fight, but when he returned, the lobster had stolen the fish. Since there are no other leads, Ozu decides to fire him until Mitsuki stops him to tell her story. Mitsuki's story is the most true to what happened, but even then, she's an unreliable narrator when it comes to Mikey. She reveals that she was the one behind the phone call that took Ozu out of the room, and she was the one behind most of the events of the other stories, and she was the one who stole the fish. She admits that she did this because she thought Ozu had planned to eat the fish based on something he said at the party, but Ozu reveals he's actually opening an aquarium, and we all learn a valuable lesson about not jumping to conclusions. The episode ends with Yes Man wanting to tell his side of the story, but everyone leaves. The end. Oh, shoot, I forgot to talk about the LilyMu segments. It begins with Gonard whipping robot snakes around at the Splashomon temple. Mikey's shield surfs over to him, but accidentally knocks over the whole thing. In a twist of the formula, this blooper isn't happening live. Mikey's actually watching the blooper on Ozu's TV. I don't know why Ozu has bloopers on TV at his party, but in the end they accomplish the scene by making Mikey just shoot the whips instead of using a shield. Then Gonard abruptly and anticlimactically disappears in a flash of lightning. The end. So yeah, there's been several episodes where the LilyMu segments have nothing to do with anything and they're just an obligation to the formula, but this one especially could have been cut. Or the solution should have been something about seeing things from a different perspective, like the reflection of a shield, or maybe something about not jumping to conclusions, like figuring out the Robo-Snake's pattern before he goes in all haphazardly. Or heck, maybe Gonard steals a jade tigerfish and they each play a different role in stealing him back. I don't know. The episode's good, but this is definitely one of the weakest LilyMu segments in terms of connecting it to the actual story. So, as per usual, I skipped a bunch of the specific events that happened in this episode, only mentioning what was important for the overall story, but I thought it would be fun to get into the specifics for this one with a chronological recreation of all the events that unfolded from an objective point of view. If you want to see the characters' individual versions of these events, just go watch the episode yourself. Before the episode begins, Guano is serving ramen, and Mikey and Mitsuki have some kind of interaction where he forgets her name. Guano's ramen accidentally burns Yoshi, who presumably leaves the party, and Mikey sits down to watch TV. Now, here's where we get our biggest contradiction. There's no point where Ozu could have asked Guano to prepare the lobsters. According to Guano's story, he was asked right after burning Yoshi and immediately went to the kitchen to prepare them. But the episode begins with Ozu unveiling the fish, which Guano is present for. Then, Ozu gets a phone call and he leaves the room, and on his way out he asks Guano to stop chewing on the couch, not to prepare the lobsters. Then, to make matters even more confusing, Gonard's story implies that Ozu asked Guano to prepare the lobsters after Ozu left the room.
I reckon I saw Ozu leave the room like a sack of potatoes on roller skates. I reckon there was trouble a-brewing. The whole town seemed scared, like a scared sack of potatoes.
Get lobsters! No!
But anyway, we're doing our best here. Ozu unveils the fish, gets a phone call from Mitsuki, and leaves to answer it. The gang stare at the fish for a bit, but eventually Lily steps out to the balcony for some air, Guano goes to the kitchen to prepare lobster, and Gonard watches Mikey stick his head in the fish tank. Mitsuki gets Ozu talking, leaves the call, and then checks to make sure that Guano can't see or steal the fish. Guano and one of his lobsters get scared out the window, and the lobster bounces off of a flagpole onto a balcony where it lands on Lily's face, and she throws it into the living room while Guano bounces off of an awning and ends up at the balcony a few moments later. Mitsuki is relieved that Guano is okay and runs into the living room where she distracts Gonard by telling him to fight the lobster on the floor. She runs over to the fish tank but sees Mikey sticking his head in. Lily ditches Guano during his panic attack and pulls Mikey out of the tank. Guano recovers and looks inside just in time to see Gonard spit out the lobster, which causes Mikey to bump into Lily, knocking over the fish tank while Mitsuki quickly hits the lights and snatches the fish, and Guano screams. Lily investigates the debris and notices Mikey coming back from the bathroom, and that's when Ozu walks in on them and demands that they all go to his office. So yeah, aside from that one hiccup at the beginning, you really can piece together all the events, although I do have one other nitpick. When Ozu leaves to answer the phone, I hate this shot. Like, we're supposed to see the framing device more or less from Ozu's perspective, learning what the other characters are up to as Ozu learns it. But this shot breaks from Ozu's perspective to let the audience know what the other characters are up to, which is apparently nothing, leaving less time for the everything that has to happen. Like, I really feel like it should have cut from Ozu leaving to the phone in his office, hold on the phone as it rings for a bit, and then have Ozu walk in and answer it. That way we don't see what's happening outside the room, keeping everything vague. He could have asked Guano to cook the lobsters on his way out the door. It gives the characters enough time to get comfortably into the positions they need to be in. Like, anything could have happened, and I really feel like a little ambiguity here would have helped to tie the whole thing together. But those nitpicks aside, this is one of my all-time favorite episodes. It's the first one that I watched, and it's the one that got me hooked. Though I will admit that Guano's story maybe drags a bit because it's the first one and has to set up a lot of the gags that will pay off in other stories, but it's still good. Everything I said was all in good fun, and honestly, if you're interested in watching any episode for yourself, this is another one that I highly recommend.
Kappa Mikey and 3HM are taking a break. Mikey's helping him remove a taxi stuck on his little toe.
Okay, we are halfway through season 1, but now let's take a little break from the episode summaries because I want to talk about the apartments they all live in. I modeled one room of Ozu's apartment as best I could for that real-time recreation, and I originally wanted to give you at least a floor plan of the other apartments, but to my surprise, despite the fact that this show uses 3D models, it all runs on cartoon logic where there are a few landmarks, but everything is super flexible to what's needed in the scene, like the Simpsons house. Oh, you thought that you could just follow Guano's diagram of Ozu's apartment from Mikey Impossible? Wrong. First of all, that's all nonsense, but even if it was right, nothing is consistent. Just as an example, I have the kitchen window here, but if we actually look at the episode, the sink is actually along that wall, so in all honesty, the room should be facing this way, but that would mean that the window is now going into Ozu's hallway. And another thing is that in most episodes, the kitchen doesn't actually exist. I mean, it's referenced a lot, but that's not where it is. In every other episode, that's his balcony and Zen garden, and this hallway has many openings leading to it. In fact, this main room has a giant hole in the middle that leads to it, implying that these are two halves of one massive sliding door that's open, instead of how they're portrayed in Splashomon where they're two smaller sliding doors that are closed. This hallway leads to some vague other hallways, one of which has the bonsai tree room and one of which has his office, though the office location is always changing too. In Splashomon, it's in his apartment at LilyMu Towers. Same with the Christmas episode where Ozu is seen stepping out of his office to spray Christmas carolers with a hose. But then in episodes like Big Brozu, it's implied that his office is in LilyMu Studios, since Ozu was fired and spends most of that episode in his apartment, and it would be really weird for the characters to be walking past him to get to the office. My point is, it's all cartoon logic. Ozu's office exists wherever it needs to exist in the moment. Well, either that or Ozu has two identical offices. Anyway, all the apartments follow this same logic, but I will do my best to let you know where things are. I want to start with Lily and Mitsuki's room because it's the biggest and most interesting one to talk about. First you have the entrance, and counterclockwise from it there's the kitchen, which is cut off from the rest of the apartment with a dividing wall. Sometimes this dividing wall has a nondescript pink rectangle on it that looks like a door, but isn't one. In their kitchen, there are 4 ovens. Jeez, you figure 2 racks per oven, that's like 8 pizzas you could make at the same time. Turning clockwise from the entrance, we have 3 framed pictures of Lily, or sometimes one giant poster of Lily, or sometimes it's a blank wall, it depends on the episode. Then there's a bookshelf, and then a mysterious door that's never opened. I'd say that only something like a closet would be able to fit in there since the hall runs in this direction, but sometimes it doesn't, and the apartment is at the end of the hallway that runs in this direction, so who knows. It's funny though, because when this apartment is in the middle of the hall, there's an issue where the hall turns a corner, making the window on this wall impossible. Along the same wall is the TV and the general living space where we have the distinctive lip-shaped couch, which may be based on Dolly's Mae West Lips couch. Decorating the wall is a parody of Andy Warhol's famous Marilyn Monroe painting, which sits between two doors. And here's where the cartoon logic is trickiest. Both doors lead to Lily's room. However, most of the time, this is the door that leads to Lily's room, and inside we can see another large window, which would line up with the main room's window. So I guess that means that this is a door that leads outside to their death? In Lily's room, there are stairs that lead up to a stage where Lily's bed and talking mirror are. Oh yeah, I didn't mention this, but the mirror talks and is programmed to compliment her, but they stopped doing this really early in the show. I think it lasts like 2 episodes. Like, we're already past it. And real quick, I want to mention something that bothers me about Lily's bed sheets. There's a Lily Mitsuki pattern on it where Mitsuki is surrounded by hearts and Lily is, I think, laughing maniacally. Anyway, it bothers me because, like, I know that that's their personalities, but it's not their, you know, PR personalities. The same thing happened in LilyMeow.
Look, a Lily doorknob! Open your own door. I totally say that.
Like, I know that Lily is mean to everyone around her, but that's not how she markets herself to the public, so why would the in-universe merchandise be like that? Around the other side of Lily's bed is the world's longest dresser, and it's here that I want to point out that sometimes the head of Lily's bed is against the wall opposite the entrance, but sometimes it's perpendicular to it, which means that Lily's room warps space into a triangle. So that's Lily's room, but what about Mitsuki's very rarely seen room? Like, literally, we only see it in 2 episodes. The Good, the Bad, and the Mikey for 2 scenes, and then Femme Mitsuki for 2 scenes. Thankfully though, The Good, the Bad, and the Mikey gives us these overhead shots where we can see the whole room. And since it only shows up in 2 episodes, the layout doesn't change. No non-Euclidean geometry here. Also, can I just point out that the ceiling is missing so we can see inside, but this wall is still casting a shadow while the invisible ceiling isn't. Anyway, clockwise from the entrance, we have Mitsuki's desk, and you might, like me, think that this Mikey Shrine gag from With Fans Like These takes place here, making it 3 episodes that a room appears in, but no, that's the desk out in their living room. It's honestly comical how many times it would make sense for Mitsuki to be in her room, but instead she's just out here, or most of the time just inexplicably in Lily's room for some reason. Mitsuki also has a mirror by her window. This mirror doesn't talk, but it does have a secret wig, which we'll get to in a future episode. But can I just point out that Mikey entering her room from this direction would mean that he's entering through her window? On the wall opposite the mirror is a large painting of flowers by a table and some chairs. Finally, Mitsuki's bed is very plain compared to Lily's, being solid colors instead of her own merch, but in Femme Mitsuki, I can definitely see a pattern. I think that it's a chibi Mitsuki and Lily in their LilyMu outfits, but I'm not sure what these shapes are. Also, look at how this bed is stretched in one shot. Maybe this is non-Euclidean after all. Oh, and once again, the ceiling does not cast any shadows while the wall does. So that's Mitsuki's room, but how does it fit into the rest of the apartment? Well, the only time we see her go to her room is in The Good, the Bad, and the Mikey when Lily upsets Mitsuki and she cries while running towards this door. Wait, Mitsuki, no! Just kidding. In this episode, it's pretty consistent that this door leads to Lily's room. Then when Lily comes by to cheer her up, we can see that the room outside has a blue carpet, and the only place with a blue carpet and dresser is this spot in Lily's room, which means that this door isn't to Lily's closet or whatever. This door leads to Mitsuki's bedroom. And if we place Lily's room where it normally goes and unfold space-time, then Mitsuki's window lines up with the kitchen window. But there's no door in the kitchen and no door in Mitsuki's room that leads this way, meaning that the only way in and out of Mitsuki's room is through Lily's room, which must be incredibly annoying. Like, what if Mitsuki is out late doing something, and then she gets home and now she has to try not to wake up a sleeping Lily? Or what if Lily is upset and locks herself in her room? Is Mitsuki just unable to access her room now? What if she left something in there? But regardless of how terrible the floor plan is, now we know where it goes. But I have no idea where their bathroom is located, and at first, I wasn't even sure if they had one. In Mikey Likes It, one of the embarrassing photos shows Mitsuki brushing her teeth in Lily's room, by her makeup mirror. There's no sink there. Later in season 1, we actually do get shown their bathroom, but I don't count this because it's not their real apartment. It's a recreation for a reality show. Also, there are 2 shots of this bathroom, but only 1 background, so even though this faucet should be on a wall in perspective, it's not. Early in season 2, we get this line.
Look, I'm not letting you anywhere near my beautiful bathroom.
Which is code for, we didn't design their bathroom yet. But finally, near the end of season 2, in one joke of one episode, we can see their bathroom. Notably, they have 2 medicine cabinet mirrors, and I don't know why they'd need a mirror here. I can't imagine it would be pleasant to brush your teeth or do your makeup over a toilet. It's wild to me, though, that they even took the time to make this background. Like, Ozu's room is literally just his living room at an angle where they're hoping we won't notice. And like, they already had a generic bathroom that they could have used for this scene. It's so weird for a background that, again, only appears in one joke of one episode and has no solid placement in their apartment. Just like their laundry room. Again, only appearing in one scene of one episode, and goodness only knows where that fits. Also, where exactly did Ozu expect Mikey to sleep when he had him live with the girls? There are no other bedrooms. I mean, Mitsuki is basically already living in Lily's closet. Or, who knows, maybe there are other bedrooms. Maybe Mitsuki's closet is actually a door that leads to another bedroom. We're definitely not supposed to think that hard about it. Like, for all we know, he was crashing on their couch since it was a temporary situation until he could get his own room. Speaking of which, Mikey's apartment is smaller and quicker to get through because it's more consistent. He's got a bunk bed couch combo thingy, a coffee table, and a chair that's sometimes there whenever he has company over. He also has a bar with some stools and a basketball hoop for whatever reason. His kitchen only has one oven, meaning only 2 pizzas for Mikey. It's also really funny to me how high Mikey's ceilings are. Like, they just keep going. He also has a trash bin on the wall, and for some reason he has another trash can right beside it, but I think we can chalk that up to Japan's recycling system. The actual mistake we should be pointing out is that when Mikey got his apartment, he didn't have a window, but Ozu's housewarming present was a window. But afterwards, we can clearly see that he has 2. Along the same wall as the windows is Mikey's TV and his neon Kappa Mikey sign, which always kinda confused me why Mikey's character has a logo in-universe. Like, imagine if Power Rangers merch looked like this. Also, fun fact, in the Switch we get this shot of Mikey's apartment, which lacks the brick wall and most of the detail. On Mikey's walls are LilyMu posters that are never consistent from episode to episode, and this poster in particular is sometimes read a Mikey. This door here leads to his bathroom, which looks like this. Ignore the giant squid, we'll get to him later, but we actually first see his bathroom in the Switch before it's renovated. I mentioned before that Guano's apartment is kept a secret, but aside from that, Gonard's apartment is the least defined of them all. We only ever get to see his room, with his bed, his desk, sometimes TV, etc., but it's implied that there's more to the apartment where his mom lives. This hallway is the most we see of outside Gonard's room, but in the second season, we get a few shots of people going from the LilyMu Tower's hallway directly into his room via a regular door instead of the normal slidey door that he has. But we've already established that everything's whatever's needed for the scene cartoon logic. What I find strange about Gonard's room is the environmental storytelling. Gonard's a funny character, and that's important in a comedy show, but he's also a bit one-dimensional. In fact, his room might be the only insight we get into his character outside of eating things and being stupid. He has a surfboard and a skateboard and pictures of snowboards and motorcycles, which indicates that he might be into these kinds of extreme sports, even though we never actually see him do any of these or express any interest in them on the show, but you know. We do see him play baseball in one episode, but honestly he has such a minor role in that one that I had to check if he even had any lines. But I guess even though he's not the MVP like Lily, he still loves the game enough to display the bat and trophy. He also has a large backpack, which coupled with the bikes and stuff could indicate that he has an interest in hiking or camping. It's strange though, because like the main personality trait that we get to see on the show is eating, but there aren't any like snacks on his desk or wrappers on his floor or like a mini fridge or anything. Also, why does he have filing cabinets? Like, no offense to Gonard, but what is he filing? Anyway, I know that it sounds like I spent a whole section complaining about continuity errors, but honestly, I think it's kind of cool they went with the cartoony, whatever's convenient for the script route. Like, I wouldn't have expected that from a show that uses 3D backgrounds.
Kappa Mikey has returned with a 3-headed monster. Don't make a face. You invited them.
But now let's get back to our feature presentation because it's time for Big Trouble in Little Tokyo, which is the first of Kappa Mikey's 4 Halloween specials. Yes, despite only lasting 2 seasons over the course of 3 years, it somehow managed to have 4 Halloween specials. Only 1 Christmas special and no specials for any other holiday, but I think their priorities were correct. The title for this episode is a pun on the 1986 action movie Big Trouble in Little China, though the plot has nothing to do with it. This episode is more a parody of kaiju movies like Godzilla. Also, in production order, this was the 13th episode. Ooh. And it was the 13th episode to air, which I think is fun, and I think the 13th episode of every show should be the spooky one. It starts with a LilyMu car chase. Mitsuki and Guano fight Gonard on the roof of his big rig. Gonard drops mines on the road for Mikey to avoid, but when Mikey confronts Gonard, his pants fall down, revealing that this was all a commercial for LilyMu bloopers.
I like the part when your pants fell down.
I never wear a belt.
Fun fact, in the Sizzle reel we can see the behind the scenes of this line being recorded.
I like the part where your pants fell down.
I never wear a belt.
But Mikey, you were literally wearing a belt in that scene. Ozu decides that he wants bigger and crazier bloopers, but the cast refuse to humiliate and injure themselves, so he gets the idea to use Yes Man as a stunt double, setting up the subplot in which Ozu tortures Yes Man to get bloopers for the blooper reel.
Why would you do this?
It's the blooper!
This subplot is like 3 scenes and it has no conclusion. Meanwhile, Mikey and the gang accidentally find the secret 13th floor of LilyMu Towers. So this is probably common knowledge for most of you, but just for those of you unaware, in America, many buildings do not have a 13th floor due to triskaidekaphobia. Like, who's gonna wanna sleep, work, or live on the 13th floor? So they just skip it and go from floor 12 to floor 14. This practice, from what I can tell, isn't as common in Japan, but there is a superstition there about the number 4 because it sounds like the word for death. So some buildings, like hospitals, skip the 4th floor. Also, have you ever noticed that the spooky Mario Kart 64 track is shaped like the number 4? Ooh. Guano insists that they not explore, but they don't listen to him, and inside they find props from every horror movie. And someone called the Lost Media Wiki because Mikey finds the lost ending to Megazilla 7 Birth of Megazilla. Turns out Dr. Igor, whose design is a mix of Vosh from Trigun mixed with the Bride of Frankenstein, lives here with his son Forbes, and he was responsible for all the miniature sets and monsters and kaiju movies. He laments that he's been forgotten and vows his revenge. Guano demands that they all leave, but Mikey doesn't listen, resulting in Guano getting kidnapped for the power crystal on his chest. Which, by the way, has magic powers in this episode. Guano talks Igor down from his plan to use the crystal to make the monsters big so they can destroy Tokyo, and unlike everyone else, Igor actually does listen to Guano, but Mikey and Gonard don't and accidentally activate the machine, turning Gonard into a giant monster that wants to destroy Tokyo. Mikey remembers the lost ending of Megazilla 7 and says that they need to shoot Gonard full of lightning to shrink him back down. So Guano volunteers to become a giant and lure him to Tokyo Tower during a lightning storm, and this time everyone listens. They zap him, then zap him again, and then they have a giant monster fight in Tokyo. Gonard is shocked by the lightning and everything goes back to normal, but they decide not to turn Guano back just yet, and the ending LilyMu scene has the inflated furry voring Gonard. I'm not gonna lie, I was never a big fan of this one. It almost makes it into C tier, but when I think about it, I'm pretty sure the only thing that keeps me from changing the channel is the fact that it only aired around Halloween. Like, remember how I mentioned that I was struggling to choose which jokes from Mikey Likes It I should include because I liked so many of them? Well, this episode kinda had the exact opposite problem. There wasn't a single joke in it that I was like, oh, I gotta include that one. Also, I honestly kinda hate Forbes.
Want to check out my Oho collection? I got my Ohos on you.
It's like Suave Mikey, but not funny.
What's this? I have a saxophone in my hands? Well, why not?
And one final nitpick, the climax of this episode involves them hooking up Igor's laser to the LilyMu hover jet, and personally, I feel like the opening LilyMu segment should have included the jet so that this element of the plot could have been established earlier. As it is, the jet comes out of nowhere and requires knowledge from other episodes for it to make any sense. Like, honestly, what's the point of having these LilyMu scenes if you're not going to use them? But that brings us to our second Halloween special, The Phantom of the Soundstage. Obviously, the title of this one is a parody of Phantom of the Opera. It starts with Gonard and Mikey fighting on a roof over the Gem of Power. Mikey leaps off the ledge to prevent Gonard from getting a hold of it, and Mitsuki reaches out of the LilyMu jet to save him, only to be electrocuted by Mikey's hand buzzer. Mikey declares himself King of Pranks, which is his stupid way of saying pranks. I think it's supposed to be a reference to the show Punk'd, but luckily they dropped the whole prunk thing halfway through the episode and just call them pranks like a normal person. Anyway, he pranks all of his friends, but the prank intended for Lily angers the maintenance man, who, by the way, is doing a Christopher Walken impression.
This creature, this Phantom of the Soundstage, was only to destroy anyone who dare pull a prank.
Just like the vampire from the MTV pilot.
Everyone in Japan has flying cars and robots and Betamaxes, which are so much better than VHS and always have been.
Hey, does anybody remember Dave the Barbarian?
I hope this is important. I was busy bemoaning the ghastly, aching void that is my meaningless life.
Someone needs a hobby.
Good times. Anyway, he warns them about the Phantom of the Soundstage, who punishes pranksters, but after he leaves, Mikey pulls a prank on Lily anyway. Lily tries to prank him back, but the Phantom ends up catching her. Meanwhile, in the subplot, Mikey's prank ruined Guano's fursuit, which is just a costume in this one, no magic powers like in the last one, and everything they do to fix it just makes it worse. Gonard and Mitsuki tell him to get rid of the suit, but Guano is too attached. Eventually, though, he does decide to change out of it, revealing what he looks like underneath. Just kidding, he had an identical suit to change into. This is of course part of the reoccurring gag where we never see what Guano actually looks like under his suit, but in the MTV Pitch Sizzle Nicktoons DVD thing, while everyone complains about how awful Mikey is, we can actually see Guano take off his head and storm off the set. So there you go, mystery solved. One weird thing in this subplot is that while Guano is remembering all the good times he had in the suit, he flashes back to himself getting dry cleaned, and it's like, just go do that. You did all of Gonard's stupid ideas, but you didn't think to do that? Also, in this same montage, Guano is grabbed by a crane game, and look who makes a cameo in the machine. It's Gus Guts. Guess that long introduction about Rumpus toys wasn't a complete waste of time after all. Anyway, the Phantom has Lily tied to a train track, and they do an old-timey movie parody for some reason. But then he runs out of film, so he saves her from the train, but it was just a small train, and she was never in any real danger, and then the train falls off the roof of the studio. I have no idea what's happening in this scene, but I will say that it perfectly encapsulates the spirit of this episode, because it's a train wreck. Lily tells the Phantom that Mikey should be the one getting punished, and upon seeing how obnoxious Mikey is, the Phantom reveals that he's the janitor from earlier, and tells Lily his tragic backstory. For you see, he was the original star of LilyMu before they hired a guy from Canada who relentlessly played pranks, which... Okay. So you're telling me there was an original cast of LilyMu before Lily? And you're telling me that this cast also hired someone with a different art style to be on their show? Look, I know Kappa Mikey isn't the kind of show with strict continuity. You're just supposed to watch it episode to episode, laugh at the jokes, and next week there's another zany situation that they get themselves into. But this one just bothers me so much because it messes with the central concept of the show. Ozu said they're looking for something unlike anything anime has seen before, so they get a Western cartoon character. But now you're telling me that not only has this been done before, it was done by the same show? The show called LilyMu. Lily's name is in it, and that's the whole point. It was her show before Mikey came in and stole the spotlight. That's her entire motivation. So now we have a show that doesn't belong to Lily being taken by a novelty that's been done before, and it's just so weird. But, like I said, one of the advantages of this kind of show is that you're not supposed to take it too seriously, because next week it won't matter, and the whole original cast of LilyMu thing is never brought up again. But still, I was always super glad that this one only aired around Halloween time because it meant I only had to deal with this once a year. But anyway, one day the Canadian took his pranks too far and wrote "fart" on the Phantom's forehead in permanent marker, ruining his career. Lily and the Phantom team up to prank Mikey, but while Lily is doing harmless pranks like whoopee cushions, the Phantom drops a chandelier on him. Lily tells the Phantom to ease up, but the Phantom wants to take it a step further and write "fart" on Mikey's forehead as the ultimate revenge, which apparently is worse than the murder attempts he just tried to pull. And actually, I'll admit, there is a good joke here where he tries to fix his forehead.
Ha! Now people will line up to party with me. Hey, ladies, where's the party?
The Phantom is about to get Mikey, but Lily decides that she wants to do the honors herself. The police arrest the Phantom, and Lily reveals that she was just distracting him until the police could arrive, and she didn't actually use permanent marker.
You bug me, dweeb, but I'm not that evil.
The episode ends with Mikey not pranking Mitsuki during the take, but she gets shocked by the Gem of Power anyway. The end. I don't know if it was obvious, but I do not care for this episode. Even if you don't take the whole backstory thing too seriously, it's still bottom tier for me. A lot of the jokes miss, and it's definitely the weakest of the Halloween episodes, especially since it doesn't have that Halloween feeling like the rest of them do. This easily could have been an April Fool's Day episode, and I would not have questioned it. But Nick would only play this one around Halloween time.
With the darkest and scariest shows ever, back to back, one after the other, dark, scary, dark, scary.
So it counts. The other two Halloween specials don't air until season 2, so we have a while before we get to them. But for now, let's go from the worst of the worst to the best of the best with Battle of the Bands. In this one, Gonard attacks LilyMu with his army of robots. The gang fight off as many as they can while Mikey heads straight for Gonard, but a glitch in the audio booth changes the music to a soothing love song, causing them to hug and cry. They investigate the sound booth, and it turns out the glitches were caused by Gonard's sandwich being left on the audio board. But while they're there, they find some instruments and decide it would be fun to start a band. Unfortunately, they are terrible. Mikey plays his ringtone to demonstrate the kind of sound he wants the band to have, but Ozu mistakes the ringtone for their music and spends 1 billion yen advertising a special musical episode of the show to cash in on TV stars who can rock out, like Ori and Yori, a parody of Papayami Yumi, who are a Japanese rock duo that had a show on Cartoon Network at the time. Incidentally, when Ozu gets the idea to exploit their talents, a $sign is used. This show is usually good about using the yen symbol, even later in this episode, but they do slip up here. Also on the subject of errors, while watching Ori and Yori on TV, Mikey's bedsheets don't have a texture. Normally they're orange with his face on them, but if you look close you can actually see that that's Red M Mikey. And this is actually an error that persists all the way to the final episode. Anyway, to not disappoint Ozu, they decide to fake their performance on the show by playing their ringtone while miming their instruments, and soon they're the most famous rock stars in Japan. They walk the red carpet, and first of all there's the host Masako, who's a parody of Joan Rivers, but is also Yubaba from Spirited Away.
I feel like I'm on the space shuttle because everywhere I look, I see stars!
There's a parody of Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh!, and then a parody of Kimba the White Lion.
He's terrific!
Also, if you look at the billboard in the background, we can see this strange off-model Mikey. It doesn't have a widow's peak, and the cheeks just don't taper correctly. Then a few shots later, we can see the reason for this is because it was Red M Mikey in disguise. For whatever reason, some shots were fixed with a draw over, but not others, and also none of the other episodes that use the same background. Anyway, the LilyMu cast are in the middle of an interview when they're confronted by Ori and Yori, who accuse the LilyMu band of being phonies, literally using a phone to pretend to be a band.
Something's not right about you guys. Yeah, you hold your instruments funny. All your songs are 15 seconds long.
They all double down on their lie, but Mikey takes it too far when he challenges them to a battle of the bands to prove that they are real rock stars. Ori and Yori accept on the condition that no cell phones are allowed. At the concert, they perform a song, which I mentioned was included on the DVD as a music video, and this song will be used several times in the future, so keep an ear out for it.
I saw you in the hall at school today. I caught your eye, and then you looked the other way.
Also, they use this 3D effect here, which is really impressive for this show, but honestly, kinda looks like Paper Mario.
And walk on out that door. 'Cause I'm alright. I don't need you anyway.
The LilyMu gang are terrified of being exposed until Yoshi smuggles a cell phone hidden in a cake. Mitsuki, meanwhile, has been feeling guilty about lying to the fans for so long and quits the band after giving a speech about how they should all be ashamed of themselves. But they go out and perform anyway. The LilyMu band win the competition, but Mikey sees Mitsuki in the crowd and decides to come clean. The crowd turns on them, and Masako declares that LilyMu will be cancelled for this, until Ori and Yori say that they didn't want to cancel the show, they just wanted them to stop pretending to be musicians. The crowd turns again, going back to loving them, and everything's back to normal.
But they took you for fools! How can you still like them?
We're dumb!
Hooray!
We end with the gang returning the instruments to the soundstage, regretting that they never actually got to play music together. Gonard spills mustard on the soundboard again, but this time it starts a fire, and the ensuing chaos of the cleaning and fire extinguishing end up forming a song, which is like one of my favorite tropes.
Hey, that's not bad.
The ending LilyMu sequence has Mikey use a guitar to defeat Gonard, which is just a wild thing to try to pull. Like, these celebrities just got caught in a major music-related scandal, and in the next episode they wrote in a bit about it? That takes guts. But no, for real, this is another one of my absolute favorite episodes of the show. Once again, it was so hard not to include every joke. I mean, for the sake of a quick summary, I had to leave out all the rock and roll boot camp stuff they did before the competition, which has a great punchline to it. Again, if you're gonna watch any episode for yourself, this is another one that I highly recommend. I also highly recommend you watch the next one, Cage Aux Mikey, which is another great one. In French, this translates to Mikey's Cage, but the title is actually a pun on the 1973 French play and then later Broadway musical Cage aux Folles, which this episode is very loosely a parody of, in terms of the Web of Lies and Dinner Plans Gone Awry. It starts with Gonard using Guano as a yo-yo. Mikey saves him, but falls off the building and gets a wedgie on a flagpole. Mitsuki tries to cheer him up by reminding him that soon they'll all be going to a luxurious beach resort in Kagoshima. So you know what anime cliche this means.
It's beach time, baby.
That's right, the beach episode. But first, Mr. Muckenfuss, a reporter from Mikey's hometown Cleveland, shows up to interview him. This reporter is also a parody of Jamestown and Jameson, just like Scoop Suzuki from the Pimple episode, but they acknowledge the similarities by saying that they're cousins. And it's actually really fun to see the same basic design being done in 2 different styles. He interviews Mikey, but finds his life is incredibly boring, so Mikey spices up his story with a few lies, like that he's dating Lily, Gonard is his personal chef, Guano is his tall bodyguard, and Mitsuki is his own personal mime.
She's inside the box.
Wow! You're really living the life, kid!
When the paper is published, Mikey's parents are so proud they want to see his life for themselves.
Maybe your chef can make us dinner!
Maybe your bodyguard can frisk us!
Desperate to not look like a phony in front of his parents, Mikey gives his friends gifts that just so happen to match his lie. Natalia Elena's portfolio also contains an early version of this gift scene.
Is this a mime outfit?
Don't you mean... Yeah, it's a mime outfit. Go ahead, Lily, open yours.
OMG! Ew, I need to wash my hands! Mikey, why'd you get us all this?
What? Can't a guy get his friends suspicious presents for no reason? Okay, I know you thought I got you these gifts because I'm a terrific guy, but truth is, I need a favor.
My favorite difference here is that Mikey stays on screen for Lily's freakout, and the background is just a starfield for some reason, which is funny to me, but in a way where I'm glad they changed it. Also, the boxes that they're packing for the trip aren't there, but I imagine that these backgrounds were probably temporary. And a lot of the characters' expressions have changed. Like, Gonard was angry, but in the final, he's more confused. So is Guano. Actually, Lily is the only one who's still angry in the shot. Mitsuki's original reaction to Mikey giving her a mime outfit is pretty hilarious, but so is the final version. And finally, one super subtle change no one could possibly have noticed. When Mitsuki opens up her gift, in the old version, she just holds up a mime outfit. But in the final version, we can see some tissue paper fall down from the box she removed it from. Everyone is confused by his gifts until he reveals that he actually needs them to cancel their beach plans and stage an elaborate lie for his parents, which they reluctantly agree to. Everything goes great as they all practice their roles in his lie, until Mikey's parents call to cancel on him. Did you read the headline below Mikey's story a few scenes ago? Turns out that bee problem was so bad they had to shut down the airport.
Anyway, hope we didn't mess up your plans.
Oops, the bees are back!
I'll get the tarp. Bye, Mikes.
Desperate to not let his friends know that they canceled their beach trip for nothing, he hires King Pirate and Beef to pretend to be his parents. They have an awkward dinner where Mikey's friends begin to suspect the truth, and then Ozu's weather machine accidentally exposes Mikey's double lie. Oh yeah, the subplot to this one is that Ozu wanted to play golf, but it rained, so he built a weather machine to stop it from ever raining on him again. Similar to Big Trouble in Little Tokyo, this subplot is mostly just torturing Yes Man.
Oh, Mr. Higginmiser, help! Mr. Higginmiser, help!
After being exposed, Mikey apologizes to everyone, asking how he can make it up to them. So they put him to work as a servant on the fake soundstage beach.
Have you guys forgiven me yet?
Nope.
Muck and Fuss publishes this whole mess as a story, and we can see in the other article that Ozu's weather machine solved the bee problem, which is just absolutely hilarious. I love when plots and subplots intersect with each other, especially since this bee plot only appears in headlines and a joke from Mikey's parents. I just think that's really funny. The ending LilyMu sequence involves Mikey using a baseball bat, and Gonard gets a wedgie. Anyway, this is another one of my favorites. You know when a show finds its groove? Like, the first few episodes are funny, but maybe a little awkward, and then the show finds a nice sweet spot, and then it goes on for way too long and you wish that it ended while it was still good. These episodes are the sweet spot. And the next episode, Reality Bites, continues to deliver. This title comes from the 1994 movie Reality Bites, but as the Cable Guide and iTunes description admit, it's actually a parody of the reality show Real World and also The Truman Show. It starts with a rather lackluster LilyMu action sequence.
Not so fast with all that talk, Gonard! Yes, we're here to defeat you with fighting!
Heroes!
They defeat the dreaded one-legged robot, and the episode just kind of breaks down into a mess from there. Turns out Guano's been suffering from severe writer's block, but if he doesn't write a better script soon, Ozu threatens to cancel the show. Everyone tries to help Guano in their own way, but Guano still has writer's block, so they all offer to write the script together. Needless to say, the writing goes terribly and everyone ends up fighting until Ozu shows up to announce that they won't need scripts anymore because LilyMu is now a reality show.
Forget action sequences. This is what the public wants. Interactive people doing absolutely nothing.
Did Kappa Mikey just predict live streams? So, yeah, LilyMu is a reality show now, and oh geez, is that Comic Sans? Great. Tensions start heating up, and when they see a playback of the episode, they realize how embarrassing it is to have all their personal moments on TV. They ask Ozu to ease up, but he doubles down. Eventually, they break out of the set, but Ozu buys every camera in Tokyo to keep the show going. They beg Guano to write a new script to convince Ozu to change the show back, and they perform it live in front of an audience to thunderous applause. Ozu decides to change the show back to normal, and they finish the action sequence from before, but this time the robot has 2 legs and the dialogue is fixed. Although, they didn't fix this one line.
Yes! We're here to defeat you with fighting!
And it's really obvious that they just clipped Mitsuki's line.
Not so fast, Gonard!
But again, this is another one of my favorites. And here's some random trivia. When they're all writing the script together and Gonard is contributing his ideas, he sings the Twilight Zone theme.
What if I had an army of sandwich monsters, but instead of eating them, they eat me?
Incidentally, while this is one of my favorites, it does have one of my least favorite jokes in the whole series. So I mentioned that a recurring gag is that Gonard eats things that aren't food, and despite my dismissive tone, they do have some funny gags with it. But in this episode, while running away from the cameras, they make a big point of showing Gonard collecting cameras, putting them on bread, and eventually storing them in his hair. They jump over a lady whose baby is a camera, and they get to a safe place where Gonard takes them out of his hair and eats them. And I don't know why, but this joke just always bothered me. It's not like it's unfunny or offensive or anything. It's just such a long walk to go nowhere. Like, the whole chase scene is just building up to such a nothing of a punchline. But with the pacing of the show, it's not like we linger on it for too long because it's immediately followed up by a much funnier joke.
Ozu must have bought every camera in the city!
Yeah, it's like the time he bought all the snow so he'd never lose a snowball fight.
And speaking of snow, it's time for the Christmas episode. A Christmas Mikey.
This party is amazing!
But this season, the boy wonder of Japanese TV is having a not-so-wonderful life.
Out of my office! No!
I wish I never came to Tokyo in the first place!
The holiday special, A Christmas Mikey, premieres next, part of the Ha Ha Holidays on Nick.
It premiered on Nickelodeon as part of the Ha Ha Holidays event, where every weeknight at 7 they would air a Christmas special. It also aired as part of the Drake Takes Over Nick event.
I'm hanging out in Times Square on the orange couch, once again answering your questions and picking some of my all-time favorite Nicktoons. Also tonight, I've got a brand new, never-before-seen holiday episode of Kappa Mikey, so hang around for that.
You know, I really think the most surreal part of making this video has been hearing the words Kappa Mikey come out of Drake Bell's mouth. Like, I watched Kappa Mikey a lot back in the day, but something about this clip reminded me that this was a real show that really aired on Nickelodeon in 2006.
Okay guys, since I'm in charge this week, I'm picking a brand new Nicktoon episode. That's right, it's the world premiere of Kappa Mikey Christmas Special. Enjoy.
Really, Drake? Really? Nickelodeon gave you complete control over the station, and you, Drake Bell, personally decided to air the new Kappa Mikey episode. The episode starts with Guano kidnapped and Mikey rescuing him. Chris Leather's portfolio actually has some really cool shots of the background in Maya and a really cool render of it, but unfortunately none of these angles make it into the final version. Anyway, there are multiple times where it seems like Mikey is about to mess up the scene, but to everyone's surprise he pulls it all off in one take. They all start talking about the Christmas party, but Mikey says he needs to talk to Ozu about renewing his contract first. Unfortunately, Ozu hates Christmas and ignores Mikey when he tries to negotiate. Interestingly, this episode premiered on Nickelodeon, but 2 days later, Nicktoons aired a rerun of the episode, but the version on Nicktoons had additional scenes. Sort of an extended edition, or more likely the Nicktoons version is the full version, and the Nickelodeon version was edited down to fit in more commercials. Unfortunately, most uploads nowadays, including the current official upload on YouTube, are the Nickelodeon version. I had to rip these extended scenes from the Australian DVDs.
First, I want a bigger salary, every month. You pay me my weight in money. Why do I need a monkey assistant? Monkeys are loyal, fearless, hostile, deceptively good at shorthand.
The Nickelodeon version cuts Mikey's list of demands and skips straight to Ozu ignoring him. This particular extended scene was also uploaded to KappaMikey.com as Clip of the Week 4, but we'll talk about the website later. The irritated Ozu kicks Mikey out of his office, reminding him that he's not a great actor, he just lucked out and won a contest. Mikey gets depressed, and in the extended version, he walks by Mitsuki and Gonard decorating for the party.
He seemed really down.
He's okay. You just take care of Mitsuki. Eat. You need your strength.
And I was always kinda glad that they cut this scene, but this is technically the first appearance of Mitsuki's new catchphrase, which she'll start to use in season 2. Mikey sulks in his room and his friends come to check on him. Gonard makes a reference to Curious George's Man in the Yellow Hat when he says that he'll get him the monkey assistant he always wanted, which would make more sense if we were watching the extended edition where Mikey actually asked for one, whereas in the Nick version it just comes off as another one of Gonard's non sequiturs. His friends decide to give him some space, and Mikey decides that Ozu was right and writes them a goodbye letter before leaving for America. On his way to the airport, he runs into a man who turns out to be his guardian angel, Lawrence. Okay, wait, that's the second time they've used that name? How many Lawrences are running around Japan anyway? Let's just see what the fan wiki has to say about Lawrence. The Lawrence in character Larry Schwartz. Thanks, Kappa Mikey fan wiki. Also, wait, why wouldn't Mikey's guardian angel be in an American cartoon? Were the neckbeards of the world right? Is heaven anime? Anyway, he shows Mikey what his friends' lives would have been like if he had never won the contest in a parody of It's a Wonderful Life. Turns out LilyMu had to be shut down because the speed racer limo driver guy ended up winning the contest and was terrible. Guano couldn't get another directing job and became a chimney sweep. Gonard never stopped acting evil because no one ever yelled cut, and actually there's a continuity error here where Gonard can clearly be seen in his street clothes when the show is canceled, but that also would have ruined the emotion of the scene if he was still in character in purple, so I get it. Lily ends up letting herself go, becoming poor, marrying Yoshi and having dozens of kids, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense considering only 1 year has passed. They claim a lot of the kids were street urchins who follow her home, but these older kids look exactly like Lily and Yoshi. In the extended version, we also find out that to pay the bills, she does voiceover work.
Oh, I'm gonna be sick!
Is he okay?
He just heard his friend does voiceover work.
Voiceover work?
Everything's so different.
Mitsuki, meanwhile, turns out to have become the most successful star in Japan after LilyMu ended. But it was short-lived, and now she lives in a sort of Sunset Boulevard state of denial and delusion with her monkey assistant, continuing the monkey assistant gag, or at least it would be if you were watching the full version of the episode. Her song about loneliness breaks Mikey, and he decides that he was wrong and he wants to go back to his life. His wonderful life. The highlight of this episode, though, is Ozu's subplot. After kicking Mikey out of the office, he's visited by the ghost of Japanese Christmas past, who he beats up. But eventually, the ghost takes him back to the Christmas he left his home Kataura to make it big in Tokyo, promising his wife Kyoko and his son that he'll return in 1 year. The next Christmas he returns, rich and successful, only to find the house burned down and his family missing. Also, there's this thing they established earlier where Ozu throws things through the fence whenever he's mad, and at first it's a joke, but then they use it for drama, and I like it when something can be both funny and kinda sad at the same time. I mean, they tried to do that with the monkey assistant too, but I just feel like this is more effective, and not just because we actually get to see the setup of this one. The ghost of Japanese Christmas present arrives, but the ghost of Christmas past stops him.
Hey, hold up. You won't believe this guy's story.
Turns out, Ozu's backstory was so tragic it has both of the Christmas ghosts hating Christmas now.
Seriously, Christmas is like the worst.
The three of them decide to destroy the Christmas party, almost becoming a parody of the Grinch until the ghost of Japanese Christmas future arrives.
Terry? James? What are you guys doing? Hey, Frank, we're ruining Christmas.
He scolds them and then tells Ozu that it will be on a Christmas day that he'll find his long-lost son, and Ozu learns that Christmas is a time for hope. At the party, a now happy Ozu gives presents to all of his employees, including a new contract for Mikey and an apology.
It was our good luck that you won that contest.
The extended edition shows off some additional scenes of the party.
It's not Christmas for your face, Gonard.
Oh, you!
Quit it! Great work this season. Great stuff.
Back in the regular version, Mikey bumps into Mitsuki and tells her to stay away from monkey assistants. They laugh and share a kiss under the mistletoe. We pan away from the party where Ozu stands alone looking out the window, and major spoiler alert here, probably the only spoiler alert of the entire show. Guano asks Ozu if the story he heard about his family was true, and Ozu sadly says that it is. Nervously, Guano reveals that behind his gem was the bear that Ozu gave his son all those years ago, and he takes off his mask, revealing that Guano is Ozu's long-lost son. We end on that warm Christmas feeling as we pan up past the throwback to the Super Gonard balloon, all the way up to Lawrence winking at the camera as Auld Lang Syne plays us out. The end. Oh, and if you're wondering, no, Guano being Ozu's son does not factor into any future stories, but it is referenced a handful of times, so I'll be sure to call out any time that it is. On Twitter, Larry Schwartz posted a video flipping through a promotional book version of this episode. The only thing of interest is that this screen cap has a different background to what the final episode has, so that's kind of interesting. And earlier it had one of the extended edition scenes. Speaking of which, aside from the setup of the monkey assistant joke, I think that everything that was cut from the Nick version actually improves the episode. The voiceover bit is the only other thing that I'm even remotely sad about losing, but it's definitely redundant in that Lily already had 3 tragic things happen to her, so this is just yet another thing. And if you need to cut something for time, then yeah, this is the thing to cut. But Gonard force-feeding candy canes to Mitsuki and messing up Lily's hair after she gives what can only be described as the worst burn of all time.
It's not Christmas for your face, Gonard.
Yeah, I'm really glad that these scenes were cut. And while I do like drunk Guano, it's a little weird that he sobers up immediately for the Ozu scene, so it's probably for the best that that got cut too. I sort of mentioned this earlier, but at the time of writing, the Handmade Films Animation YouTube channel is currently the official way to watch the show, although the rights did just get sold again and they seem to have stopped uploading, so this might not be true, but either way, at some point in time, it was the official way to watch it, and allow me just a moment to tear into their official description of the episode. After being turned down a new contract by Ozu, which is later given to him at the end, spoilers, Mikey wishes he never came to Tokyo, but is convinced otherwise by his guardian angel. In the subplot, Ozu hates Christmas because his family ditched him. Ditched him? Ditched him. That's one way to put it. But he learns to love it from the ghost of Christmas past, present, and future, the latter of whom says it will be on a Christmas that he sees his son again. Spoilers! Again! Jeez! So that's weird on its own, but after looking for some other terrible descriptions, I started to realize that they all sounded familiar, but I couldn't place from where. I knew that these weren't the descriptions from the press kit or the cable guides, but then it hit me. These are all copy-pasted directly from Wikipedia, which explains why there are spoilers. Also, it looks like they forgot to upload Sumo Of All Fears. Despite airing in the middle of Season 1, iTunes, the Australian DVDs, and the Season 1 press kit all have this listed as the season finale. This actually was the final episode produced for Season 1, and a lot of the elements within the episode make sense if it was the season finale. Like at the beginning, Guano mentions that they're done for the season, and at the party, the drunk Guano compliments the robots on the good work they did this season. Also, the Christmas party is full of cameos from characters from throughout the entire season. We know Saki, this old woman, Beef, King Pirate, the sumo wrestler, the waiter, Mitsuki's orphan fan, Forbes, and Dr. Igor, but there's also a bunch of people from episodes that we haven't even gotten to yet. The press kit, cable guide, and iTunes descriptions also imply that the plot was originally going to be fairly different. It looks like Mikey would have been offered the role of Hamlet in Hamlet the Christmas Giraffe, which is what he was auditioning for in the pilot, and he would have been visited by the ghost of LilyMu past, present, and future who stop him from moving back to America. It's really interesting that Mikey was originally going to have the Christmas Carol parody, but it was given to Ozu instead. I wonder how different this version would have turned out, because I love Ozu's subplot. Like, Mikey's plot is fine, but it really is just It's a Wonderful Life with some hit-or-miss jokes. I really like the way that Ozu's Christmas Carol parody turns the whole thing on its head and goes in a completely different direction from what it's parodying. It's also really interesting to me that they were going to have a callback to the pilot in this finale, kind of bookending this season. But it's really funny that that wouldn't have worked given the way that this series aired, because again, the pilot hasn't aired yet, so it would have been a callback to nothing, and the Christmas episode isn't even the finale of the season anymore. So anyway though, I won't lie, if this episode was just Mikey's plot, I'd put it C tier, average, nothing special, but Ozu's plot is strong enough to bump it all the way up to A. I just love these ghosts. They're hilarious. Weird miscellaneous fact, the Ghost of Christmas Past is only ever on model for his introduction, and then he's chibi for the rest of the episode. The Ghost of Christmas Present is on model for his introduction, and then chibi for the rest, except for this one shot of him destroying the party food with a flamethrower for some reason. But then he immediately goes back to being chibi. The Ghost of Christmas Future is the only one who's on model for the majority of his screen time. Anyway, this isn't a Christmas special that I watch every year, but it is a fun one nonetheless.
Rush reporting on the three-headed monster. Little plastic army guys are coming to save the day, but it may be too late. What do you think, ladies?
Kappa Mikey will help us.
Is he made of plastic too?
And with the revelation that Guano is Ozu's son, let's take a quick break to talk about the character dynamics on this show. I've already discussed the characters as individuals, so I'll keep this brief, and actually I already mentioned their relationships with Mikey since it's part of their official descriptions and essential to the show. The notable exception I made is Guano, because I have trouble articulating exactly what their relationship is. It's not exactly easy to sum up like how Gonard and Mikey are childish friends and one's a bad influence, or how Ozu and Mikey is a dad and his favorite child. I think this line maybe sums them up best.
Here's my friend, and here's an idiot.
Like, they vibe, and I love when they do.
Awesome new place, Mikey.
Thanks.
And then Mikey's stupidity often causes some stress.
Guano, listen. It's me, Mikey.
You mean the bringer of sadness and pain?
But for me personally, I don't feel like the episodes that pair these two up for a subplot really take full advantage of what their relationship could have been. Whenever they're paired up, it's usually just so Mikey has someone to be the butt of his jokes, someone to stress over his antics, and someone to say, I don't think that's such a good idea. Which is fine, but like, there's an episode in season 2 which isn't a Mikey Guano episode, it focuses on the whole cast, but in it, Mikey encourages Guano to stand up to Ozu, and Guano ends up jobless as a result. And I feel like if they had played up this angle more in the episodes where they're specifically paired together, with Mikey encouraging him to do something he immediately regrets, I don't know, I just feel like there was a lot of untapped comedic potential there. Not that Guano and Mikey are bad together, it's a lot of fun to watch a guy stress out because of an idiot, but for that, I tend to prefer when Gonard and Guano are paired together. It's the same thing, Gonard is stupid and Guano is stressed by it, but unlike a Mikey Guano episode where Mikey railroads the plot and Guano is just kind of there to react for comedic effect, in Gonard Guano episodes they tend to be equals and their personalities drive the plot forward together. Mitsuki and Guano are never actually paired together for any plots one-on-one, but in group interactions, Mitsuki seems to be the one that Guano goes to for comfort whenever he's scared.
I'm not going with you. I'm going with Guano.
I think Guano is coming with me.
Lily and Guano only have 2 episodes where they're paired up together, and in both cases, they immediately get separated. But I think the dynamic they try to play up is Guano is gross, while Lily is fashion.
Guano, I wear designer clothes from high-end labels. You're covered in fur.
In group scenarios, Lily is the least patient with Guano's anxieties. Lily's ego is obviously a source of conflict for everyone, Guano included, but in season 2, it's hinted that he might have a small crush on her. This crush is never made into a plot point though, and I honestly never even noticed it until making this video. Lily and Mitsuki have the most defined relationship outside of everyone's relationship to Mikey. Lily is mean, Mitsuki is nice, but they are friends. And the inherent conflict and comedy of their opposite personalities means that they're almost always paired together for plots. In fact, only 8 episodes don't have them together in the same plot. Notably, Lily is a lot meaner to Mitsuki in season 2.
I know! I can settle for something a lot worse! Mitsuki!
Like in season 1, Lily's ego obviously causes fights or disagreements between them, but there was still like a core to their friendship, you know? Like I definitely got the vibe that if they went to McDonald's, Lily would walk up to the counter and say, "Excuse me, she asked for no pickles."
And I took out the garbage.
That wasn't the garbage! It was Mitsuki's doll collection! It's okay.
But in season 2, and especially in late season 2, I really get the sense that she'd say something like, "Why are you upset? It's not like they can make your breath smell any worse."
But your day may come soon, like maybe in another life.
Gonard and Mitsuki are never paired up for any episodes as a duo, but their relationship seems to be that Gonard is dumb, and Mitsuki, being the patient one, tries to explain things to him. When I first watched the show, I thought they were brother and sister, purely because they had blue poofy hair. Then I actually thought that they were married because of this one line from Gonard.
Then, young Mrs. burst on the scene. Evening, ma'am.
But then I caught on that they're just friends and co-workers. Lily and Gonard can probably be best described as a girl and her dog. He's big and dumb, and she likes to use that for her amusement. There's this one episode we'll get to in a bit where she convinces Gonard to become a hippie just for laughs.
Well, I do like granola. Goo goo gajoo, man.
So funny!
And it reminds me of when you pretend to throw a ball and watch the dog be confused. Also, if you were wondering, the implied romance from Mikey Likes It never comes back, though it is a very popular ship. Now, I don't want to sink that ship, you can do what you want, but personally, my headcanon for the romance in that episode is that Gonard was told to be Lily's boyfriend, and Gonard is a real method actor who's known for taking things to extremes, like when he became evil in the Christmas episode because no one yelled cut. I think he likes Lily as a friend, but I think he was just caught up in the role of boyfriend and took it too far. And for Lily, I think that she appreciated Gonard and probably felt something for him. Definitely at least felt bad about breaking his heart with the whole Guano love triangle thing, but I think she quickly snapped out of it as soon as she realized that Gonard's extremes are both a good and bad thing, and that the whole relationship was just a fake publicity stunt that went too far. According to Gonard's voice actor, Sean Schemmel, in an interview with KappaMikeyFans.net, I don't think Lily loves anybody but herself, and any romantic orientations she has are directed at the mirror. Gonard's romantic aspirations are food-oriented. Speaking of romance, when Mikey isn't overlooking Mitsuki, and when Mitsuki can get over her crush and talk like a normal person, they actually have pretty chill chemistry.
Someone's ready for their fitting!
Let me know how it goes.
Like, Mikey can be a selfish jerk, but she tends to be the one who brings out the best in him. And like, not even through her direct actions, Mikey is just always the most upset whenever he disappoints Mitsuki in particular, and he'll do whatever he can to make it right. This literally happens all the time.
You guys, I'm sorry about all the terrible things I said. Especially about you, Mitsuki. Especially when you weren't there.
What?
According to Mitsuki's voice actress Carrie Karanen in an interview she did with KappaMikeyFans.net, I think the idea of Mitsuki's love for Mikey is always present, though not as openly as much of a crush as it was in the beginning. She definitely doesn't leverage her friendship for the promise of some future relationship. There are times when the emotions come forward more and she has to deal with them, but in a way, they're already in a relationship through their friendship. I think she loves his quirkiness. Mikey is so childlike and unpredictable that I think it appeals to her free-spirited and accepting nature. Never a dull moment with him. I think Mikey is too involved with his new life and finding out who he is in the world to really turn his attention to relationships. Overall, I think he does have love for Mitsuki, but more in terms of a deep friendship. In the end, whenever he realizes he has disappointed her, he does his best to make it up to her. Underneath all that spaz, he has a heart of gold. Which is just an incredible analysis of the relationship. And in case you were wondering what my thoughts on this ship were, I ship them so hard. I think everything they do together is so cute, and I live for the little moments like this.
Nuggies all around!
I already mentioned that Ozu's relationship with everyone is best described as a stern father figure whose favorite child is Mikey, which is made a lot weirder, sadder, and funnier now that we know that Guano is his actual biological child and they basically never acknowledge it. But not every episode portrays Ozu as a father figure.
After all the things I did to exploit them.
Sometimes he's their dad, but sometimes he's just their producer and exploits them for profit, like Mr. Krabs, or the parents of any child YouTuber. Yes Man has no real dynamic with anyone outside of Ozu since he's basically just an extension of Ozu, but he is the show's butt monkey, so every character dislikes him to some degree, even Ozu. Again, he's barely a character, more of a punchline.
There's only one logical way to get out of this.
Call Ozu?
No!
Call Yes Man?
No! What? No!
Reading into things a bit too much, there's a throwaway joke from Mikey Impossible where Ozu fires everyone and says that Yes Man can replace him, and it's implied that Yes Man has a crush on Mitsuki after he dresses in her uniform and says,
I secretly love you, Yes Man! Hi-ya!
And in The Good, the Bad, and the Mikey, Lily considers Yes Man as a possible candidate for Mitsuki's crush. But these are jokes that are clearly not meant to be taken seriously. Like, if you're shipping Yasuki, there is something wrong with you.
Yes! 2 souls as one!
And now let's move on to the next episode and talk about The Lost Pilot. This one starts with Gonard shooting cards at Team Lily. Wait a second. We did this one. Yeah, so just keep in mind that it took this long to get Mikey's origin story. I mean, it's spelled out pretty clearly in the theme song. But it's funny that we didn't actually get to see Mikey's backstory until after we saw Guano and Ozu's backstory. But since we're here, I think it's worth giving a little trivia that Larry Schwartz has writing credits on 2 episodes, this pilot and the Christmas episode. Anyway though, after that one comes one of my favorites, with fans like these. It opens with a car chase. Gonard throws Mitsuki at Mikey from his raging rig and gets away. Mikey vows that they'll get him next time, but Mitsuki has a mind control device on her neck and a gun in her hand. The episode ends on a cliffhanger, and everyone online is going nuts for Mitsuki's performance.
Yeah, girl. Everyone's raving about you.
Really? Then all the long hours and lonely nights have been worth it!
And quick tangent, if we look closely at Mitsuki's Mikey shrine, we can see Red M. Mikey. This asset is recycled from a gag in Mikey Impossible where Lily gives a Mikey voodoo doll a wedgie, but interestingly, the version in Mikey Impossible was redrawn to match the new design, while this version looks like it's an old copy that was probably overlooked when they changed the designs. We can also see a callback to the pilot when Mikey was put on the yen, and it looks like Mitsuki also has Mikey's passport. That's weird. Anyway, Mikey, unable to not be the center of attention for a few minutes, checks out what the Mikey Superfans website says, and then visits a Mikey Superfans meetup to boost his ego. But the meetup ends up just being 2 nerds in their mom's basement. Kai and... I guess this guy doesn't have a name, weird. Also, these nerds are so hardcore, they have the original Red M Mikey on their mural. Mikey hangs out with them because they worship him, but after a while they just won't leave him alone. They follow him to work and beat up Gonard because they think he's actually evil, and then we get this scene.
You big fans of the show?
In episode 231, you said you were allergic to tomatoes, but in episode 309, you can clearly be seen eating a slice of pizza.
So, what's the deal?
Sounds like you can't escape your own web of lies.
Oh no. That's me, isn't it? Anyway, Mitsuki tells Mikey she dealt with the same thing and he just needs to be firm and set boundaries. He tries to get them to hang out with their other friends or girlfriends or like anyone but him, but setting these boundaries makes them upset. So Mikey decides to lie and say that they can't hang out anymore because Gonard might attack them. That gets rid of them for a while until they kidnap him to protect him from Gonard. Mitsuki comes to his rescue, but Mikey has an idea to get rid of them for good, and they hook them up with the Mitsuki mega fans.
You guys want to discuss the shift in Guano's character between season 5 and 6?
Anyway, now that they have girlfriends, they don't care about Mikey, and Mitsuki unties him.
Wow, Mikey and Mitsuki fans. Who knew?
Yeah.
One thing I love about this ending is that they planted these ideas pretty subtly. Like, there's a quick joke about the Mitsuki mega fans, and then there's a quick joke about girlfriends. So when this ending happens, it's like they took these two random throwaway gags and combined them into a plot point. And I just think that's fun. And speaking of subtly planting ideas in the minds of your audience, in the subplot, Ozu can't sell LilyMu fish sticks, but is inspired by the mind control episode that Guano put subliminal advertisements in the show, and it works. Lily realizes that with that power, she could have everyone give her jewelry, and Gonard realizes that he could have everyone give him sandwiches, so they team up to persuade Guano in a really funny good cop, bad cop routine. Guano is forced to agree, but in an act of defiance, he mixes their messages with the fish stick message, so now all of Tokyo wants to eat them. Eventually, Ozu comes in and saves the day, but yells at them because their scheme alerted the authorities and Ozu was forced to stop. He makes them eat all of the unsold fish sticks as punishment. Since they didn't mess up a LilyMu scene in the opening, the ending sequence is just a shorter version of it, and this time the nerds are watching. The end. This episode is another one of my all-time favorites. It's just really funny and strangely relatable for some completely unknown reason.
Their love is too pure!
It's not love, it's obsession.
In addition to the Mikey Impossible storyboards, we can find concept art of the Mikey superfans in their lair in Travis Cowsell's portfolio. Oh, maybe he knows what the guy's name is. Hold on. I forget these guys' names at this point. One was Kai, I believe. Dang it, that's the one I already knew. Oh well, these are great. I love the expressiveness and detail, and you can see the elements that would make it into the final. For some reason, they remind me of Don Bluth. It's also a shame that some of these details didn't make it into the background, like this rug, the power tools, and the mouse traps. It really helps to sell the basement feeling. Though looking at this pitched roof, maybe it was an attic originally. Actually, no, the final version has a pitched roof too, yet they claim it's a basement?
Sounds like you can't escape your own web of lies.
On second thought, I guess it doesn't matter. Moving on. Big Brozu. This episode begins with a parody of a scene from The Matrix, but not that scene from The Matrix, the one right after. Mitsuki is captured, but the LilyMu gang hijack Gonard's helicopter and shoot at him. She breaks free of her handcuffs and leaps off the building, but Mikey goes off script and ends up crashing the helicopter into the safety net. Ozu scolds him, but he gets interrupted by his twin brother, Brozu. Brozu is like a cool hip-hop version of Ozu, constantly shouting incomprehensible lingo.
Hey, other Ozu, I'm Gonard.
Whoa, slow it down, Jazzy Jeff. I think you lost a fresh prance.
What?
Don't wig out, wigwam. I'm just joshing.
Joshing?
And he even has his own no man.
Oh, no!
Ozu demands that he leaves, but Brozu reminds him that as the older twin, he owns 51% of LilyMu, and he starts making some unwanted changes to the show, so Ozu calls everyone to a meeting to tell him to stop. Just ignore the fact that 3 episodes ago, Ozu completely changed LilyMu into a reality show, and before that he changed it to Neon Kitten Dance Hall Fusion. No, in this one, LilyMu is a sacred, untouchable thing. At the meeting, though, Brozu decides to fire Ozu.
Thanks for the memories, but I gotta drop this. You're fired!
That's a reference to, never mind, let's move on. Brozu puts Mikey in charge because he likes his style despite Mikey's total lack of experience. Also, this is unrelated, but it just has to be said, Mikey will never be ballin'.
Don't be dogging my home just 'cause he's ballin'.
Mikey realizes he doesn't like the job because everyone hates him and he needs to do all this paperwork. So they decide that if Brozu won't give up the rights to LilyMu, they'll just start a new show with Ozu. But Ozu rejects this idea because he's dedicated his whole life to LilyMu and he doesn't want to work on a new show. Again, ignore the reality show stuff and the cats. While trying to figure out what to do next, Guano discovers that in Mikey's contract, he has the right to challenge Brozu to a dance-off to earn full control of the show.
I thought we were tight, huh? Now you're trying to jack my company?
We were tight, but I gotta do this, brah. For my homesies and for Ozu. I owe him.
They have a dance battle, which Brozu is winning until Ozu joins in and proves that he's a better dancer. Brozu leaves and Mikey asks Ozu for forgiveness. The ending LilyMu scene has Team LilyMu bust through the windows and challenge Gonard to a dance fight, who immediately collapses because...
Dance! My one weakness!
Which... Okay, I know I said that I like when their real life influences what happens on the show, lessons learned, themes, etc., but if I was in universe watching LilyMu and I saw this, I'd be like, what am I watching? Especially if that earlier take was leaked and I could see how much cooler the original version was going to be. Also, the opening was about Mikey taking charge when he wasn't supposed to and messing things up. Then in the episode, Brozu puts him in charge when he's not supposed to be, and the lesson he learns is that being in charge isn't so great. And so at the end, Mikey leads them in dance. Okay. Now, you might think an episode about a long-lost twin would be weird and gimmicky, and it is. But it's also really funny and I like it, so it gets a pass. That being said, it still goes in C tier. Again, I'm not changing the channel to it, but I'm definitely not changing away from this one. But speaking of things getting weird and gimmicky, The Man Who Would Be Mikey. This title is a pun on the book and movie The Man Who Would Be King. The episode starts with a LilyMu action sequence filmed on location in the park. Lily and Mitsuki try to disarm Gonard's missile, but they just can't cut through the power cable.
Bring me up to speed, Lily!
We need to cut through the power cable!
Mikey arrives, but he lost the katana prop he was supposed to use in the scene, so they tell him to go find it. Mikey doesn't want to walk all the way back to the studio, but he finds a sword in a stone, a reference to the legend of King Arthur, and despite an old man's warnings, he pulls the sword and heads back to set. During the retake,
we need to cut through the power cable!
Mikey accidentally discovers that the sword has magical powers, and everyone is amazed. Gonard and Guano suck up to Mikey to hang out with him and use his cool new sword, but Mikey catches on to what's happening and kicks everyone out. The old man comes looking for Mikey, but no one's seen him since the fight. He warns that he awakened a dragon who's going to try to eat him, and then the dragon bursts in. And for some reason, the dragon is very Jewish.
As soon as I find the redhead Schlemiel who woke me from my eternal slumber. That's him, the chutzpah, this one.
Anyway, everyone warns Mikey about the dragon, but Mikey thinks that it's just a trick to get him to use the sword again, which he already threw away. The dragon kidnaps Mikey, but Mikey stalls him by playing tic-tac-toe while his friends search the garbage for his sword. They race to the park to rescue Mikey, but the sword's magic is useless against the dragon. Then they realize that the sword is actually one of the dragon's spikes, so Mikey sticks it back into place, and the dragon forgives everyone and goes back to his 1,000-year nap. Everyone reflects on the lessons they learned that day, and then Gonard pulls out a cool mace he found. The end LilyMu segment plays out.
We need to cut through the power cable!
And Mikey cuts the power cable with the orb instead of the sword. If you remember, this was the bonus episode included on the only American DVD release of Kappa Mikey. And what a strange assortment of episodes to include on a DVD. The origin of his motorcycle, the one where they sell lemonade, and the one with the dragon. Incidentally, I still don't know what makes this a bonus episode. I'm not sure what the public response to this one was, but one of the last episodes of the show breaks the fourth wall and calls this one out as being the worst.
Yeah, it's even worse than that episode with the sword and the dragon.
Really?
No.
I personally don't hate this episode. I mean, I don't love it, I don't even like it, but it's far from the worst episode. We already saw Phantom of the Soundstage, and that was 10 times worse than this one. There are some good jokes in here, like Gonard having his own secret language that no one understands except for the dragon at the end.
Nard! Don't call me a nog, you gorga dog! Father?
Yeah, the premise is a little out there, but believe me, the worst is yet to come. But until then, let's talk about a good episode, Uh-Oh, Guano. According to the Season 1 press kit, this episode was originally called The United States of Guano, and it makes fun of something all hardcore anime fans hate: localization and dubs.
You hear that? LilyMu's gotta be on in America!
And it looks like there might be some changes.
Mighty Go-Go Guano?
Don't miss Kappa Mikey, Saturday at 8 in the three-headed monster block. Only on Nicktoons Network.
Did I mention this show is sometimes genius? The episode starts with a tied-up Mikey forced to joust against Gonard. The joust ends with both of them crashing and getting hurt, then Ozu walks in with exciting news. He's beginning a campaign to sell the show across the entire world, with the first country being the Republic of Buttstonia. Yeah, did I mention this show is sometimes kind of stupid? The downside of the sale is that some changes were made for localization.
Mitsuki, Mama Winter has taken the crops.
Did I mention this show is genius? Ozu says America is next, and Mikey gets all of his friends back home to watch it, only to find out that they rebranded the show to be Mighty Go-Go Guano.
Guano's a race car, Dean!
They basically wrote his character out of the show, except somehow as a little fairy who helps Guano.
Why did they make Guano the star? I'm a way bigger hottie.
Kids, buy a Guano doll today!
Oh, man. Why must you be so marketable?
Did I mention that this show is genius? Like, in what other show, especially in 2006, are you gonna see anime characters getting upset over their dub? I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged maybe.
They've all been censored by 4Kids.
But I meant shows on TV. Guano was asked to do a live interview on the American TV show Star Talk, which is probably a parody of MTV's TRL, but interviews and fame are Guano's biggest fears. Mikey does the interview in his place, but ends up making Guano 10 times more popular by making him seem mysterious and aloof. Guano has a nervous breakdown and hides from all these reporters in a rat's nest that he makes for himself. Mikey tries to comfort him and comes up with a plan to get rid of the reporters for good. A plan that requires me to explain the subplot. In exchange for the show airing in Buttstonia, the cast are paid in the completely worthless Buttstonian currency, butts. Yeah, okay, butt jokes are immature, but there are some pretty good ones.
This is the worst. How come nobody will touch my butt?
And I don't care how mature you think you are, that's funny. The only person that doesn't see butts as worthless is Sergu, the dummy thick native of Buttstonia, and he agrees to be Gonard's servant in exchange for butts. Lily loves the idea of having someone to boss around, so she outbids Gonard.
So I heard you like butts.
Wow. The two of them fight over who owns Sergu, while Mitsuki scolds them for not treating Sergu like a human being. But later it's revealed that she's secretly been paying Sergu to do things behind everyone's back.
No, I couldn't help myself. My butts were just sitting there.
Hilarious. Anyway, Sergu has made so much money from them that he's now the wealthiest man in Buttstonia, and he returns home in a hot air balloon. Right before takeoff, Mikey throws a decoy Guano into the balloon and tells the press they'll just have to replace him with a lame Guano, who isn't as interesting. Turns out the decoy Guano is Yes Man, so Yes Man and Sergu sing the Buttstonian national anthem as the balloon flies to Buttstonia. We close with the LilyMu joust, but this time only Gonard falls off the horse. The end. According to an interview with Yes Man's voice actor, Jesse Adams, on KappaMikeyFans.net, this episode, and particularly the national anthem, was the most fun he had on the show, and apparently had the best outtakes because he and Sean Schemmel, who voiced Sergu in this episode, couldn't get through the song because they could not stop laughing. He said that these outtakes would be on DVD, and I believe he was referring to that Lost Full Season 1 DVD that never released, not the Lost in Transportation DVD, which had no behind-the-scenes features. Bonus trivia, Sergu's name was based on director Sergei Aniskov. Also, Sergu raises an interesting question for the world of the show, as he's the only person from another country besides America or Japan to appear on the show, yet he's still drawn with the anime style. I mean, the Republic of Buttstonia is made up, so it's fine, but he's clearly doing a Russian accent and says comrade a lot.
Comrades!
So it really makes me wonder what it would be like to have a Soviet-era Eastern European-style cartoon character running around. Though I could definitely see where maybe that concept is getting a bit too complicated with too much explanation required for a simple subplot. Especially since an American audience of children in 2006 would know what their cartoons look like, and would know what anime looks like, but probably aren't that familiar with what Soviet-era cartoons look like.
What the hell was that?
And it would probably just raise more questions than it's worth, but now I'm curious. And according to a fan interview with Ozu's voice actor Stephen Moverly, who was also a character designer on the show, having characters outside the US and Japan be another art style was an idea that was mentioned from time to time, but as I can tell you here in the future, it never happened. And on the topic of art styles, one nitpick I have is that I feel like the reporters chasing Guano should have been drawn in the American style. Like, Guano's already a celebrity in Japan, but he got really popular in America after the dub made him the main character, and it was American audiences that wanted to know more about him. I just think it would have made more sense, but I also understand that it would have meant a lot more work. Like, more characters would have had to have been designed, more rigs would have had to be made. The style of animation they were going for with the American characters meant that it would have required more time animating it. Still though, I feel like they could have reused Muck and Fuss, reused this guy, reused that guy, why not? Use the same dust cloud technique to obscure the legs, only animate the foreground characters who have rigs while the background characters are still images. Maybe they could have done what they did with the crowd and made them all silhouettes. Like, I don't know, there's ways that they could have cheated it. But it's not a big deal, it doesn't break the episode or anything. These easily could just be Japanese reporters getting interviews to sell to their American partners. Anyway, I so badly want this episode to be in S tier because the premise is so incredibly strong and it starts out amazing. It's just something about the second half doesn't click once it turns into a Mikey Guano episode about dealing with fame. It's definitely not bad. It's not even middle of the road. This is a good episode, but I really feel like I should love it more than I do. Again though, this is a tier list based on my own personal feelings, and this is 100% an episode that you should not skip over. And actually, I'm torn on this next episode too. Like Ozu, like Sun. The episode begins with Gonard attacking with a hot dog cart that shoots missiles. Guano tries to get him, but Gonard throws a poisoned hot dog down his throat. They call for Mikey's help, but a very depressed Mikey ends up crashing the jet into a building. He leaves and they find a birthday card and realize that they forgot Mikey's birthday, so they decide to throw him a surprise party. While shopping for the party, Gonard and Guano find some birds and scare them off, leaving behind a baby bird. They feel sad that this boy bird got separated from his family, so they adopt him and name him Reggie. Turns out the actual reason that Mikey is depressed is because every year on his birthday he used to go fishing with his dad, but this year, because he's in Japan, he's going to miss it. He goes to the party his friends are throwing him, but he's just too homesick to enjoy it. Ozu finds him and tells him that every Sunday he and his parents used to practice karate, and every Sunday he still misses them. Wait, why is his mom yes man? What does that mean? Also, I didn't mention this before, but a recurring gag is that Ozu always looks the same no matter what age he is. Anyway, he offers to take Mikey on that father-son fishing trip where they will pretend Mikey is Ozu's son for the weekend. Yes Man is very jealous of this arrangement, as is Guano.
Did he say anything about anyone else going? A special furry someone?
You bet, buddy. Yes Man's coming.
Which is one of the few times they actually acknowledge the father-son relationship. Meanwhile, Gonard and Guano are fighting like a married couple trying to raise Reggie and teach him bird things. In the iTunes and press kit descriptions for this episode, it says that Reggie is a jungle crow, which is a type of crow that's common in Japan. Eventually, they decide that he's ready to try flying for real. Unfortunately, he wasn't. But fortunately, the other birds swoop in to save him. But unfortunately, the birds are now really angry and go Hitchcock on him. But fortunately, Reggie flies in and tells them to leave his friends alone. The swarm of birds say weather and fly away. Back at Mikey's plot, he and Ozu are having a nice time fishing, but the whole time Ozu has been trying to make Mikey more like him, and Mikey takes the whole thing too far and decides to take the boat into deeper waters to maximize the efficiency of their trip. Unfortunately, that can-do attitude doesn't help them steer the boat. They crash into the middle of shark-infested waters, and Yes Man dies. Ozu and Mikey fight but forgive each other and build a motorized hang glider to get back to shore. Yes Man dying was a joke, by the way. He somehow did the same thing and flies alongside them. And then he dies. Everyone meets up back at home absolutely filthy and disgusting. The gang are eating a ton of noodles, and it turns out it's to help Reggie and his family build a nest on top of LilyMu Towers. The ending LilyMu sequence has Mikey, back at full energy, finish the scene by getting the antidote to Guano, hand-delivered by Reggie himself. Just like the Christmas episode, the subplot to this one outshines the main plot. I really don't care if Mikey gets eaten by a shark, but I care immensely if this baby bird falls off a building. It's just so much funnier than the other plot, and it gets weighed down by the main plot's mediocrity. If this episode were just Reggie, it would be A tier, but if it was just Mikey, it would be C or maybe even D tier, to be honest. But I split the difference and put it in B, which brings us to our next episode, La Femme Mitsuki. This title is a pun on the 1990 French action film La Femme Nikita. This episode starts with Team LilyMu trying to stop Gonard's Doom Beam while he also uses a sort of Midas touch device to turn things into gold. Mikey tries to grab it from him, but the device goes off in the struggle, and the gold dye in the prop makes Gonard really itchy, ruining the scene. Mikey reminds Gonard that they had plans to see a spy movie, but Gonard can't make it anymore due to the itch. He asks everyone in the studio if anyone wants to go with him, but doesn't hear Mitsuki begging to go, until finally he takes the hint.
Hey, Mitsuki! I totally forgot. You wanna go?
I guess.
Meanwhile, Gonard meets a hippie named Harmony Sunshine. Although in this world, I guess they call hippies earthies. I'm not going to call them that. I'm gonna call them hippies. Travis Castle also has concept art of this hippie in his portfolio. Not the biggest difference ever, but it's still really cool to see. Harmony gives Gonard a cream that helps with the itching, and I'm glad that they changed the cream's color in the final. Gonard tells Lily about how cool that hippie was, and Lily thinks it would be hilarious if Gonard became a hippie, so she encourages him to do it. The next day on set, Gonard decides that he doesn't do action sequences anymore.
Hate to harsh you, man, but these days I'm more into peace sequences.
Lily thinks that this is all hilarious until he invites the hippie to live with her. The two of them are incredibly annoying, so Lily gets Ozu to turn them into productive members of society with a stern lecture, and it works. But then we end on a joke where...
This guy's got some jiving ideas!
So back at the main plot, Mikey and Mitsuki enjoyed the movie, but on their walk home, a man in a mailbox named Agent F asks Mitsuki to come back to the agency to resume her life as a spy. Agent F is a reference to Agent 13 from Get Smart, who would often appear in unlikely places like a washing machine, a trash can, and a mailbox. You may also recognize this recurring gag from Inspector Gadget, which was heavily inspired by Get Smart. The joke here with Agent F is that instead of appearing in all these funny places, he's stuck in the mailbox costume, so there's just a mailbox in all these random places. Also, I feel like I should point out that Japanese mailboxes are red, not blue like in America. They actually get this right in other episodes though, and it kinda makes the joke a little funnier because it means that he's more out of place than you initially think. Anyway, Mitsuki rejects Agent F, but he gives her a porcelain dog that reminds her of her last mission 5 years ago when she was the best spy in the agency. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Kappa Mikey isn't the kind of show where you're supposed to think about the continuity too hard. But I would like to point out that Mikey is stated to be 19, and according to Larry Schwartz, all the characters are around his age, maybe a little older, so for the sake of simple math, let's just assume that Mitsuki is 20. In Mikey Impossible, she says that she's been on the show for 5 years, and this episode establishes that she left spying 5 years ago. This means that she retired from spying and immediately started acting at the age of 15. Then you have to assume that it takes a few years to become the best spy in the agency, so she was a spy kid. Also, as stated in Battle of the Bands,
I had 14 years of trombone lessons.
This means she's been playing trombone since she was 6, or even younger since she used the past tense and doesn't seem to play it anymore. I don't really know how any of this factors into anything, but there you go. Mitsuki was a trombone-playing spy kid. Anyway, Mikey asks Mitsuki if she wants to go to a costume party for dogs since they had so much fun at the movies, which she happily says yes to. He kidnaps Guano to enter him in the contest, and while he's in the other room putting him in the costume, Mitsuki tells Agent F that she likes her new life and won't go back to being a spy. The agency won't accept this, and they try to assassinate Mikey to force Mitsuki to join. Mitsuki secretly protects him, but can't keep it hidden for long and is forced to admit what's happening, which Mikey thinks is the coolest thing in the world.
What's the awesomest spy thing you can do?
Crush the 10 major arteries in under 15 seconds?
Cool!
Mitsuki catches on that the porcelain dog is how they're tracking their location, so she throws it away and they come up with an idea to keep the agency off of them for good. They distract the agents with cardboard cutouts and break into their headquarters. Off screen. Conveniently, Gonard, Lily, Ozu, and Harmony are no longer in the apartment from literally the last scene, because that would have been really awkward. Mikey and Mitsuki blackmail Agent F with embarrassing photos and poems that they find, and he agrees to back off. He asks if Mikey's going to be able to keep the agency a secret, which obviously he can't, so Mitsuki wipes his memory. This memory wiping taser thing was actually established earlier, but I skipped it because 1, it's established really poorly, and 2, it was much more important that we talk about Mitsuki being a trombone-playing spy kid. Mikey wakes up with no memory of them even going to the movies, but Mitsuki invites him to the costume party for dogs, which he's excited for.
This is gonna cost you.
We end with the Midas Touch laser thing hitting the Doom Beam's controls instead of Gonard. The end. So, it's a bit weird to find out that Mitsuki's an ex-spy, but it's actually a really fun episode, and I don't mind it. I love Mikey and Mitsuki's chemistry in this one, though it is a bit frustrating to watch Mikey go from totally oblivious of her existence to thinking about her as a friend who he wants to hang out with more to admiring her as the coolest woman in the world, only for it to all be reset at the end. Such is the curse of an episodic show. And Gonard being a hippie is just too funny. The first draft of this video was literally me saying a sentence, and then a clip of Gonard being a hippie, and then another sentence, and then another clip, and then half a sentence, and then another clip, and I had to cut all of that for time, but it's just so funny. In fact, fine, here's one more.
I love everybody, I love everybody, you're everybody, I'm everybody too, say no to beef.
And now it's time for the season finale, the Oni Express. This title is a reference to the Orient Express, but with Oni, which in Japanese folklore are like demons or ogres. Actually, Dr. Igor's door and the Phantom of the Soundstage's mask are based on Oni. The episode begins with Mikey trying to throw a grenade down the crater of Gonard's asteroid, but he misses and the grenade covers the entire soundstage in ash. In one of the few times that Mikey is held responsible for his actions, he's told to clean everything. While hosing down the props outside, he sees Yoshi get a pair of sneakers that won't come out for another month, and doing a secret handshake with a mysterious person.
Yoshi, who is this guy?
I've never seen him before in my life.
Mikey finds out that it's the handshake for members of the Order of the Oni, a secret society of the elite and powerful, sort of a parody of the Illuminati or the Freemasons. Also, from what I understand, Oni-san means older brother, and I think that the hidden joke here is that not only is it named after the monster, but it's also like a brotherhood of brothers.
Oni, brothers for life.
Confirmed members include Yoshi, Freddy, Brozu, their limo driver, Yori, some guy, and Abraham Lincoln. Wait, why is Abe Lincoln anime? Shouldn't he of all people be an American cartoon character? Everyone tells Mikey that the Order is just a conspiracy theory, but a mysterious man in the park gives him a map to the Oni secret club, and inside we find out that the mysterious man was Gonard and the entire cast of LilyMu are members of the Order, except for Guano. And they nominate Mikey to become a member of the Order too. Guano's subplot, meanwhile, is that Yes Man has gone missing and Ozu needs him to fill in for him while he's gone, but he does a terrible job. And, that's actually it. I just described the whole thing. It doesn't go anywhere. Back at the main plot, we meet the Oni's leader, Master Orb. I think he's supposed to be a parody of the Eye of Providence, that pyramid with the eye that's commonly associated with the Illuminati. You know, that thing that Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls is based on. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Sorry, my hand slipped. Anyway, with Mitsuki and Gonard's endorsement, Mikey is given 3 tests to become a member, but failure will result in his soul being taken, which as a fun joke is the reason that Yes Man is missing in the subplot. You know, he kinda looks like the JetX logo. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Dang it! Mikey's first test is the hearing test.
Now, raise your hand when you hear the tone!
I love this stupid show. Second is a fight with a mechanical Oni, which... Okay, so like, if you told me to draw a robot version of this, and I gave you this, I'm sorry, I don't want to be mean, I'm sure there was a deadline or something, and it's only on screen for a few seconds, but I'm just not a fan of this design. I do admire the show's boldness, though, to just not explain what an Oni is. You got 4 kids over here like, oh no, children won't understand what a ball of rice is, we have to edit it. Meanwhile, Kappa Mikey's like, oh what, you don't know what an Oni is? Get good. To which I say, get good at character design and maybe I could figure it out. I'm sorry, that was mean. Anyway, last he needs to obtain the fleece of a wild beast. Mikey is about to be sworn into the Order, but Lily blackballs him, banning him forever. But it was all an initiation prank and he's sworn in after all. Mikey has fun as a member, but he can't keep his mouth shut about it and he gets kicked out. The rest of the LilyMu gang quit too because they don't want to be members of a club that would exclude him, which... No, don't quit. You can still be his friend and be in the Order. You were members before he joined. Whatever. They decided to form their own club, which Guano, again, desperately begs to join. Yeah, wait a sec. So the Order excludes Guano for years and it's no big deal, but they kick Mikey out for legitimate security concerns and suddenly it's unfair time to quit? What the heck, guys? The end LilyMu segment has Mikey not miss the throw and he gets the grenade down the crater, saving the day. Oh, and the whole Yes Man plot just kind of resolves itself.
Where have you been?
A magic orb stole my soul!
Again?
This episode has its moments, but on the whole, it's pretty average and forgettable. Honestly, the most interesting thing about this episode is that the description on iTunes reads, when Mikey finds out that Mitsuki has secretly had a crush on him, the love triangle between Mikey, Mitsuki, and Lily comes to a head. A la Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Guano and Gonard visit the factory that makes Jumpy Yum Yums, a new candy bar that has as much sugar as an entire Hawaiian cane field. Now, if you look really carefully, some of you may notice that the description has absolutely no semblance to anything that happens in this episode or any other episode of the entire show. This was also the description on cable guides, or at least on Comcast. I remember checking the guide one time to see what episodes would be on the next few days and seeing the title Oni Express, an episode that I've seen before, but it had this description of an episode that I hadn't seen before. So I recorded it just in case, and when the day came, yeah, it was just the Oni Express. Secret Society, Orb, Yes Man's Soul, the whole thing. So, what happened? Well, in the press kit for Season 1, the Oni Express doesn't appear. In its place is the unnamed episode 125, which has this description. So clearly the person in charge of episode descriptions copied and pasted this one by mistake because they had the same production code, but I've always wondered what happened to this lost episode. According to my anonymous source, these episode loglines were sometimes just loose concepts of things that they might do, and in all likelihood this episode probably didn't even make it out of the outline stage. The only other episode not included in the press kit is La Femme Mitsuki. Instead, there's an episode called Tent Triangle whose description reads, "On their way to the Japan Anime Awards, Mikey and the LilyMu cast get stuck in the LilyMu Tower's elevator. As they look for a way to escape, they reminisce about all the times they've had since Mikey moved to Japan." So it sounds like this would have been a clip show episode, and personally I'm glad that they didn't do it because the clip show episode we did get in season 2 was amazing, but we'll get there when we get there. And that's it for season 1, but remember, the Christmas episode is technically the finale as far as production order is concerned, so let's take a look back at the crowd shot here. Brozu and No Man, Surgu, Harmony, all characters you know now that season 1 is over.
Don't go to pieces. The show will return soon, so try to hold yourself together till we get back.
But before we move on to season 2, I'd like to take another short intermission, and this time I'd like to talk about the World Wide Web. Back in the early 2000s, the internet was the thing of the future. Everyone was making their own websites, and they were filled with interactive content that expanded the world of the shows that you watched on TV. And Kappa Mikey was no exception with their website, kappamikey.com.
Kappa Mikey!
Booyah!
Even on his own website, Mikey was still messing up the scene. The earliest version of this website is from 2005, and it was just this image of Mikey sporting his cabbage-colored outfit from the MTV Pilot against the background of the MTV Sizzle, asking you to join the mailing list. The website updated a year later with a Red M Mikey variant of the join the mailing list, and you know what? Let's see what happens. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I don't trust this guy with my personal information. By 2006, the website looked like this in anticipation of its big premiere. By the end of 2006, the website looked like this, until finally in mid-2007 we got the final version of the website. On the website you could get a synopsis of the show, TV's first raw, fish-out-of-water comedy, one unemployed Cleveland actor, blah blah blah. Incidentally, Mikey never actually wrestles giant robot beetles on the show. Older versions of the website also had an episode guide, but unfortunately due to the nature of old websites and the Wayback Machine, I couldn't get it working properly, unless there was an episode named Undefined that I never saw. So this screenshot on archive.org is all that I can show. But it looks like every episode would have a thumbnail, a description, and a handful of screenshots to look at. Hey, update from the future. It's partially working now, but there's not much to say about it. There are still no screenshots, so all we can do is read the descriptions of every episode in production order, which we could already do with the iTunes and press kit. The only thing of interest is that the description for the Oni Express is actually correct, and it's really funny to me that something being correct is notable on this show, but don't worry, because there is a typo in the first episode where Guano is losing his grip on reality. You also had character bios you could read, which in its earliest incarnation were these interesting 360-degree spinning views of the character. Oh look, Red M Mikey. And again over here. And again over here. And again over here. Oh, and wait a minute, Mikey has pockets? Later it was updated to a more bland version, just using some stock art. And I can't tell if this is a Wayback Machine glitch or what, but Lily, Mitsuki, Yes Man, and Ozu still load the old one. The final form that this page took didn't just have the main characters though. It had every character that ever appeared on the show. There's Undefined, star of the famous episode Undefined, but we also have Undefined and Undefined. Yeah, so obviously this page doesn't work anymore, which unfortunately means that we can't see the descriptions of my favorite characters like P-Head or Sterling Stork. But it's funny because until making this video, I had forgotten about this version of the page because it happened really late in the website's life. Like, I actually think this might have been the last thing that they updated before the site was taken down. Older versions of the website had a gallery where you could see snapshots from the show, backgrounds, but specifically backgrounds in the style of the old pilot, and accessories, which, I don't know what that is, probably props? After the DVD came out, the website had a section advertising it, and eventually they even added games to the site too, but we'll take a look at those in a bit. Most substantially on the site, there was the blog section where you could get the latest updates on things that were happening, like convention appearances. Here we can see them at the 2006 New York Comic-Con. The events for this one aren't as documented as the others, but it looks like they had a fake sushi bar with some merch to help promote the premiere of the show, which was evidently happening that night at 8. For some reason, only Lily, Yes Man, and Ozu are credited on this board, so I assume they must have been at the booth, but that's just an assumption. And I think that woman might be Carrie Karanen, but it's hard to tell. Sean Schemmel and Michael Centernicus were at this con too, and were part of a panel on the third day alongside other crew members. I don't have any footage of this panel, just a few photos, but it looks like they were playing clips for Mikey Impossible, which again, had only just premiered the night before at 8 p.m. Oh, and much more important than any of those people, the Guano suit made an appearance, and you can get a free photo with him, which many people did. One thing that catches my eye at this convention is that there's a watch and win contest tied with the premiere, but I can't read any of the text, and I have no other information about this contest. The 2007 New York Comic Con booth is documented much better because they were posting updates on their blog at the end of every day, and they posted a schedule of events. Granted, half of these events are just get your photo taken with Guano, but there were portfolio reviews, autographs, and it looks like animators and storyboard artists were drawing pictures for the fans. We have some shipping art of Mikey and Mitsuki, some more shipping art of Mikey and Mitsuki, another Mikey in a really interesting style, another one in that style, Guano and Gonard, just Guano, a really cool Guano, Lily, and Saki of all people. Michael Sinterniklaas showed up on the second day and signed a few autographs, and Sean Schemmel even stopped by briefly. This looks like so much fun. I really wish I could have gone, but this predates me even having heard of the show by like a month. If I had just started watching a little bit sooner, maybe I could have a photo with Guano or a drawing from the artists. Also, can you believe that this artist drew Mikey with pockets? Like, who the heck is Fawn Virasanthorn? Oh, she is now the co-director of Walt Disney Animation's 100-year anniversary movie, Wish. Before that, she was head of story on Raya. Before that, she was a storyboard artist on Frozen and Moana. And way before that, an animator on season 2 of Kappa Mikey. I wonder if the person who received this drawing still has it, and if they know it was done by one of Disney's top artists. Anyway, Animation Collective's appearance at the New York Anime Festival in 2007 unfortunately doesn't appear to have any pictures, but we do have a schedule. It looks like more of the same, get your photo taken with Guano, portfolio reviews, artists drawing a picture for you, and it looks like this convention also had a panel, but again, I couldn't find any footage of it, and this time there aren't even any pictures. Apparently they played a sneak peek of a new anime from Animation Collective, and I'm guessing that was 3 delivery? They also had a Kappa Mikey costume contest and a raffle to win a signed poster. Animation Collective would also make an appearance at the 2008 New York Anime Festival in booth 328, but unfortunately this was the last update ever published to their blog, so we don't have any photos or follow-up information on what happened there. And while this isn't on the Kappa Mikey website, while we're on the subject of convention appearances, according to a Kappa Mikey live journal, in June of 2006, Kappa Mikey had a small panel at Anime Next. Again, no footage, no pictures, but apparently they played LilyMeow, which Sean Schemmel hadn't seen yet, so he sat in the audience and watched it with them. The main website's blog also had information on a tour that Larry Schwartz and Sergei Aniskov went on with Nicktoons Network to promote the 2006 Nicktoons Network Animation Festival. The tour stopped at 5 cities across America, with the last stop in Burbank leading into the festival, which, as a bit of bonus trivia, one of the judges that year was the fresh art school graduate J.G. Quintel. He was selected as a judge because he won the Producer's Choice and the Student Award the previous year with his film The Naive Man from Lollyland, which is one of the 2 shorts that would later become Regular Show. Also, the Producer's Choice Award that year went to Amy Poehler's short, Super Scout, which was picked up by Nickelodeon and became The Mighty Bee. Anyway though, the tour offered kids an opportunity to learn about the process of animation. Apparently they were showing Kappa Mikey storyboards, and participants received a flipbook with Mikey in it, and I happen to have one. It's just this clip from the theme song, and on the reverse side there's a clip from Skyland, which is a show that existed. My favorite thing about this is that if you look closely at the Skyland frames, you can see that they're interlaced, which is a compression technique from back in the day, pretty common on DVDs, but it's just funny because, like, did they not have an uncompressed master copy to go off of? But going back to KappaMikey.com, there were things like art from the artists who worked on the show, Mitsuki in action, Mitsuki as an angel, a lot of Mitsuki, Guano as a sumo wrestler, Gonard eating sandwiches, Lily, and Mitsuki. This image of them having a picnic was actually my desktop for a long time, and it has an anime version of Mikey. The artist who drew this, Masa Kawana, also drew another one too, which looks really nice. The blog also had the clips of the week. I've debated the best way to show you these, since going over them one by one would be incredibly boring, so instead, I think I'll just play them all at once. Yeah, that should work. The blog also hosted a variety of polls that fans could vote on. For example, who's the coolest character in Kappa Mikey? Who's the funniest character in Kappa Mikey? And who's the cutest character on Kappa Mikey? We can't view the results due to the archive, but I do remember that Mitsuki won cutest character because that was the last poll ever posted to the website, so Mitsuki's victory was up there for years and years and years until the site was finally taken down. There were also dozens of goodies you could download. Of course, you had common things like wallpapers. How'd you like to turn on your computer and be greeted by this every day? Here's one that's a screenshot from the pilot. Here's one with all their decapitated heads. You have Ozu yelling at Yes Man. Or, oh, hey, actually, this one's pretty nice. Although, hey, Mikey, what you looking at? And here's Gonard aiming his card blaster, taken from this animation test. Later on, though, the website offered, better wallpapers. Oh look, Mitsuki got Wazowski'd. This one sums up the whole show in one image. Actually, I'm pretty sure this one was my desktop for a while too. There's also this one of them at Mount LilyMu from an episode in Season 2, and there's one of Mikey singing to Squiddy, again, from an episode in Season 2. Here's Gonard and Guano with a cursed tiki, again, Season 2, and then here's another one based on an episode from Season 2. You know, just in case you want a kid getting a wedgie and a man suffering from PTSD as your wallpaper. You could also download screensavers. There was this one that would cycle through all the main characters, and also Yoshi, in these squares. Just ignore the Teletoons logo, I'm pretty sure that's where it aired in Canada and France. There's this one inspired by the split screens in LilyMu. This next one is a hodgepodge of different episodes from Season 2, including Mikey getting chased by his bike, Guano chasing a cursed tiki, the cursed tiki chasing Gonard, and Lily getting chased by some fans, which doesn't happen in Season 2. Now, if she were chased by Vikings, wait, now Mikey and the bike are running from Mitsuki? What is even going on? There's this screensaver of Mikey and Squiddy scootering while Guano is stuck in a ball of garbage. Again, Season 2. And best of all, you could have these guys as your screensaver. Buddy icons were also a thing you could get. What are buddy icons? Basically profile pictures for AIM. What's AIM? Man, I'm getting old. Anyway, some of these look insanely weird. Like, geez. Finally though, a profile picture that captures my true essence. What's happening here? This blushing yes man is hilarious. And apparently they agree because there's 2 of them. But there were also other strange things you could download, like this Kappa Mikey clock that really tells you what time it is. Yep. Or these Kappa Mikey zoetropes that you could print out and spin in front of a mirror to see Mikey running and walking. Of course, the coolest thing on any website back in the day were the Flash games. Sure, they were cheaply made and glitchy, they may have had floaty physics and derivative ideas, the soundbites may have been ripped directly from the show with music so compressed that it made your ears bleed, but they were one thing above all else. Free. The first Kappa Mikey game was Guano's Sushi Sprint, and it's the only one that would appear on Nick.com. Like, I know it's not going to be like SpongeBob with 43 games, or even like the Fairly Odd Parents with 12, but to put it in perspective, Kappa Mikey had 1 game on Nick.com, while Cat Scratch had 8. Even Mr. Meaty had 6. Oh, a personality quiz. Ba, 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 ba. I am a cashier. Neat. Oh, I wonder if I could fake the answers to get a picture of their boss. Hold on. Oh, still Josh and Parker. Okay. Anyway, Kappa Mikey's game was part of Nick.com's Game of the Week program, where starting in 2006 and going all the way into early 2009, as far as I can tell with the Wayback Machine, Nick would make 1 game playable on their website every week, and week 39 was Kappa Mikey, Guano's Sushi Sprint. Oh wait, that's weird. The 2009 version of the page says that Kappa Mikey was week 38. In fact, everything is off by 1. Okay, apparently they took down this Just for Kicks game. What even is that? Apparently, it's one of Nickelodeon's most forgotten and obscure shows by Whoopi Goldberg. Wild. Someone should do a deep dive into that show and figure out why it was removed from Nick.com. It's probably something boring like licensing and copyright, though. What was I talking about? Oh, right, Guano Sushi Sprint. Released September 29th, 2006, the game plays like sort of a mix between Pac-Man and Kicks. Incidentally, I couldn't get this working properly on my computer, and when I did get it working, Flash had the outlines the wrong size and I couldn't fix it, so I'm using the only footage I could find online uploaded to YouTube by Petrus. Your goal is to run around this maze and fill in the squares by completing the paths around them. If you go over the same path twice, you actually remove the dots unless the square is complete, and you have to be careful to avoid the sushi. Occasionally, a power-up will be in one of the squares, and filling in the square when the power-up is there will activate it. Guano heads are like Pac-Man's power pellets and let you eat the sushi. The director's board kills all the sushi on screen immediately. Ice freezes the sushi so they can't move. And the 1,000 points gives you 1,000 points. And if you fill in 2 squares at the same time, you go to a bonus level for 15 seconds where there are no sushi and you just rake in some extra points. The main goal is to change all the squares from a picture of the characters in their street clothes to a picture of them in their LilyMu outfit. And, this art. Like, it's a free Flash game on Nick.com, and they were cranking one of these out every week, so I really shouldn't complain, but her pants are green. Also, she's wearing a simplified version of her LilyMu boots, her shirt is missing her cuffs, and her eyes stare into the void. Lily has no fingers and uses the exact same background as Mitsuki, but her face is less existential dread and more, who put this path on my face? Gonard over here just got back from the barber with a bad haircut and a case of the I can't draw hands so I'm putting them in the pockets itis. But his LilyMu version is fine. And it's at this point that I assume the artist said, look, No one's gonna play the Kappa Mikey game, and if they do, they're not making it to level 4. Why am I wasting my time drawing all these characters? Let's just compress a JPEG and be done with it. Red and Mikey. And the final level is turning Yes Man into Ozu, but the backgrounds are the same, so it's really hard to tell which ones you've already done, and in this level, every 20 seconds the squares will uncomplete themselves. Patris was unable to beat this final level, so I went ahead and did it to see what the final ending looked like. It really wasn't worth it, though I did have fun on the title screen watching Guano react to the mouse cursor. The next game was LilyMu Squares.
Welcome to LilyMu Squares! Please select a LilyMu star!
This game is a parody of the game show Hollywood Squares. You pick a character, and then they get asked a trivia question about the show. The character answers that question, and then you have to agree or disagree with them.
Lily, what was the catchphrase that Mikey used to stir the children of Tokyo into a riot?
OMG, that was so annoying. He just kept saying weather.
Weather! Agree or disagree?
If you get it correct, the character square will be a circle. If you get it wrong, it's an X. And then it's like tic-tac-toe, you need 3 in a row to win. This game is much higher quality than the one on Nick.com and is just filled with wonderful little details. Gags are fully voiced.
Gonard, when you and Mikey sold competing lemonades, what was yours called?
Oh, you mean the best tasting, most delicious, so much better than Mikey's stupid super sour puke drink? Is that the...
Just the name! We only need the name!
Gonard!
The characters all react to each other.
I told them not to go to the 13th floor, but did they listen? No! I have to be transformed into a giant monster and defeat Dr. Igor, and what do I get in return? Stretch marks in my fur!
It's actually really charming, and I don't mean to brag, but I replayed this before my rewatch of the series, and I still got every question right. Well, except for one.
Oh, that would be Gonard. He likes eating.
Gonard ate dirt with a spoon. Agree or disagree? Oh, incorrect!
Like, how was I supposed to know that Guano was the one eating dirt? That just seems like something Gonard would do. Pro tip though, if you're stuck on a question, 90% of the time, just disagree with them. Everyone here is an idiot.
Lily, what operation did celebrity Dr. Takashi Kitashi perform on Mikey?
Duh, a brain removal. How else do you explain him?
For this next game, we need to circle back to the 2007 New York Comic Con, where one of the souvenirs guests could receive was the Sushi Paloozi DVD. On this DVD were the soundboards that were also on the website.
Sweet! No way! We're responsible. We don't need rules.
I don't know if you want to count these as games, but here you go.
Guano, guano! Guano, guano! Guano, guano!
There were also 14 clips of the week, the Mikey clock, buddy icons, a dancing sushi screensaver, wallpaper, and how to draw Mikey and how to draw Guano PDFs. But the main attraction were the games. You could play LilyMu Squares and the new game, Sushi Paloozi. Sushi Paloozi is basically a copy of the Japanese game Panel Upon, which, for those of us not in Japan, was rebranded as Tetris Attack and starred Yoshi, which, for those of us who grew up in the N64 era, was rebranded as Pokemon Puzzle League. Fun fact, Panel Upon is where the Smash Bros. Item Lipstick comes from. Sushi Paloozi plays almost identically to Panel Upon, but a lot more limited. There's no multiplayer, for example, and you can't pick your character. Instead, each level is a specific matchup. Round 1 you play as Mikey and you fight against Lily. Round 2 is Guano versus Kello. Round 3 is Yes Man versus Ozu. Round 4 is Lily versus Mitsuki. Round 5 is Gonard versus Dr. Igor. And round 6 is Kappa Mikey versus Gonard. I didn't notice this until reviewing the footage, but I like how the sushi in the center dances when the combo happens. That's really fun. Unlike LilyMu Squares, voices weren't specifically recorded for this one, and instead it just reuses sound bites from the show. These clips will often play over and over again on top of each other, leading to an absolute cacophony of hilarity.
What have I done? What have I done? What have I done?
The most annoying one is Kello. And this bit from Mitsuki had me laughing way harder than it should have. All these games were eventually made playable on KappaMikey.com, and finally, on May 25th, 2007, the last Kappa Mikey game was released.
Kappa Mikey, Tokyo Skate Jam. Booyah!
This one was a 2.5D skateboarding game, and your goal is to do enough tricks to fill your sushi meter. Filling the meter will give you sushi as long as you land the trick, and when you collect enough sushi, you go to the next level. Guano, Ozu, and Yes Man are the judges and act as your health bar. Landing tricks fills your Ozu meter, but if you fail enough tricks, you lose. Also, these ragdoll physics are hilarious. You can pick between Mikey, Gonard, Lily, and Mitsuki, and they each have their own little profile written about them. Now you can know that Mikey's favorite food is hot dogs, and of course we all remember Gonard's famous catchphrase, sandwiches. Lily's catchphrase checks out, and apparently her favorite food is bonbons.
Did you read this article? I didn't know this was my favorite food.
Mitsuki, well, I wouldn't consider "Oh Mikey" to be your catchphrase, but under occupation, it says that she's a LilyMu hero and a kabuki actress. That's actually a spoiler for Season 2, so let's ignore that and look down at her favorite food, eel and lemon candy. Sorry, that's another spoiler for Season 2. Just keep those in mind for later, I guess. I really like that all the characters do their chibi heads when you hover over them, and Mikey does that one gag from Mikey Impossible where he attempts to do it. That's good stuff. I also like that Ozu screams Mikey's name when you click him.
Mikey Simon!
Screams Gonard's name.
Gonard!
Says Lily's name.
Lily.
And then for Mitsuki, it's a clip from Splashomon where he forgets her name.
Mitsuki?
Mitsuki?
I also find it really strange that Mikey is riding a detailed anime skateboard while all the anime characters are riding American cartoon skateboards. No idea why this is, and I hope you've been noticing that the background music is Ori and Yori's song. The first level is LilyMu Studios, a pretty straightforward level where the only obstacles are pits and stairs. Also, I believe that the levels are randomly generated, so it's different every playthrough. Tokyo Park is level 2 and introduces handrails that go the wrong way, as well as logs. Level 3 is Tokyo Streets. No logs in this one, but there are oil slicks, which are functionally the same thing. And the final level is Tokyo Rooftops. No logs or oil this time, now it's spikes. You know, the famous Japanese roof spikes. If you win, you'll unlock a Tokyo Skate Jam themed screensaver. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a copy of it anywhere. I swear I have it installed on an old computer back at my mom and dad's place, but that's on the other side of the country. This is arguably the most elaborate of the Kappa Mikey games, right next to LilyMu Squares, but there are some odd design decisions that break the game. For example, you're supposed to do tricks to fill this meter before landing safely on the ground. However, pressing space to do the tricks fills up your meter so little that I can't tell if it's actually doing anything. The instructions also say grinding on rails will reward you with extra sushi, but again, it fills up the meter so slow I can't tell if it's actually doing anything. The only trick worth doing is holding space, meaning the optimal way to beat it is to jump off one of these steep ramps at high speed, do one trick, hold space, and then land. But it's not like that in Sewer Skater. Okay, so I had the script locked and I was finalizing the video, but then I stumbled across this and I had to add it. Rumpus Toys not only made toys and cartoons about those toys, but they also made games about those cartoons about those toys. Then when Rumpus shut down and Animation Collective started, they continued to make websites and flash games for various companies. Apparently, they even made the Foxbox website. Anyway, Sewer Skater was one of the games that they made, and I'm not sure when or why or for who. If I had to guess, it was for KOL, but it's pretty clear that they took this old game that they had made and slapped Kappa Mikey characters over it. Actually, going back to Sushi Paloozi, while I was editing, I needed music from it, and in the game's files, I noticed a leftover background from Princess Natasha Lubik's Puzzle Challenge, so it looks like Sushi Paloozi was also recycled.
You will never be my perfect timing!
Anyway, Sewer Skater is about getting points. And like Tokyo Skate Jam, holding down the trick button does fill up your points much faster than if you spam the trick button, but unlike Tokyo Skate Jam, if you combine doing tricks with landing on the rail, they'll fill up at relatively the same rate. The key difference, though, that makes this the dominant strategy is the incredibly unforgiving time limit. Doing these big jumps will often mean wiping out, wasting a lot of time, but just slowly hopping on the rail is basically guaranteed not to result in a death, making it an infinitely safer bet. This time limit honestly makes Sewer Skater like 1,000 times harder than Tokyo Skate Jam. Like, showing you this victory screen is actually an accomplishment. The game also has a free play mode, which is interesting because Tokyo Skate Jam doesn't. But why reskin a skateboard game for Kappa Mikey, you may ask? Does it tie into any sort of skateboarding episode from Season 2? Well, I suppose you'll just have to wait and see. But the answer is no. But from June 5th to June 10th, 2007, Nicktoons held a sweepstakes. 10 Kappa Mikey skateboards were given out, as well as one grand prize winner receiving a trip to LA, private skating lessons, and the Kappa Mikey skateboard. Unfortunately, unlike a certain other Kappa Mikey contest collectible that we'll get into in Season 2, I've never even seen a photo of one of these. While Guano Sushi Sprint was the only one released on Nick.com, Tokyo Skate Jam was available to play on Nicktoons Network.com, where Kappa Mikey also had a page.
Then go to Nicktoonsnetwork.com and vote for your favorite shows. Your vote will unlock top secret clips for next weekend's hot new episodes.
So let's check it out. 10,000%? Okay, so I can't get the main page working, but let's bypass it with a direct link to Kappa Mikey's page. Oh look, the next episode is that undefined episode I never saw. Alright, let's try cast and crew first. No. Okay, let's try behind the scenes. No. Downloads? No. Video? No. Episodes? No. Let's just try typing in the links. Nope. Let's try a different date? Yeah, so while I couldn't get that working, Kappa Mikey also had a few things on Nick.com. Like I said before, it only had the one game, but it also had its own page. You could see a summary of the show: Cleveland, Fish Out of Water, Robot Beetle, blah blah blah, Red-Eye Mitsuki. Wait, what? There's descriptions of all the characters, there's buddy icons. Oh, apparently Yes Man doesn't get buddy icons here. The wallpapers are a lot of the same stuff as KappaMikey.com, but we also get this really nice one. Nick.com also allowed kids to set up an account and customize their homepage, which they called a Nick page, and Kappa Mikey apparently had some themes and assets too, but unfortunately, these two screenshots are the only images I could find. Like, not just of Kappa Mikey, but of Nick pages in general. Kappa Mikey clips were also available to use in Turbo Nick's video mashup.
Start mashing now on Turbo Nick at nick.com/turbo.
I can't get this working, but I distinctly remember that around Christmas time, this clip was available to mash up. I also found this video of Nickelodeon at a tech convention demonstrating Turbo Nick's abilities to play videos on the internet. It was the mid-2000s, that was impressive. And when they zoom in on the shows, Kappa Mikey can be seen. Kappa Mikey even had its own section in the Nick message boards, a place where kids could go to talk about their favorite shows. I'm not gonna make fun of them too much since they were kids, and I definitely can't throw stones in this particular glass house. Thankfully, the forums are only archived up to June of 2007 with like 10 topics preserved per month, and even then only the titles are archived, so whatever cringe I posted on here is long gone. But let's see what is preserved, starting with the earliest post I can find. I don't think this show rocks at all. We are off to a great start. Who thinks this show is going to be good? Not Sweetie 1776. Kappa Mickey is not a anime. A month later and the forums are still going great. Am I the only one who has seen this show? No, trust me, a lot of people has seen it. Kappa Mikey Nick page contest. I wish I could read these so I could see if this was like a real thing or a fan thing. Does Lily look like Sailor Moon? Please reply. Well, Summoner, it's been 20 years, but I'll reply. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the joke. I like this show in all, but I have one problem. Hey, don't worry, buddy. I like this show and all, but I have several problems. How old is? That's a good question. Their ages are never specifically stated on the show, and Ozu's age in particular is kept a secret as a joke. The closest thing to an age confirmation we get is that on the day he was born, he was given his 500-year-old bonsai tree, which seems to have also just been born, which means that Ozu is probably 500 years old. As for the others, according to Larry Schwartz, the original idea was to have them all in their 20s and 30s, but when they went to Nickelodeon, they had to age them down. Kids shows in general tend to like to have kids as the main character because that's what kids like to watch. SpongeBob, Rocco, the Angry Beavers, and Cat Dog all get away with being young adults because they're also talking animals. So they age them down as much as they could, with Mikey being 19 coming straight out of high school, and Gonard apparently being around 25. Though the vocal direction that Sean Schemmel was given is that he's a teenager and Mikey's best friend, so he's probably also 19, but they're all somewhere in that ballpark of 19 to 25, which makes this one of the only kids shows I can think of about adults who are human in a sitcom-y, non-action adventure show. And I'm genuinely surprised that they didn't have to rework the show to be about a child actor or like a literal fish out of water when it became a Nick show. Also, I'm pretty sure that making them feel younger is the reason that Gonard isn't a father like he was in the MTV pilot, and instead of having a nagging wife, he has a nagging mother. Let's not analyze that. Okay, next up. Take the Mickey Simon quiz. Question 1, who's Mickey Simon? Romance off the set. Moderators, get the smut off my screen. Who's your favorite character? That's a tough one. Let's see, do I like the narcissistic sociopath, the sociopathic narcissist, the idiot who's too stupid to live, the stalker, or the anxious furry? I mean, I like them all for different reasons. Who's your favorite sushi guy? That would be this guy. I am so sick about hearing this trash. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but we still have quite a bit left in this video. Should there be a Kappa Mikey movie? Give it time. Von Fartio. That's a reference you don't get yet. Don't worry, you will, but yeah, get ready for a lot of fart jokes in season 2. And that's everything I could find, but okay, just for a little taste of my cringe, I think I had started a thread asking people what their favorite moments and quotes from the show were.
Answer my riddle to pass. What has 4 legs in the...
He didn't answer the riddle! Don't start, Steve.
Which wasn't so bad. And I also started one where I wanted to discuss the mistakes on the show, like how in Splashomon, Yes Man cries out that he hasn't eaten in weeks, but just a few scenes earlier, he was eating popcorn with Gonard.
Sounds like you can't escape your own web of lies.
Harmless, but I think I also made a thread asking people if they thought Yes Man was gay for Ozu in a Smithers Burns kind of way, and that one got taken down by moderators. And there was also one where I was upset the show was ending, so I said that I wrote a parody of Weird Al's parody of American Pie lamenting the end of Kappa Mikey, to which my only response was, well, that's great, but what does that have to do with the show? To be fair, I barely went on those forums, because it felt kinda silly to be a 14, 15-year-old on the Nickelodeon forums. If only I had known about the forums on the Fansites, but I really wasn't allowed to just join random forums as a kid. The biggest of these fansites was KappaMikeyFans.net. It was even promoted in the blog section of the official Kappa Mikey website. They had descriptions of the characters, photos from the show, links to other Kappa Mikey related websites, videos, interviews with the cast and creators, fan fiction, and fan art. Unfortunately, most of this stuff has been lost to time, but luckily the interviews are preserved. They had interviews with Sean Schemmel, Carrie Karanen, Stephen Moverly, the transcript from a chat room with Jesse Adams, and they even had an interview with Larry Schwartz that had a red M Mikey in the corner. I've been reading these interviews as they become relevant in the video, and I'll continue to do so, but here are just some random tidbits I couldn't fit anywhere else. Larry Schwartz's favorite anime is Grave of the Fireflies, a Studio Ghibli movie about 2 orphans trying to survive at the end of World War II, and his favorite American cartoon is Underdog, about a superhero dog who fights crime. When asked how they made Mikey so darn cute, Larry is unsure how to answer that. It took 18 months to make a season of 26 episodes. I didn't fact check this, but according to Larry, Kappa Mikey was #1 in their time slot for children's programming. That time slot again being Sundays at 11 a.m.
And apparently, Mikey on Sunday mornings on Nick is like the highest rated show in its slot, and now it's running like 14 times a week with like Nicktoons and stuff. Hubba hubba.
Minor tangent, but that clip I just showed is from Studio Kaiju, a fan interviewer unrelated to KappaMikeyFans.net, and because the interviews weren't specifically about Kappa Mikey, there's not really much to say about them outside of a few choice clips.
Fly, my minion!
But he does mention some behind-the-scenes fun the actors had in the booth.
No. Yeah, well, I like to beatbox sometimes in Mikey. I don't know if they've ever kept them in the show, but we beatbox. A lot of, like, beatboxing outtakes where me, Guano, and Gonard, of course, just start rapping like crazy.
To answer his question, beatboxing does make it into one episode of the show, Uh-Oh Guano, when Mikey does the interview in Guano's place. And the behind-the-scenes tomfoolery is corroborated by Carrie Karanen's interview, where she says that they sang a lot of 80s songs and that their sound engineer recorded all of it, which only makes me want that canceled DVD with the bloopers even more. Michael also talks about how the voice actors are becoming more like their characters.
The actors are reflecting their characters in a strange way. Every time someone brings out food, Sean goes nuts. I'm just dashing and heroic. But like all the other people are, well, except Mitsuki doesn't really have a crush on me, but that's my problem, not yours.
Studio Kaiju also did an interview with Sean Schemmel.
I don't know if he's trying to say I've gained weight or that I'm more interested in... I don't know what that means. I should probably call him right now and say, dude, Mike, I'm doing an interview, and what's this about me and food?
Which brings us back to the KappaMikeyFans.net interviews. When asked if he relates to Gonard, Sean Schemmel said, if you took my inner child id and removed it from my brain and made a person out of it, that would be Gonard. Gonard's evil voice is loosely based on Chris Sabat's Vegeta voice. Not an impression, just a hint, he says.
You'll never catch me, Team LilyMu! I've already disposed of that useless Dodoria.
And him voicing Goku and voicing the parody of Goku was just a happy coincidence, and it wasn't done on purpose. Sean talks a bit how he gets into character, like how he's channeling the spirits of these characters, and then thanks the interviewer at the end for the great questions. Steve Moverly's voice apparently frequently got sore doing Ozu's gravelly voice. Steve also had no advice for people who wanted to get into voice acting, since he was basically just in the right place at the right time and is mainly an animator and director. He says that if he wasn't voicing Ozu, he would want George Takei to do it.
Oh my.
The Jesse Adams live chat is kind of a mess. It's a lot of people talking over each other, and I swear some of it is missing, but we learned some interesting stuff. He originally auditioned for Ozu, but saw a drawing of Yes Man and did a voice for that character, and everyone loved it. He says that he loved working with Sean, and everybody was great. Ever since the first table read, the whole cast worked well together, and it was just the most fun he ever had in a studio. Jesse was working on 2 shows that he created, Freezer Burn and Theorem Pi, but I couldn't find any other information on them. He also mentions an upcoming stand-up performance he's doing on Kimmel in September, and I believe that this interview is from 2007, so that would be September of 2007, but I can't find it archived anywhere. Because Yes Man is such a loud character, he often had to do 2 hours of recording alone in the booth.
Something was missing.
And finally, there's a really cute moment in Gary Karenan's interview that I'd like to share. We have had so many bloopers. One story I can share that is pretty typical. One day it is Gonard, Guano, Mitsuki, and Mikey in the booth. I have a scene with Mikey, so Gonard, Sean, and Guano, Gary, are just waiting until their next scene, but are still in the booth with us. Well, Sean gets bored and decides to entertain himself. He's going to show Guano how he can fit his whole mouth around the top of a Coke can. Just as he gets the Coke can in his mouth, he taps Gary on the arm, but is so amused with himself he starts to laugh, and Guano and I both turn in time to see Sean drop the can out of his mouth and catch it in his hand and have Coke go exploding all down his shirt and Gary's sleeve. Luckily, not on any of the equipment. So during the take, you hear in the background muffled giggling, snorting, a soda explosion, the tink of the can as it gets caught in his hand and slightly crushed, Gary's shocked scream, Sean and my laughter, and then you hear Michael, who was still doing the scene, drop character and go, "What the hell?" To which we all burst into hysterical fits of laughter and fall on the floor. A classic Sean moment. And of course, KappaMikeyFans.net had forums, and like Nick.com, for most of these we can only read the titles. Kappa Mikey iPod skins, very 2007. Kappa Mikey group on MySpace, very 2007. Okay. I crave Kappa clothes. Okay, calm down. About this us meeting somewhere thingy. KappaCon when? Voting for KappaCon. KappaCon? Oh shoot, I was kidding. I wonder what that was like.
Welcome, Kappa Mikey superfans, to our biggest meeting yet.
Glory to Nick on Demand. Kappa Mikey replaces SpongeBob. I have no idea what that could possibly mean, but could you imagine a world where Kappa Mikey actually replaced SpongeBob? 24-hour Kappa Mikey marathons? The Guano suit at the Nickelodeon Hotel? And let's not forget about the spin-offs now streaming on Paramount+, the continuity-breaking prequel series Camp Kappa, the prequel that isn't quite as prequel-y as the other prequel, The Gonard Show, and coming soon to Netflix, Saving Tokyo, the Mitsuki movie. Mikey kinda looks like Hey Arnold. Well, that's a new one. I've heard many comparisons to Fry from Futurama. I've seen a few comparisons to Brad from My Life as a Teenage Robot. I've even seen comparisons to that kid whose name I forget from that one show I forgot about until just now, but Hey Arnold. Definitely haven't heard that one before. Kappa Mikey information on Wikipedia. Please help us improve. Forget Wikipedia, it's the fan wiki that needs fixing. There's literally a page for the Fairly Odd Parents that just reads The Fairly Odd Parents, a page for the Fairly Odd Parents episode Channel Chasers that just says Channel Chasers, and then a page for Deke Entertainment with a complete history of the company which has literally nothing to do with Kappa Mikey, and all the sources say template. And yes, I know that the Kappa Mikey fan wiki didn't start until 2015. That was a joke. Write to fanfiction.net and request a fanfic Kappa Mikey category. You know, I read a fanfic of this show once. It was a crossover with the Beatles' Yellow Submarine, and the only thing I remember is that there was a makeout scene between Lily and Sir Paul McCartney. Let's check what's in the fanfiction section of the forums. The Day the Mikey Stood Still, Chapter 3, Hospital and Recovery. No facetious response I could give could be funnier than that title. Guide to Women. Yeah, I don't think I want dating advice from the Kappa Mikey fan forums. There were categories for each character, and Ozu's description says this guy says you're fired more than... Never mind, moving on. There is some discourse over whether or not Lily is too mean. Mitsuki, a sweet girl or an ex-spy with a false personality? I've actually thought a lot about this. Agent F says, this nice girl act isn't you, and it's interesting to imagine that the person that she is on LilyMu isn't a character, it's the only time she can be her true self, while every other moment in her life is an act that she puts on to protect her identity. But Kappa Mikey obviously doesn't go that deep, and the continuity obviously isn't meant to be taken that seriously, so obviously she's a good person. Heck, even within the episode it's made clear that this kinder, gentler Mitsuki is her true self. I mean, her spy self is literally represented with a wig, as in a disguise that she puts on over her true self, and she doesn't want to go back to her old life. Which then makes it interesting that she plays the old version of herself on LilyMu, like she's performing a part of herself that she wants to distance herself from, but she can never truly escape it because that's what she's good at. You know, maybe it is appropriate that she's supposedly a parody of Evangelion, but again, the show ain't that deep. He's in my head! This is in reference to Yes Man, which makes it even more terrifying. I also hate that they're calling the Gonard Mitsuki ship Gonuki. Like, first of all, there's already Nardsuki, it's literally in the show, but second, it just sounds so gross. Gonuki? Like, somehow they managed to find something worse than Nardsuki. And we'll end this bit with my favorite one. In the fan art section, we can see a post that reads, Mikey says Donko 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 Donko, from a user named Donko. And I think I want to see this post most of all. The moderator of the forums was Kappa Lizzie, who had her own fan site, KappaMikeyRocks.com, where you could read Kappa Mikey news, like the different episodes that would be on, new games coming out, or the different contests Nicktoon would hold. This is also where some of the interviews from KappaMikeyFans.net came from. And there's even a bonus interview with Wayne Grayson, who voiced Michelangelo in TMNT, because she used to run a TMNT fan site. The Yes Man Closet was a forum for Kappa Mikey, and surprisingly, it's still up, and people are apparently still posting to this. There were also a few subcategories within this forum. There was Ozu's Closet for random discussions, Mitsuki's room for venting your feelings about school and stuff, Lily's room, which was for people 13 and older, allowed swearing and was password protected so I can't get in there. There's Guano's Street Corner for talking about serious political issues like 9/11, and Gonard's room for wishing people happy birthday. It's so funny to look at these old forums because I didn't get into Kappa Mikey until season 2 was already airing, so now I can see what I would have missed out on if I had been watching from the beginning. And I actually highly recommend doing this for any show you're interested in.
It's Nicktoons Network's biggest summer of the year, and you should be here.
Oh dear.
For the big new season of Kappa Mikey. Only one thing will break the force fields.
And now we come to season 2. An interesting season. You see, the style sort of changes, and I'm not just talking the subtle visual changes, but also the style of writing. Season 2 is, as you will see, way more out there than season 1. Like, sure, season 1 had that Halloween episode with the giant monsters, or that one with the dragon, but season 2 was like, hey, what if every other episode was the dragon episode? We're talking magic baseball ghosts and talking robot motorcycles, fighting a giant robot in the A-plot, nuclear submarine adventures in the B-plot. Season 1 had that episode where Mikey and Gonard stopped being friends because they let their egos get the better of them while they were selling lemonade. This season has an episode where Mikey and Gonard stop being friends because Gonard eats a radioactive sandwich that turns him into a super genius. This season is very interested in wacky premises, which contrasts with the over-the-top but still grounded nature of season 1. I mentioned before how different the Nicktoons Pilot and MTV Pilot were, but honestly, a story about Mikey getting kidnapped by a vampire and the rest of the crew fighting his robot army to get him back would be right at home here in season 2. Like, remember when Mikey said that he had a nuclear submarine in his version of the fish story? And it was funny because it was so over the top and ridiculous that it's obviously not true. Well, here in season 2, submarines are just a thing that happens. Ozu tries to sell it to Yoshi as an apartment to live in, and it rolls off the roof, and underwater hijinks ensue. Not like season 1 where he gives Mikey a regular apartment, and the hijinks of living with a bad roommate ensues. But despite my negative tone, I don't want to imply that having a wacky premise makes for a bad episode. Actually, my least favorite episode of the whole series has the most grounded premise of the season, and ironically, I think the Magic Baseball Ghost episode is one of the more emotionally impactful episodes of the whole show. I guess what I'm trying to say is that they took big swings this season, and I can respect that, but when this season misses, it misses hard. And there's also a lot more gross out humor.
Did you try giving it some gas?
Oh, you mean...
But now that I've spoiled half the season for you, let's begin with the ironically relatively grounded episode, Camp. The episode starts with Team LilyMu chasing Gonard on the rooftops of Tokyo, but they're exhausted.
Target neutralized, Master Gonard.
Oh, Lily, you betrayed us.
I don't believe it. How could you?
This is tearing me apart.
They beg Ozu for a vacation, so he sends them to Kawamura Acres. Unfortunately, it's not the luxury spa that he promised. It turns out to be an acting camp run by the very pretentious Von Fabio.
Von Fabio. Yes, the Claude Von Fabio.
Oh look, another Usopp from One Piece looking guy. I like to think they're brothers. The subplot is that Gonard accidentally ends up at a cheerleading camp and hangs out with a goth girl named Lydia. Although, her name is never actually said in the episode, and my source for this is... unreliable. But when he saves the popular girls from near death, they accept him into the popular group. Gonard doesn't like hanging out with them as much as the other girls, so he hangs out with her instead, and they promise to stay in touch after camp is over. They do not. Back at the acting camp, Mikey turns all the kids against Von Fabio by making fun of him.
Ooh, look at me! I'm Von Fortio!
See, told you you'd get it. Around a campfire, the kids tell the infamous story of Wedgie Boy, an American kid who got a massive wedgie while performing as the Peapod in Eat Your Peas and Carrots. Turns out that was Mikey, and it was a traumatizing experience that still haunts him. This is also one of the rare moments we actually get to see America on the show. We even get to see the president. Von Fabio overhears Mikey's trauma and as revenge makes Eat Your Peas and Carrots the camp play, with Mikey as the lead Peapod again. Mikey spirals into an anxious mess and leaves camp before Mitsuki convinces him to at least give it a try so he can conquer his fears and leave Wedgie Boy in the past. It's the night of the play, and incidentally, every time I'm buying french fries at the grocery store, this song pops into my head.
Fries, fries, wondrous fries, crinkle cut or tater size.
Oh no, the french fries are singing their siren song.
Anyway, despite the similar circumstances, Mikey doesn't get a wedgie and gives a spectacular performance. Von Fabio and Mikey apologize to each other, and the closing LilyMu segment is redone, but with more vigor, and with Von Fabio making a guest appearance on the show.
Target neutralized, Master Gonard!
Lily! Ow! Could you? Ah!
According to Gonard's voice actor, Sean Schemmel, in his interview with KappaMikeyFans.net, he mentions how much fun it was to play Von Fabio in this episode. Later in the interview, there's a really sweet moment where he says, Funimation, at the time, I think they have since changed, wasn't really interested in being terribly creative as much as they were interested in getting it done. Cheap. Also, they didn't have a lot of room to be creative because the show had already been made in Japan and had strict guidelines to follow. Goku was my start, but Animation Collective is where I really got to play. Sean Leahy, voice director, not only lets my imagination go wild, he encourages it. And one time I remember thanking Larry Schwartz for letting me do so many different characters for Animation Collective, and he said, "Are you kidding me? I write this stuff for you." Here's just a sample of the voices Sean did for this show.
How could you indeed? How could you? Ahoy! Ye think we be thespians?
Comrades, thanks to you, I am richest bot in Botstonia.
Tonight, this squid becomes my greatest meal ever! Max to the coolest, yeah!
Big mistake, Agent Air.
Don't you think maybe you're violating the spirit of our whole unlimited refills agreement? You pulled a prank or two, but now the joke's on you.
And it's just really nice to know he was having fun.
What does he go? I'll get you next time, lily fools!
I love that show. Larry Schwartz he creates all those shows for Animation Collective. The guy's a genius. I mean, he's brilliant. Any of those shows you come out of here, he's thinking of them, and then he, lets me do a bunch of voices on them. So I'm always grateful to work on AC shows. So,
do you think Kappa Mikey will be picked up for season 3? Man, I hope so. There were so many more adventures for Mikey and the gang, not to mention recording with the entire cast is awesome, and Larry always buys us sandwiches. This episode also showcases one other interesting difference about Season 2 that I didn't mention in my rant. Episodes that take place in entirely new locations outside of the usual towers, studios, Tokyo Street. Season 2 has camps, trains, mountains, schools, and more. Anyway, this episode is pretty okay. It's honestly kind of embarrassing to go on that whole Season 2 rant only to be met immediately with an incredibly normal episode, but what's even more embarrassing is that the next episode is one of my favorites of the season, Free Squiddy. This title and the basic premise are a parody of Free Willy. Team LilyMu track down Gonard to a dump where he has an army of Garbots waiting. Mikey saves Mitsuki from a ball of garbage by using Guano as a human shield, or a sometimes human, sometimes magic creature shield. Guano refuses to wash himself between takes until Lily can't stand the smell anymore and throws up. Ozu demands that Guano get cleaned up and puts Lily in charge of that, setting up our subplot. Meanwhile, in the main plot, Mikey, Gonard, and Mitsuki go down to the fish market to grab lunch, where Mikey bonds with an emperor squid, which he names Squiddy. The truck Squiddy's on drives off with Mikey still on it, and it takes them all to a film set where it turns out Squiddy's going to be the secret ingredient on the next episode of Chefs of Steel, a parody of the Japanese TV show Iron Chef. Also, on today's episode of Chefs of Steel, the secret ingredient is rocks, which I'm almost certain is just supposed to be some silly joke, but I just learned that in China there's a dish called suodio, which are stir-fried seasoned river rocks that you suck on and then dispose of. I can't find anything about this dish as it relates to Japan, and I don't know what my point here was, I just thought it was neat. They bust Squiddy out and hide him in Mikey's bathtub, but he misses the ocean, so Mikey sings a song to convince Squiddy to live with him.
Living underwater's okay, but you could have so much more. like watching 1,000 channels or eating food off of the floor.
Chef Saba, the current Chefs of Steel champion, tracks him down disguised as an environmentalist and tells Mikey that he can't coop Squiddy up in a bathtub. He needs to set him free.
Imagine if you were Emperor Squid, Mikey. How would you like it? That was a dumb question to ask you. I realize that now.
Mikey lets him take Squiddy, but quickly realizes it was a trick. He challenges Chef Saba to a cook-off on the show with Squiddy as the main prize, which Mikey loses, but he steals Squiddy anyway. They run to the... Wait, what is Mitsuki wearing? I mean, Mikey wore a disguise, but Gonard and Mitsuki didn't. We can actually see her steal this disguise earlier from the Shin-Chan parody guys, but when she hands the card to the announcer, which is their only role in the scheme by the way, she's in her normal clothes. Then when they're being chased, she's in a disguise while Mikey isn't in his. And now she's back to normal? Weird. Anyway, they run to the ocean but accidentally throw Squiddy into the lagoon instead. Mikey gives Squiddy one of his scooters, which has been a recurring gag throughout the episode, and they use it to jump to freedom. The subplot to this one is that Lily puts Guano through Mitsuki's doll cleaner, but it gives Guano a cowlick. Guano tries everything to get rid of it and is tempted by an evil scientist's illegal hair gel. The gel works, but it's very sticky, and soon everyone and everything is getting stuck to him. The only way to dissolve the gel is with ocean water, so they roll their way to the ocean while everything sticks to them in a parody of Katamari Damacy. The ball rolls into Chef Saba, and Squiddy is free to swim into the ocean. The closing LilyMu segment has Mikey use a regular shield instead of Guano, and he throws it at the Garbot like Captain America. This is one of my favorite episodes of Season 2, and it has one of my favorite jokes, and I want you to guess what it is. No, seriously. Think about everything that I just told you. What were the two plots about? Ready? I absolutely love that the subplot is Katamari, while the main plot is calamari. It's so stupid, but I love it, and what's even funnier is that they never say those words out loud, so it's completely up to the audience to figure that out for themselves. But now we're getting into episodes that I'm not too big a fan of, starting with The Bracemaster, whose title is a pun on the Beastmaster. The episode begins with Gonard escaping with a captured Guano and putting up a force field. Mikey declares that the only thing that can destroy the force field is the Kappa Mikey super scream, then he burps into the microphone and ruins the scene. Ozu tells everyone that it's time for them all to go to the dentist, except for Guano, who has mysterious teeth because he's a magical animal in this one and not a guy in a suit. The dentist ends up being Dr. Katashi, the plastic surgeon from the pimple episode, and he tells Mikey that he needs a retainer, so Ozu lends him his family heirloom, an incredibly rare retainer forged by the reclusive Bracemaster atop Mount Fuji, so perfect it can fix teeth permanently in just 1 month. Lily is furious because she's worn a retainer for years, which is actually another callback to the pimple episode where it was one of the embarrassing secrets that Mikey leaked to the press.
A retainer!
Also, you know what? I've decided Brozu isn't a trustworthy source anymore, and I hereby reinstate my firmly held belief that Mikey will never be ballin'. Mikey hates wearing the retainer though, and Lily offers to take it off of his hands, but Dr. Katashi steals it. So the two of them have to climb to the top of Mount Fuji to get a replacement before Ozu finds out. They face perils, Lily saves Mikey's life, and it ends up becoming a bonding experience for them. The Bracemaster finds them, and if someone could please tell me what this guy's supposed to be a parody of, I would really appreciate it. Remember, it might not be a parody of a specific character, it could be a stylistic parody like Beef being Osamu Tezuka's style. I feel like it's One Piece because of the eyes and lips, but I'm not certain. It's the noodly arms and the strange hands that are throwing me. They're just too specific to not be a parody of something. The only other clue that I have is that he has little vegetable spirits hanging around, but this may or may not be related. If you know, please leave a comment, it's driving me crazy. He tells them that he'll make a replacement for Ozu's retainer, but when Lily asks for one too, he says no. Mikey says that if Lily can't have one, then neither of them should get one, and he'll just have to face Ozu's consequences. The Bracemaster is moved by their friendship and makes 2 retainers, but they're modern-looking retainers, so there's no chance that they can fool Ozu with them. Then Ozu, who is delivering a pizza for some reason, tells Mikey that it's okay and he's just glad the 2 of them are safe. He decides that this retainer will be their new family heirloom. I wonder how Guano feels about that. And speaking of Guano, in the subplot, Guano waits for a panda to be delivered for the baby panda episode, but it doesn't arrive because all the pandas are busy with the cute parade.
I hate the cute parade!
You don't mean that.
No, I don't.
So Guano gets a makeover to look like a panda, but after filming, he gets caught by animal control. Guano ends up in a zoo, and Mitsuki and Gonard bust him out by disguising themselves as Norwegian panda trainers and making him do a little dance.
Have fun!
Where did you learn to dance like that?
I'm gonna kill you guys.
The ending LilyMu sequence has Mikey save Guano by yodeling instead of burping. The end. This episode is one that I would actually probably put in D tier, which I do feel bad about saying, but it's just not really that funny. The subplot is forgettable, and I've always found the pacing kinda weird in this one. Mikey and Lily don't start hiking up the mountain until 2/3 of the way through the episode. Like, I kinda get what they were going for here. The first act is them at the dentist and getting the retainer. The second act is them losing and trying to find the retainer. The lowest point is when the retainer is stolen, and the third act is them climbing up the mountain to get a new one. It all works on paper, but like, almost nothing happens in the second act, and to me, it just feels like a really long first act. Like, somehow it feels like Katashi flying out the window with the retainer is the inciting incident that's happening 13 minutes into the episode. Like, I don't know how to describe it because it's just a feeling that's obviously subjective, but it's my tier list, so... Oh, and by the way, we never actually see the Baby Panda episode or the Cute Parade, so just make your peace with that. Now, in camp, we started pretty grounded. And then in Free Squiddy, Mikey had a giant squid in his bathtub, which is a bit crazy, but that's just some good old-fashioned hide-the-pet hijinks. Then the Bracemaster was about climbing Mount Fuji, which is starting to get a bit weird. It's probably not an episode they would have done in Season 1, but Hog Day Afternoon is when Season 2 really starts being Season 2. The episode starts with Gonard getting away with Guano on rocket skates, not to be confused with Mikey's action wheels from Lost in Transportation. Mikey tries to chase him, but his motorcycle breaks down, so he gets it tricked out at Beef's bike repairing pet grooming shop.
We had some soap and a garden hose. I just thought, so you here to wash your dog or fix your hog?
I think it's really interesting that the last episode we looked at contained multiple references to the Pimple episode with the retainer and Dr. Katashi, and now this episode is a semi-sequel to Lost in Transportation, with Beef, the bike, the action wheels but not really, and the chum whistle. Mikey steals a microchip that's supposed to make your bike talk, but he steals the defective one, so now his bike is alive, but dumb and violent. He goes back to Beef for help, but Beef is mad that he stole the chip and kicks him out of the chums. Mikey tries to remove the chip himself, but the bike doesn't want to die and tries to kill him instead. Mikey blows his chum whistle, which has a slightly different design than it did in Lost in Transportation, but the chums don't come to his rescue. Eventually, though, at the last minute, the chums do save him, and Mikey learns his lesson. Turns out the reason the chums were late is because of a Viking parade, which brings us to our subplot. Mitsuki shows Lily a website called Super Fun Place, which is a parody of websites like Facebook and Twitter, except that this was 2007, so more accurately it's a parody of MySpace. Lily is jealous of how many followers Mitsuki, Gonard, and Guano have while she only has one follower, Guano. So Lily starts a PR campaign to get more followers, but Gonard thinks that she says VR, which he interprets to mean Viking Relations Campaign, and so Lily becomes very popular in the Viking community. I don't know how he got Viking Relations from VR instead of the more obvious virtual reality, but I guess this made more sense in the pre-Meta, pre-Oculus, pre-Facebook era. But I'd also like to point out how weirdly relevant this episode is today. Being obsessed with follower counts and accidentally garnering a community of people that you didn't intend to be your audience and being frustrated by that.
Leave me alone! You're stinky people, and I want nothing to do with you!
Granted, they're just a minor annoyance to her, and she doesn't have to, change her political views or the way she acts just to hold their attention to keep her numbers up, which would be even more topical today. But for something that came out when MySpace was still a thing and YouTube was only a year old, it's interesting. Anyway though, Lily ends up becoming Queen of the Vikings, but still has no followers, until the Vikings show her that she had her display settings wrong and she actually had 2 million followers the whole time. In the final action scene, Mikey rescues Guano and throws the defective chip at Gonard's rocket skates to send him flying away. Despite all the weird stuff, this episode's actually pretty unremarkable. The one thing I have to say about it is that I think that this PR campaign plot is done much better than the one in the Pimple episode where they talk a lot about a campaign, but all we really get to see is her being rejected from a restaurant and then a training montage, while the actual public relations are kept incredibly vague. Here we actually get to see her efforts to connect to the public. Though I do prefer how Mikey's Pimple plot intersects with the Season 1 PR plot more often, and actually causes problems for her, unlike this one where the two plots are mostly standalone save for this one joke.
But we got caught up in some kind of Viking parade. Floats!
But yeah, Mikey's bike comes to life and tries to kill him, and Lily is Queen of the Vikings. Welcome to Season 2. And next is Mikey at the Bat, which is the Magic Baseball Ghost episode I mentioned earlier.
Then Mikey takes a swing at baseball.
I throw almost as good as I act.
And Jasmine finds out Danny's secret.
This title is a pun on Casey at the Bat, which is a poem that they also reference in Cage Aux Mikey.
Looks like Mighty Gonard is struck out.
Anyway, this episode begins with Gonard using an extra set of robotic hands to shoot energy balls at Team LilyMu, but Saki interrupts because he wants to talk to Ozu about the annual baseball game between LilyMu and Saki's show, Tangled Souls. Mikey tells everyone that he should be pitcher because his great-grandfather was Cincinnati Tex, the greatest pitcher in Boston, and Ozu agrees, but Mikey is absolutely terrible.
I don't know about America, but in Japan you have to get it over the plate.
Well, good for Japan.
Not seeing how bad he is, though, Ozu makes a bet with Saki where the losing team will have their show canceled. His friends tell him to stop being so prideful and just let Lily pitch because she's better, but luckily for Mikey, the ghost of his great-grandfather comes out of the card and secretly gives him magic baseball powers. Nobody ever finds out that his powers are coming from a ghost, by the way, they all just think he got good. Lily is upset because pitching is her thing and Mikey always takes everything from her. Saki tells Lily that if she throws the game, he'll get her a leading role on his show where she can be a star again. Lily refuses until she sees how good Mikey suddenly got, and now that he's taken her spot as best player on the team, she agrees to throw the game, and this is just disturbing for some reason.
Ow! What did you do with my shoe?
Don't worry about her. She's chilling at my place. So have you thought about my offer?
On the night of the big game, Saki's team is revealed to be a bunch of robots because Saki cast a bunch of robots on his show, which... Wait a minute. A large wager? Giving athletes token jobs to let them compete in your company baseball game? I know it's unfair to do this because they've done every plot in existence, but Simpsons did it. I'm kidding, of course. It's actually very different, and we're seeing it from the point of view of the team that isn't cheating. Well, unless we consider Mikey getting magic baseball powers to be cheating. Which I absolutely do, by the way. Anyway, Mikey is doing a great job while Lily keeps sabotaging them. Mitsuki asks her if she's okay and reminds her of what they told Mikey earlier.
Look, I'm trying as hard as I can, okay?
Okay, if you say so. Just don't forget what you told Mikey about letting your pride come before your friends.
Lily finally lets go of her pride and they start winning, until Mikey loses the baseball card and goes back to being awful. Ozu tells Mikey to hit the bench, but Lily says Mikey got them this far and he should keep pitching, and the whole team rallies together to get the 3 outs that they need to win the game. The closing LilyMu segment has Mikey hit the energy balls back at Gonard with the baseball bat. The end. It's funny because I remember not really liking this episode back in the day, but I think the reason for that is because I was watching it from Mikey's perspective. Once upon a time, Mikey stunk at baseball, got powers, lost them, but still won. Hooray for Mikey, he's so great. But now, watching it again, I realize that this isn't Mikey's story. This is a story about Lily, and I really like her arc in this one. I love that she scolds Mikey for letting his pride ruin everything until she realizes that she's letting her pride ruin everything too. It's just fun that as much as she hates the guy, they have very similar flaws, and this episode is the only one that really draws that comparison directly. Though, one thing I maybe would have liked to have seen is Mikey letting go of his pride too, like letting Lily pitch even after she lets him, or at least admitting that she's better at baseball and giving her a part of the plan that he admits that he can't do, something along those lines. I don't know, it's just kind of weird that he never has to confront or overcome his flaws in this one. He doesn't even have to admit to cheating. He just has to overcome the physical obstacle of beating the robots at baseball, but either way, it's a great Lily character exploration where she can be more than just the superficial diva she usually is. And this scene between Lily and Mitsuki is one of the few times that the characters aren't popping in and out of being chibi with big over-the-top expressions every 5 seconds, and it's easily the best that they've ever looked and acted while on model. Also, I wouldn't have noticed this myself, so thanks to the Kappa Mikey Wikipedia notes page for pointing out that Team LilyMu only has 5 players, but there are 9 positions in baseball. We can see in the climax that Guano's catcher, Gonard and Lily are outfielders, and Mitsuki's on second, which begs the question, who's on first? And on third? I don't know. They also point out that the episode is called Mikey at the Bat, but we never actually see him at bat. Thank you, Kappa Mikey Wikipedia page. At least someone's pulling its weight. Anyway, I complain about Season 2 as a whole, but this one proves that there are still some really solid episodes here. Also, just on a personal note, this is around the time that I started watching Kappa Mikey. Like, Splashomon was my first episode, but it was a rerun that aired sometime after this episode's premiere, but before the next episode. Go... Oh, geez. Okay, so in the fan interview with Sean Schemmel, during the table read of the pilot, they ask Larry Schwartz what Gonard's name means, and I'll just quote the interview verbatim. I remember several of us asking Larry Schwartz, "Hey Larry, what does Gonard mean?" And he said something like, go Nard, as if to tell someone off or something. We shrugged and shook our heads. So I guess literally Nard is a kind of old-timey ointment, and it's possible that there's some expression I'm not familiar with where you tell someone off, but I'm really only familiar with the 80s slang version of the word.
Wolfman's got Nard!
Now, to be fair, from what I've looked up, Gonard is apparently an actual last name in France. So just to recap, one character has a Spanish name that means poop, one character has a French name that sounds a lot like the slang word for, and also the medical term for. One character has an English name that's a sushi pun, and one character is named after a famous Japanese director. Also, in case you were wondering, Mitsuki is Japanese for beautiful moon, and Lily is English for Lily. If Lily's name were Japanese, it would be Yuri, which is its own thing. But anyway, yeah, the first new episode I ever saw was Go Nard Hunting, and I choose to believe that they're hunting for ointment. The title is actually a pun on Goodwill Hunting, though the plot of the episode is actually more a parody of Flowers for Algernon. The episode begins with a LilyMu action sequence where Gonard stands atop a building threatening to redecorate Tokyo with the press of a button. Mitsuki tells Mikey to watch out and, well, I'll just let this play.
Mikey, look! Above you!
Guano, guano!
You'll never get away with this, Gonard!
Get away with what? This building? What about this building? Was it supposed to be damaged or have a bomb on it or literally be redecorated to look like Gonard? Like, what's the threat here? They actually reused this scene in a later episode, and in it, Gonard is shrinking buildings into dollhouses, and it actually makes me think that the version in this episode is unfinished. If you notice, the later version has a camera shake as they drive the battle wagon and a smoother camera movement. And also, look at Mikey in this shot. He's black and white, which I think might be a leftover animatic or something. Also, Mikey's arm is overlapping his cape here. Anyway, the scene gets interrupted by Mikey's new microwave going off. Gonard eats the radioactive sandwich inside, and it turns him into a super genius. At first, Gonard is worried that Mikey won't accept who he is now, but Mikey loves that he and his friend can create inventions together. As he gets smarter though, Gonard starts to get tired of creating childish fart machines and being the villain of a cheesy action show when he could be helping the world with his inventions, so he quits the show. Mikey tries replacing him with King Pirate, but that doesn't work, both for the show and for his personal life. Meanwhile, Gonard finds no joy in the scientific world because they have no sense of humor whatsoever. They both especially miss playing Stinkball together, a game where they throw garbage at each other. Mikey tries to make amends with Gonard, who reveals that his latest invention is a fart machine, just like Mikey wanted. They're friends again, but Gonard realizes that he's losing his smarts and needs Mikey's help with a presentation, so they make a macaroni house and get booed off the stage. The highlight of this episode, though, in my opinion, is the subplot. Lily stars in a perfume ad and brags about it to Mitsuki and Guano. Later though, Mitsuki's perfume ad eclipses Lily's ad, and then even Guano has an ad that got him a solid gold yacht.
The gold lifeboats didn't float either. We barely made it out alive.
Lily declares an ad war to see who can endorse the most products. They do several commercials, be passive-aggressive on an infomercial, and just generally fight over whose products are better, until the poor British orphan who shows up all the time is injured using the shoddy products that they haphazardly endorsed. So they give a public service announcement, and I'm going to play this for you in its entirety because there are quite a few moments on the show that haven't aged well, but this is not one of them. In this day and age where everybody wants to be an influencer and we are surrounded by thousands of internet micro-celebrities advertising us products that they barely know anything about, I genuinely feel like it's important for people to hear this message now more than ever. Oh, and if you're watching my video through someone else's live stream, this is about them specifically.
Sometimes celebrities are asked to endorse things.
That's right, Lily. And sometimes they aren't the highest quality goods.
So how do you know when to listen to celebrities?
A good rule of thumb is
you can never trust celebrities. Not even the ones in this ad.
But that just ends up fueling a PSA war between them. And so, in this episode that tackles the difficult subject of friends growing apart, the struggles of figuring yourself out as you grow, and having a healthy dose of skepticism when celebrities endorse products, the closing LilyMu segment is not interrupted by a microwave. The end. Guys, remember back in season 1 when the opening was just a generic fight, but then Mikey and Gonard went on an adventure and remembered what good friends they are, so the closing LilyMu scene had a moment of friendship between these two enemies before the fight resumed? Like, can we have some more of that, please? So, normally the subplot would bump this up, but then I think radioactive sandwich, and I think, no. But remember, these are all just my stupid opinions. The episode just doesn't grab me, but that's what's cool about everyone having their own perspectives. Maybe there's someone out there who relates more to the feeling of having to hide a newfound part of themselves for fear of judgment from friends and family.
Non-binary, was it?
Did I say non-binary? I'm in pickles.
Also, here's just an unrelated frame from a different episode. So, Go Nard Hunting was the first new episode I ever saw, but it's not one that I actually had to wait for. I was still discovering the show, and I just passively saw this new episode when it was on. The first episode I remember actively waiting for was Mikey Kappa. The episode begins with Gonard holding all the Yodo River's water in his hydrosphere, but Mikey accidentally shoots it, flooding the set and forcing them to shoot the rest of the episode on location. Ozu lays out a tribute to the Kappa, asking for safe passage, and reminds Mikey that he's similar to a Kappa in that he's a fish out of water, so he should act more respectfully. But Mikey is 10 times more obnoxious than usual in this episode, so he throws a can into the river, specifically to prove a point about how disrespectful he is? I don't know. But then they begin their trek.
Ozu, please, let me take a break.
No rest for the furry.
Guano is a furry, confirmed. On the trip, Mikey wants to be navigator, but he leads them down some rapids and almost over a waterfall. Mitsuki manages to save them, but Mikey sees a quarter and snaps the boat in half. Wait, what was a quarter doing in Japan? And why is it anime? Anyway, Mitsuki and Lily are now separated from Mikey, Gonard, Guano, Ozu, Yesman, and Yoshi, who set up camp. Also, please note that in this scene, Yoshi's legs are in black and white, unlike later scenes where he's wearing his usual jeans. Just like Mikey in the last episode, this appears to be left over from the storyboards. Based on what I've seen, Season 1 of Kappa Mikey appears to have been storyboarded either traditionally or with Photoshop, while Season 2 looks like it was boarded directly in Flash. Though this might be the layout stage. I'm not very familiar with the 2D pipeline, but whatever step this is, layout or storyboard, it looks like they would take whatever assets they already had and then rough out whatever assets needed to be made in black and white. So my educated guess is that Yoshi needed to sit down, which is something he's never done before, so they copied his upper body and then roughed in his legs, and then they drew the final legs and then forgot to update the first scene with that new asset. But none of this really matters, I just thought it was kind of cool. Anyway though, back in the plot, Mikey is just the worst in this episode. He sleeps in all morning, complains about breakfast, and then breaks their fishing rod. They kick him out of camp where he gets surrounded by Kappas who want to kill him for clogging their dam with his can, until they realize that he's Kappa Mikey and they're huge fans of his. Unfortunately, they start dying because the clog is blocking the river from reaching their magic basin, so Mikey helps his new fans unclog it. They also do a parody of that crying Native American ad, and you would think that someone native to America would be done in the American style, but no. Meanwhile, in the subplot, Lily and Mitsuki meet Wolf Boy, a parody of Kiba Inuzuka from Naruto. Maybe. I don't know. Mitsuki tries to ask Wolf Boy for directions, but Lily is jealous that the incredibly hot Wolf Boy is clearly more interested in Mitsuki than he is in her, so she keeps trying to win him over. She finally succeeds by pulling out a TV that she brought, but it causes Wolf Boy to become completely useless. Luckily, the TV's noise gives away their location to everyone else, and they all reunite, but Mikey is nowhere to be seen. They walk into the woods to find him, each one talking about how great Mikey is and how much they miss him.
I liked him better than any of you.
Mikey shows up and everyone apologizes. To him.
Oh, Mikey, I'm so sorry I said all those horrible things about you not fitting in with the rest of us.
Mikey also apologizes, but they say he doesn't have to. They also forgot Yoshi back at camp at the end. Oh, and the finished LilyMu scene is notably not filmed on location. This episode isn't as bad as I'm making it out to be. It still has its funny moments, but it really is peak Mikey is awful, but everyone loves him anyway. Like, Mikey made it up to the Kappa, but he never did anything to make it up to his friends. His friends don't even know about the Kappa thing. And Mikey is just relentless in this one.
If they want my respect, why don't they come out here and earn it?
Mikey, you should watch what you say. These Kappas may be dangerous if you disrespect them.
And what are they gonna do? Throw back my trash?
You can't just throw trash in the river like that.
Who cares?
In the Pimple episode, for example, he at least tried not to betray his friends, and then he felt really bad about it when he did. But here, he's just an awful person. And it's funny because normally if a show had an episode like this, fans would be like, oh, he was so out of character. But I can't even do that because this is Mikey's character. It's just dialed to 11 and then minus all the context that makes it bearable. Whenever I hear people say that they don't like the show because they hate Mikey, I want to defend it because I think it's really fun that his flaws are the driving force of conflict on the show.
Don't they already know that you're a famous actor in Japan?
I told them, but they wouldn't believe me because of my long history of lies and deceit.
But then I think of episodes like this, and it's like, yeah, I hate Mikey too. Interestingly, the description for this episode mentions that the reason they were on the river was because they were visiting Ozu's country home, which obviously isn't the case in the final episode. And another fun fact, Ozu's country home is actually mentioned in the LilyMu Squares as the wrong answer for where Ozu lives.
Yes! Ozu lives in a country estate built by Grandpa Ozu!
How did you get that wrong? You literally sleep in a drawer under his bed. Also, Mitsuki's voice actress, Carrie Karanen, has stated that her favorite voice to do was the Kappa's voices.
Mikey Boss! And Lily Kappa Boss!
And like Sean, it seems that she had a blast working on the show.
I said open up! It's time to eat a plane!
Lily, is it true about you and Gonard?
No! Who's that half-naked guy?
It also just occurred to me hours into this video about Kappa Mikey that some of you might not know what a kappa is. I only briefly mentioned it at the beginning, but they're creatures in Japanese folklore, and they're these human-y turtle guys with a pool of water on their head. If you've ever played Animal Crossing, Kapp'n is a kappa. It's actually true that cucumbers are a kappa's favorite food. That's why Kappa Maki sushi rolls are cucumbers and rice. Kappas also love to eat human livers, so I'm glad that didn't make it onto the sushi. But Kappa, to my knowledge, don't have a giant magic basin that if it dries up they die. What they do have, though, are personal basins on their head filled with water from their home lake or river, and if that dries up or spills, they get weakened and die. I'm guessing this was a creative decision made to simplify the conflict from every individual Kappa's head basin drying up to just one magic collective basin that dries up as a direct result of Mikey's actions. Anyway, Kappa are often mischievous and dangerous, drowning people, drowning horses, and kidnapping, among other things. Kappa are also known to rip your soul right out of your butt. Wonder why they didn't do that to Mikey. But what's that? Oh, actually, I have just been informed that Mikey is in fact a ginger and therefore has no soul. I forgot about that joke. It's perfect for the time period. The next episode is The Script Assassin, and there's something I'm very excited to share with this one. It starts with Gonard being cornered in the same alley that Mikey tried to disassemble his bike. Strangely, that blue tint and vignette that all LilyMu episodes have isn't here until halfway through. Gonard unleashes robotic dogs and is about to get away until Mikey grabs him by the leg. His shoe comes off and he gives a dramatic speech about losing face and retreats to his mountain lair in shame. We never actually see Gonard's lair, and this is the only mention of him having one. Guano's upset because that speech wasn't in the script that he wrote, but Ozu reveals that he made some changes to it.
Stride into gold!
And speaking of changes to the script, the thing that I'm excited to share with you is that I found the script for this episode, and a lot got cut from the opening scene. Lily was originally supposed to shoot one of the robo-puppies only for it to dodge roll and fire a sonic beam back at her. Then she warns the team that their bark is worse than their bite, but this cut line actually does make it into the show when they reuse this action sequence in a later episode.
Mikey, watch out! Their bark is worse than their bite!
Guano would have been surrounded by the dogs and Mitsuki would have used a laser net to save him, and Mikey would have knocked one puppy into the distance with the orb instead of defeating them all single-handedly. Mikey convinces Guano to stand his ground on the original vision for the scene, but when Ozu won't budge, Guano ends up quitting and getting a gig on a talk show hosted by Masako Masako, where they talk through people's problems similar to Oprah. And actually, it looks like Masako Masako was originally going to be a new character named Oparu, at least in older drafts of the script. I believe when they decided to reuse Masako Masako from Season 1, they just did a find and replace to change all instances of Oparu to Masako Masako, which explains why the only surviving remnants are when the kids chant her name and there's dashes between each syllable, and here where it's misspelt as Oprau. Also, I just need to point out that this is Masako Masako's page on the Kappa Mikey fan wiki. No picture, no description, just the words Masako Masako. But also in this episode, there's this joke.
I hate grown-ups, like Ozu and that creepy guy by the pinball machine.
What'd you say about me?
And that creepy guy by the pinball machine not only has a page, but it's more detailed than recurring character Masako Masako's. It's also not linked to by any other page in the wiki, meaning you can only get to it by looking at a list of all the pages. I kind of love how awful his wiki is. Like, I could fix it, but I'd hate to ruin it, you know? Thanks, Kappa Mikey fan wiki. Anyway, with Guano gone, Ozu hires a replacement writer-director, Ken Katsumoto, a ninja who's notorious for killing off characters on every show that he's ever worked on.
He wrote Millennium Man off Atomic Power Action Team. He wrote Hitomi off Love the Series. He even wrote Hiroshi Kudo off the Hiroshi Kudo Weather Report.
Everyone starts sucking up to him to avoid being written off, and it breaks out into a fight. Why Ken doesn't just write Guano off since he already quit is beyond me, but when they find out that Gonard is being written off, they realize how sad it would be for any of them to leave, and they band together to stall filming until they can get Guano back. Mikey sets Ozu up to make a surprise appearance on the talk show where they make up, and it's one of the few times Guano being Ozu's son is brought up.
My little boy is back!
Ozu and Guano return to set, fire Ken, and then finish the scene the way Guano originally wrote it, by pouring dog food down Gonard's shirt so the robot dogs attack him. The end. That's what Guano was unwilling to compromise on? Okay. I like this one, though. I absolutely love the premise of these actors sucking up to their boss so their character doesn't get written off. It's great. There are also a few miscellaneous script changes I want to talk about. Guano's segment of the show, Talking Guano, was originally going to have a Rosie the Riveter parody as the logo instead of just him in glasses, and Guano would have been wearing a suit on the show. There's a drop joke about Mikey complaining about a CD he bought that claimed to have the greatest power ballads of all time. And then there's this scene where Yoshi is looking for Ken, who appears out of nowhere and puts Yoshi in a sleeper hold before apologizing for his ninja instincts. Yoshi was originally going to say, "You didn't have to tie me," in this scene, and Mitsuki was going to untie the rest of the cast. In the final version, it's never shown how they all got untied. And finally, Ken's backup ninjas were originally going to speak at one point.
Coming up, he's the biggest star in Tokyo. Kappa Mikey is up next, right here on Nicktoons.
And now it's time for another intermission. We've talked about the characters as individuals, and we've talked about their dynamics together, but now it's time to talk about Flanderization, starting with the shift in Guano's character between seasons. No, the background ninjas we're gonna talk. Yeah, let's talk about background characters instead. You're not missing much with Flanderization anyway. The dumb get dumber, the mean get meaner, it's exactly what you would expect. None of it's as blatant as the Flanderization of the show's overall tone. So anyway, background characters. This will be quick since we basically already talked about a bunch of them. First of all, there's Ethel the Old Woman, who is the main reason I'm even having this intermission in the first place. I literally could not fit her into any episode summaries because even though she appears very frequently, including the MTV pilot, she's just a gag character. She might be a reference to the grandma in Chibi Maruko-chan, but I'm not sure. I just saw someone talking about how it was used for inspiration for Whatever Happened to Robot Jones and said, well, that looks like something Kappa Mikey probably referenced, and then I googled it and maybe. Her name is actually first mentioned in the episode we just covered.
I hate all grown-ups! Not you, Ethel. You're one of the good ones.
But in a later episode, Tin Putt, she's named Mildred. Though that could just be this jerk getting her name wrong. Beef also appears in the episode we just covered, running the Hardstone Cafe, which is where Guano got drunk for a week, as well as the hangout of the Chums' motorcycle gang. On the wall, we can see that Saki, King Pirate, and Gonard are honorary chums. Now, obviously Saki being a chum never comes up, and that's to be expected. It's a throwaway gag for a minor character, but Gonard's chum status never comes up. In fact, he and Beef never interact aside from this scene in Cage Aux Mikey where they're both pretending to be someone that they're not alongside King Pirate, which means that in this scene there are 4 chums in the room. King Pirate being a chum might also explain why he and Beef were hanging out in the cafe like they knew each other. And lastly, in that same episode, we find out that King Pirate's last name might be O'Houlihan. And speaking of King Pirate and memberships to things, Yoshi serves on his crew part-time.
Is that our cameraman? Yoshi?
Arg? Now you'd think that would be a one-and-done throwaway gag, but it's actually referenced in the Oni Express and in LilyMu Squares.
Yoshi! During your time as a pirate aboard King Pirate's ship, which Shakespeare play did you put on?
I've done a lot of the bard's work on a lot of different pirate ships, but that was a particularly memorable night. It got several standing ovations. It was Macbeth.
The answer is Hamlet, by the way. Yoshi also works as a dental assistant to Takashi Katashi in the Bracemaster, which might explain why Takashi has a picture of him on his wall. Maybe he didn't get his eyes replaced after all. Yoshi is in a strange limbo between being a minor character and a major character, helping with quite a few subplots, and he actually gets his own subplot later in Season 2. The Cat Burglar is another character who appeared prominently in several episodes already, and will show up in several more, and if you're wondering why he was red in some of those LilyMeow clips from earlier, it's because in that episode he's allergic to cats. I didn't mention it because it's a throwaway gag, which isn't true in his first appearance, and it's not true in all of his subsequent appearances. His portrayal actually varies depending on the episode. In his introductory episode, he's played straight as an intimidating criminal, and his connection to cats is a throwaway joke.
He's stolen over 2,000 cats. Plus the bank robberies.
Then when he returns in LilyMeow, he's portrayed as kind of a pathetic loser.
Suddenly needs the cat burglar's help.
Fine, forget it.
Please don't go, I need this.
And his relationship to cats has changed to him being allergic to them, but also wanting to eat them. His next appearance will portray him as a supervillain with an army of trained cats, and he's no longer allergic to them, nor does he want to eat them. His final appearance will have him back to being a regular thief, but he uses cats as weapons. One gag character who pops up a bunch is Spartacus.
I am Mikey!
I'm Mikey. I'm Spartacus.
I'm Mikey!
Which is just a throwaway reference to the 1960s film Spartacus, but from then on he actually shows up in a ton of crowd shots to just yell random things.
Why did we doubt him? How could we be so quick to judge?
Being a reference-heavy show, there are a ton of characters who are references to things, so let's go over a few of them, and if I missed any, please let me know down in the comments. Saki's bodyguard is Bato from Ghost in the Shell, and his backup dancers are Shampoo from Ranma 1/2, Rei from Evangelion, and some other third girl. One of the pirates apparently resembles Lucky Roo from One Piece. The original Team LilyMu appears to be a parody of the 1970s anime Science Ninja Team Gatchaman, or as it was known in America, Battle of the Planets. Then he becomes a parody of Phantom of the Opera, and the songs he sings are actually set to the same tunes as real ones from the musical.
You pulled a prank or two, but now the joke's on you. Oh, I got a fart on my face.
Back to anime, here's a reference to Naruto, here's Edward from Full Metal Alchemist, and here's Captain Harlock. In the Sizzle reel, he was actually in the airport scene next to whoever this is. And can someone tell me who this Terry-looking guy is supposed to be? This girl is a parody of one of the psychic kids from Akira, and a few seconds later, there's this dude who I believe is M. Bison, to go along with our Chun-Li from earlier. Here we can see the back of Cloud's head. The mouse on this reporter's shoulder is clearly a reference to Spirited Away, but if the reporter is supposed to be a reference to anything, it's completely lost on me. There's also this lady whose baby was a camera. Like, her design is so specific, she has to be a reference, right? And in one of the cells from Easy Come Easy Gonard, we can see this shirtless, buff, TV-headed guy. Like, that has to be a reference. That is too specific. And while I'm asking people to explain references to me, what in the world is going on here? In one shot of the Oni Express, there's this guy with an accordion in Mikey's room, and when you watch enough Kappa Mikey, you start to get used to seeing the same few background characters over and over and over, so it's really strange that there's this completely unique drawing of a completely unique guy who only appears in one shot of one episode. Oh, and remember that lady whose husband was killed by King Pirate and then she started dating him? Well, in Reality Bites, here she is again. Apparently she broke up with him and started dating this guy. It's like a soap opera. Let's see, what else? There's this girl Guano in one episode. I don't know her name. I don't know her story. You just saw the entirety of her screen time. Okay, I'll admit I'm grasping at straws. I thought that I'd have a lot more to write about, but it turns out I already talked about most of the minor characters as they were relevant to the plot, so let's not draw this segment out any longer and just finish up with our last character, the British orphan who doesn't get a name until later, but is named Oliver Twistkid in the Script Assassin's script. The important thing to note is that he's consistently portrayed as being Mitsuki's #1 fan. Well, maybe not as big a fan as someone we'll get to in our next episode, Mitsuki Vanishes, which begins with Gonard shooting the people of Tokyo with his power sphere. Mikey throws a shield to his teammates to reflect Gonard's blast, but he misses the throw and it bounces off the wall, making Gonard drop the prop, shattering it into a million pieces. I have the script for this one too, and one of the things that changed is that when Mikey misses the throw, the whole building would be knocked over before the shield ricochets into the power sphere. Ozu tells them that the LilyMu fan club built Mount LilyMu, a parody of Mount Rushmore, in their honor, and they need to be there for the dedication ceremony in Nagano. They take a Japanese bullet train and Mikey's put in charge of the tickets. Why? Why would you put this man in charge? Well, guess what? Mikey loses Mitsuki's ticket and now she has to take another train. A little ways into the trip though, Mikey sees Mitsuki tied up in a cabin, but gets knocked out and can't find her again when he tries to show the others. He knows it was real though because Mitsuki left behind a wrapper from her favorite eel and lemon candy. So it's your classic whodunit story on a train, like Murder on the Orient Express. Although they already had an episode named after that, and this episode is more a parody of Alfred Hitchcock's The Lady Vanishes, hence the title. Earlier at the station, we were introduced to all the suspects with their varying motivations to kidnap Mitsuki. There's Saki, who wants Mitsuki on his new show. There's the suspicious conductor who's strict about the no ticket, no entry rules. And then there's Mitsuki's crazy fan Nabuko who stalks her. But they all turn out to be red herrings. Saki just wanted her on his show so he could be friends with her. The conductor is acting suspicious because he's under a lot of stress. And the stalker is just making a scale replica of Mitsuki out of the hair from her brush and the clothes from her trash. Turns out the actual kidnapper was Reiko, the supposedly dim-witted girl who was sent by the fan club to carry their bags and stuff. She's actually an actress who was up for a role on LilyMu 5 years ago, but Mitsuki got the role instead. It also turns out that Mikey didn't lose the ticket, it was all part of Reiko's plan for revenge. Also, in the script, Reiko was originally named Leiko, and it describes her initial personality as perky but a little spacey, like a lobotomized flight attendant. Okay. They chase Reiko through the train, make a reference to Dumbo, and even pass by a cameo from Larry Schwartz himself. Wait, why is he anime? And that's not just me being pedantic. I think if the people working on the show want to draw themselves in the anime style, that's fine, but I actually think that this joke would have worked better if he was in the American style, because then if you don't know who this guy is, you're at least thinking, oh, Mikey's confused at seeing another American aboard the train. I wonder who the heck he was. Instead of just thinking, well, I wonder who the heck that was, which is what I wondered for years. Reiko runs off with Mitsuki towards Mount LilyMu and explains that she's going to crush Mitsuki by collapsing the sculpture.
Savor the island. Mitsuki, the famous TV star, will be crushed by her own giant head.
Wow, that's pretty well thought out.
Thanks, that means a lot.
Mikey manages to come to her rescue, which, Mitsuki, weren't you like a spy? Like, the best spy in the organization? You seriously can't get out of those ropes? Also, in the script, Mikey rescuing Mitsuki was originally going to be a lot more action-packed. But anyway, Mitsuki is saved, Reiko is arrested, and the ceremony goes well despite everything crumbling. Also, does anyone else think that it's weird that Mitsuki is the only one in their LilyMu outfit on Mount LilyMu? In the subplot, Ozu is happy to have the weekend alone, but Yes Man accidentally sends him to the hospital by putting scallions in his omelet, which he's allergic to. Yes Man tries to make it up to him, but keeps messing everything up. Ashamed of his mistakes, Yes Man resigns, and Ozu finds that he's nothing without him.
Gentlemen, what do you think? Jiu-jitsu grip! Genius idea, Ozu! Oh, thank you.
So they make up and attend the ceremony, ending the episode with a reference to another Hitchcock movie, North by Northwest. The closing LilyMu segment has Mikey throw better so that they can actually catch it and reflect the blast back at Gonard. And in the script, Gonard was originally going to blast off like Team Rocket with a little twinkle. And I pushed this to the end, but also in the script, Mitsuki's stalker fan Nabuko was originally named Arissa, which, in the same way that both Lawrence's may be a reference to Larry Schwartz, the name Arissa may have been a nod to Arissa Kono, a producer and graphic designer on the show who apparently was responsible for helping to come up with the name Kappa Mikey. According to this book, Larry had asked her how to say fish out of water in Japanese, and she told him about the Kappa and how they come out of water to eat cucumbers, and that the Kappa Maki sushi roll is named after them, and they came up with Kappa Mikey as a play on that, and the rest is history. But yeah, the episode's good. It goes in B tier. Also, this line has been stuck in my head for decades.
I like your style. Buy yourself something stupid.
But then we have the Masked Tanuki. This episode starts with Gonard trapping Team LilyMu in bubbles, but the show is interrupted by breaking news of a real hero called the Masked Tanuki rescuing a cat from a tree. Ozu is furious, but realizes that if they could get him to guest star on the show, it would be great for ratings, so he puts Mikey and Gonard in charge of tracking him down.
You guys get to relax while Gonard and I spend the day tracking down this weirdo. Seriously, who even wears a cape these days?
Then we get this awkward transition from Lily and Mitsuki's room to Lily and Mitsuki's room.
I think I'll read a book.
Okay, so obviously because we're in the same place, we assume that this must be a transition in time, but no, it's the same continuous scene. Mikey and Gonard haven't left yet. They leave and we get this sushi transition to...
Uh-oh! Guano left his harmonica here.
Lily and Mitsuki's room. Again. But now there is a jump in time. I think. Once again, I have the script for this episode, and it looks like right here where the first awkward transition is, there's a deleted scene. Mikey says, "Who even wears a cape?" Then Guano, quote, puts a sleeping mask on his eyes and staggers out, bumping into things. Then Mitsuki says she'll read a book, all in one scene. It even looks like the part after they leave where the girls are talking about the harmonica might have been a continuous scene as well. And if you're wondering, no, I don't know why Guano puts on a sleeping mask and crashes into things. It's so random, and there are no other significant changes between this script and what aired aside from this one scene, so nothing sets this up, and it doesn't tie into any recurring gags or anything. I mean, the mask thing might be foreshadowing the twist that Guano is the Masked Tanuki, but I don't get why he would blindfold himself on the way out the door. Oh, spoilers by the way, but I mean, come on, it's pretty obvious. Anyway, Lily and Mitsuki want to return Guano's harmonica, but he won't let anyone see his apartment, just like in the Switch. Curious about it, they break in while he's not home. Ah, now there's Mitsuki's spy abilities, and they search his apartment for secrets. And you may be wondering why I didn't provide a layout of this apartment while talking about the others, and that's because there really isn't one. From what we can see, I believe that there are two rooms. There's the main room with the front door, which is empty besides the many, many wall lights, and his kitchen. It appears that Guano has, various appliances. This is the best image there is, and it's too blurry to make anything out. I think that's a giant toaster, but Guano does have this stepladder which he uses to reach the counter, and I think that's a really cute detail. Actually, the only furniture we ever see are the stepladders throughout the apartment that help him reach the light switches. And then behind this door there's, oh look, Guano has a door leading outside to his death, too. Anyway, eventually, Lily and Mitsuki stumble across a secret passage to an underground Batcave-esque place for the Masked Tanuki, which is evidently where Guano sleeps. Here's a better look at his bed from Chris Leather's portfolio. Also, it is so unnoticeable on the show that I legitimately did not know what I was looking at the first time I saw this image. And also, here's an untextured version of the place where he keeps his Masked Tanuki suit. Meanwhile, Mikey and Gonard decided the best way to lure the Masked Tanuki to them would be to commit a crime. They loudly announced to everyone that they're going to rob LilyMu Studios, but this news attracts the cat burglar.
You LilyMu kids think you're so tough because you sent me to prison. Twice.
And he kidnaps them for revenge. The Masked Tanuki comes to their rescue, but Mikey tries to take charge and they all get captured again. The cat burglar reveals that his master plan is to take control of the power plant with his cats, and once all the power is gone, he can break into any place he wants. Also with no power, his Puma's electric cage will turn off and they'll all be eaten. After he leaves, the Masked Tanuki reveals to Mikey and Gonard that he's actually Guano. What an unbelievable surprise this was.
And where did the mask idea come from?
Diaper on my face! Diaper on my face!
You know, there sure are a lot of Guano and diaper jokes on this show. Now, according to the script, though, this is baby Guano, so I guess that's okay. Anyway, Lily and Mitsuki come to their rescue when they go to stop the cat burglar. They ask Mikey not to join them because he always messes everything up. That's the first sensible thing that they've done on the show. But they are quickly defeated by the cats. Easy come, easy go. Mikey has the idea to tear up his clothes into string to distract the cats, which is actually a pretty clever use of the resources that he had on hand. Then he throws some catnip that he randomly has at the cat burglar and defeats him, saving all of Tokyo. We end the episode with the Masked Tanuki making a cameo on their show, helping to defeat Gonard by trapping him in his own bubble. Even though they didn't actually mess up the scene at the beginning, it was just interrupted by a news report, but whatever. And actually, the news report in the final version is funnier than the one in the script. The script reads, "The Masked Tanuki saving a helpless kitten from a tree. Just amazing." In the final, he says,
"The Masked Tanuki saving a helpless tree. Just amazing."
Not a big fan of this one, though. I was never into the idea that Guano keeping his apartment a secret turns out to be because he was a superhero the whole time, which is weird and hypocritical because, I was totally on board with Mitsuki being an ex-spy back in season 1. I think the reason that I feel differently about this is because Mitsuki was an ex-spy, so it's in the past, and she actually left that life and doesn't want to do it anymore, which is why she doesn't. Whereas Guano is currently a superhero and apparently was one this whole time, but we just never noticed, and after this episode, I guess he just stops being a superhero? Also, spying implies secrecy, so well, of course we haven't heard about Mitsuki's secret spy organization, and that's why we never hear about it again. But there's a superhero running around Tokyo and we just never heard about it and no one ever mentions it again. And also, it's one thing for Mitsuki to keep a secret wig behind a mirror, but it's a whole different thing for LilyMu Towers to have a labyrinthian dungeon beneath it full of secret gadgets and stuff. Again, selective continuity, it's never mentioned again, blah blah blah, but there do come moments where it's a bit too much for me, and the jokes in this one just are not strong enough to make it work. Unlike the next episode whose jokes carry the whole thing. Back to school. This episode begins with Gonard generating a force field that will electrocute the entire city once it starts to rain. They make it to the mainframe, but the set falls apart with just a tap. Turns out the show had some severe budget cuts due to DVD piracy, but Agent Yoshida explains that they can't do much about it.
It's hard to tell which are the real DVDs and which are fake.
They do, however, know that most of the piracy is coming from Mount Lebeniku High School. Unfortunately, none of their agents could blend in, so Ozu sends the actors to school undercover to find out who's behind the piracy. Guano ends up the mascot of the marching band where Ozu is stationed as the instructor. Mitsuki is snatched up by Mariko and the popular girls on the homecoming committee who love how she's sweet and kind like Lily from LilyMu, but Lily ironically can't fit in anywhere and ends up becoming a loner. Mikey tries to fit in with a bunch of people but ends up with the school nerds, Evan and Carl. And Gonard joins the football team who are getting ready for the big homecoming game. So, real quick, I had to research this and I couldn't find a straight answer, but while American football definitely isn't common in Japanese high schools, I guess it's not completely unheard of, so maybe we can give them the benefit of the doubt here. But one thing that is uncommon for Japanese high schools are cafeterias, and most of this episode takes place in a cafeteria, which makes sense from the perspective of an American writer because the cafeteria is the place where all the different kids with their different classes and schedules can meet up and socialize. But it doesn't make sense given that the setting is Japan, where students usually eat food from home in their classroom. Gonard talks about how great it is to have a freshman with food in your locker every morning, but I'm pretty sure that schools outside of the US and UK don't have freshmen, And in Japan, most high schools don't have lockers aside from the ones that their shoes are stored in, which I was also going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that these might be indoor shoes, but they look identical to the shoes that Lily wears on a regular basis, and we can clearly see them wearing them outside, so... And actually, not wearing shoes indoors is a Japanese thing that they ignore throughout the entire show. Worst of all, if we rewind all the way back to the Fugi-Kid in Season 1, we can see that not only are they wearing shoes indoors, but Mikey is wearing shoes while standing on Gonard's bed. I don't care what country you're from, that's disgusting. Finally, I have no idea if Japanese high schools have a homecoming or not. I'll be honest, I don't even know what homecoming is, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask, but let's just ignore all that and accept the fact that there are a lot of cultural errors in this episode and just focus on the story. And there's a lot happening in this one. Firstly, Guano finds out that the mascots of the two competing schools, Mount Lebeniku and Herbert Hooveroo... Wait, why does Japan have a high school named after 31st President of the United States, Herbert Hoover? Also, Mount Lebeniku is not a real mountain. I don't know what it's a pun on, but Google keeps autocorrecting it to Mount Lebanon, but who knows what the writer was intending here. Anyway, he finds out that the mascots have to battle to the death, and the other mascot is a bull. Guano survives the fight but ends up getting kidnapped by the opposite team, so Ozu kidnaps the bull and is about to arrange a trade before getting interrupted by the main plot. And that's actually the entirety of it. It doesn't go anywhere. In the main plot, the nerds figure out who Mikey is.
How did you know?
Well, we started to suspect from the moment you told us your name.
What? Mickey Simone? If you knew, why'd you let me hang out with you?
We're wicked lonely.
And that's a dead giveaway that this was written in the Northeast. Like, I'm from up there, and we're always saying wicked. They help him figure out that the popular girls are behind the piracy by using the wiretaps that these nerds put on all the phones at school, which is wicked creepy. Lily tries to fit in with the popular girls, but keeps getting pushed away for trying too hard, even being ditched by Mitsuki, who doesn't want to blow her cover. Finally using the old spy skills I see. But her cover does get blown when Mikey pulls her aside to tell her that her friends are the ones behind the piracy. Realizing that Mitsuki is a mole working with Mikey and the nerds, Mariko and the other popular girls plant a false lead in the cell phone conversation, saying that the DVDs are hidden in the homecoming floats where they'll be given to their contacts at Herbert Hooveroo. During the big game, they check the floats, but they aren't there. Then they notice that the Mount Lebeniku football team are losing the game on purpose, and when it's mentioned that the winning team goes home with the game ball, Mikey realizes that the DVDs were copied to a microchip stored inside. Mariko and the popular girls are arrested, and the day is saved.
And I pronounce Mount Lebeniku the winner of today's homecoming game! Okay, it seems I don't have the authority to do that.
They celebrate with a free episode of LilyMu, but we don't actually get to watch this clip or even finish the scene from the beginning. Instead, we cut to Guano and the other kidnapped mascots.
So, what's your favorite cheer?
And we end the episode. This is actually one of my favorite episodes of Season 2 purely for the jokes, but it's also wicked culturally inaccurate. And here's some bonus trivia. A normal episode of Kappa Mikey usually has 2 or 3 storyboard artists working on it, but this episode holds the record for the most storyboard artists by a wide margin, with 8 on this one episode. And according to Andrew Kaiko, it has the most speaking roles of any episode and the largest voice cast of any episode. And just for historical context, the episode called Back to School, about the gang going back to school, was in fact aired during back to school season. In fact, at least for my school, this was the last episode that aired before the new school year began.
We've got awesome new premieres of all your favorite shows, like Jimmy Neutron, The Secret Show, Kappa Mikey, and tons more.
So we do have to wear pants?
Catch Nicktoons Network's Back to School before you go back to school weekend, Saturday starting at 6.
I very distinctly remember sitting down in a classroom on my first day of high school, nervous about remembering my schedule as the teacher taught us about this new school and its rules, and all I could think about was, I can't wait for that next episode of Kappa Mikey, Manic Monday. Shoot, I just missed everything the teacher said. It's not summer anymore, I gotta stop thinking about Kappa Mikey. But the next episode's gonna be a parody of Freaky Friday, what's gonna happen? Well, I'll tell ya. The episode begins with a giant injured Gonard smashing Tokyo with his crutches. Mikey saves Lily, but is too enamored to save Mitsuki. Turns out he's been watching a lot of Lily Week on TV, so his usual attraction to her has been dialed up to 11. Lily signs autographs at the mall as part of Lily Week, but is sick of all of her creepy fans like Mikey stalking her. Mitsuki confesses that she wishes she could have Mikey's attention and a whole week dedicated to her, when a mysterious wizard gives them friendship bracelets. And according to the script, this scene was originally going to take place outdoors in an alley. Later at the apartment, they fight over who has an easier life, and the friendship bracelets swap their bodies. One interesting choice that they make for this body swap is that not only do they keep their voices,
I'm you, and you're me!
which is pretty standard for this kind of thing and helps us keep track of who is actually who, but they also swap their eye shapes. The colors don't swap though, it's just the shapes. It's also a lot of fun to see Mitsuki using some of the expressions that are usually reserved for Lily, and it's fun to see Lily using a lot of Mitsuki's body language, like how her arms are up like this. Again, I know that this show gets a lot of flack for looking like a how to draw manga book with cheap flash animation, but I just want to remind everyone that there are so many subtle factors that go into animation, and I feel like this is something that could have easily been overlooked by a studio that didn't care about what they were making. Before we continue though, real quick, the subplot to this one is a parody of that Brady Bunch episode where they find the cursed tiki idol that brings them bad luck. Gonard and Guano are cleaning out the prop closet when they find a cursed tiki idol that brings them bad luck. They try to throw it out, but Ozu says that they have to pass the curse on to someone else, so they go to the mall and sell it to the Tatami twins, who immediately win a prize.
You gotta be kidding me.
Anyway, Mitsuki and Lily's body goes on a date with Mikey, while Lily and Mitsuki's body finds out that Mitsuki is part of a charity organization called the Do-Gooders, with a guy named Akito and a robot named Helper, who take advantage of her good nature and get her to do all the hard stuff.
We need your giving spirit! And your minivan.
And some money.
For example, they have to give away one of their possessions to the poor, but while the two of them give away a shell necklace and some clip art of a horse, they force her to give away the entire contents of her purse. They remind her that last week she gave away a kidney.
So that's what's been hurting.
But if we rewind all the way back to LilyMeow in Season 1, while Lily and Mitsuki are arguing over the placement of their mannequins, it's revealed that Mitsuki already gave Lily a kidney. The human body only has 2 kidneys, meaning that Mitsuki should no longer be able to live.
Sounds like you can't escape your own web of lies.
Lily is horrified when she sees her body on a date with Mikey in a public place and demands that they trade their bodies back, but Mitsuki refuses. So Lily humiliates Mitsuki by confessing her secret attraction in the most aggressive and mean way possible. And,
Don't be a doofus, yes or no?
Did you just call me doofus?
Yeah, dweeb. Should I make you a sign?
Make me anything you want.
Well, I guess Mikey is super into verbal abuse because he falls for her.
Mitsuki, about that date, when you called me doofus, it got me thinking.
Yeah, so if it wasn't obvious before, we find out that Mikey has a type.
She's so assertive, so bossy. I guess I never noticed until now.
In fact, I'm just gonna get this list going now because we're actually gonna need it for the next few episodes. All right, Mikey is into strong women and verbal degradation. And while we're here, let's just jot down that Mitsuki likes Mikey a fair bit, and Guano is a furry. They visit the wizard to have their bracelets removed, but find out that they can only switch back by learning something from each other. The do-gooders kidnap Lily, thinking that she's Mitsuki with a bad attitude, and try to torture her into being good again. So Mitsuki and Mikey speed to her rescue. Mitsuki learns to stand up for herself, while Lily learns to be nicer by setting up a date for Mitsuki, and they trade their bodies back. The closing LilyMu segment ends with Mikey saving Lily, but this time he also saves Mitsuki. Don't expect that date anytime soon, by the way. But yeah, this is a solid episode. One bizarre detail from the script that got cut, though, was that in this scene...
Hey, Mitsuki, is Lily in? I have something to show her.
Mikey was going to be shirtless, and the thing he wanted to show Lily was a picture of her that he airbrushed onto his chest. The script also describes Akito as a crunchy dude, and Helper the robot was originally going to be a pink and blue pastel-colored robot, which implies to me that they were going to reuse the recycling robot design, but changed it to a new character, and thank goodness they did, because I love this little guy, but I'm not a fan of Helper. Also in the script, this LilyMu pinball machine was originally a LilyMu pachinko machine. But one really interesting thing about this episode is that it's the only episode of the whole show where I would definitively say that Mikey isn't the main character. Instead, he's a side character in Lily and Mitsuki's A-plot, being more of an obstacle and a narrative tool than a character who actually drives the plot. I mean, there are of course episodes like Splashomon or Reality Bites where he's not necessarily the main character, just one of the group, and then there's Phantom of the Soundstage and Mikey at the Bat where the story and character growth are mostly given to Lily, but even with those episodes, there's a lot of Mikey's perspective being shown, and Mikey still helps to drive the plot forward. This is the only episode of the show where Mikey is unaware of the A-plot and we don't see any of it from his perspective, which I think is really cool, but if you don't like it, don't worry, Mikey's back to being the main character in the A-plot in the next episode, Mikey's Place, where he opens a Planet Hollywood-style restaurant called Mikey's Place with his memorabilia all over the wall, including this poster with Red M. Mikey and, more bizarrely, for just 1 second of one shot, Mikey on the cover of GQ. Like, not a parody of GQ, just literally GQ. And like, it's a completely unique drawing of him too in different clothes. Like, this isn't reused from anything else like all the other props are. Anyway, the restaurant ends up failing until Gonard starts cooking and inventing new foods. Mikey takes all the credit, so Gonard starts working for Ninja McFranklin's House of Chicken and Ninjas, a parody of KFC, which is actually like a whole thing in Japan with Christmas and like a baseball curse. Mikey realizes that he was a jerk and wants to apologize, but Gonard is now under Ninja McFranklin's Ninja Chicken mind control, with a parody of Naruto thrown in.
Miyagi rotisserie chicken no jutsu!
The only thing that can snap Gonard out of his trance is something that he likes more than chicken, so they make the biggest sandwich in the world. But unfortunately, it's so big it can't fit out the door. So Mikey sacrifices his restaurant to win his friend back. Oh, I forgot to mention, the episode started with Mikey ruining the LilyMu scene by plugging his restaurant after saving a baby stroller from falling down a pit, which was actually a trap set up by the diaper-wearing Gonard, and that sets up our subplot where the tabloids print a story about how Lily hates babies.
Have you seen today's newspaper?
Garfield eat lasagna!
Ah, so Garfield is canon in the Kappa Mikey universe. I wonder how a comic character fits into this world where they film anime. Does manga exist? I think I'm thinking too much about this. To recover from this PR nightmare, Ozu tells Lily that she has to spend the whole day in public with a baby named Tyler, but she and Guano lose him, so Guano dresses in a diaper and pretends to be Tyler, while we occasionally cut back to Lily trying to rescue the real Tyler in increasingly outlandish situations. Eventually, Lily brings him home and is bonded with him enough that she no longer hates babies. Guano's upset because he loves baby life and doesn't want to leave. Again, there sure are a lot of Guano and diaper jokes on this show. You know what? I'm adding it to the list. This show really was ahead of its time for reason diapers. Anyway, Guano gets one last lullaby and the episode ends with them pushing Gonard into the pit with a jet. Not much to say about this episode. Honestly, it's pretty average. I do like the Lily stuff though, I think that's pretty funny. Also, huge thank you to the notes page of the Kappa Mikey Wikipedia page for reminding me that this episode was called The Heart of the Arena in cable guide descriptions for some reason. And according to Andrew Kaiko in this forum post from 2007, he was very confused to see Nicktoons Network call it that because since the beginning of the script, it had been called either Mikey's Place or Mikey's Joint. And Mikey's Joint was apparently the official title last he heard. I think I know why they went with Mikey's Place in the end. Also, for some reason, the name of the KFC parody keeps changing between Ninja McFranklin's House of Chicken and Ninjas,
Ninja McFranklin's House of Chicken and Ninjas,
and Ninja Min McFranklin's House of Chicken and Ninjas.
Here at Ninja Min McFranklin's,
even within the same scene.
Ninja Min McFranklin's House of Chicken and Ninjas?
Ninja McFranklin's House of Chicken and Ninjas!
One final thing to note is that this is the last time either of Mikey's parents are mentioned. Yeah, remember them? They're in the pilot twice, appear in The Switch, saving face, Easy Come Easy Gonard, and Lost in Transportation, which is actually the last time they do the answering machine gag. We get a sort of inversion of it in Cage Aux Mikey, where they leave a message on Mikey's answering machine, and then Mikey and his dad briefly talk in Like Ozu Like Son, which is the only actual conversation that he has with either of them in the whole series. But then we never hear from them again. In this episode, Mikey leaves a message on their answering machine, but we don't actually hear anything from their end.
I am the premier restaurant guy in all of Japan, and you should know that. Do you understand me? Anyway, call me when you get this message. Love you, Mom.
And I don't think the joke is supposed to run any deeper than the twist that it's a message for his mother, but I think it's funny that he still only ever gets their answering machine.
Nicktoons Network has gone totally, utterly, and completely mad, and you can watch. It's Month Gone Mad, an entire month of our most sinister episodes every day at 4.
Spooky.
Blood-curdling marathons on Wicked Wednesdays.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
The premiere of the brand new original series, Edgar and Ellen.
I'm the maddest of the mad.
The shocking weekend celebration. And of course, Halloween Day is going to be a total scream fest. Month Gone Mad, all October long, only on Nicktoons Network.
And now we've made it to the final two Kappa Mikey Halloween specials, starting with LilyMu. This one truly is a Halloween episode, being the only one of the specials to actually take place on Halloween. It's also a parody of the Japanese horror movie The Ring, and just like how the first Halloween episode had the production code 113, this episode's production code is 213. Ooh, unfortunately it was the 14th to air in the season. So close. The gang are at a video store looking for a movie to rent for Halloween while the store's TV plays the newest LilyMu segment about saving Guano from zombie robots. Mikey wants to rent something scary, but everyone else votes to watch a movie called The Adventures of Dishy and Popaloo, the magical travels of a pig and a bunny who are friends.
Looks great.
Oh boy, I can see it now.
We got a cool magenta on the squawk box, partner. Let's roll.
Awesome.
I mean, I'd watch that. The store clerk agrees with Mikey though, and just between them, he gives them a creepy unmarked DVD to switch Dishy and Popaloo out with. They get home and some trick-or-treaters show up, which, According to what I've read, it's apparently been catching on in the past 20 or so years for people to dress up and have parties, but trick-or-treating still isn't really a thing in Japan, and it definitely wasn't a thing back in 2007. But whatever though, I'm just letting you know. Also, that is a Charlie Brown reference. The gang watched the movie, but it's just a series of strange images involving a scary little girl, monsters, a creepy house, and a toilet. And just like in The Ring, immediately after the movie ends, they get a creepy phone call.
Hello?
Gone by dawn.
I don't think he lives here anymore.
The next morning, Mitsuki reads an article about people who were turned into nougat after watching a creepy unmarked DVD, and Gonard reveals that he has a new imaginary friend named Samoa, when they get another creepy call from the same voice.
Gone by dawn.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute, dawn already happened.
Tomorrow.
Everyone is now fully aware of the curse that will turn them into nougat tomorrow, and they decide to watch the video again to look for clues. Mitsuki notices that the house's address is 666 Grizzly Doom Lane, and they head over there to investigate. While in the basement, Mikey and Lily find a photo album of the girl from the video labeled Samoa, the same as Gonard's imaginary friend. According to the script, the album was going to have a photo of two parents holding up a gross ring baby while the parents make ew faces. I'm guessing that this gag was cut to avoid having to design two new characters for one background gag, but it looks like the photo of the ring girl at school made it through. Also, I'm honestly not 100% sure why her name is Samoa. In The Ring, the girl's name is Sadako, but in English it's changed to Samara, which Samoa sounds a bit like, but Samoa is a Polynesian island country near Australia. More likely though, Samoa was probably named after the Girl Scout cookies, Samoas, which amusingly are the Girl Scout cookies that are shaped like a ring. I don't know for sure, but I want to believe. They ask Gonard to talk to Samoa, and she possesses Gonard's body to tell them her tragic backstory, where she was flushed down the toilet and died trying to get the candy she dropped down there, and the only way to lift the curse is to bring her that candy.
Once you have my jaw stopper, you know where to find me!
No we don't.
In the video.
Mitsuki and Guano, meanwhile, search the house and find the video store guy's ID badge and get scared by Yes Man in a bathtub quacking at them. We never actually find out if that was Yes Man or what, and it's kind of unsettling in a strange way. Mikey and Lily try to get the candy from the toilet, but a scary clown reveals that he has it and gasses them. They wake up in a chamber that's a parody of Saw, and in fact, according to the script, the clown costume was supposed to be a puppet clown costume. Mitsuki reveals that the clown is actually the video clerk guy, and he set them up so he could watch a real-life horror movie play out with these actors, so they beat him up and take the candy. Unfortunately, they can't get the candy back to Samoa because Gonard gave the DVD away to some trick-or-treaters. Hey, wait a sec. They already had trick-or-treaters because last night was Halloween. What are the trick-or-treaters doing here now? Is tonight Halloween, or was it last night?
Sounds like you can't escape your own web of lies.
Speaking of which, did you notice that the trick-or-treaters are the Kappa Mikey superfans? They even go to the superfans' lair to watch the DVD, but strangely they never acknowledge Mikey, don't recognize Mitsuki, and have completely different voices.
You know, I heard that on Halloween, real ghosts dress up as people.
And while his name is never mentioned on the show, in the script we can finally see that this guy's name is Miko. Yes. Thanks to my tireless efforts, hours of research, and just a little luck, this character's name is confirmed to be— What do you mean it was on the fan wiki this whole time? I stopped checking that stupid fan wiki because it was useless. How did they get a hold of it? Thanks a lot, Kappa Mikey fan wiki. I'm not sure why they named him Miko, by the way. From what I can tell, in Japan, Miko is a girl's name that means beautiful child or shrine maiden. My guess, and keep in mind this is just a guess, is that they wanted to name them Miko and Kai, because if you say it fast and slur your words, it kinda sounds a bit like Mikey. Miko Kai, Mikey. Yeah, never mind, that was stupid. But another detail in the script was that the superfans were originally also going to be the trick-or-treaters at Mikey's apartment earlier. This is just speculation on my part, but it kinda seems like at some point in the writing process, this was all supposed to take place over the course of one night, as we see the trick-or-treaters at the beginning of the script and then again at the end, but for whatever reason, it now takes place over 2 consecutive Halloween nights. Anyway, Mikey and the gang jump into the TV, get picked off one by one, find Samoa, rescue her from the toilet, and give her candy back. The curse is lifted and everyone escapes the TV except for Lily, and we end on them redoing the LilyMu segment, even though the episode already aired, but whatever. This time Guano fights off Gonard. But that's not all, because I actually have some pretty cool bonus stuff here. Chris Leather's portfolio has a bunch of behind-the-scenes looks at this haunted house with the storyboards that he used for background layout. First of all, these smiley faces are great, and they should have kept these for the final episode, but one detail that I do feel was a shame to lose was the trick-or-treat bags going from pumpkin faces to paper bags. This overhead shot seems to have been cut, but it's a pretty ambitious angle that would have required a lot of new assets to be made, so I get cutting that. A detail that I wish made it into the final version of this foyer are the shadows as they enter the building. I love this heroic shot of them all entering the video version of the house, but it's a shame that the final one's staging isn't as nice, without the cool low angle shot and just a ton of really awkward tangents everywhere. He also has a view of the house's exterior. I really like that the moon was made bigger in the final, and the vines are a nice touch to add something to the big expanse of empty wall that we otherwise would have gotten. Interestingly, in the storyboards, the wall was shorter so we could see the whole exterior of the house, which we never actually see in the final. There's also a fully grown adult ring woman for scale. The basement is kind of interesting to see with this layout diagram, and the framing on the storyboard is more interesting than it is in the final. But lastly, this attic is super cool because we get to see a few storyboard panels, a couple of images of the rough model, and then the final rendered and painted version. Interestingly, it's painted to be daytime, but the house is never actually seen in the daytime. Also, the final version still uses this daytime render, but with the brightness and saturation turned down. Kinda makes me wonder if at some point they had planned for the real mansion to be explored during the day, while the video mansion is explored at night to give a better contrast between the two. Which is actually one element of the episode that's always kinda confused me. When they go into the DVD, they all act like they've never been there before, even though this is the same house.
Ugh, it's like I've died and gone to a funeral home.
Yeah, this place is pretty creepy.
Mikey asks Guano where the bathroom is, even though he and Lily were already there earlier to find the candy in the first place. Stranger still, Guano starts sniffing out where the bathroom is, even though he and Mitsuki were already in a bathroom earlier. I mean, it's not the same one, but still, every character knows the location of at least one bathroom. Well, except for Gonard, who's just inexplicably missing from the scene with Mikey and Lily. Maybe we can assume that he was captured by the clown off-screen and Mikey and Lily just didn't notice. Actually, though, what really bothers me about this scene is that Lily is disgusted by the state of the bathroom and then, without hesitation, puts on makeup that she finds there. And, surprise, it was cursed makeup that clogs her pores. And it's like, that makeup has been sitting in this moldy bathroom for years. Cursed or not, that's not something you put on your face. It's just bizarre and it makes no sense for her character, and it's exactly the same in the script too, so I don't know how to explain it other than that they had a hilarious joke about clogged pores and character motivations be darned, they're gonna tell it. Which is kind of the vibe that this whole episode gives off. They had a joke about a scary phone call not delivering on a threat, and they do this at the expense of the timeline not making any sense later. They had a joke about Guano sniffing at the bathroom like a dog, and they do this at the expense of everything that came before it. Like, I know that this show operates on rule of funny, but was the clogged pore joke really that funny? Before we wrap this one up though, let's really quickly go through some miscellaneous script changes. It looks like in the scene where they first watched the video, the lights were supposed to be off and they were supposed to be lit only by the glow of the TV. According to the script, the house was supposed to be a reference to The Grudge, another Japanese horror movie, but I don't think that detail made it into the final. And actually, the windows look like a reference to the Amityville horror house. When they enter the DVD house, the script has Mikey check his watch to see how much time they have left before the curse kills them. In the final,
we've got 1 hour!
I guess he just has a really good internal clock. In the final LilyMu segment, Mikey yells, "Grab his gun!" And in the script, Guano does indeed grab Gonard's gun, and he uses it to shoot all the zombies. In the final version though, he doesn't grab the gun. Instead, he kicks it out of his hands and then shoots everyone with his crystal, making Mikey's line kinda weird. Grab his gun! Finally, in the scene where Mitsuki checks the video clerk's ID badge, for one sentence, Mitsuki's flashlight is a match, which is either a typo or a remnant of an older version of the scene where she only has a match to light the room. Then in that same scene, she's scared by Yes Man again. In the script, Yes Man is brushing his teeth. Mitsuki screams in terror. Yes Man holds up his finger like, wait, not yet, spits, and then croaks, at which point Mitsuki screams again. This all plays out in the final, except for the croak. He holds up his finger, spits, and then it cuts to her screaming, implying that the spitting was the scary part, which is like funny in its own way, but it's just really interesting that that was not the original joke. Anyway, to wrap up, this episode is kind of a mess in a lot of ways. Like, there's a really obvious time anomaly, the characters forget really basic things, but not in a comedic sense. Some characters just vanish from the plot with no explanation, returning characters have the wrong voices, motivations get confused in some scenes, and I really get the sense that this episode either went through a lot of rewrites or not enough, but I also kind of like this one. Most of the jokes are funny, and the plot is serviceable enough, and I don't know, it's just entertaining. I even think that this is the strongest of the Halloween episodes, but let's reserve judgment until we see the fourth and final Halloween episode, Night of the Werepuff. The opening LilyMu segment reuses the animation from the man who would be Mikey, but with a robot instead of a missile.
We need to cut through the power cable!
It's funny because when it comes to the LilyMu segments, I remembered a lot more stuff being reused. So when making this video and documenting everything, I was surprised to see that even though a few bits of animation get reused here and there, every episode so far has had a unique LilyMu action sequence, and sometimes even 2 in one episode. It turns out what I was remembering are these later episodes, because from here on, a lot of the LilyMu episodes get reused.
We need to cut through the power cable!
Anyway, this time, instead of arriving on a bike and forgetting his sword, Mikey is up in a tree and too scared to jump down due to his new fear of heights from their bungee jumping trip. Ozu warns them that it's getting late because tonight and the next 3 nights will have a full yellow moon, which means a creature known as the Werepuff will be prowling the park. Apparently, Werepuffs eat clothes and smell like milkshakes. Mikey mocks the idea, but then is attacked by a Werepuff. The next morning, Mikey, having no memory of the night before, has super athletic abilities and smells like milkshakes. Lily is super into this. That night, under the full moon, Mikey changes into a Werepuff and attacks Yes Man. Lily is super into this. Mitsuki tries to calm Mikey down so they can find a cure, but Lily tells Mikey to ignore her and stay a Werepuff forever because Lily is super into this, and they start dating. So I guess I'm adding monster lovers to the list. Oh, and if you're wondering, Mitsuki does not take this well.
I'm just so glad for them.
Ozu, Guano, Gonard, and Yes Man try to get the fur from the original Werepuff since eating it is the only antidote to becoming a Werepuff permanently, and we actually get an Emperor's New Groove reference here.
What was that? You speak Werepuff?
No, but I did learn Demon Llama in high school. They're pretty similar.
They wrestle for a bit, but get the hair and feed it to Mikey, curing him of the curse. The original Werepuff shows up and kidnaps Lily for some reason.
Put me down! I am so over this whole Werepuff phase!
He climbs up with her to the top of LilyMu Towers, but Mikey conquers his fear of heights and saves her with a LilyMu jet. The closing LilyMu segment is literally copy-pasted from the man who would be Mikey, to the point where Mikey conquering his fear was completely pointless because he just rides up in his bike instead of jumping from the tree.
Bring me up to speed, Lily!
We need to cut through the power cable!
But even so, I think that this is probably the second best Halloween episode. LilyMu is pretty easily my favorite. It's the most Halloween-y of all of them, so much so that it has 2 Halloweens in it. But I also like that it parodies The Ring, I like the jokes. It has a lot of flaws, but I like it. Big Trouble in Little Tokyo and Night at the Werepuff are both D tier for me, and it's hard to figure out a tiebreaker because they're in D tier for different reasons. Like, Night at the Werepuff is weird. It is just an insane episode, and I don't particularly enjoy it. But on the other hand, Big Trouble in Little Tokyo is genuinely one of the most boring episodes of the whole show. Like, I am constantly forgetting that that one even exists, which is wild because there is a giant monster battle in it. So, like, how did they manage that? Anyway, these two are really similar in a lot of ways. They both have weird transformation-y things in them. They both fail to establish the LilyMu jet in the opening sequence while also being the only episodes to use the jet in their climaxes. Both aren't great, but at the end of the day, I do at least remember Night at the Werepuff for the weird choices that it made, so I'll give it to Night at the Werepuff, why not? And in last place is Phantom of the Soundstage, of course.
Here's what you know about Mikey Simon. He's an American actor starring in a Japanese TV show. Here's what you don't know. He actually prefers Chinese food. Kappa Mikey is next on Nicktoons Network.
And that marks the halfway point for Season 2, so it's time for another quick intermission where I'd like to talk about something vital to the lifeline of any cartoon show, the backbone of the animation industry,
toys.
Now, despite the fact that Larry Schwartz started out as the founder of a toy company, Kappa Mikey never actually had any toys. No LilyMu playsets, no dolls you could dress up in the LilyMu gear, no cuddly Guano plush that says I'm not a doll. Though, just like that Lost Season 1 DVD, Jesse Adams also mentions that there were toys planned, but unfortunately nothing seems to have come of it. When you clicked on the shop section of KappaMikey.com, you were taken to a Zazzle page full of shirts, tote bags, mugs, anything you could slap a design onto. For shirts, first there's simply the logo on a black shirt. Very nice. I remember wanting this one back in the day. Sometimes simplicity is best. We also have this Wever shirt. I remember kinda wanting this because Mikey was on it, but I also didn't really want a shirt that said Wever, which is why this Chillax shirt was much more my style. You know, I'd rather have Chillax on a shirt than Wever. And those were the 3 shirts that I wanted back in the day, but there were plenty of other shirts too. Here's the gang on a sweater. Keep in mind that this is Zazzle, so you could put the design on anything you wanted, a shirt, a sweater, tank tops. I also have a picture of this design on baby clothes and on a poster. Here's Lily saying OMG on a sweatshirt. Good thing they didn't put her other catchphrase on a shirt. Speaking of catchphrases, here's Gonard on a shirt crying out, I thought we were frothers. The frothers thing is a lesser used catchphrase on the show. Honestly, I think it's only used twice. Once by Gonard in Mikey Likes It.
I thought we were friends. I thought we were brothers. I thought we were brothers.
And then once by Mikey in a future episode. I tried to look up if this slang exists in real life, but all I could get were ads for frothers. So, I don't know, maybe Gonard thinks he's a kitchen appliance. Here's Gonard on a giant sandwich saying sandwiches are awesome. Then you have Gonard and Guano screaming. I don't know why you'd want this on a shirt, but if you like these two specific characters and this one specific emotion, then this is the shirt for you. And here's a chibi Guano on a sweater, and a different chibi Guano on a t-shirt. It always kind of bothered me that the merch always had the anime characters chibi. Like, I like the chibi designs, but there are no shirts where they're on model. Have you ever wanted Mikey Simon parodying Cuban socialist revolutionary leader Che Guevara? Well, now you can. Or, well, you could back in 2008. It's perfect for the overlapping markets of kids who know what Kappa Mikey is and kids who know who Che Guevara is. I just love the idea of somebody actually wearing this in public and just nobody around them understands what they're wearing. Here's Mitsuki on a sweater with hearts over her head. Here's a shirt with Ozu yelling at Yes Man with the caption, Best Boss Ever. And here's a shirt with Yes Man declaring, Every human life is beautiful. I feel like I should provide context, but it's almost kind of funnier if I don't. Okay, fine. In Mikey Impossible, after Mikey poisons Yoshi and two other cameramen, Ozu and Yes Man yell at him.
Mikey!
Oh, man.
Too many poisons, cameraman!
Every human life is beautiful!
But this is such a specific reference that it's kind of funny anybody would think to put this on a t-shirt. Again, I just keep thinking of the people on the bus looking at you like, why would you pick this specific quote? Why not a simple quote like, yes, like that? But if we are going to do hyper-specific references to one-off gags in Mikey Impossible, why not sell Yes Man's I went to the airport and all I got was this wonderful t-shirt, thank you, Ozu shirt? The shop also had a pair of Guano shoes you could buy, and what a bad marketing decision that was. Like, people notoriously hate having Guano on their shoes, they're always scraping it off. The banner of the shop page was available as a bumper sticker, and I really like this design. I almost bought this bumper sticker despite not owning a car. And these stock images of them were also available as tote bag designs, along with this tired Guano and this happy Lily and Mitsuki. Also available were keychains of Mikey, Kappa Mikey, Gonard, Guano, Lily, Mitsuki, Ozu, and Yes Man. They even had mouse pads. One in blue that says Kappa Mikey in Japanese, one in pink that has Lily and Mitsuki on it, and one that has the whole gang on it in the style of that one screensaver. They had mugs you could buy, one with Mikey's friends on their 4-person bike while Mikey trails behind on his action wheels, one where everyone is happy and Mikey's in his underwear, and one where Yes Man is chasing Ozu and Ozu is chasing something. And finally, we have the posters. There were these 5 that had Kappa Mikey in Japanese, while the background has their names in Japanese. You could also buy the designs as stamps. There was also this poster of Guano jumping, this poster of Mikey diving out of the LilyMu jet, and this poster of Mikey throwing the orb. There were also Halloween costumes of Kappa Mikey available, but unfortunately it only came in kids sizes, so I was forced to make my own. It's okay, you can cringe. There were, of course, the DVDs. I mentioned that America only had the one Lost in Transportation DVD we talked about, while Australia had 2 volumes of DVDs covering the entirety of Season 1, but the Netherlands had 6 DVDs as far as I can tell. New Hero Wanted, containing the episodes Band Competition, The Big Brozu, Reality Bites, and New Hero Wanted. Mikey Impossible, containing the episodes Mikey Impossible, Saving Face, and 2 others. It Will Be Your Fans, containing the episodes It Will Be Your Fans, Mikey in a Tight Spot, The Man Mikey Wanted, R-O-Ho Guano, and Phantom of the Studio. Conditions in Tokyo, containing the episodes Loon Comes for His Boon, Conditions in Tokyo, LilyMeow, and Splashomon. Spy Mitsuki, containing the episodes Spy Mitsuki, Like Ozu Like Sun, A Christmas Mikey, and The Order of the Ones. And lastly, The Good, the Bad, and the Mikey, containing the episodes The Good, the Bad, the Mikey, Becoming the Yokozuna, as well as 3 others that the website doesn't list. As you could probably tell, I was using Google Translate for these, and it's not always the most accurate, so just for fun, let's read what my phone auto-translated the back of this box to say. The description for Battle of the Bands calls the episode Tire Fight, but I'd like to skip ahead to Big Brozu. Ozu's bloody stupid older brother comes over. Ich Adal Bui, he shouts that he is the eldest brother and so actually the big boss, not Ozu. He takes the lead and marbles immediately Ozu on the street. Then he points the clumsy Mikey to go to Ozu's work to do. That will be, of course, a huge doon, and everyone will be screaming soon crazy about Mikey. They want Ozu back, but that's natural, nowhere to be found. Interestingly, none of the DVDs even touch the second season, but on the back of this box there's an image from Manic Monday's Tiki subplot. And it's actually not an image from the episode, that's the wallpaper that was available on KappaMikey.com. This one was also a wallpaper. And this one is the title screen from Tokyo Skate Jam. And that one's read a Mikey. Now, I happen to own the Australian DVDs, and the first one came with some sweet temporary tattoos. I also love looking at the old ads in these things. Reboot, Scary Godmother 2, Tony Hawk Boom Boom Sabotage. It's like a time capsule. This second volume is supposed to have a transparent case like the first one so you can see the episode names and descriptions, but for whatever reason my copy from eBay doesn't have that. But that's okay because you can just wiggle it out of the sleeve to read them. Somehow it has the correct description for the Oni Express, which might be the only time I've ever seen the description be correct for this episode. As part of the deal with the DVD publishers, Larry Schwartz was given this one-of-a-kind Kappa Mikey cup, which I don't think counts as merch since you can't buy it, but it's still pretty neat. And while you couldn't buy this one, I managed to get my hands on the DVD that came with the press kits, and aside from this lovely menu, I thought it was worth mentioning that the sound effects in the Switch are slightly different.
Guano, look out! Guano, look out!
It's definitely nowhere near as rough as the one in Natalia Elena's portfolio,
Guano, look out!
but it is still missing some sounds and music stings.
Sorry, Mikey. I think you should go. Sorry, Mikey. I think you should go.
There was also this promotional sneak peek DVD found by Secondhand Daisy. Nothing is really known about this DVD at the moment, like where it was given out, but when you play it, it tells you to check out the 2-episode back-to-back premiere February 25th at 8 p.m. on Nicktoons Network. Then it plays the theme song, and that's it. It's not even the full theme song, it's just the standard theme song. If I had to guess, this was probably something that was given away at a convention, like this 2007 Comic-Con DVD, which I happen to own. It's a sampler from Stars, and one of the samples is Kappa Mikey. I thought it was just gonna be the theme song, but no. It contains the entirety of Battle of the Bands, which is way more than I was expecting from a single DVD in a cardboard sleeve given away at a convention. Which brings us to convention-related merch. Here are some Kappa Mikey postcards. I love how Mikey's basically doing the Sonic Adventure pose in this one. There were also these promotion pins.
Yay! Kappa Mikey pins? These were a promotional item that came out a while ago, and they made just one run of them, so this is totally collectible. Yeah. And it's totally sharp. Do not poke your hands. But I gift it to you, Colin. Wear them in health.
And I happen to have some. The blue ones were used to promote the Nickelodeon premiere, while the orange ones were used to promote the original Nicktoons premiere. The brown one is identical to the orange one, except that these were the ones included with the Season 1 press kits. 2 Kappa Mikey pins that I don't have are from the Animation Collective bundle. There's this one of Mikey in his Kappa Mikey costume, and then this one of the dancing sushi. And I really want the sushi one. Also available at conventions were these limited edition Kappa Mikey Spain t-shirts. This is the highest resolution available, but I believe it says in España. And then we have this person, who I assume is Mikey, dressed as a Spanish pirate or something. And at a different convention they had Kappa Mikey chopsticks. According to a fan interview with Larry Schwartz in 2006, there were limited edition Kappa Mikey collector's t-shirts available on Nick.com, but I can't find anything else about that. The Kappa Mikey fan forums had a place to discuss merch or ideas for merch. There were DVD announcements, some speculation on a Kappa Mikey video game that doesn't actually exist, a poll for a Guano idea, whatever that means, and Happy Meals. Okay, I looked into this, and no, there were no Kappa Mikey Happy Meals, but do you know what show did have them? Cat Scratch.
I'm itching to get some McDonald's now that crazy Cat Scratch toys are here.
But here we can also see a promotion for a t-shirt contest. The contest was to design a new banner for KappaMikeyFans.net, and the winner would receive an exclusive t-shirt from Animation Collective autographed by Michael Sinterniklas, Larry Schwartz, and Stephen Moverly. And speaking of promotions, there was also a promotional giveaway where if you helped to advertise the DVD by pasting one of their ads into your signature on forums, Animation Collective would send you a free shirt. There was also the custom Kappa Mikey skateboard to tie in with the Tokyo Skate Jam games release, but again, I couldn't find any pictures of this. However, the most sought after collectible of all was the Kappa Mikey guitar. 10 of them were given away as part of the Kappa Mikey Rock Your World sweepstakes on Nicktoonsnetwork.com, which was used to promote a very special episode. Speaking of which, while this 2-part episode is officially called the Karaoke episode, it was marketed as the Kappa Karaoke Movie.
On February 16th, we're bringing you a Kappa Karaoke Movie. Don't miss it. We promise it'll be better than this song. That's February 16th, only on Nicktoons Network.
It was the first TV movie made specifically for Nicktoons Network and had a tie-in soundtrack available to buy on CD Baby and iTunes, which released 1 week before the episode aired. And before that, Mikey's song I Feel Super was available to watch on KappaMikey.com as a sneak preview, and you better believe that I watched it 1,000 times in anticipation. Now, before we get into this episode, I have a personal story I want to share. One day I'm in high school, walking to my science class, thinking about Kappa Mikey, as you do, and keep in mind, this episode hasn't been announced yet. So I'm walking and I'm thinking of my own episode ideas, and one thing that I really wanted to see was a musical episode, because I like musical episodes. I was trying to come up with a reason why they'd all be singing, and one of the little thoughts that popped up in my head was, well, what if they were all cursed to sing by some kind of a magic genie? Nah, that'd be stupid, I thought.
Insult me again and I'm going to curse you.
That is just how in sync with the show I was. It's funny though, because despite the 48-minute runtime, this episode, more than any other, can be summed up in just a few seconds. Mikey insults a karaoke genie, they are cursed to sing forever, and LilyMu gets cancelled as a result. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 begins with everyone going their separate ways, but they reunite and get uncursed. The end. But that doesn't do it justice, and I have a lot to say about it because it's one of my favorite episodes, so I will be breaking it down into more detail. The reason it's so easy to sum up the plot, though, is because the songs do a lot of the heavy lifting to fill the runtime, clocking in at 26 minutes of the 48-minute runtime. And then the plot itself is honestly just a flimsy excuse to showcase a bunch of unrelated songs that they wrote, so going into it, just know that I'm going to sound pretty critical of it because there are things to criticize, but I need everyone to know that I really like this episode a lot. Like, I've watched this 1,000 times, and I can probably recite the whole thing from memory. Unfortunately, it does start with perhaps the most lackluster LilyMu opening of the entire show.
Evasive maneuvers! Nice flying, Mitsuki!
But she didn't do anything. I mean, just compare this with the opening to the Bracemaster. Like, I'm not saying that this is great, but like, at least the jet actually moves. I just feel like the movie should have a grander opening LilyMu sequence than any random episode because, honestly, several of these regular episodes outdo it by a wide margin. And there's a reason that I mentioned the Bracemaster in particular because after Guano was trapped in an unbreakable glass sphere, Mikey needs to use the Kappa Mikey super song to break it, reusing the same idea and some of the animation. This time, instead of burping, Mikey is a terrible singer, so until everyone can recover from the sonic damage, they have a pizza party, and Mikey finds an old karaoke machine in the prop closet. Ozu warns them that it's haunted, and we get a flashback to some ghosts singing Ori and Yori's song.
I saw you in the hall at school today.
That's not actually part of the soundtrack, I just wanted to point that out. The genie living inside the machine teaches them about following the bouncing ball, but Mikey's defensive about not being able to sing, so everyone else sings the first song of the episode, It's in Your Heart, to convince him to join in the karaoke fun. I mean, they literally just lost their hearing because he was so bad, so I don't know why they'd want him to sing, but you know, karaoke's not about being good, it's about having fun, which is what the song's about. And in this crowd shot, we can see cameos from Brozu, the Superfans, Saki, Mitsuki's dad from an episode that hasn't aired yet, Dr. Igor, the Kappa, Surgu, Ori, Agent Yoshida, Kilgo, the nerds from high school, the sumo wrestlers, Scoop Suzuki, the British Orphan, Beef, Squiddy, the Dragon, Reiko, and King Pirate. After the song, Mikey doubles down on karaoke being stupid, and without them knowing, the insulted genie curses everyone to never be able to stop singing. And yes, every line from here on is sung. I mentioned that the music takes up around 26 minutes of the runtime, but that's only counting the big musical numbers that have the words at the bottom of the screen and are on the soundtrack. There are also the in-between dialogue songs that transition us between the main songs, meaning that in total there's around 40 minutes of non-stop singing in this episode. The next morning, Mikey wakes up and sings his song, I Feel Super, about how awesome his life is.
I'm eating breakfast without my pants on.
Ozu begins to notice how musical everyone is being, and then we get the weirdest transition to a song in the whole episode.
My life is ruling, no need for drooling.
Huh? His life is ruling.
Which triggers the next song, My Life is Rulin', which is another song about how good life is, but this time it's for the whole group.
Looking back on days gone by. Sometimes we laugh, sometimes we cry.
Also, during the montage of memories, we can see clips from 7 LilyMu, Tin Putt, and the finale, which all haven't aired yet. Plus some made-up clips, like them as babies. And before you say, but wait, Mikey's from America, how could they be babies together? The next clip is of them on the moon, so lighten up. They suddenly realize that they've been singing all morning, and Ozu demands to know what the genie did to them, but the genie just laughs. After the commercial break, Guano tries to order a pizza.
I swear, I'm being frank. The singing thing, it ain't no break.
And they now realize the downside of the curse. But Mitsuki insists that they keep upbeat about it, and Gonard goes into his song, When Life Gives You Lunch Meat, all about his love for sandwiches. This song is the most non sequitur-ish of them all. Like, as random as My Life is Rulin' was, that song was at least establishing the happy norm before it gets shattered by the curse, even if they already had 2 other songs doing that. This song is fun, I guess, but it comes out of nowhere, contributes nothing, and then the episode continues on like it never happened. Immediately after this song, they just go right back to being sad. Based on where this is in the story, it probably should have been a sad song about realizing the downside of the curse, not a comic relief song about loving sandwiches. The reason it's here isn't because it contributes to the plot, but because Gonard needed a song. Like, they wrote a song for each character, and each song is specifically about that character, unrelated to the events of the story. Gonard likes sandwiches, Mikey is self-centered, Ozu is the boss, Guano hates himself, Lily hates Mikey, Mitsuki hates not being noticed by Mikey. This is really fun for longtime fans of the show like me, because now there's a whole soundtrack with a song for each character, but I feel like it kind of weakens the plot of this specific episode. However, some songs are worked into the plot much better than others, like this next one. Ozu tries to rally everyone together, but loses patience with their defeated attitude and sings his song, I Pull the Strings, to remind everyone that he's the boss.
I'm the #1 king, 'cause I pull the strings.
Frightened of Ozu, the gang performs the episode, but it's a complete mess. Also, this entire sequence is a Michael Jackson parody. They all mimic Michael Jackson's he's and who's, Gonard does the Thriller dance dressed in the same outfit, and they even do a parody of the music video for Black or White. The whole time, a sound-alike of Smooth Criminal backs them up. Then it ends with them all saying,
Get in the game!
Which might be a reference to High School Musical, which was huge at the time. Actually, this whole episode has tons of references to music and musicals. The Beatles, Singin' in the Rain, AC/DC, Bruce Springsteen, Guns N' Roses, Pink Floyd, and more. Ozu realizes that they won't be able to overcome this problem, and he shuts down LilyMu. This concludes part 1. On the night that this premiered, it aired as one long episode, but on later reruns, it was split into 2 episodes, and you'd have to watch the theme song again. Part 2 begins with Ozu and Guano singing a duet recapping the situation called The Power Ballad Beat the Hero. And this Voltron parody happening in the background is honestly much better than the opening LilyMu scene. Everyone packs their bags and heads in a different direction. Lily heads off to star in movies, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense considering that the main conflict is they can't stop singing and their acting is suffering as a result, but hey, maybe she'll just work exclusively in musicals. Mitsuki says that she'll finish her romance novel, which is actually the second time Mitsuki has mentioned writing something. The first was in Reality Bites, where she mentioned she published a book of short fiction. Mikey and Gonard plan to open a sandwich restaurant up north, which worked so well for them last time, and Ozu takes Yes Man to the petting zoo, leaving Guano all alone to sing his song, Purple, about how he hates being purple.
Purple, it's the color of my pain.
And it's here that I want to mention how cool it is that every song has its own distinct visual style. Mikey's song is bright and cheerful, Gonard's is psychedelic, and Guano's just looks so cool. Also, I just love this one line. Another detail I like in this episode are the unique dancing sushi transitions. When everyone is packing their bags, the dancing sushi and the chef are also packing their bags. There's this one with the ball, which is generic enough that you'd think it was in another episode, but it's actually not. We have this one that parodies one that they use on the show all the time, and then there's this one when LilyMu is saved and they're all happy, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Lily packs her bags and sees a Mikey doll, so she busts into a rap about how much she hates him in her song, Hail Mighty Diva.
Go ahead, try to stain me. I'll come out clean. Standing high above the phone, you crown me queen. I'm a favor of the month, you're the same old scene. I'm the lean, mean teen of the silver screen.
And don't think I missed that Red M Mikey. Lily rides off in a cab and Gonard hurries off to the airport, leaving Mikey and Mitsuki alone to say goodbye. Mikey tells her that he'll see her around, but Mitsuki isn't so sure and sings a song about how Mikey never notices her called Our Paths. Will they cross? Will it matter?
It's ripping me to tatters. You care and does it matter?
She really goes all out, and it ends with her quietly confessing her love.
I love you, Mikey.
Hey, Mitsuki.
Unfortunately, Mikey didn't hear any of that and asks how it is that they all knew the words to the songs they've been singing. Mitsuki reminds Mikey of the bouncing ball, and they think that maybe the ball can lead them to a way to break the curse.
Hey, ball, can you help us, please? No, sorry. Aw, jeez.
But Mitsuki tells Mikey to sing off key, which makes the ball fall off the words, and they chase the ball all around Tokyo, literally following the bouncing ball, and they reunite with the rest of the cast in the group number called Do the Bounce. I mentioned before that My Life is Rulin' had the clunkiest transition to a song, but Do the Bounce has the smoothest, to the point where the song almost feels incomplete without the intro. Also, due to the fact that they're chasing the ball, this is the only song on the soundtrack that doesn't have the words at the bottom of the screen. The ball leads them back to the genie, and they realize that he was the one behind the curse. But like, duh. Come on guys, Ozu had this figured out immediately. Whatever. The genie says that he wanted Mikey to learn a lesson about how good karaoke is, and Mikey says he has, but the genie doesn't buy it until they all join in for the reprise of It's in Your Heart.
Hear it in the air and on the street. It's a key, but to the beat.
Once again, this song has a super smooth transition to it, to the point where it almost feels incomplete in the soundtrack version. And speaking of which, the soundtrack version actually is incomplete because for some reason it omits Mikey's verse in the middle about the lesson he learned.
For this, I just wasn't prone to reach out for the microphone. I started thinking this was hokey, now I rock it karaoke.
And I only played you half of it. There is a long 30-second pause with no lyrics. But that's got me thinking though, they really should have released a karaoke version of all these songs with the lyrics removed. Bit of a missed opportunity. The genie is so touched by their newfound love of karaoke that he lifts the curse. Mikey and Mitsuki have a moment out of nowhere, and then they all finish the scene by harmonizing together to break the glass sphere. The end. And that's the Kappa Karaoke movie. Despite my negative and critical tone, I actually love these episodes so much, but I actually don't recommend that you watch it. Or at least not as your first episode. I made the mistake of showing this episode to people first, and they were still trying to come to terms with the concept of an American cartoon in anime land, and then here I am throwing magic genie curses and random musical numbers at them. It's a lot to take in all at once with a story that's just like, hey, are they gonna actually do something at some point, or are they just gonna sit around singing about themselves? Which is why I like it, and I like it so much. But if you don't already know these characters, it's probably a surreal experience. Then again, you guys have been watching a video explaining the show for almost 6 hours now, so maybe you're acquainted enough with everything that if you wanted to just go watch it and listen to the songs in their full glory, then maybe the episode wouldn't put you off too much, but I still don't think this is a good first episode. Regardless of my complicated feelings, this episode was an event, and it's interesting because according to an interview with Larry Schwartz back in 2006, he said to look forward to an upcoming Christmas episode and a special 3-part episode. Season 2 was in production at the time of this interview, and given that the Kappa Karaoke movie is the only multi-part episode, it's possible that it was originally intended to be 3 parts. My anonymous source tells me that it's possible that this was the plan, but they're not sure, and they're also not convinced that the episode could have sustained 3 parts. Anyway, like I said, it definitely has its flaws, but I love this episode. And reading between the lines of this interview, I believe that this is Sean Schemmel's favorite episode. And Carrie Keranen mentioned loving it in her interview as well. Again, reading between the lines. And on Twitter, Larry Schwartz says that he doesn't have favorites, but this episode and the Christmas episode are his favorites. This episode truly was something special, and I'd hate to be whatever episode needed to follow it up. Mikey's Memoirs. The opening LilyMu sequence is a strange mishmash of the scenes from Big Trouble in Little Tokyo and Phantom of the Soundstage. The Big Trouble stuff is mirrored to try to disguise the reuse, but strangely when Gonard says,
I hope you don't mind a few obstacles,
he was reanimated. The Phantom of the Soundstage stuff is mostly the same, but it's interrupted by Mikey getting a phone call from Ozu. He asks Mikey how the first chapter of his autobiography is going, and Mikey admits that he hasn't even started. Ozu reminds him that it's due tomorrow morning so they can publish a preview in LilyMu magazine, but Mikey isn't worried. That is, until later that night when he starts freaking out because writing is way harder than he thought. He begs Guano for help, and for some reason, Guano decides to write that Mikey graduated from Genius College, and then for some reason asks Mikey for more lies to put in the biography. Mikey decides to take credit for a crime he sees in the newspaper for some reason, but Guano doesn't realize that it's a real crime and writes that he was the accomplice for some reason.
Let's make it sympathetic. And then you gave the platinum album to orphan puppies. Nice!
Truly, I do not understand the motivations here. This isn't like the episode where Mikey's life is so boring that he makes up lies because he wants the newspaper to listen to him. And it's not like Guano is trying to prove that he's a good writer by spicing things up. He just writes some blatant lies for no reason and then continues to do it. I really don't get it. It makes no sense to me that Guano would do something this stupid out of the blue. I really feel like Mikey should have been the one who asks Guano to make his life sound more exciting, though maybe that is stepping on the toes of the other episode, so maybe instead of playing with Mikey's ego, maybe we could play up Guano's ego. Maybe he could have been jealous that Mikey got a book deal instead of him, the professional writer. So like I said, he tries to write something amazing to prove himself. Or maybe just the opposite. Maybe he writes lies on purpose to sabotage his friend's success, knowing that Mikey will go along with whatever makes him look good. But neither of them are really thinking through the consequences. Or maybe Guano shouldn't know that it's a biography. Like, he thinks that they're writing fiction, and Mikey just doesn't correct him because it makes him look cool. Or maybe they could have played with that looming deadline. Like, Guano writes action sequences every week for LilyMu. That's just something he can whip up real quick given a tight deadline. So he asks Mikey for some action-packed event from his life, and Mikey, stressed, panicking, unable to think of anything as the clock keeps ticking, lies and gives him the first thing that he sees. Then Guano could get lost in the creative zone and start embellishing it, which feeds into Mikey's ego, and then they have fun writing it together until they have to face the consequences the next day. Heck, I'd even take the old, oops, we mixed up the files and sent Ozu the LilyMu script instead of the memoir. Like, literally any motivation would have been better than the nothing that we're given. I love when characters do stupid things that get them into trouble, but I need to understand why they did it. But anyway, the next day everyone loves the first chapter and think Mikey and Guano are so cool. Except the Rakuza, who think that they stole their platinum album. The Rakuza are a parody of the rock band Kiss, and their names are a combination of rock and Yakuza, which are like the Japanese mafia, and they give Mikey 24 hours to get them their platinum record back. Luckily, some might say conveniently, they find it in a nearby dumpster. Unfortunately, the cat burglar swipes it and reveals that he was the one who stole it first, and he's mad that they took credit for his crime. They offer to commit an even bigger crime and give him all the credit if he gives them back the platinum record. He agrees to this and they return the album to the Rakuza. Then, to fulfill their deal with the cat burglar, they attempt to steal the Rakuza's giant golden skull, but they get busted. The Rakuza chase Mikey and Guano, so they escape by stealing King Pirate's ship, so now King Pirate is after them. Mikey and Guano end up on Saki's private beach, and now Saki's security team is after them. They keep making more and more enemies, and they're chased all the way to Splortsburg und Kibbelstein, a kingdom or something that Gonard is being crowned the prince of. Oh, right, the subplot. Okay, so a guy comes to the studio and announces that there will be a coronation ceremony to crown Gonard the prince of Splortsburg und Kibbelstein.
Splortsburg on Skibbleston?
It's in Japan.
Even though that's not how anything works, but okay. Also, a reoccurring joke in this one is that the name of the place changes every time they say it.
Splotsberry on Scrabble so
Splotsburm on Skogglewolf.
Snapstruckle on Flavdog. Skibble Swift on Splotsburg.
I mean, it's not a funny joke, but it happens. When they get there, Gonard's third cousin, Gronard, declares that Gonard will never become prince. Gonard accidentally blows up the castle with a fart and decides he doesn't want to be prince. Gonard challenges him to an eating contest. Winner gets to be prince, but Gonard can't stop himself from winning and has to go through with the coronation. During his coronation, Mikey and Guano arrive with the angry mob begging Gonard for help. For some reason, this gets Gonard removed from the throne.
You are hereby removed from your throne according to the laws outlined in the Japanese equivalent of the Magna Carta.
Which I guess resolves that subplot. Also, the Japanese equivalent of the Magna Carta? More like the Manga Carta, am I right? And as the mob corners Mikey, Ozu shows up and demands to know why he isn't working on the rest of the memoir. Mikey admits that the entire first chapter was a lie, so Ozu tells him to rewrite it. Ozu ex machina, everybody. Everyone in the mob demands to be included in the rewritten chapter, so Mikey writes them all into the book but says horribly mean things about them, for some reason.
Those guys were idiots. Huge, huge idiots. There, that should make them happy.
Nicktoons Network's biggest pranksters, Edgar and Ellen, are taking over.
And this is one of the few episodes that doesn't end with a LilyMu segment. The end. Look, following a big special event movie with a soundtrack and a contest and everything, that's a tough act to follow, but man, I do not like this episode. The idea of Mikey and Guano making more and more enemies as their lie spirals out of control is funny, but like, without a clear motivation for that original lie, I just can't get into it. And I hate the Prince subplot. Like, I don't even have any constructive criticism to give there, I just don't like it. You know, I don't have to rationalize everything, and just let me hate it, okay? And you know what? Just to kick this episode while it's down, I'm gonna nitpick. In the scene where Mikey begs Guano for help, he's freaking out because he needs to, quote, get Ozu his chapter by sunrise. But just a few seconds ago, the establishing shot clearly shows that it's daytime. And even within the scene, outside the window, we can see that it's daytime. To quote a previous episode,
wait a minute, dawn already happened.
Also, they claim that the chapter is being published by LilyMu magazine. The newspaper peddler even says,
That's LilyMu magazine!
But this is Tokyo News. The same Tokyo News where Mikey found out about the Platinum album in the first place. Then when the Rakuza confront them, Guano claims that they made up the heist and there never was a Platinum album, but the Rakuza present him proof in the form of the exact newspaper they were already reading. Not yesterday's paper that gave Mikey the idea, today's newspaper that Guano was literally just reading. Also, this shot near the end, like, look at the unfinished background, and look at the carriage overlaid on top of another carriage. Anyway, I think this might be my least favorite episode of the whole series. Well, it's either that or 7 LilyMu. Yeah, we have 2 bad ones in a row. The episode is sometimes called 7 from LilyMu on iTunes and in cable guide descriptions. This title and the plot are parodies of the Japanese movie 7 Samurai, where 7 samurai have to defend a village from bandits. Though this episode takes the Bugs Life 3 Amigos route, where the people who they hired are actually actors who misunderstood the situation. It starts with them doing a promotion for Mr. Stereo's new megastore, which just happens to look exactly like the Tatami megastore and the LilyMu superstore, complete with the same Red M Mikey. Afterwards, they get a letter from a fan named Riku Takiri, asking them to save Kinza Playground from being turned into a dump by the evil garbage man who wants to cover the whole world in garbage, which they assume is another promotion event. Interestingly, the iTunes description says that they go to a remote village where the townspeople need to be saved from local bandits, so it sounds like it was originally going to be a lot more similar to 7 Samurai. Nobody wants to go, but Mitsuki insists that they need to do it for the fans.
Lay off, Grandma. Why does everyone keep calling me Grandma?
Hello, it's an expression of respect in our culture, you old bag.
And they put on a show that inadvertently stops the garbage man. For now. Riku's older sister Shino arrives and explains to Riku that they're actors, and everyone realizes the misunderstanding and starts panicking. Also, Guano has a crush on Shino, so I really hope that that's Riku's older sister, or that Guano is just a cute little animal with a crush in this one instead of a 20-something guy in a suit, because I really don't want to add anything else to this list. Also, the beauty shot of her is the most how-to-draw manga-looking thing I've ever seen in my life. After the initial panic, they all rally together and take out the garbage man's fleet of bulldozers, but the garbage man has a bulldozer robot that gives them trouble. Mikey manages to get in the robot and they use it to fling the garbage man away once and for all, saving the playground and the entire world. And if you thought the main plot was weird, in the subplot we find out that Yoshi is homeless and sleeping in his car, so Ozu offers him a new place to live. Inside is artificially intelligent black market submarine.
How's the water pressure?
Invalid question. I am a submarine.
Based on the storyboard panels in Chris Leather's portfolio, it looks like the submarine was originally going to have a whole face, but it was scaled back to just being a voice. Also, Yoshi being homeless is kind of a bit of continuity from Mikey's place, where Yoshi says that things were weird at his cousin's, so he's crashing in Mikey's meat locker. I guess with the restaurant gone, he was reduced to living in his car, but now he lives in Ozu's rooftop submarine. Unfortunately, the submarine rolls off the roof into the sewers and then finally into the ocean, where they accidentally anchor another submarine from the Japanese Navy. They hide behind some rocks, which turns out to be an octopus, which they distract by crafting a fish from Yoshi's personal belongings, and they make it back to the surface.
Something's not right about that, dude.
Totally.
A Nicktoons Network little known fact.
Once again, we do not end on a LilyMu sequence. This episode really is the pinnacle of one of the problems that I have with Season 2, which can be summed up most concisely by this one line from Masked Tanuki.
You did it, Mikey! You saved us! And Tokyo!
Season 2 really wants to raise the stakes, with kidnappings and lives on the line. Heck, in this one, they literally save the world. But sometimes in this season, they get so distracted with that stuff that they forget to make the characters' personal stakes and motivations interesting. You know what the conflict of my favorite episode was? Mikey needs to replace some photos before Mitsuki finds out. Do you know what the stakes are? She'll be mad. Do you know what the climax of that episode is? An apology. And I was a million times more invested in that than in Mikey and the gang stopping some guy they don't know and his stupid robot by reusing a bunch of animation from the LilyMu segments. And let me be clear, it's not because I hate robots or fun or anything. I actually love robots. As an animator, heck, as a human being, I have a lot of ideas for my own shows, and they all involve robots and freaky aliens and time travel. Mikey's faced off against robots before, and I haven't complained. And stakes like saving the world or kidnappings are absolutely fine. You know, I like that stuff. Free Squiddy is great. Mitsuki Vanishes is good. Even Season 1 had a few of these, like the ending of With Fans Like These, but please note that in all these examples, the stakes were personal. Mikey befriended Squiddy and wanted to save his friend. Mikey lost Mitsuki's trust and wants to redeem himself. And in the fans' case, it was a direct result of the decisions that he made. And I just always thought Kappa Mikey was at its strongest when the characters got themselves into situations because of decisions that they make. Even when they were fighting that dragon, which I think is comparable to them fighting this giant killer robot, the reason they got into that mess was because Mikey was too lazy to get the sword from the studio and decided to ignore the old man's warnings. And then he couldn't fight the dragon later on because he decided to throw the sword away after his friends decided to be annoying about it. And now they have to dig through the trash as a consequence of their decisions. I mean, that's not a great episode, but it's not like Mikey saw the sword, didn't want to pull it, but then somebody was like, no, you have to. And now he has to go and slay a dragon because of the consequences of a decision that he didn't make, which is basically what happens in this one. They go to a place because they're vaguely obligated to, and they do a thing because, well, they already got involved, might as well finish it, and then they leave. They have no personal stakes. They didn't bond with this kid. I guess Guano has a crush on Shino, but that doesn't factor into their decision to help. It's just a thing that happens on the side. We have no idea where we are or why this guy decided to attack this specific playground. I'm being serious. They spend a full 30 seconds showing this guy's backstory in a dumpster far, far away, but they never say why he's attacking this playground. Aside from the fact that he vowed to cover the entire world in garbage and, well, I guess the playground is a part of the world, isn't it? I guess he just reached this playground on his checklist. Even the submarine plot just kinda happens beyond anyone's control, and all the characters in both plots are just super reactive instead of being proactive, which isn't inherently a bad thing. There are episodes that pull that off. It's just, I don't know, I just never liked this one. In this episode's defense, even though the stakes are save the world, they do try to make it personal, not to the characters, but at least to the audience. The garbage man is starting his conquest with this playground, and so the playground becomes a stand-in for the world. And we're meant to care about the playground because this kid loves the playground, and we love this kid. The problem the writers weren't counting on is that I actually hate this kid. Okay, hate is a strong word, I just don't like him, although I do hate how he says LilyMu.
It's LilyMu! Heroes of LilyMu. LilyMu episode 314.
When I was younger, and this is true, my fanboy reflex to explain why I didn't like these two was to assume that it must have been an attempt at a meta joke about bad self-insert fanfiction OCs. You know, some random people who end up becoming best friends with the main character, help the main character save the world, and the main characters even think that they're beautiful and have crushes on them. Anyway, for the longest time, this episode lived in my mind as the bad one. Like, Whenever this episode was on, I could not change the channel fast enough. Looking back on it though, I guess I do like some of the jokes, like Gonard's stunt double.
Hey, so I hear you have a problem?
Yes, great. So there's this garbage guy.
Yeah, I don't do garbage, not in my contract. All right, I'm out of here. Check you later, brother.
But I just don't like the plot, and I really hate the subplot. But which do I hate more, Mikey's memoirs or this? That's tough. I mean, do I prefer when characters don't make meaningful decisions and have no personal stakes disguised as high stakes? Or do I prefer when characters make meaningful decisions with incredibly unclear motivations and also Gonard is crowned the prince and it ends on a double deus ex machina? That's a close call, but I'm gonna have to say Mikey's memoirs is worse simply because it's more boring and somehow makes me angrier. Like, I can talk about plot structure and character motivations all I want, but at the end of the day, this is a comedic piece of entertainment, so it should be judged on how entertaining it is and how funny it is. And quite frankly, Mikey's memoirs is neither. But either way, it's really funny that the two worst episodes of Kappa Mikey are right next to each other. Like, what are the chances? Thankfully, there couldn't possibly be 3 bad episodes in a row. Right? Mikey and the Pauper. After a LilyMu sequence that reuses scenes from the pilot episode in the Femme Mitsuki, Mikey gets insulted that he's not allowed to do his own stunts and storms out with Guano. They take their limo and accidentally end up in the filth district where they feel unsafe.
Go, limo driver, go!
Ghosty Racer, go!
But after exploring for a bit, Mikey and Guano run into that British orphan who's now given the name Kenji, his dog Mr. Poopers, and his brother Jomar, who's an anime version of Mikey. And this is one of those things that everybody watching the show probably asks themselves at some point. What does Mikey look like in the anime style? We've had a few artworks from the crew and a throwaway gag from Ship of Fools that answered this, but it's fun that they made a whole episode about it. That just leaves the question, what do Guano, Gonard, Lily, and Mitsuki look like in the American style? And so, as you probably guessed from the title, Mikey and Jomar decide to switch places so Mikey can have fun doing poverty tourism while Jomar fills in for him at work. They also paint Mr. Poopers purple and tie a tape recorder around his neck to replace Guano.
Sorry we're late. Please don't be alarmed if I bite you. It's just one of those days.
Which is the best part of the episode, by the way. Also, I guess Mitsuki just doesn't recognize her fan who she bought a doll for, and who she feeds in the soup kitchen, and whose playground she saved, and whose life she ruined by endorsing cough syrup that was actually just water, and who they disappointed by pretending to be a band, and who asked for an autograph. Mikey and Guano meet Fagin, a parody of the character from Oliver Twist of the same name, and they accidentally end up helping him and his gang of British orphans commit crimes. Also, why are there so many British people running around Tokyo? Kenji, Jomar, Fagin, and most of his gang are all British.
We really nipped a bit of dosh from their knickers, we did.
I know it's a parody of Oliver Twist, but it's just weird to me. Also, you know how Phantom of the Soundstage was a train wreck, and there's a train wreck in that episode? And 7 LilyMu was a huge pile of garbage, and the episode is about a huge pile of garbage? Well, I'm very happy to let you know that this episode does indeed have a trash fire. Anyway, Mikey and Guano realize that they've been used and return to their old lives, but no one believes that this Mikey is the real Mikey. Somehow. Even though they were able to see through Suave Mikey, who looks way more similar to Mikey than Jomar does, and Mikey's art style difference is a noticeable thing in universe. They don't even question the fact that there are 2 Mikeys, they just kick him out immediately. Well, it's a bit forced, but it is an interesting low point for the end of Act 2. I wonder what they're gonna do to convince everyone that they're the legitimate versions of themselves. Will there be hilarious hijinks of them breaking into LilyMu Studios or convincing each coworker individually? Are they gonna talk to Jomar and get this all straightened out? Will there be a standoff between Mikey and Jomar? Well, let's see what happens. An elephant sits on Guano when a hamster-looking man offers them a job at the circus. Okay. I mean, the circus hasn't even been mentioned before this exact moment, but whatever. I guess this is where the episode's going now. Mikey and Guano join the circus. Well, I mean, at least it's not another kidnapping. Then the ringmaster locks them up for stealing his lions. It was actually Fagin, but he blamed it on them for some reason, leading to the actual lowest point at the end of Act 2 where Mikey and Guano are held hostage by killer circus clowns. Sure, why not? I'm done. Jomar, Kenji, and Mr. Poopers, meanwhile, are enjoying their new lives as high-paid actors, but they see an ad for the circus on TV and rush off to their rescue. Luckily, they know some of the circus folk from the old neighborhood, and, okay, obviously I'm not a big fan of this episode, but there's something about this conversation that cracks me up.
Hey,
Hey, you still see Sal?
Stickball Sal? Nah, I haven't seen him in ages. Oh, man, Sal. I wonder whatever happened to that guy.
Oh, right.
Like, it's not even funny, and it goes on for twice as long as what I just showed you, so I don't know why I like it, I just do. Jomar saves Mikey from the cannon, they convince the clowns to betray the ringmaster, and then the episode just kind of breaks down from there. A whole bunch of just random stuff starts happening, and things just get crazier and crazier until the episode literally explodes. I couldn't find the script for this one, so here's an artist's recreation of it. I think this seems about right. It also took the better part of 2 seasons, but we finally get Kappa Mikey's first and only tentacle joke.
I even got my wallet back.
And I realized the error of me ways.
And I'm getting married!
Remember, everybody, wait until tentacle marriage before having tentacle sex. Jomar realizes that he made a huge mistake saving Mikey because now he has to go back to being poor, and everything's back to normal. The final LilyMu segment has Mikey on the roof of a jet while Jomar flies it and shoots Gonard. Gonard curses that he's been beaten by a clone with updated animation from Mikey Impossible, and the episode ends. So, yeah, I have to say, as a huge fan back in the day, it was surreal to go from the high of the Kappa Karaoke movie to the low of these past 3 episodes. I mean, admittedly, this one wasn't as bad as the other 2. It had a strong premise up until the circus stuff. And actually, I wasn't a huge fan of the Oliver Twist stuff. And the subplot left a lot to be desired. You know, come to think of it, I don't think I liked anything in this episode. I did really like Mr. Pooper's filling in for Guano, though. Thankfully, though, the slump is over because our next episode is The Clip Show. And I know that sounds like a joke. 3 bad ones in a row and then a clip show? That must be awful, but no, The Clip Show is genuinely one of the best episodes of the show. In this episode, the gang need to finish the LilyMu clip show before they can go on vacation, but they keep getting distracted by flashbacks. Like all the times Guano had a nervous breakdown, all the times Ozu fired them, or all the times Mikey messed things up. We also get the last and most blatant reference to Guano and Ozu's father-son relationship.
And don't forget, Daddy loves you.
They end up missing their flight, so Mitsuki calls the airline and books tickets for a later plane so they have a few more hours to finish the clip show. Mikey suggests getting some of their friends to help, and they flash back to all the friends that they've made, which is actually a slightly modified version of the Ori and Yori music video from the DVD. They even have the same gag play.
Nice day.
Mitsuki says that they can get the clip show done if they just stop letting things distract them. Then Yoshi pops up and we get a montage of Yoshi standing around in the background basically doing nothing.
Well, see you later.
Oh my gosh! Look what time it is!
OMG, it's 7:30!
We spent the last 6 hours thinking about Yoshi!
Which is like my favorite joke of the whole series. Gonard cries and we get a montage of Gonard eating sandwiches. Then Lily yells and we get a montage of all the times Lily's been mean, set to an original song that doesn't actually appear anywhere else on the show. And that sounds suspiciously similar to that Meredith Brooks song.
I'm a bitch!
I think I see what you did there. They continue fighting, and Mitsuki interrupts to complain that no one's mentioned anything about her. So Mikey flashes us back to the time that Mitsuki called the airline and booked tickets for a later plane so they'd have a few more hours to finish the clip show.
That's it? That's all you guys remember about me? Something I said earlier today?
Don't take it personally. We're just not that big on remembering stuff.
We remembered stuff about Yoshi for 5 hours!
Yeah, that guy's the best.
Which is like my favorite joke of the whole series. They all agree that they aren't friends anymore until Mikey finally does think of some good times that they had together. So they make up, finish the clip show, and go on vacation. The end. This is one of the best episodes, and in my opinion, one of the best clip shows of any series. It's really interesting to compare it to that Lost Season 1 episode, Tent Triangle, where the gang are stuck in an elevator and do flashbacks. Like, that seems fine, but I love that this episode takes full advantage of the premise of the show. Like, any show could have had flashbacks in an elevator, but only a show about making a TV show could do this. If I had one nitpick, though, it would be that in Gonard's montage of him eating sandwiches, they end it with a clip from earlier this episode where he complains about wanting to go on vacation, which completely steps on the toes of Mitsuki's joke. Like, it's basically the same joke twice, except in Mitsuki's case, it's actually funny, it plays into the recurring gag where everyone forgets about her, and it's the final straw for Mitsuki that leads to the climax of the fight, whereas in Gonard's case, it doesn't match the sandwich theme, and it spoils the audience to the idea that clips can come from the episode you're currently watching. I actually have very strong feelings about this. Also, due to the difference in production order versus airing order, some clips from episodes that haven't aired yet are shown, like these popcorn and soap clips from Mitsuki Butterfly, and this clip from the finale. It's similar to how the karaoke episode uses clips from the finale, and also from our next episode, Tin Putt. This title is a reference to the golf film Tin Cup. The opening reuses the LilyMu sequence from Battle of the Bands where Gonard summons an army of robot bodyguards. Then it awkwardly cuts to footage from Lost in Transportation, then the pilot, and Mikey Likes It. The only original animation is that the scene is ruined by Ozu's golf ball hitting Lily. Everyone asks Ozu why he's golfing indoors, but Ozu claims that he hates golf.
Not golf? That is a game for babies and kittens. I play a grown-up's game. Miniature golf!
Which directly contradicts the entire subplot of Cage Aux Mikey where he controls the weather so we can play golf. And also this moment in Saving Face where he asks Mikey where his golf clubs are, but whatever. No golf, only mini golf. Ozu takes everyone to his country club, Mini Pines, to show them all the majesty of mini golf. Chris Leather's portfolio once again has storyboards that he used to lay out the 3D backgrounds, and it looks like in this shot where the gates open, it would have originally had the cast in it, and we would have gotten a bird's eye view of the whole club, which is something that we never see in the final. The geography is kept really vague. The episode then branches into 3 subplots. Lily and Mitsuki's subplot is that they decided they would like to become members of the club, but there's only one slot available, so they compete with each other to earn it, but despite their efforts, some rich person gets it. Guano, meanwhile, has a subplot where he and a gopher named Gary lead the resistance against the groundskeeper who plans to get rid of all the gophers on the course with a new weapon.
The Bellow Blaster 3000. Wow. 3,000.
The main plot, meanwhile, has Ozu golfing mini golfing against Richie McMillions. And actually, this name has been mentioned once before during the Kappa karaoke movie.
In other news, the yen has taken a bit of a dive. Here to comment is our financial expert, Richie McMillions.
It's unclear whether this is the same Richie McMillions or his grandfather, since this is Richie McMillions III. None of that plays into the episode, by the way, I just thought it was fun. Anyway, Richie is a terrible mini golfer, but he makes a bet with Ozu to gamble Mikey and Gonard's freedom. Richie starts cheating with magnetic balls, and the 2 idiots mess up Ozu's final shot, so he loses the game and they're forced to work for Richie. Mikey discovers that he's actually really good at mini golf and challenges Richie for his freedom, but Ozu piles onto that bet, risking LilyMu Studios if they lose, but gaining Mini Pines if they win. Mikey does really well, but his showboating causes him to accidentally break his legs, so Gonard has to sub in for him. But he's not that great, and Mikey's lucky putter is broken.
Guess you'll have to use my unlucky putter.
But luckily, Richie gets caught cheating, and for the remainder of the holes, he can't cheat anymore. Personally, I believe that calls for immediate disqualification, or at the very least a do-over, but no. On the final hole, Gonard needs to sink a hole-in-one to win, and luckily Guano's subplot climaxes with a giant explosion and the tremor shakes the ball into the hole. They win and they now own Mini Pines, which also resolves Lily and Mitsuki's honestly kind of pointless subplot. And again, this is another episode that doesn't end on a LilyMu sequence. My thoughts on this episode are complicated, but I'm putting it in D tier. Honestly, it's not bad, and I love the jokes about mini golf being a fake sport, but my thoughts on this episode are dominated by my memories of when I first watched it, and all I could think of was, geez, slow down. Like, this episode has the exact opposite problems of the early red title card episodes, which tended to have a slower pace and awkward pauses. And then this episode is just go, 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 go. And it's the first piece of media where I actively started thinking about pacing issues. I also just want to point out again that Lily is a lot meaner to Mitsuki in Season 2.
May I ask about your credentials?
I'm hot. I'm nice. Fact, hot beats nice.
Okay, I hear you. That's not fair. This is an episode where they're fighting, so obviously they're going to be passive-aggressive with each other to get that membership. But here's the thing. That clip is from before they know that there's only one slot open, which messes with the usual formula for this kind of thing where they're friends, they fight, they're friends again. Now they fight, they're friends after an external force fixes all their problems for them. Also, I didn't know this as a kid, but flame polishing is a real thing.
Flame polishing? You mean business?
I thought the show was just being silly. Anyway, maybe this episode belongs in C tier. It's okay, but I don't know, D tier is just how I feel. Moving on from an episode that I'm mixed on but sort of negative about, it's time to talk about an episode I'm mixed on but sort of positive about. Live LilyMu. The episode begins with the LilyMu sequence from Cage Aux Mikey, but it turns out to be a little teaser clip for a live audience because today, LilyMu is filming its very first live episode. If you don't count the reality show stuff. or the live appearances they did at the mall. No. This is a whole episode being broadcast live, with a live audience watching them, filled with cameos from characters from throughout the show. Saki's there, the Tatami Twins, Beef and the Chums, Ethel, Squiddy, Von Fabio, Masako, Igor and Forbes, Brozu, the Bracemaster, the Ice Cream Man, Kenji, Spartacus, the Crying Panda from Mitsuki's Perfume ad, King Pirate, and Mitsuki's dad from an episode that hasn't aired yet. There's even a cameo appearance by real-life Kappa Mikey superfan Kappa Lizzie. In a collaboration between Animation Collective and the fan site KappaMikeyFans.net, there was a contest to create an essay, picture, comic, song, video, anything that shows that you're the biggest Kappa Mikey fan in the world, and the winner would get to appear on an episode of the show. And not just as a drawing, but with voice lines that you record in the studio and everything.
Wanna go home, Mommy?
Dang. Can I please go back in time and submit this video? I'd land a spot in that episode for sure, and not just for my seemingly prophetic knowledge of events that haven't happened yet. According to Mitsuki's voice actress, she didn't know about the contest until the fans stopped by to record her lines, so she couldn't prepare anything for her. Lizzie brought her some flowers and a drawing and got to sit in on the tail end of some pickup recordings. Mitsuki's voice actress was impressed by the cartoon that won her the contest and said overall it was a, "oh yeah, that's why we do this" moment. According to my anonymous source, they don't remember the contest details, but it was great to have someone enthusiastic about the show become a part of it, and she did really good for a first-timer. Another major cameo are these two guys in the sound booth who are parodies of the director Sergei Aniskov and the show's editor David Killen, although only David Killen provides his actual voice.
Don't go away. LilyMu will be right back after these messages.
You can actually hear David Killen's voice in minor roles throughout the entire series.
Finally, no more cameramen.
Yeah, seriously.
These two sit up in the booth making fun of what's happening down below and occasionally making meta jokes about the show. And I can't be sure, but this crowd shot looks like it might be a caricature of the crew. They just look a little more specific than the usual generic anime background characters. Backstage, Mikey thinks it would be hilarious to put farting powder in Gonard's ice cream, but Mitsuki ends up eating it, leading me to nickname this one the Fart Episode. Kappa Mikey as a whole has had its fair share of fart jokes. Like, even my favorite episode has this scene where Gonard farts in Guano's face, which I don't really care for. But these kinds of jokes really ramp up in Season 2, culminating in this episode, which alone has 39 farts, plus the word fart is said 15 times, plus farts are implied in some miscellaneous manner 6 times, all within a 22-minute runtime. Some of it's funny.
How you gonna stop me now, Mitsuki? That's one way.
But mostly...
I had the farts, Mikey! On television! The farts! The farts!
Well, fart jokes just aren't my thing. But fart jokes are a staple of comedy going back thousands of years. In fact, there are the, and I'm probably gonna pronounce this wrong, Heigasen scrolls from Japan's Edo period. Now, Heigasen roughly translates to fart battle, and I'll just end it by saying that I'm glad the Kappa Mikey writers didn't know about this thing and couldn't give us an episode where Mikey and Gonard fight each other with farts. Also, some more Japanese fart trivia for you. Apparently, noblewomen in Edo, Japan would hire servants called Heioi Bikuni to take the blame whenever she farted. And finally, one last bit of fart trivia for you. Kappa are known to have 3 buttholes, which allows for 3 times the farts of a normal person. There's apparently even a saying, Hei no Kappa, which roughly translates to Kappa's fart, which is roughly the equivalent of saying piece of cake, as in, that's easy as a Kappa's fart. Ironically though, Kappas can be defeated by farting in their face. Again, very glad the Kappa Mikey writers didn't go with this because the Kappa episode could have been very different. Anyway, after the farts mess up the LilyMu segment from With Fans Like These, they cut to commercial, and what's funny about these commercials is that they're actually ones from the show, like Mr. Stereo's commercial, Guano's perfume commercial, the illegal hair gel, and Super Fun Place. Now you could say that this is just a cheap reuse of animation, but I actually like it. Backstage, Mikey confesses that he's the one responsible for all the farting, so they throw out the fart-laced ice cream, much to Gonard's dismay. The next scene is a combination of segments from Mikey at the Bat and Saving Face, but it's ruined when Gonard runs off set to chase a passing ice cream truck. And yeah, in case you were wondering, all the scenes from this live episode of LilyMu come from previous episodes. And because they're reusing some animation and then inserting new things into it, that means that Lily and Mitsuki are constantly switching between their Season 1 and Season 2 designs. Without Gonard here, they're forced to use Yes Man as a stand-in while Ozu hunts him down. They try to perform the scenes from The Switch and The Script Assassin, but no one can understand a word Yes Man is saying.
What did he say?
I don't know. Something evil?
Slow down, Gonard. Enunciate.
And I can't confirm this, but I'm pretty sure that this is a meta joke about how difficult it is to understand Yes Man throughout the entire show, especially in the early episodes. Like, I'm going to play you a scene from the pilot, and I will give you $50 if you can tell me what he says.
Greetings, Mikey. My name is...
Ozu, welcome you to Japan!
Yes, welcome. I am Ozu, the producer.
Japan is land of Ozu! Sorry!
It just gets worse and worse until he gets away via the scene from Hog Day Afternoon, and then Mitsuki's massive earth-shaking fart ruins the scene. Backstage, Mikey and Mitsuki get into a huge argument over this situation and refuse to speak to each other. Their constant arguing during the Bracemaster scene angers Lily to the point where she storms off the set, and backstage she yells at them until she throws out her voice. Again, I can't confirm this, but this may or may not be a meta joke on how much Lily's constant yelling and screaming probably hurt her actress's voice. I didn't ask, but it seems likely given all the other meta jokes going on here. Ozu returns with Gonard, and Guano fills him in on the disastrous state of the episode and starts having a realistic depiction of a panic attack in animation. They try to perform the scene from The Man Who Would Be Mikey, but Gonard is still recovering from a hangover. I mean, ice cream headache. Lily can't speak louder than a throaty whisper, Mitsuki can't stop farting, and Guano is still freaking out.
Worst episode ever!
Ozu rallies them backstage and tells them that they can still end strong. Everyone agrees to do their best, but Mikey still thinks that he did nothing wrong. That is, until Kenji asks for Mitsuki's autograph.
Can you sign it to Jomar from Fart Girl? I'm Fart Girl?
Fun fact, according to a blog post Kappa Lizzie made years ago that I can't seem to find anymore, this line was originally hers. Anyway, Mikey realizes just how badly he hurt Mitsuki, and so he takes some of the farting powder himself. We watch them finish the scene from The Man Who Would Be Mikey, cutting through that darn power cable again.
We need to cut through the power cable!
But this time, Mikey reveals himself in a fart cloud and apologizes to Mitsuki for humiliating her. They hug each other and fart, moving the audience to tears. Mikey cuts through the power cable with the orb, frees Guano, and defeats Gonard. The audience cheers and the cast take a bow. We end with the two guys in the booth making one last meta joke.
How do you think the network's going to feel about all that farting?
Are you kidding? They'll love it.
And maybe they did, but I wasn't a fan of it. To be clear, the episode itself is pretty good. I just don't like the farts, which is most of the episode. Ironic, I know. And now we're down to the final 3 episodes. But unfortunately, after this episode aired in March of 2008, the show went on a 5-month hiatus and wouldn't air the final 3 until September. So just to keep track of the timeline, Season 2 mostly aired on a regular weekly basis until Night of the Werepuff, where the show went on a 4-month hiatus before playing the Kappa karaoke movie. Then for about a month it went back to a regular weekly release until, for seemingly no reason, it went on another 5-month hiatus before releasing the final 3. According to people that I've talked to, scheduling was a network thing, and the hiatus wasn't because of Animation Collective. Once they delivered the final tapes to the network, it was out of their hands when it aired. I knew that there were 3 left in the episode lists, but I had no way of getting information on when or even if they were gonna air. I just had to keep tuning into Nicktoons Network and hoping that I saw a commercial. And so, to simulate the 5-month wait, I've inserted yet another intermission because now we're gonna talk about the spin-off.
We lift the shit from the wax. Once you roll them, once you rock. Seems extreme, but they're dreams. It's the start of dancing. Kick them, turn them, kick them, flip. Shake your little seaweed. What's up, wasabi? Shake your pussy. Here we come, the dancing.
Yes, the obscure Nicktoons show Kappa Mikey had an even more obscure spin-off series called The Dancing Sushi, based on the characters that appear in the transitions. Specifically these 3, and a girl sushi they added just for the show.
Salmon, Roro, Meat, and Larry.
Salmon is described as being the leader of the group. The rest of the gang can rely on my quick thinking for damage control when they inevitably screw up. Larry is the wild card. Trapped firmly in a world of my own, I'm often the unwitting catalyst for disaster. Roro is the nervous and anxious one. My friends think I'm shy, but they don't realize that their antics are pushing me to the brink of a panic attack. I love him. And Meep is described as a voluptuous piece of fatty tuna. When I walk in the room, the boys sushi go crazy. Too bad I'm way too much tuna for my 3 friends to handle. Interestingly, an early design of her can be found in Tokyo Skate Jam and in the series trailer. You know, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall at that meeting. Guys, the tuna isn't sexy enough. We have to redo everything. Announced March 30th, 2007, the show was actually made to give 6 animators from Kappa Mikey something to do after production on that show ended, but before production on their next show, Speed Racer The Next Generation, began. The show was 26 episodes long, with each episode being a 1-minute silent short. And I mean silent in the sense that there's no dialogue. These shorts are anything but silent. I actually do enjoy this spin-off. You know, it's a bunch of cute sushi doing cute things, but definitely turn down the volume if you're gonna watch it for yourself. The show was originally going to air during the commercial breaks on Nicktoons Network like Animation Collective's other shorts, but the executives at Nicktoons changed their mind and Animation Collective released them on YouTube instead, though it did air on television in other countries. Real quick rundown of all the episodes. We have Evasion. The chef tries to chop Larry, but he keeps dancing out of the way. Soy sauce fight. The sushi have a food fight. Nightly news. Salmon falls asleep and dreams that he and his friends host the news. Cookie jar. The gang try to get a cookie from the cookie jar. One fun detail I just noticed is that the restaurant across the street is Mikey's place, and this interior bears a strong resemblance to Ninja McFranklin's House of Chicken and Ninjas. Birthday cake. They can't blow out the candles on a birthday cake. Fishing. They go fishing, but Larry gets eaten by a whale. Light bulb. How many sushis does it take to screw in a light bulb? How high? The gang jumps on a jello trampoline, but Larry gets stuck on the ceiling fan. For some reason, Handmade Films Animation YouTube channel has this episode listed as High How. Stuck together. The sushi gets stuck together by some bubblegum. Icy hot. They take a dip in an ice cube tray to beat the heat, but end up getting frozen. Bowl. They find a bowl and use it as a skate ramp. Also, Roru is wearing 3 helmets, and it's adorable. Oh no, they killed him! Exercise. The gang tries to lift a dumbbell. Karate. This easily goes in the top 10 anime fight sequences of all time. Movie. Meep falls asleep and dreams that she's the kaiju fighting Salmon and Larry, but it was all just a dream. Or was it? Nap time. The gang just can't wake up Roru. New bike. The sushi try to assemble a bike, but refuse to read the directions. Makeover. When Meep fixes up her hair and puts on some lipstick, the boy sushi go crazy for this voluptuous piece of fatty tuna. They compete with each other to woo her, but it turns out she was getting ready for a date with the hippie sushi from Femme Mitsuki. Stomp. The gang make musical instruments out of common objects. Robot. The sushi build a robot to kill the chef. Puppy. Wait, hold on, what? Oh, that's funny. Oh, but then it does end up killing him, and they dance on his corpse. Puppy. They get a new dog that Roru was scared of, and he was right to be afraid. Also, what's up with this dog? Why are the eyes all the way up here on the top of his head? Guys, it's a dog, not a frog. Bath. Salmon is stinky and needs a bath, so they scrub him down to his skeleton. Don't question it. Also, according to the Kappa Mikey fan wiki, this episode is a character. I mean, he's no Peahead or Sterling Stork, but I guess Bath is a pretty good character. Pool. The sushi have fun in the pool and encourage Roru to do the high dive. Halloween. Roru is haunted by some ghosts, which just turns out to be the other sushi playing a prank on him. Or was it? If we're counting this as Kappa Mikey content, then technically this is the 5th Kappa Mikey Halloween special. Escape. The sushi blow up the restaurant and dance atop the ashes of their former prison. They then run amok through the streets of Tokyo before being forced to rebuild in an atonement for their crimes. Hugs. All the sushi enjoy hugs, except Larry, who doesn't like hugs, but then he gets hugs, and he likes hugs. Anime music video. Salmon is being really difficult while directing a music video until his friends have enough of him. And that's every episode of the main series. However, in Andrew Kaiko's 2009 demo reel, we can see 2 clips from a lost episode of Dancing Sushi. It appears to be a second Halloween special, which would have made for 6 total Kappa Mikey related Halloween episodes. According to Andrew Kaiko, it was animated but never got released, and that's all the information I have on it. But while that lost episode was never released, there are 3 more episodes that were exclusively available on dancingsushi.com. Based on the files that the video player is looking for, it looks like it would have been 2 episodes and a trailer. Thankfully, I found the trailer on Larry Schwartz's Instagram. There are specially animated clips with the Kappa Mikey characters, who don't appear in the final show by the way, and an early version of the logo. As mentioned before, it has Meep's early design, but also, look at Roru. He has a mouth here, which would make that his nose? Look at what they've done! They've massacred my boy! As for the other 2 episodes, I believe that this one called Chopstick, where they have to get a chopstick out of Larry's head, may have been a website exclusive, based on the fact that this one has a different theme song in the beginning, and the fact that this episode doesn't appear on the fan wiki's episode list. But then again, this wiki also says that Bath is a character, so I can't be sure. Aside from that though, I have vague memories of seeing this one, which is significant because I didn't actually watch the spin-off back in the day. I had no idea that they released the series on YouTube, so I kept waiting for them to air on TV, and I thought the whole thing was canceled. The only episodes I ever saw were the ones on the website. Unfortunately, my brain seems to have decided that these minute-long episodes of the obscure web-exclusive spin-off of Kappa Mikey I watched one time 15 years ago weren't important enough to memorize and keep forever, so I completely forget what the second episode was. Based on the thumbnail, it looks like the sushis would have been babies, but this doesn't happen in any episode I could find. Now, the Chopstick episode's thumbnail doesn't match any particular frame of that episode, so it's entirely possible that this is just one of the episodes that we already covered with a strange thumbnail that doesn't match, but the 2008 Wikipedia page specifically says that there are 26 episodes and 3 web exclusives, so I'm pretty sure that this baby episode exists, but is lost media. Speaking of the website, let's check it out thanks to the Wayback Machine. First thing you may notice is the background. The background colors are tied to your horizontal mouse movement, so if you move it left and right, it animates. It kinda hurts to look at after a while if you have a big HD monitor, but it's not so bad at the intended scale. We have the dancing sushi in the middle here, circling a disco ball. Clicking on the sushi will take you to a random part of the website, but you can hover the mouse over the lower right corner to bring up the news desk, where the news ticker has links to specific parts of the site. Also, several random events happen when you hover over the news desk, like a monster eating him or him getting blown away by a tornado. The first section we have is music, where you can listen to 3 songs. The Dancing Sushi theme song.
We were fishing from the water.
Yeah, you already heard that. Then there's Happy Birthday. And a song called The Best Song Ever. Which is a strange mashup of a song from Kappa Mikey's Sushi Paloozi game, mixed with the song that they sometimes play in the background of episodes of Dancing Sushi. Next is Watch Episodes, and that's where you could see the 2 web-exclusive episodes and the trailer. Then there's the wallpapers, but unfortunately, this part of the website isn't preserved. Neither were screensavers or buddy icons. Email a Friend is still archived, mostly. I can't access the video backgrounds it would have, but we have the thumbnails. Then you pick a little tag thingy, which are mostly just lyrics from the theme song. Then you type out a message and send it to a friend. One really cute detail about this website is that when you go to push the back button on your browser, your mouse will hover over the top left corner of the screen, revealing a secret hidden goodbye dance. This naturally makes you curious, and if you hover over the top right corner, you reveal a secret triangle you can click on to bring up the sushi's profiles, which I basically already summarized for you. Voluptuous piece of fatty tuna. And then if you go in the bottom left corner, a random fun animation will play. Honestly, this is top tier website design. I love little secrets like this. And speaking of fun little secrets, while you're browsing KappaMikey.com, you may notice that your cursor turns into a finger at the bottom of the page. And if you click on it, it takes you to the Dancing Sushi website. Highlighting that area reveals that it's actually a link with white text on a white background. The oldest trick in the book. Over here we have a link to an app on Facebook which I cannot get working, but it looks like you'd be making mashups of the sushi. And this link apparently takes you to the full series, but none of it's archived. Finally, we have the Dancing Sushi merch. It's just a cafe press, but it had some shirts with the Dancing Sushi on it, a hoodie with the logo, Roru and salmon shirts, baby sushi on baby clothes, karate sushi on baby clothes, a mug, a hat that says Larry in Japanese, some pins. That's it. I gotta say, I know that they were keeping the merch simple with a cafe press, and I know that it's an obscure spin-off of an obscure TV show that never aired on TV, so the market wouldn't have been big enough for it, but I gotta say, I would have killed for a plush of these guys, especially Roru. In fact, yes! Oh. Sometimes I hate being a digital artist. And that's the entirety of the Dancing Sushi spin-off, but I don't think you've waited long enough for the final 3. No, let's do another intermission where I'm just going to talk about random junk from the previous episodes. It'll be like watching all those reruns I had to endure for months. The first thing I want to talk about is that I had the hardest time figuring out when Live LilyMu aired. I swear I remember waiting through the hiatus for that one, but according to Wikipedia, it aired back in March. Now, I don't know where Wikipedia is getting its dates from, but they seem to line up with iTunes with only a few discrepancies, and every date on iTunes lines up with what forums at the time were saying. But the forums aren't archived when the last few episodes were airing, so I can't confirm these dates. The fan wiki corroborates my memory by stating that it aired in March in Latin America, but in September in the USA. But I think we've established by now that the fan wiki can't be trusted, except for all the times where it's strangely correct out of nowhere. I will say, though, it's strange that it has the Latin American air date for this episode and not for Mitsuki Butterfly, which actually aired in September of 2007 in Latin America, a full year before the United States. Also, the fan wiki says that the finale aired in late November, which I know is wrong because I know I didn't have to wait another 2 months for the finale. So I used the Wayback Machine to see what Wikipedia said closer to that time while it was still fresh, and I got really upset when I saw that it aired in March. But in 2016, it changed to September, but then a lot of the other dates became wrong. And now, 7 years later in 2023, late into the making of this video, it changed back to March. But I would like to point out that the production codes are entirely wrong. I finally decided to look at the Nicktoons logo in the corner to see if there was any sort of St. Patrick's Day or back-to-school variations that might give it away, and it looks like Mikey and the Pauper, the Clip Show, Tin Putt, and Live LilyMu all have the same logo, while Mitsuki Butterfly, Fashion Frenzy, and the finale all have a smaller logo, which implies that Live LilyMu most likely aired alongside the others in March. Oh, and look at that, the second to last blog post on KappaMikey.com confirms that Mitsuki Butterfly aired September 6th, meaning that Live LilyMu couldn't have aired that day unless there was a 3-episode marathon because Fashion Frenzy also apparently aired September 6th. But again, the logo is different, so it couldn't have aired the same day as them. Anyway, human memory is a funny thing. In all honesty, the FanWiki and I are probably wrong, and it probably did air in March, so I reluctantly changed my video to reflect that. But it totally ruined my script, and I had to re-edit a bunch of stuff, so thanks for gaslighting me, Kappa Mikey FanWiki. But I guess that's my fault for trusting a source that claims that the Dancing Sushi spin-off didn't air in the United States until 2013, where it served as a backup segment for the 3rd season of Cubix due to the animation being produced by Larry Schwartz. Okay, first of all, Cubix only had 2 seasons. Second of all, Cubix ended in 2004. And third of all, what? Oh well, on to the trivia. I mentioned how brilliant the title Kappa Mikey is, but there's a mystery I'm still not sure about. The second K in the logo is large, red, and stylized in a way that the other letters aren't, and in the MTV Sizzle we can see that the K looks like this, before getting jostled right side up. I believe that it's meant to resemble a kanji character, and I believe that there must be some significance to it because, like I said, the graphic designer of the show, Arisa Kono, was Japanese, and so all the Japanese text throughout the show is real and actually translates to things. For example, this is a bookstore advertising that they have magazines and manga. Here's a billboard for a bookstore advertising their magazines and manga, and here is the fish market advertising their magazines and manga. Okay, so when they're not reusing assets or mirroring the backgrounds, the text makes sense. Anyway though, I believe this kanji character may be this one, which means big.
Maybe you are a big celebrity.
You're the biggest celebrity in Japan.
But honestly, I'm just guessing, so don't quote me on that. In a lot of the early episodes, the backgrounds have some serious aliasing going on, and it bothers me so much. Like, I'm sure this was less noticeable on a CRT television, but still. Another thing that bothers me in the background are that the windows in several scenes extrude outwards into the world as if they were paintings instead of being cut into the wall. I mean, hey, I hate how messy Boolean operations are too, but come on, guys. A final note on the background is that the shadows in particular are just way too harsh and sharp. There's no way that this chair would be casting a shadow like that all the way to the wall. And on top of the windows? Because it's all such high contrast and the shadows are just as visually dominant as the objects themselves, it makes the backgrounds look cluttered and hard to look at. Have you guys noticed that Mikey's eyes are more expressive in Season 2? Like, look at Mikey being shocked in Season 1 versus him being shocked in Season 2. There are moments where I like this, but then there are moments where I hate it. But honestly, that's probably because I watched a whole season of him not doing that stuff, so it's weird when he does. Speaking of which, sometimes in LilyMu, Gonard has red eyes, but sometimes they're pure white. I'm not complaining, I really like this, I think it's cool. We briefly touched on how Lily's sclera is missing in the photo booth, and of course there's this blue dot. But one more interesting thing about these photos is that when Gonard hands them to Mikey at the end, Lily is seen giving a sort of reluctant smile, but she's pouting in every other version. I'm pretty sure that this was edited specifically for this scene to make the emotion fit better. Yes Man's voice starts the series like this.
Good food, good company.
But ends the series sounding like this.
You sass in the wrong never jammer.
Every character has small changes to their voices, which is to be expected with any show, but Yes Man's is the most dramatic change. In Reality Bites, we can see Yes Man's home movies from when he was called Yes Boy. However, this directly contradicts the Fugi-Kid where he went by Denim Boy. It's possible that he was born Yes Boy, then changed his name to Denim Boy when he went through a denim phase, and then changed it back to Yes Man when he grew out of it. But it's also entirely possible that I'm a huge loser who overthinks the throwaway gags in Kappa Mikey. And speaking of going through a denim phase, Mitsuki apparently loves jean shorts.
Today I found my true love.
Jean shorts? Lily handbag? Mitsuki jean shorts?
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
And it wasn't until reviewing the footage over and over and over that I noticed that Lily's shorts are torn and frayed at the edges, implying that she originally wore the same uniform as Mitsuki, which seems to be the standard LilyMu uniform, but for unknown show-within-the-show lore reasons, the legs got torn off into shorts. I guess I just never paid that close attention. I always thought they were ruffled. But can you blame me? I mean, look at how they're drawn in several dozen shots. Despite OMG being Lily's catchphrase, the first character to say it was actually Mitsuki in the pilot episode.
OMG!
In Tokyo Skate Jam, one of the victory screens is Yes Man singing,
I call my streetcar baby on the telephone wire.
Which was confusing for a while as no other unique voices had been recorded for the game. Turns out this was a voice clip from 7 LilyMu which hadn't aired yet.
Silence! I'm trying to think!
My gramophone baby.
According to LilyMu Squares, Yoshi and Forbes are friends. And speaking of LilyMu Squares, it's so fun to have all these fully voiced unique gags in a Flash game, but one line delivery always bothered me.
Yoshi! What were the Guano dolls in the Tatami Megastore programmed to say?
This is a tough one. I don't even know what the Yoshi dolls say.
There are no Yoshi dolls.
Oh. Guano.
Like, he should have put the emphasis on Yoshi instead of on say, as in, what are the Guano dolls programmed to say? That's a tough one. I don't even know what the Yoshi dolls say. Not, that's a tough one. I don't even know what the Yoshi dolls say. It just makes the joke confusing and it bothers me. One other gag that bothers me is this one.
Mikey! Which one of Mitsuki's sentimental keepsakes did you accidentally recycle and try to cover up with a web of lies?
I don't remember doing something like that. You must have me confused for Guano or something. I mean, I may have recycled a hairbrush or something that she loved for some reason.
Again, that's probably my favorite episode, and it ends with Mikey genuinely apologizing to a friend that he hurt by listening to her and doing something to show that he cares. But to have him not remember this implies that, nah, he didn't care after all, he just didn't want to get in trouble. Which is such a Season 2 thing to do. And while we're here, I tried to weave all the answers into the video as best I could, and this would be a really weird everything you ever wanted to know video if you weren't able to answer every question with it, so here are just some miscellaneous answers that didn't fit anywhere else. To reach the 13th floor of LilyMu Towers, you need to press 9 and 4 on the elevator at the same time. Gonard feeds King Pirate's parrot to the sharks. Mikey thinks that Lily's makeup is war paint. Gonard's pet egg grows up to be an egg sandwich. No one knows why the magician did what he did. Gonard and Guano don't ask a construction worker for help breaking the handcuffs. A bat lived in Gonard's hair. And finally, the cat burglar's favorite food is cats. And yes, it was typing that sentence that made me realize it. Speaking of the cat burglar, in Mikey and the Pauper, Ozu tells Mikey that his stunt double sleeps under a leaky roof in a shack full of tigers. But these are clearly the cat burglar's pumas from the Masked Tanuki. Which doesn't make sense because in an episode we're about to get to, I know they have a tiger asset ready to go. No Man actually makes his first appearance in Battle of the Bands where he's gray for some reason. Probably because he isn't actually meant to be No Man, just a generic musical background character. Okay, this next one isn't Kappa Mikey related per se, but I couldn't fit it into the Rumpus section and I really wanted to share it. Larry Schwartz apparently brought a live rooster to a press event to demonstrate how much more pleasant Wake Me Willie was to wake up to in the morning. This is something else that couldn't fit in the Rumpus section, but apparently Rumpus also had a policy where employees were required to take 3 days off a year and spend them volunteering at a charity of their choice. There's one more interview with Larry Schwartz that I wanted to mention, but I can't because it's lost. On Nicktoonsnetwork.com, as part of something called Show Off Your Show, they did 2 interviews, one with Larry Schwartz and one with Fred Seibert. You know, the Fred and Frederator. Unsurprisingly, the Fred Seibert one is preserved and really good, while the Larry Schwartz one appears lost to history. We've had a lot of fun talking about where Animation Collective employees ended up. The longest-running host of the Weekend Update on SNL, co-director of a film release for Disney's 100-year celebration, but there's one who didn't organically come up in my script. Matt Burnett was an animator on Kappa Mikey, and then later went on to co-create Craig of the Creek. During the end credits of Mikey at the Bat, the crew gave themselves baseball nicknames. Some of these are pretty great, but there's a lot, so I'll only read a couple, and I'm sorry if I butcher the pronunciation of any of these. Larry David Beckham Schwartz. Yeah, David Beckham was a soccer player. I believe that that's a joke, but this subversion of expectations doesn't really work if your name's first, because there's nothing to subvert yet. Sergei the Siberian Splinter Aniskov. Christopher Balko Fauci, which is a particularly funny one. Noel Trolley Dodger Romano. Cameron Henry Hilaire Jr. Johnny Baseball Conning. Chris Boom Boom Leathers. Chrissy Da Bears Felmeth. No, I still have not watched SNL. Sal Mr. Met Iovine. Chia Chi C-Squared Chen. Jeremiah Bullfrog Johnson. Mark Macross McKenzie. Wow, the anime references are seeping into the credits now. Foradine Utter Juicer On. Andrew Southpaw Kaiko. Andres Never Catch a Paul Kwan. Christine Kimchi Crusher Kwan. Bob the Great Bobino Rutan. Fawn Sheepcatcher Verossenthorn. Tsukasa Bleacher Bum Nakamori. Luba Platypus Charmer Drozd. And Kenya Diggett Scott. Do you remember Thumb Wrestling Federation? I mean, I never watched it, but the commercials were on for it all the time.
To Major Mayhem Monday, an entire day of our biggest shows with our hardest-hitting episodes. Come on, throw it, be a dog. I'll be back. It all leads up to the final battle for Thumb Mankind, the TWF Championship Final. I can't believe it!
Anyway, that was these guys. Animation Collective did that. You can actually see it on these pins that Larry had, alongside the Kappa Mikey one I don't have, and the Dancing Sushi one that I really want. There's also Ellen's Acres, a preschool show they were doing for Cartoon Network at the same time as Kappa Mikey, which I never really watched, but you can see half their 2007 Comic-Con booth is dedicated to it. Then there's 3 Delivery, a show that they worked on after Kappa Mikey. There's their failed pitch, Jolly Rabbit, which I actually found a bunch of footage of during my research.
I used to wake up peacefully to cocoa, ham, and eggs. Before some jerk snuck up on me and stole my freaking leg. And now it's hey, ho, a pirate's life for me.
I actually found so much footage and pitch material that I'm actually considering making a whole video about it, but I'm not sure yet. There's also HTDT, which is kind of a reimagining of Humpty Dumpty, whose rights were sold to Toons Entertainment and then it released years later in 2015, and it's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
HTDT. Come on, guys. King Blanco's about to open his gifts. Sorry, HTDT, but you can't have any candy. HTDT.
To be fair, the initial pilot Animation Collective made isn't quite as bad.
Does anybody here speak goose?
I can probably help. I dated a goose.
Dated a goose?
I mean, I don't like it, but I at least can understand what's happening, which is an improvement. And yes, that Chris Thorndike looking kid has the same voice actress as Jolly Rabbit, Michelle Newman.
Here we are. Let's go.
Who was actually the same voice actress that did Riku.
I just wanted to say thank you for chasing away the garbage man.
That's showbiz, kid.
Okay, sure.
And I mentioned that I hate how Riku says LilyMu, but I should point out that I love her performance other than that, and I respect it as a choice. She also did the voice of the kid in Tortellini Western.
Wow! An official Captain Cowboy villain vanquishing Loco Lasso!
Which isn't represented here on the pins, but Leader Dog is. But here's where it gets weird. I have no idea what these last 4 things are. There's some kind of a bee girl, some puppet monsters, a black and white skateboarding kid, and a robot or something. I tried reverse image searching all these, but nothing came up. Then I noticed that under Kappa Mikey it says 52 by 22, as in the show had 52 episodes, 22 minutes each, which lines up with Dancing Sushi having 26 1-minute episodes and Ellen's Acres having 52 11-minute episodes. And beneath the Ellen's Acres button, we can see the show's logo. Seeing as the robot is out of place on the grid, I believe that this means that the robot comes from a show called Portnoy's Chronicles of Deep Space Exploration, which had 26 episodes, 22 minutes each. Googling this yields absolutely no results, But I was eventually able to find what I believe is a sizzle for it, and from it we can see that the button is actually upside down, so that is not his face. After watching, from what I can tell, it's actually about a kid pretending to be a space alien and documenting Earth for his home planet. But I have no idea if it was picked up or if those 26 episodes were ever made. Again, this thing has 0 Google results. The other 3 buttons, though, I'm just completely in the dark on. The Monsters logo is just visible enough to see it, but just obscured enough that it's impossible to read. It appears to have, or was planned to have, 52 episodes, 11 minutes each. The Skater Boy appeared to have 26 episodes, and I got nothing on B-Girl. If anyone knows what these are, please let us all know in the comments. So, I've mentioned Season 2's tone shift a few times, but honestly, in the grand scheme of things, it's really not that big a deal. I mean, a lot of shows do this. The Sweet Life started with 2 twins in a hotel doing stuff like sneaking into a wedding or looking for treasure, but it ends with them in a boat school getting possessed by ancient spirits and flying around as ghosts to stop a mad scientist from fusing everyone's minds together. My favorite example of this kind of thing, though, is actually Mr. Meaty, because the exact opposite happens. Season 1 starts with things like bulking up to fight an evil wedgie demon and being kidnapped by vegans who eat human flesh once a year, but then Season 2 is mostly stuff like, Josh doesn't invite Parker to the party because he's embarrassing, and Parker doesn't know what to do for his first kiss. And it's all because you people didn't want to see tapeworms getting fished out of people's throats and a girl deep frying her hand and eating it. Cowards, all of you. So I watched a few different videos of absurd lengths talking about old kid shows to figure out what I like, what I don't like, what to do for this video, what not to do for this video, and I'm watching Quentin Reviews Salmon Cat Part 2, and he's playing some old commercials, and I just got jump scared by Lily's voice.
iCarly Fashion Switch Figures, Megabyte Mike and Sam's Remote, each sold separately.
Oh, what, that girl was a young Zendaya? Yeah, that's cool, but that voiceover is Heather Donahue from Kappa Mikey. Oh shoot, I literally paused the video to add that to the script. It's an hour later now. Second jump scare, he starts talking about Kappa Mikey.
And I remember thinking, why are they burying this awesome show on such an obscure network? And then I rewatched it as an adult and I went, oh, this is really offensive. If you liked Kappa Mikey as a kid, do not rewatch it. It is really bad.
Yeah, that's fair. I really like this moment in Uh-Oh Guano.
But nothing scares me more than being in the public eye.
Then why are you an actor?
'Cause I love acting!
Like, it's a funny joke, but I love when characters have different reasons for doing the same thing. Like, Mikey is clearly an actor because he wants to be famous and admired, while Guano is in it for the love of his craft. We also know from Easy Come Easy Gonard that Mikey's motivation for being an actor doesn't come from being rich.
Wait, we get paid for acting?
Of course.
Bank on it!
Mikey apparently thought that he was doing this for free and was perfectly fine with not getting paid as long as somebody paid attention to him. Also, it appears that Gonard gets paid more than his coworkers. When you Google Kappa Mikey memes, the majority of them are in Spanish, and it looks like weather in Spanish is no importa. It was so funny having La Cage Aux Mikey be one of my favorite episodes back in the day, but being completely unable to pronounce it. Like, oh yeah, I love La Cage Aux Mikey. Speaking of which, we all know about Mr. and Mrs. Simon, and we know that Gonard lives with his mom. It's a major twist that Guano's dad is Ozu, and that would make his mom Kyoko. Mitsuki's mom is mentioned twice.
By the way, your mom is a real yapper.
And we're about to meet her dad, which means that Lily is the only main character whose parents are never even mentioned. I mean, Gonard's father is never mentioned, but his grandfather is actually mentioned once. In the episode where he's crowned prince, when questioned about his royal lineage, he claims that his grandfather was Gonard W. Japan. I believe the implication here is that Gonard's grandfather founded Japan, which just adds to my hatred of that episode. Also of note is that aside from Mikey Simon, we are never explicitly told any of the other characters' last names. Or, I mean, it's Japan, so first name, but, you know, that one being the family name. Assuming, of course, that they're not already addressing each other by their family names, which is Anyway, Gonard is either the family name or he was named after his grandfather and potentially has the family name Japan, depending on if Mr. Japan was his paternal or maternal grandfather. Meanwhile, Ozu is definitely implied to be the family name.
It's an Ozu family heirloom.
Which would mean that Guano shares it as well, making him Ozu Guano. It's also worth pointing out, since the show doesn't, that Brozu would be Guano's uncle, and Ozu's parents would be Guano's grandparents. And speaking of grandparents, Mitsuki's grandma is referenced twice.
My grandma's a little sick, so I'm just sending her.
And while Mikey's grandparents are never mentioned, his great-grandfather, Cincinnati Tex Simonowski, is seen in the baseball episode. Actually, the only member of Lily's family that's even hinted at is her grandma.
Lily, this is from when I broke your grandma's vase.
For Pete's sake, we even know that Gonard has a third cousin named Viscount Gronard.
Viscount Grunard.
Viscount.
Whatever. Mikey's full name is Michael Alexander Simon. In the clip show, Gonard really wants to go on vacation to Finland, and is afraid that if they don't go now, it'll be taken over by monkeys and they'll force him to serve as the Monkey King. This is obviously just some silly nonsense, but coincidentally, Gonard is a parody of Goku, and Goku is named after Son Goku, the Japanese name for the main character of the famous Chinese story Journey to the West, who is the Monkey King. Okay, and now for the moment you've all been waiting for. Will Mikey ever truly be ballin'? Brozu vouches in favor for it. Mikey is shown to play the game in one episode, and even has a hoop in his apartment. However, the definition of ballin' is high-level basketball play. In fact, the only way you could change my mind on this is if Mikey was somehow given a professional basketball contract.
Now, to read what I assume must be a professional basketball contract. A fine for improper recycling.
Sorry, but it looks like I was right. Mikey is, in fact, not ballin'. In the Femme Mitsuki, on Mitsuki's desk is the mystical mountain perfume that she bought back in The Good, the Bad, and the Mikey. In Samoa's house, there's a portrait of the mysterious old man from The Man Who Would Be Mikey, which raises some serious questions for the lore, but not nearly as many questions as the courthouse having a portrait of King Pirate. In The Script Assassin, Beef somehow got a hold of Agent F's embarrassing photo. He also has a photo of Reggie, which personally I think canonically makes Reggie an honorary chum. In the MTV Pilot, Team LilyMu are called the LilyMu Super Action Adventure Squad. This name is dropped for the final show, but in Mikey Impossible, for one shot, we can see the underside of Mikey's bed, where there's a sticker calling them the LilyMu Action Squad. But this is the only time they are referenced as such.
Buy the LilyMu Super Action Adventure Squad video game today!
The only other thing that comes close is that in Lost in Transportation, they introduced the Battle Wagon as the LilyMu Super Action Adventure Battle Wagon. In Battle of the Bands, this magazine says LilyMu Band, bigger than cheese. I assume as a reference to the saying, the big cheese, but this is a band talking about how popular they've become, so I really wish that they had just added an S at the end of this so it read, bigger than cheesus. In A Christmas Mikey, when Mikey is sad and leaving for America, the scene is actually using a LilyMu Battle Damage Tokyo background. The billboard is broken and there are scorch marks all over the buildings. In this one scene of Mitsuki Vanishes, the train layer of the background disappears for a frame. In the first version of the iconic power cable cutting sequence,
We need to cut through this power cable!
Guano is strapped to the missile. This is also true for the live LilyMu version, and this time it specifies that he's the power source for the missile. So I don't really know what cutting the power cable would do, but anyway, when they reused the animation for Night at the Werepuff, they replaced the missile with a robot so Guano isn't strapped to it anymore, except for one frame where they accidentally left him in. In LilyMu, Lily's talking mirror is replaced with a regular rectangular one. In Splashomon, right after Lily says that she locked Mikey in a box and sent him out to sea, Mikey says that didn't happen, but the background is wrong. He should be sitting on the couch, but instead he's giant and sitting on the whole room. In one shot of Guano behind Lily's head, it looks like the shot number was accidentally left in the scene. When Mikey arrives in Japan, right behind this woman, there's a floating eyeball. In Manic Monday, when Mitsuki is looking at her Mikey shrine, this image of Mikey smiles wider for a few frames before going back to normal. And speaking of Manic Monday, one of the most common animation mistakes on the show is that Lily and Mitsuki's voices get swapped. It happens in LilyMeow.
Can we check out the store now?
Twice. It happens in The Man Who Would Be Mikey.
Stop right there!
And it happens in LilyBoo.
Hungry? Try a knuckle sandwich!
And I have a copy of the script for that episode, and I can confirm that was supposed to be Mitsuki. And like I said before, the girls not having their gloves on while in their LilyMu outfits is an incredibly common mistake on the show. Like, I was going to do a Red M Mikey bit for it, like gloveless gals, but it was just too much. It was like every episode. In live LilyMu, the live episode is so bad Beef wants to beat someone up, and after Yes Man reminds him that there are no refunds, he decides to beat him up. Backstage, Ozu rallies the cast together, Mikey realizes that he was in the wrong, and when they go out to perform again, we cut to Beef as he finishes beating up Yoshi? In the press kit, Lost in Transportation was called Lost in Translation. Also in the press kit, Battle of the Bands is called Battle of the Band, which is actually a pretty funny name given that there was only one real band competing. Of course, this also could just be a typo. You know, it's funny. With this show, it really is a 50-50 shot of something either being a clever joke or a typo. And speaking of typos, in the final number of the Kappa Karaoke movie, Guano sings, "I shed these chains, I go out dancing in the rain," but the lyrics say, "We shed these chains, we go out dancing in the rain," which is copied from the first verse when he does sing "we." Also in Mitsuki's song, she sings, "Will we come together," but the words at the bottom say, "Do we come together." In episode 121, Gonard said he was allergic to dance, but in episode 216 he can clearly be seen doing the Thriller. So what's the deal? Sounds like he can't escape his own web of lies. In the first version of It's in Your Heart, all the characters are behind this neon thingy, but in the reprise, they're all overlaid on top of it. You can also see stray outlines on Gonard and Ozu, and with the addition of Mikey, Ozu is now out of the box. On the last line of It's in Your Heart, the characters all fly away, and it looks like they're all grouped together into one asset with a single rotation point for all of them, but in the reprise, they're all separate with individual rotation points. During the power ballad Beat the Hero, one of the background characters is wearing a Domo sweatshirt, and I believe that these four are actually caricatures of the crew. Domo Dude also appears in Live LilyMu. Also, I sometimes wonder about a recurring joke in part 1 of the karaoke episode. Halfway through it, Lily gets mad at one of the hairstylists.
I wanted an updo. You gave me a shine. Wanted to look like a starlet. Not an old bat.
Interesting.
Okay, so to break that down, she claims that she wanted an updo resembling a starlet, but was instead given a shag resembling an old woman. But that's a mohawk. Even if you're like me and you have no idea what either of those hairstyles are, you probably at least know that mohawks are not commonly associated with old bags, so we're already starting off the joke kinda weird. Then during the next song, My Life is Ruined, Guano points out that Lily is angry about her hair, and Mikey flirtatiously says that it's avant-garde. I should also mention that her hair keeps changing back and forth throughout the entire song, but that's, whatever, that's normal continuity errors. But after the song, her hair is permanently back to normal. A commercial break happens, she's mad at Mikey, Gonard sings his song, they're sad, Ozu tries to rally them together, and her reason for not wanting to perform is...
OMG, Ozu, you just don't care. I can't be seen with this ugly hair.
A different, completely unrelated bad haircut. But I'm pretty sure that this was supposed to be the same bad haircut from earlier, because that just makes way more sense, and it would complete the rule of 3. I'm so curious if this was a little subplot or recurring gag that was accidentally forgotten from script to screen, or if they dropped it because they realized during production that Lily would have to have ugly hair for half the episode, or maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it truly was meant to be just 2 separate jokes about bad haircuts. In A Christmas Mikey, when Guano is a chimney sweep, he whistles Chim Chim Cheree from Mary Poppins.
Somewhere. Is that Guano? Hey, Guano! What's with the costume? It's Christmas, not Halloween!
In La Femme Mitsuki, Mikey whistles the theme song. For some reason in the extended version of the theme song, the second verse has this line. And I've often wondered about it, like, what does it mean? Was LilyMu originally meant to be more sinister? Like, was Ozu meant to be more exploitative? Speaking of which, go listen to the extended version of the theme song, it's really good. This next bit might be stupid, but it's my video, and stupid stuff is what this section is for. The premise of this show has some real Weird Al Yankovic Genius in France vibes. Also, while trying to figure out the name of this trope where an idiot goes to a foreign land and they're hailed as a god, I'm just now learning that Germans love David Hasselhoff? No, I still have not watched SNL. And finally, one last mind-blowing Kappa Mikey fact. In Mikey Impossible, if you pause at around 15 minutes 33 seconds, Guano is an egg. And there we go. It's been 5 months, the hiatus is over, and now it's time for the final 3 episodes, starting with Mitsuki Butterfly. The title of this episode is a pun on the opera Madame Butterfly, though the plot does not resemble the opera at all. The episode begins with Mikey and Guano trying to save Lily, who's trapped in a bar of soap. Mikey gets trapped in one of the soap bubbles, floats over the ocean, and is swallowed by a tiger. Turns out that it was all just a dream, and the whole gang are actually at a kabuki theater waiting to watch Mitsuki's dad perform. Interesting note is that Mitsuki does not appear in Mikey's dream, which is just a nice little touch for what the episode's about. Anyway, Mikey is really excited to meet some kabuki ladies, and Guano tries to explain to him that traditionally, all the parts in kabuki are played by men, but Mikey ignores him. Backstage, we finally meet Mitsuki's dad, Dadsuki. Well, actually, he appeared in Live LilyMu as an audience member, and before that he made a blink and you'll miss it appearance in the Kappa Karaoke movie during the Bounce song, performing in the park alongside Von Fabio, plus the back of his head was in this shot. I think the reason for all these weird cameo appearances is because the production code for this episode was 204, which implies that it was one of the first 4 episodes of the season that was made, even though it was one of the last 4 to air. Mitsuki tells her dad to break a leg, but then he actually does break a leg.
Why must I be so careless with my miso soup and my anvils?
She volunteers to do the show for him, but Datsuki reminds her that if anyone found out that he let a woman perform kabuki in his place, he'd be disgraced and dishonored, so they have to keep it a secret. Fun fact, according to this Hello Kitty Guide to Japan, kabuki is men only because after a woman named Okuni invented kabuki in the 17th century, the government shut it down for being too erotic. And apparently they were right to do this because as soon as the play begins, Mikey immediately falls in love with the Empress, not realizing that it's Mitsuki. Now, you'd think they'd have told him what role Datsuki was playing, but to be fair, knowing Mikey, he probably ignored them. The next day, Mikey asks Mitsuki for help picking out a gift for his crush, and again, neither of them know that Mitsuki is his crush. And funny story, I asked my anonymous source if there were any restrictions or notes Nickelodeon ever sent them, like things to tone down or things that needed to be added, but they said there wasn't anything major, just the usual stuff you might expect, though they were surprised that they were able to get away with a joke where a small guano fetus falls out of a big guano toy. Now, somehow I immediately knew that the scene they were referring to was this one, but there's no fetus here, just a ball of green goo. I thought maybe my source was misremembering and maybe it did get censored in the end, but then I frame by frame through it and there it is, for exactly 4 frames, a guano fetus. I just always thought that this was a poop joke, but green instead of brown for censorship reasons, but nope, it's a fetus, and it's uncensored. Wow. Mikey decides to send his crush turkey jerky, and before their next performance, Datsuki receives turkey jerky in the mail. This causes Mitsuki to realize that she's Mikey's crush, but Datsuki reminds her that she can't let anyone know about their ruse. They have to keep up the deception when Mikey comes to visit, and the dude just cannot take a hint. I really feel like this whole episode could have been avoided if Datsuki had just said, "Hey, I'm your friend's dad." Like, Mitsuki can't reveal herself because she needs to pretend to be her dad, but there's nothing stopping her dad from, being himself and telling Mikey that he's not interested. I think that it could have been fixed with just a simple line from Mitsuki telling her dad not to reject Mikey, or maybe she stops him halfway through a rejection by switching places with him. I don't know, I mean, it's fine the way it is, I don't think we're supposed to think that hard about it, but still. Anyway, without telling him the specifics, she asks Ozu what she should do, and this scene just always stuck with me for some reason.
What if a person really wanted to get some stuff off her chest, but if she did, it put her father's honor at stake?
Oh no, he's very serious.
With a capital S!
But let's say...
Hold it. I will not hear of this.
There's just something about Mitsuki, who's usually the selfless, level-headed, moral center of the group, wanting something so bad, and then doing all these mental gymnastics to justify doing something that could ruin her dad's life just to get it, while Ozu reminds her that what she wants to do is in fact very selfish. I don't know, it just always stuck with me. When writing a character, something good to keep in mind is what their morals are, and then what want or desire would cause them to go back on those morals. And this episode deals with that conflict for Mitsuki. Though this is still Kappa Mikey, so it's done in between Yes Man making barn animal sounds. Mikey stalks and harasses the Empress, and in trying to escape his advances, they accidentally end up on stage exposing the charade they've been pulling. Datsuki is disgraced, booed off stage, and goes into hiding. Mikey comes out on stage. He's in his underwear because of a booby trap they set for him earlier. I probably should have explained that. And he realizes that it's Mitsuki he's been crushing on. Mitsuki is overwhelmed but runs off to find her dad. And we go into a musical number where Mikey sings about his confusing feelings towards Mitsuki, Mitsuki sings about wanting to be with Mikey but also wanting to help her dad, and Datsuki sings about how they shouldn't have tried to trick everyone.
Now everything's so unclear. How did we get here?
And now let's talk about the subplot real quick. A street vendor offers unlimited popcorn refills and Gonard gets addicted. Lily, Guano, and the vendor stage an intervention for him, but it doesn't go well, and the vendor ends the unlimited refill policy. He admits that he has an addiction, and his friends help him to get over it. And I actually used to have a crazy conspiracy theory about this subplot. First of all, we're introduced to the popcorn refills in the Kabuki Theater, and he says that it's the best part of seeing Datsuki perform.
And best of all, as long as I have this bucket, I get free unlimited popcorn.
He also refers to it as a concession stand.
Like after 5 o'clock when the concession stand is closed.
And then later, when someone steps on the popcorn that he's eating off the floor, he yells,
"No! My carpet popcorn!"
But that's not a carpet, that's a sidewalk. All these things made me suspicious, and for years I thought that they had originally intended the popcorn vendor to be in the lobby of the Kabuki Theater, but then changed it sometime after the voices were recorded for some reason. I asked my anonymous source this very important question, and they said I was overthinking it. It's cartoon logic, he can get refills anywhere. I did not ask about Yoshi's eyes or Saki's name because, believe it or not, this was the question that drove me the most insane for years, aside from the Oni Express description. Anyway, to restore Datsuki's honor, Mitsuki suggests that he prove himself a good actor by assuming her life for a little while, and no one is any the wiser. You see, according to Hello Kitty again, Datsuki is an onagata, which is a kabuki actor who plays the female roles, and this is actually consistent throughout his few appearances on the show. He plays the Empress, he plays his daughter, and he plays Juliet in Romeo and Juliet. Mikey asks Datsuki out on a date, thinking that he's Mitsuki, and on the date while scarfing down ribs, Datsuki tells Mikey that they should just remain friends, which leaves Mikey disappointed.
I'm sorry. It's just... No, you're right. It's just, I think you're the most special, giving person I've ever known.
During the taping of the next episode, Datsuki reveals himself, and his honor is somehow restored by this. But anyway, Mikey realizes that Mitsuki telling him that they should just stay friends was actually her dad talking, so he asks how she really feels, but her dad interrupts them because he wants to hang out with Mikey and eat some more ribs.
We'll talk later.
Okay.
The closing LilyMu segment has Mikey dodge the bubbles and wind up hanging off the side of a building, where Mitsuki comes to rescue him and they hold each other close until we fade out, implying that they'll finally start dating. Just like last time. And the time before. Also, sorry, can we take a minute to just appreciate that voice acting?
Okay.
Like, wow. You know? Like, that perfectly conveys the feeling of being nervous, but excited, but happy and disappointed, like, all at the same time. Like, wow. I mean, what an ending. I love this episode. Also, you may recall that I mentioned that this episode aired in Brazil a year before the United States. Well, on top of that, around the same time, apparently the official Kappa Mikey website used a clip of Mikey on a date with Datsuki as the clip of the week, but I couldn't find that clip of the week anywhere. The fan forums from around the time, though, were filled with people either trying to get more information on this mysterious episode where Mikey dates a fake Mitsuki, or begging them to please not spoil anything. And on top of all that, Carrie Karanen accidentally revealed this episode in her Kappa Mikey fans interview when talking about her favorite episodes to voice. And finally, one last detail I like, if I may bring up the recycling episode again. Like father, like daughter. Is that why Mikey doesn't think that there's anything weird? Is Mitsuki just like this around ribs? Anyway, moving on. The second episode of the final three is Fashion Frenzy. And on a personal note, this is the Kappa Mikey episode that I remember the least. It was the second to last to air, and by the time that the final four were airing, the show didn't have as many reruns playing on the channel, so I don't think I ever saw a rerun of this episode. I also don't think I had this one recorded to my DVR, and when I bought the whole series on iTunes, I forget what I was trying to do, but somehow I accidentally deleted this episode from my library, so watching it again should be interesting. At first, the opening reuses animation from Mikey at the Bat, but then it goes into its own thing as Gonard reveals he has a new coat. Not to be confused with the invisibility coat from the Fugi-Kid. No. This one's thing is that it's so perfect it hypnotizes Lily to want to touch it. Mikey shoots a ball of garbage goo at him, but it misses and hits Lily's designer t-shirt by her favorite fashion designer, OG. Mikey says Lily could make better clothes herself, inspiring Lily to give the world of fashion a try.
How does that hat feel? It's putting a lot of pressure on my brain.
But when Lily invites OG to see her line, he mistakes Mikey's idiocy with genius and asks him to make a fashion line, which Lily sabotages.
Did you hear that?
I can't hear or feel.
Eventually, OG decides to have the two of them compete against each other in a fashion show, and Mitsuki ends up in the middle of the fight, agreeing to be both of their models, but also being asked to spy on both of them. Finally, the show starts and she models off all the clothes that they designed while Mikey and Lily make fun of each other.
A brown and green pantsuit? Please.
That's one of yours.
Oh, right.
But OG hates all the designs and offers the janitor his own line instead. Mikey and Lily realize that they shouldn't have been fighting over this guy's approval, and they're friends again. Meanwhile, the subplot gets a little weird. Okay, so after the opening LilyMu segment, Gonard reveals that he's put on a few pounds. So Ozu loans him his ab blaster, and Gonard gets addicted to working out. This is the third episode in a row where Gonard has gotten addicted to something. Anyway, he refuses to stop, and then this happens.
Get out of here, weakling! Gonard knows what he's doing!
Yep, this is season 2, alright. Ozu confesses that he bought the ab blaster from a haunted gym, and they try to take it away from him while he's asleep. Gonard catches them, so Ozu reveals his own living six-pack, and they compete with each other, crushing cans, dancing, posing, and finally fighting. Also, there's an audience reacting to this competition, but the reaction clips are reused from Battle of the Bands and Big Brozu, so the backgrounds keep obviously changing.
Looks like we're in trouble for that boy.
Jiminy Jillikers, radioactive man.
Gonard wakes up and it was all just a dream.
Oh, was it?
The ending LilyMu segment has Mikey use a grappling hook to pull off the coat instead of ruining it with garbage. The end. Huh. You know, I can kind of see why I forgot about this one. The one thing I do remember, though, is being disappointed. I mean, it's not bad, but, like, you have to remember, we're in the final 3, and whatever episode in the middle of the season is fine if you have, like, 20 more coming, but these are the precious last few episodes I waited 5 months for, so expectations were just a little higher. And speaking of high expectations... Now it's time for the Kappa Mikey finale.
At last, the end of Kappa Mikey.
And I'm gonna do things a little different here and reveal the title later on. We begin with a LilyMu action sequence that reuses a finished version of the animation from Nard Hunting. This time Gonard shrinking buildings into dollhouses, but the scene is interrupted by a horrible stench. Turns out Mikey just got his sneakers mailed in from America, and they're very stinky. They are so stinky that Ozu threatens to fire him if he doesn't get rid of the stinky shoes. So Mikey yells at everyone, quits the show, and runs outside in the middle of a tornado. Reggie. The storm whisks Mikey away, and he finds himself waking up in the land of Ozu. That's right. The final episode of the show is a Wizard of Oz parody called The Wizard of Ozu. It's funny. I mentioned I used to write my own episodes back in high school. No, it's not fanfiction, this is different, shut up. And Wizard of Ozu was one that I wrote. Though I only ever got as far as casting the characters because, well, that's the fun part of writing a Wizard of Oz parody. I think I had Mikey as Dorothy, then Gonard was the scarecrow who needs brains, Mitsuki was the tin man who needs a heart, and Guano was the lion who needs courage. Saki was the wicked witch, and I believe that I had Lily as the good witch since she's his rival, but it's also possible that I had Mitsuki as the good witch since she's nice, and Lily as the tin man because she lacks a heart. I don't really remember, but honestly it doesn't matter. Yoshi and the other camera operators were the Munchkins. Then Ozu was obviously the wizard, and Yes Man was his gatekeeper. And apparently I'm not the only one who had the brilliant idea to add a U to the end of Oz, because in 2006, a user in the fanfic section of the Yes Man's Closet forums called Sonic64 said that they planned to write a Wizard of Ozu fanfic. They got as far as the opening LilyMu segment, which, who am I to judge, that's further than I got. The scene is messed up when Mikey presses the wrong button on a wind machine, creating a tornado, which is actually a really good idea, and I like it way more than the real version, which just has a regular tornado. They cast Mitsuki as Dorothy, Gonard as the Scarecrow, and Mikey as the Tin Man. And then there would have been a subplot in the real world about Lily torturing Gonard with Klondike bars. A year later, when they were brainstorming more ideas, another user informed them that Mitsuki's voice actress revealed in an interview that The Wizard of Ozu would be a real episode in Season 2. Yes, this is the same interview that also leaked Mitsuki Butterfly. But enough with the fanfics. Let's see what the real deal has to offer. The Munchkins in this one are the dancing sushi, and that's actually the most brilliant thing that they possibly could have done, and I love it. Mitsuki is the good witch, while Lily is the wicked witch. Interesting choice. I mean, I guess I always saw them all as being part of the same team, even if there was conflict within that team, so I never really thought to cast Lily as the straight-up antagonist who's actively working against them all, but I guess they did have her as the antagonist of Mikey Impossible, and it works pretty well. Gonard is the Scarecrow, good, we're all in agreement there, and Guano is the Lion, of course. Yoshi is the Tin Man, and then Ozu is the Wizard, and Yes Man turns out to be the man behind the curtain. That's actually really fun. It's weird though, I remember hating this episode. I wonder why that was.
Not without a you-know-what.
Brain?
No, silly. A second butt!
Oh. But yeah, other than the Scarecrow wanting a second butt, the rest of it plays out pretty much the way you'd expect. Mikey follows the yellow brick road and meets new friends.
Did you hear something?
Oh, nope, nothing.
He's rejected by the wizard, then gets kidnapped by the wicked witch.
I finally got you in my clutches!
I like the sound of that.
Ew!
Misses his home, but then is saved by his friends.
Why are we walking towards the scary castle again?
To save our new friend, Captain Mickey!
Then the wizard turns out to be a fraud, but his friends realize that they had courage and a second butt the whole time.
Go figure!
Mikey realizes that there's no place like home, and the good witch tells him that he can go home if he dresses in a tutu and sings about girl power.
Girl power, lady hair shine, coming to the rescue, girl power!
It was just a prank though, and it turns out he just had to click his heels together like in the movie. Everyone back in the real world apologizes to Mikey for being so wrong to criticize his stinky shoes, but Mikey says he'll throw them out as long as everyone takes one last whiff. We then conclude the episode and the entire series by dropping a house on Gonard. The end. It's funny. In trying to figure out and rationalize my intense feelings for this episode, I realized that if this had been any other episode in Season 2, I don't think I would have minded it as much. The jokes aren't honestly that bad.
He was like a very profitable son to me.
And this second butt subplot, well, if I can ignore 40 fart jokes, I can ignore this. I also appreciate the effort it must have taken to design a whole new set of backgrounds for this one. The Sushi's town being bowls and soy sauce containers is fun, Emerald City being a modified LilyMu Studios is fun, especially this one shot of the interior. The witch's lair being Lily's head with some lipstick is kinda cool, and one really nice detail is that the grass is the kind of grass you might find in a bento box to separate the sushi. It's all really cool. I think the reason that I hate this episode doesn't have anything to do with the episode itself. I think I hate it because this is the last Kappa Mikey episode ever, and we're ending it on a Wizard of Oz parody? Even at the time, I remember thinking that it didn't really feel like a finale. I just kept thinking about all the other episodes it would have been better to end on. And speaking of which, it's time for Guess What Episode Was Supposed to Be the Finale? That's right, one of the final 4 episodes was intended to be the finale, and it's up to you to guess which one. Your choices are A. The episode where Mikey and Lily have a fashion competition that Mitsuki ends up in the middle of. Meanwhile, Gonard gets addicted to working out. B. The episode where Mikey realizes he may have feelings for Mitsuki, ending their will they won't they on an ambiguous yet positive note. Meanwhile, Gonard gets addicted to popcorn. C. The episode that focuses on the central premise of them being actors in a show within a show. There are no subplots, so all the characters act together as a group, with each character being given their own obstacle to overcome. Minor characters from throughout the series all make cameo appearances, including a cameo appearance from a fan, and the director and editor of the show making meta-commentary on the series as a whole. Mikey and Mitsuki's Will They Won't They is basically confirmed that they will, and it ends with the whole cast literally taking a bow. Or D. The Wizard of Oz parody. Make your selection now. The clock is ticking. And time is up! If you picked D, you are incorrect. The answer is C. Yes, Live LilyMu was written, produced, and intended to be the finale of the show, but for some reason or another, it wasn't aired in that order, and so now Wizard of Ozu is, and forever will be, the Kappa Mikey finale. And what an absolutely anticlimactic note to end on. Like, for one thing, we don't get to spend the last episode hanging out with these characters we came to know throughout the entire series. Mikey's the only real person here, and the rest of them are just look-alike parodies from his imagination. And Mikey is way overdramatic when he leaves his friends, which they are self-aware of.
I'll show you overreacting! I'm quitting the show and leaving you guys forever! Who needs a bunch of close friends when you got a pair of old sneakers?
And I feel like it would have been fine if it was just some random episode in season 2, but this is the finale. It's supposed to be an event, and I just want to compare this to all the other event episodes where Mikey considers going back home to America. In the pilot, Lily tells Mikey off for his unprofessional behavior and reminds him that he can't act, which he's insecure about given that he was told the exact same thing back in America. The central theme of the show is about Mikey trying to fit into his new environment, and in this moment, Lily is reminding him that no matter how much he's fooled the public or himself, he doesn't actually fit in. So Mikey quietly apologizes and leaves to go home before learning that everyone makes mistakes, you just have to keep trying. In the Christmas episode, Mikey feels confident that Ozu will renew his contract, but Ozu reminds him that he didn't get here because he's a great actor. He was lucky and won a contest. Again, this makes Mikey feel like he doesn't fit in, and after deciding that Ozu is right, he quietly leaves before learning that everyone's lives would have been worse without him. In this episode, Mikey is mad that no one appreciates his stinky shoes, so he lines up all of his friends one by one and insults them.
Guano, you're just a coward! And Gonard, you've got cold cuts for brains!
Why, thank you!
And you, whatever your name is, thanks for nothing!
And just what a note to end on for the Mikey and Mitsuki thing. We just had 2 episodes literally in a row that confirm that Mikey has feelings for her now. 3 total when you count the body switching one from earlier, plus all the implications throughout the entire series, and we're gonna end it on a can't remember her name joke? Which is funny, but like, that's the note we're ending this on? But going back a bit, I feel the comparison to the Christmas episode is especially pertinent because both are parodies of well-known stories. But the Christmas episode found a way to put a hilarious twist on Ozu's Christmas Carol subplot, and even though Mikey's It's a Wonderful Life plot doesn't offer any real twist to the formula, it does answer an interesting question. What if Mikey hadn't won the contest? This parody provides no twist to the formula and doesn't really answer any interesting questions aside from, does Mikey like his friends? And I feel kind of bad saying all of this because, clearly this episode isn't taking itself too seriously. It's just trying to do Wizard of Oz with some jokes, and it delivers that. It's just, I feel like it was a mistake to air this as a finale because it wasn't meant to be a finale, and it shouldn't have been the finale. The very last shot we get of the whole series, in an episode about how much he should love and cherish his friends, is a shot of Mikey all alone on some street. He's not surrounded by his friends, good job, team. We actually don't even see Guano or Lily in the final LilyMu segment at all. The composition is flat and boring, and what's this he's about to do before it fades to black? Was he about to laugh, and then it fades to black? What an awkward ending. I really don't want to end this video on a negative note, so let me just mention that in an interview with Larry Schwartz, he was asked about his favorite episodes, and he says he likes what he thinks was the last one that they did for season 2, the Kappa karaoke movie. And while I know that Live LilyMu was written and produced as the finale, the movie was probably being made concurrently with that in that last batch of episodes, which, by the way, are all the episodes that reuse all the LilyMu action sequences. So, just for fun, let's take a look at it in terms of that being the finale. We already knew that it was made later in production, which explains the cameos from Mitsuki's dad and the Gopher Circus ringleader guy. Actually, there were so many cameos crammed into this movie, which is something that it shares with Live LilyMu and something that I love to see in a finale. I want to see the characters one last time, even the background characters. It being later in production also explains the clips from Wizard of Ozu, Tin Putt, and 7 LilyMu during the flashbacks of My Life is Rulin', which serve to remind us of the adventures that they went on throughout the entire series, similar to the way that Live LilyMu reuses the LilyMu segments to kinda do the same thing, and also to save money. Mikey and Mitsuki's moment out of nowhere makes a bit more sense if you want to end a series-long relationship on a positive note, the difference being it wasn't earned the way that it was in Live LilyMu, but it also wasn't as gross, so there's that. Also, throughout the entire series, LilyMu is on the constant verge of getting cancelled, but this is the only episode where it actually is. And suddenly, the plot just being the characters singing songs about the show ending and where they're gonna go now that it's all over takes on a whole different meaning as the finale. So basically what I'm saying is that this would have been a better finale than The Wizard of Ozu, but that is a low bar. But speaking of the karaoke movie, now I'd like to talk about the Kappa Mikey movie. No, this isn't real, but former Animation Collective employee Andrew Kaiko posted some fan art to his DeviantArt page back in 2009 to 2011, detailing his personal spin on what he'd like to see for a television movie based on Kappa Mikey. Again, this is in no way official, but I just want to take a moment to stop and appreciate this fan art because I really like it. I love a lot of the ideas going into it, and I think it's worth looking at. The plot involves Mikey abruptly leaving the set of the LilyMu movie to return to America, and everyone else goes there to find him. I love the idea of the anime characters going to America, which turns the whole idea of the show on its head and is the perfect premise for its movie. And I love that the whole place runs on Tom and Jerry, Looney Tunes logic, and is filled with animal characters, including, could it really be? Sterling Stork! Oh yeah, Sterling the Stork is Kappa Mikey the movie is Stork old is our bird our American city is, makes a little more sense than you originally thought, now doesn't it? I also really like the way that he stylizes Mikey, especially here when Ozu is yelling at him in a very anime way and Mikey is reacting in a very rubber hose way. And I love the way that he stylizes the anime characters. There's just something about the lighting, it's got an appeal to it. Now, normally I would dislike the idea of seeing Mikey's parents because I love the trope of characters that we never fully see, but I really like the designs he came up with. It's kind of become my headcanon that this is what they look like. And there's just something about this little moment here. I can just see the scene so clearly in my head. He even remembers that Mikey's parents rented out his room to an accordion-playing troll in the Pimple episode. Here's the poster that he made for it, and there are all kinds of fun parodies here. Alvin and the Chipmunks, Roadrunner, Wile E. Coyote, Billy, Ren and Stimpy, Bugs Bunny. There's even American Yes Men. This man understood the assignment. Also, Mikey and Mitsuki would have been dating in this movie. No more will they, won't they. They're just a couple, and they have to deal with couple problems now. Anyway, like I said, none of that is canon, but it is an incredibly fun what if, and at least for me, it was part of the whole Kappa Mikey fan experience, since there wasn't a lot of fan art out there to look at, and this is easily top tier fan art. But now let's come back to reality and talk about what happened after Kappa Mikey was canceled. In 2008, Animation Collective released 2 new shows on Nicktoons Network. 3 Delivery, about 3 teenagers searching for the pages of a magic cookbook, and Speed Racer The Next Generation, a reboot of Speed Racer which came out alongside the 2008 movie. I tried watching them. I watched 3 or 4 episodes of Speed Racer before deciding it just wasn't for me, and I don't even think I made it a whole episode of 3 Delivery before I checked out, but I wanted to give them a try since they did make Kappa Mikey, which was playing less and less frequently on Nicktoons. I don't know when Kappa Mikey reruns stopped airing exactly, but they lasted at least until 2009, as this bumper with the redesigned Nicktoons logo indicates. Actually, the Kappa Mikey fan wiki says that the reruns lasted until April or May of 2010 with one 5:30 in the morning time slot. You know what? Thanks, Kappa Mikey fan wiki. I actually mean it this time. Unfortunately, things weren't great for Animation Collective. According to my anonymous source, the company had a really bad habit of underbidding to get contracts. Essentially what that means is that other studios would be like, hey Nickelodeon, give us $20 and we'll make a show for you. Then Animation Collective would be like, oh yeah? We can do it for 10. They'd get the contract and then realize, oh wait, no we can't, run out of money, and then they would need to pull money from the budget of the next show, which would also be underbid, run out of money, creating a vicious cycle that finally reached its peak with Speed Racer The Next Generation, which, according to my source, blew through its entire budget in pre-production. Apparently the behind the scenes for that show was a whole mess. Like, it was originally going to be a completely 3D show until they ran out of money, so it became a 2D show with 3D elements, and apparently they only had 2 months to make the first 3 episodes, which, if you know anything about animation, that is absolutely insane. But the point is, everything caught up with them, the money ran out, and allegedly they needed a bond company to step in and bail them out, and they ended up losing a lot of trust in the industry. Looking back, it's kind of ironic that the Christmas episode would have a joke about Speed Racer ruining the studio. To pay debts and raise capital, in 2009, Animation Collective and all of its IPs were sold to Handmade Films, which, interesting trivia, was the company founded by the Beatles' George Harrison to help fund Monty Python's Life of Brian. But according to my source, Handmade Films wasn't doing too well itself, and outside investors ended up taking over both companies. Larry Schwartz was appointed head of Handmade Films' Kid division and then later president of Handmade Films USA, but he left to found a new company, Larry Schwartz and His Band, which, like Animation Collective being a sort of reboot of Rumpus, Larry Schwartz and His Band was a sort of reboot of Animation Collective. They were even in the same offices working on the same ideas, now under new names, like Black Dawn, which became Alien Dawn, a live-action series made for Nicktoons Network.
Within the pages of a comic book, discover a mystery as big as the universe.
Things are about to get insane.
I have no idea what this is, other than that they and the other production company working on it were sued for allegedly overworking several unpaid interns, but that case was quickly settled and everyone was paid what they were owed. There were a few failed pitches for shows like Jolly Rabbit.
Listen up, you rebel kids, you outlaws and black-hearted. I'll tell you all a rabbit's tale of how this quest got started. I used to wake up peacefully to cocoa, ham, and eggs before someone stuck up on me and stole my hoppy leg.
And the company finally shut down in 2014. Then in 2017, Larry Schwartz bought back the rights to all the Animation Collective IPs, which explains these 2018 Dancing Sushi shirts. In 2020, he mentioned in an interview that he was pitching a Kappa Mikey reboot movie to different streaming services, and in a different interview, he mentioned that he was pitching a long-form version of the Dancing Sushi show, but in a tweet from July of 2023, he says that he no longer owns the rights, so it looks like nothing will come of these. I mentioned that the Handmade Films Animation YouTube channel is the official way to watch it, but that's no longer true, and all the episodes were privated. They were uploading all the episodes once a week, but it stopped at Gonard Hunting, which is a shame because the episodes were being uploaded in production order, which means that it would have ended on Live LilyMu, correcting the mistake from decades ago. Handmade Films even had a shop where you could buy merch. Oh, it's like 4 designs on a Redbubble page. I do love this one though. Also, if you'll indulge me just this one last time, the pilot was uploaded to both the main Handmade Films YouTube channel, which is still up, and to the Handmade Films Animation channel, which as I said was privated. The version on the main channel is literally just the pilot that you would have watched on Nicktoons back in the day.
Yes!
But for some reason, the version on the animation channel has almost completely different sound mixing, sound effects, and in one case, music.
Yes!
Now, despite them using the best song ever, it is so much worse. And I have no idea what this is about. Like, is this an old sound mix that accidentally got used? And how did it happen on this channel and not on the other? I have no idea, but I got excited because for a moment I thought that if this was an old sound mix, maybe there were some old scenes from the old version of the pilot, but no. Anyway though, that's all privated now because Handmade Films doesn't own the rights anymore, and despite the amount of effort I put into this video, I have no idea who does. The strange thing about Kappa Mikey is that while it was a pretty big part of Nicktoons history, being MTV Network's first global acquisition, the first half-hour series to premiere on Nicktoons, and producing the first television movie for Nicktoons Network, as well as just generally being promoted alongside other Nicktoons more so than other non-Nicktoons shows like Cornel and Bernie.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All Nicktoons, all the time.
Kappa Mikey is not officially a Nicktoon, so Nickelodeon almost never acknowledges it. They posted this tweet for Animation Day, and if we zoom into 2006, no Kappa Mikey, just a giant empty spot next to Cat Scratch and the X's. So, no, we probably will not be seeing Kappa Mikey in Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl anytime soon. Okay, and with that, I am out of stuff to talk about, and I'm going to be honest with you, I have no idea how to end this. I mean, this isn't a video essay with like a thesis that I'm trying to prove, or a question I'm trying to answer, or a theme I'm trying to explore. I just wanted to give some trivia about a show I used to watch in high school, and now I'm done doing that, so, now what? Well, I guess if there was a question to be answered, it would be, do I recommend that you watch Kappa Mikey? But I really don't know. I mean, first of all, even if you wanted to, there's no legal way that you can, unless you track down the Australian DVDs from like 15 years ago and have a device that can play region lock discs, and even then you wouldn't be able to watch any of Season 2. But like, putting that aside, me hearties, if ye landlubbers are somehow able to watch it, do I recommend it? I mean, obviously I like this show, but it's definitely not for everyone. It's very much a product of its time. Like, anime and Japanese culture was a new fascination in the West, and many shows were trying to capitalize on it. But it was also somewhat ahead of its time. Like, it wasn't just referencing Pokemon and Dragon Ball. It got way more obscure, and the depth of its references to Japanese culture is surprising given the time period, but it also has a lot of the stereotypes that were typical of the time period, and some that were wildly outdated even for its time. Its low budget, new technology, and rushed pre-production mean that it looks bad even compared to its contemporaries, but the animation successfully captures the characters' emotions and personalities in ways that show that talented people worked on it. The characters are incredibly fun and charming, except when they're not. The jokes are clever and silly, except when they're not. The stories are fun and compelling, except when they're not. Like, I can admit that this show isn't great. There is a reason that it was only on Nickelodeon for less than a year, but it's infinitely fascinating to me. I really do think that the show is a hidden gem, but not like a diamond in the rough, more like a quartz in the Schwartz. I don't know. If any of the episodes sounded interesting to you, though, I really don't think it would hurt to check them out. I mean, the only thing you have to lose is 20 minutes. Worst case scenario, it's something you can make fun of. Or who knows, maybe you'll end up liking it. I am never doing a video this long again. I did not mean for it to be this long. Like, I wanted a long video as a joke. I did not think 8 hours, though. It was not supposed to be 8 hours, and I've cut it down so much. It was longer. This is a nightmare. Thank you for watching, though. I put so much effort into this, and it really means a lot that you made it this far. Leave a like if you liked it. If you didn't, don't, whatever. Subscribe, maybe, but I'm not doing this again. And the stuff I do in the future is going to be funny, I think, but very weird. So whatever. I'm thinking about setting up a Patreon, but honestly, you should probably wait until I put out a few more videos to know if you like me enough to give me money. But if I do end up doing that, I'm going to put that in the description, and I'll probably put a bunch of behind the scenes and deleted scenes stuff up there, something like that. I don't know. Sketches maybe, process work. I'm not sure. More importantly, though, leave a comment because I'm genuinely curious to know what other people's thoughts on this stupid show is. Like, did anybody else watch this, like, when it was on? I don't know anybody who watched this stupid show. Anyway, yeah, that's it. Bye.